Jiabao's eyes shone like stars, looking pitiful, hoping for something. Ye Hao, can you sell this exotic insect essence to me? Although I don't have anything to match your worth now, I guarantee that I will definitely give you treasures of equal value in the future. Ye Hao, seeing this expression, could only reluctantly agree. Okay, anyway, it's useless to me. You are a prince, don't make such a degrading expression. He happily continued. Also, I will help you collect enough 3 exotic insect essences for you to return to normal. That way we can also obtain a strong M-level combatant. It interrupted in surprise. Is this true? Jiabao threw itself into Ye Hao's chest in gratitude. That's really great! Ye Hao, you are truly my great benefactor. Being able to meet you is my greatest luck. I don't know how to repay you. He forced a smile, coaxing. Alright, I already told you that you are a prince. You must show the demeanor of a prince. Crying all day long. Scene shifts to a place where explosions erupt continuously. Thunderous sounds echoing throughout the sky. The Ink assault squad then landed on the ground together, Wan Hao wondered. We finally got out of that mental illusion, boss. Did you kill the boss and rescue us? Wang Chuan denied it outright, saying, It wasn't me. He looked at him holding Yunfei in his arms, pointing out, Ye Hao, he probably conquered himself in the mental illusion. He's the first to awaken, then kill the boss, so we can be saved, Wan Hao exclaimed in surprise. What? Wang Chuan glanced back, affirming. Though it sounds unbelievable, judging from his level, he definitely did it, no doubt. He lowered his face, sternly muttering to himself. Though I also thought that leveling up in the illusion could overcome my mutated form. Even fighting with all my might, I could only stalemate with the mutated form. There was no way to level up. How on earth did he do it? Even if I asked him directly now, he wouldn't tell me. It seems Yin Huang wasn't wrong. This Ye Hao is very mysterious. Suddenly, he stepped forward, interrupting Wang Chuan's train of thought. Captain Ji, are you guys okay? The stuff that dropped when we killed the boss earlier is all with me. Do you need me to hand it over for unified safekeeping? He coldly refused. No need. You keep it. Lei Ya itched to chime in. Boss, isn't this a bit against the rules? Wan Hao, standing beside him, dismissed it. What rules are we talking about now? Our team has unanimously agreed to listen to the captain. Besides, Ye Hao saved us earlier. Without him, we'd be dead here today. In terms of both reason and sentiment, he deserves this reward. He had no choice but to comply. Okay, I was just asking casually. But in his heart, a different idea sprouted. Of course, I know that being able to escape from the illusion that even the captain couldn't handle means he's not someone to be trifled with. But with my straightforward personality, I don't like him. Clearly, he has extraordinary strength. Yet he plays dumb. Sooner or later, I'll spar with you to see what level your strength is at. Ye Hao didn't bother to care, he smiled, giving a thumbs up and flattering, Boss is generous, gotta give a like. I have a favor to ask. Did you guys drop a material called exotic worm essence when you defeated that gatekeeper boss? If you did, can you sell it to me? Any price you want? The system quickly announced, G.I. Wang Chuan is gifting you the exotic worm essence treasure. Do you accept? He happily asked in surprise. Captain G.I., what is this? Wang Chuan turned away, saying, It's nothing. This is what you deserve. I hope you can continue to perform excellently in the next battle. Ye Hao excitedly thanked him. Of course, thank you. Then he secretly assessed the other party. Regardless of his character, just from the level of generosity, this Ji Wang Chuan is trustworthy. However, it seems they're not very interested in the items dropped by the boss. Could it be that the Mogong team has a different purpose? Hopefully, it won't conflict with my goals. He clenched his fist, turning to Jiabao, saying, What's wrong? You've already collected 2 exotic worm essences in the blink of an eye. Next, you just need to deal with one more boss, and you can recover. It smiled adoringly. Ye Hao is awesome. The next boss is... Suddenly, Jiabao became terrified, causing Ye Hao to curiously ask, Why do you have such a ghostly expression? Who is the next boss, after all? It slumped its shoulders, sweating profusely, and anxiously replied, It's my teacher. Seeing this, his face paled, muttering, Teacher, it turns out even the insect race fears teachers. His thoughts started to become jumbled. I understand, but maybe I don't understand much. Anyway, I'm a top student. I've never been punished to copy homework, Jiabao retorted. That's not what I mean. He's not a normal school teacher. It glanced over, explaining, He's not only my swordplay teacher but also known as the strongest sword saint in this world. Ye Hao imagined an insect race with a muscular body and several arms full of thorns, shouting, Ji Xin. Ye Hao cracked his knuckles excitedly, saying, Sword Saint Ji Xin sounds badass. I really want to see him right now. Ye Hao frantically stopped him from behind. No, absolutely not. Though he is indeed very strong, if you encounter my master, you definitely won't be able to beat him. He glanced over in doubt. That strong? Could his level be so high that it's abnormal? It explained, no, my master's level is a question mark, but the level is not the source of his strength, where he's really powerful. The image of Ji Xin holding a sharp sword in his hand appeared in Ye Hao's mind. It frowned, firmly stating, it's his swordsmanship. Ye Hao was a little stunned, exclaiming, Before, when I heard you mention the sword saint, I found it quite strange. Don't you insect race all take pride in using your bodies to fight? I didn't expect there to be a swordplay master as well. Ye Hao further revealed, our insect race is indeed not good at using swords, but my master is an exception because my master was originally like you, also a human. He was startled, shouting, What? This dungeon actually hides this kind of thing. Wang Chuan, on the other side, also paused for a moment. Ye Hao embraced its body, urging, Tell me the details quickly. What is this all about? Ye Hao? It hesitated, answering, This matter was also told to me by my father. Before I was born, a foreign human suddenly broke into our insect world. Although the world launched a pursuit against my master, he was always able to break through the encirclement with his superb swordsmanship. But a flesh-and-blood body ultimately couldn't resist the entire world. Not knowing how many years passed, the master finally declined, but as he was about to be tortured to death, Ye Hao thought of the moment the sword saint knelt before its father, and continued, My father finally ignored everyone's opinion and took in the master, letting him serve as a close bodyguard. After I was born, he let him be my bodyguard and teach me swordplay. The master had truly integrated into the world of the insect race at this time, but humans and insects are, after all, two different races. The rate of decline of life is also completely different. To gain a longer lifespan, Ji Xin finally agreed to take the risk of undergoing insectoid transformation. But the person who came up with this plan was Ye Hao's uncle, so he didn't expect anything. The uncle, when transforming his master, actually implanted toxins to control his nervous functions, using these toxins to control his master, killing Ye Hao's father. The master has now completely lost his sanity, becoming a loyal servant of the uncle, and also the most dangerous assassin. If you confront him head-on, it will definitely be very dangerous. Ye Hao stroked his chin in agreement. Indeed, just relying on one person's strength to fight against the entire insect race world for dozens of years is already super strong. Plus, after insectoid transformation, wouldn't his strength be even more heaven-defying? Like Senior An Cheng, you definitely can't encounter a super strong villain right from the start. He thought of that figure, curious. And furthermore, his identity is the biggest puzzle. If he is a human who suddenly broke in, then he would be like the original residents of the dungeon, like Chi. So what is his background after all? Though very curious, now is not the time to worry about this. Ye Hao spoke up. If we kill your uncle, can we remove the control over your master? Ye Hao quickly said. Probably. The uncle implanted his own modified cells into the master's body to form toxins, thereby controlling the master. As long as you kill him, the toxins in the master's body will stop activating. He made a suggestion. Then now, there's no need to directly confront your master. Can we choose a route that bypasses your master to destroy the lair first? It hesitated. Yes, as long as we go through that secret passage. Suddenly, Wang Chuan cut in. No need to change the route. His face darkened, and he ordered Ye Hao. That talking bug, you will lead us to your sword saint master right now. It fearfully hid behind Ye Hao, shouting, How can he see me? You were also stunned, hmming and ha-ing, clearly not seeing me. How can he suddenly see me now? Wang Chuan calmly explained. He's been able to see the talking bug following you since before that mental illusion appeared. The reason isn't important. What matters is what this bug said. I can't pretend I didn't hear it. Sweat poured down Ye Hao's face as he wondered. Could it be that he also gained some growth in that mental space? If it wasn't he, just relying on his own abilities to do this would be terrifying. Ye Hao laughed wryly, advising that if he heard Ye Hao's words, He should know that directly looking for the Sword Saint right now would be an unwise choice. Of course, I'm not doubting your strength, but our ultimate goal is to defeat the boss. There's really no need to waste time on him. Moreover, as long as we defeat the final boss, this Sword Saint will naturally collapse on his own, so it's really unnecessary. He bluntly drew his sword, held it to Ye Hao's neck, and warned, "Don't waste my time. Tell it to lead the way, or I'll kill it now." Manhwa suddenly turned around, and upon seeing that scene, he shouted, "Why is it suddenly like this, Lao Jia? Don't act rashly," Lei Ya muttered in an undertone. "Wasn't it just fine before? Could it be that the leader has finally been angered by this kid? Is there a good show to watch?" Luo Feng angrily spoke up, "Bastard! What do you want to do? Don't harm my leader." In his heart, he thought, even if killing me is as simple as killing an ant, I will absolutely not cower. Ye Hao put on a calm expression. Was there really any need to do this? Everyone just went through a life-or-death trial together, and now the atmosphere has become so awkward? Is that really good? Wang Chuan, still filled with killing intent, directly got to the point. What is the answer I want? Jia Bao, with tears welling up in its eyes, looked at the sharp point of the sword in front of it, and had no choice but to comply. "I know, I'll lead you there, just don't hurt Ye Hao. Can you put the sword down?" Hearing this, he turned around and left, ordering them to lead the way. It flew beside them, whispering, "Alright, you over there think, compared to my safety you should worry about yourself more. What a lovable kid." Luo Feng stepped forward to ask, "Leader, are you alright? This Jiao Wangchuan is really too hateful. How can he just flip faces like that?" Wan Hao curiously asked. "What was that just now? If you're fine, why did you provoke him?" Yun Fei also advised. "That's right, brother. We should still stay away from him." Ye Hao reassured. "It's nothing, it's just that I learned there's an incredibly powerful sword saint of the Zerg race up ahead, with a question mark rank. My intention was to bypass him to avoid unnecessary casualties, but Captain Jia stubbornly wanted to go, so a disagreement arose." Wan Hao replied. "Although he didn't know how the two of you found out such unreliable information, but if it has the two words Sword Saint, Lao Jia wouldn't be able to sit still, which is normal," Ye Hao surprised said. "How so?" Wan Hao crossed his arms and explained. "Because this leader of ours, don't always see him looking cold, not interested in anything, but he single-mindedly studies swordsmanship, and as the saying goes, being invincible will only make one more lonely. In the group, he rarely has opponents, and he can't find anyone to discuss the way of the sword with him. Therefore, regardless of the level of people, as long as the opponent uses a sword, he will personally take action to fight. But usually the opponent can't hold out for 30 seconds. Wan Hao looked at Wang Chuan's back and continued. "This time, he can actually meet a Zerg sword saint with a question mark rank. I think his heart is already incredibly excited. I can even feel his sword sheath emitting a joyous vibration." Ye Hao then realized. I was wondering why he always prioritized the mission before, and now he suddenly became like this. So this is his true nature. Ye Hao smiled and thought of a plan. So this Jia Wangchuan is a sword maniac. He'll most likely choose to solo the opponent later, right? If someone helps me do the work, I don't need to refuse. I just need to watch the show from the side and prepare in case the situation gets out of control. Wang Chuan at this time felt extremely excited. How long has it been since this feeling of anticipation and excitement appeared? "You absolutely mustn't disappoint me. Sword Saint Ji Xin is not far ahead," Jia Bao announced. "This is the place," Ye Hao muttered as he walked. "This place?" He looked at an ancient tree in front and the person sitting in cultivation, surrounded by a row of swords stuck into the ground. He sighed. The sword energy was chaotic and filled with a deadly atmosphere. Very strange. Sword Saint Ji Xin, seeing this, said, "You have finally returned. I have been waiting for you for a long time." Jia Bao lowered its head and called out dejectedly, "Master!" He looked at the chessboard in front of him and said, "You were lucky enough to survive that encirclement, and you still dare to come and see me in this manner. It's really worthy of the name of my Sword Saint's successor. Come, this chessboard has been empty for a long time. Let's play a game, the two of us, master and disciple." It nodded slightly, then Jia Bao shook its head repeatedly and refused. "No, I no longer have the qualifications to play chess with you, regardless of my strength or my jijin." Wang Chuan interrupted. "That's right. Who would play chess with the enemy who killed their father? Plus, you are now no different from a chess piece. How can you be a chess player? Wan Hao scratched his head after hearing this, muttering, "Is this old man talking to himself? Why can't I understand?" Ye Hao narrowed his eyes and judged, "These may be the fixed lines of this type of NPC." In his heart, he thought, "There's no Zerg information or boss symbol, and even the rank is a question mark. There are indeed many points of doubt on this sword saint." Suddenly, a sword was drawn, and a clang sound was heard. Ji Xin remained sitting in place, just as that sword was stabbed straight into the tree above his head. Wang Chuan rushed forward and pointed his sword, challenging. "Let's stop reminiscing about the past. Draw your sword," he said calmly. "Good sword. It's just a pity that the current me is like a skeleton. I no longer have any fighting spirit. The battlefield you are looking for is not here." He suddenly appeared, striking swiftly, not caring, and rushing forward, shouting loudly, "A golden guest in hand without a sword has no need to exist." Ji Xin indifferently replied, "Sorry, I still can't die by your hand right now." The two sword tips quickly clashed head-on, creating several brilliant sparks. Wang Chuan looked at them in surprise. "Isn't this the sword I drew out before? What's going on?" He hurriedly dodged a series of deadly attacks from the sword, pondering in his heart, "Condensed sword with chi. This kind of ancient swordsmanship only exists in ancient books. Unexpectedly he can use it so skillfully." Wang Chuan landed heavily on the ground, criticizing the weapon in his hand. "You want to use this to repel my attack? Relying on these broken swords alone is far from enough." He waved his hand, releasing a surge of azure energy, Jinfeng Song Huang, while provoking, "A sword that can't be held tightly in your hand is just a piece of scrap iron." Ji Xin clapped his hands, summoning his sword in praise. Well done, well done. It's been hundreds of years since I've seen such a destructive sword move. If it were the me of the past, I definitely wouldn't be able to resist wanting to spar with you. But now, the rest of my life is only for one thing." Suddenly, that sword tip rushed over, stabbing straight in front of them, causing Wan Hao to retreat, raising his hand to remind. "Everyone be careful." Ye Hao behind him wondered. "This is..." He stood up, recalling the painful past, and continued. "This is the sword I used to kill your father. Take it. While I can still suppress the toxins in my body, it's your turn to take revenge, and it can be considered helping me fulfill my last wish." Jia Bao refused tearfully. "No, I can't. Killing father wasn't master's intention. You were just being controlled. I don't hate you." Ji Xin scolded and persuaded. "Child, you're good at everything, just too kind, really just like your father. But kindness alone can't make you the king of a clan. If you're not determined to step over my corpse, then you better give up the idea of avenging your uncle." Ye Yunfei caressed its head, interjecting, "Your master is right, you must step over this hurdle." However, before that, Ye Hao stood in front of him, questioning. "I have something I want to ask you, senior. I heard that you were originally a human, so can you tell me what era you are from? How did you come to this world?" Ji Xin leisurely said, "Young man, you are quite strange yourself, asking me what era I'm from the first time we meet. However, the mark on your body has made it clear that Jia Bao trusts you. Well, I haven't thought about the past for a long time. It's okay to tell you." Memories flooded back. "A stormy night," he recounted. "It was a rainy night. Hundreds of years ago. I went through countless hardships. Finally found the enemy who killed my entire family. They were many, but I had a sword in my hand. That was enough." At that time, Ji Xin rushed up, stabbing at his opponent. In the end, only he and I remained. He was also a master swordsman, but in the end, my sword was faster. But just as I finished avenging my family, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck my sword, causing me to lose consciousness instantly. Several insect race members immediately appeared afterwards, he continued. After waking up, I found myself in this place. The whole world was full of strangely shaped insect demons. Besides myself, you are the only humans I have met. This is my story. Is your curiosity satisfied now, young man?" Ye Hao rubbed his chin, associating it with the blue circle with different coordinates, sighing, "This amount of information is a bit much. This is basically a transmigration rhythm, isn't it?" I remember that a few scholars once summarized transmigration into dimensional chaotic aberrations. And the arrival of the Earth era can also be called a global transmigration event, or a global dimensional chaos. In ancient times, this kind of small-scale personal transmigration also appeared, and even directly transmigrated into a dungeon. How chaotic is this dimension exactly? Moreover, is this type of dimensional chaos random or caused by humans? The academic world is always just talking. There is no conclusion. Lei Ya turned to Dan Lu, wondering. I feel like we might have heard some explosive news, she confirmed. Humans from hundreds of years ago transmigrating into dungeons, turning into insectoids. This kind of thing has never been heard of. We must immediately report it to headquarters when we get back. Wang Chuan frowned, judging. So it's possible to have such unexpected gains. This can also confirm some of the leadership's guesses. That thing must be in this temple. Suddenly there were several rustling sounds. A strange aura emanated in the air, accompanied by a warning voice. You've said too much, Ji Xin, Ye Hao exclaimed in surprise. Is this sound transmitted from the pile of insectoids in the air? A ghostly face appeared with white eyes and sharp teeth, ordering, Immediately kill all these intruders. And that extremely weak waist too. Jin Jin, facing it, muttered, For so many years, besides waiting for death, I have been constantly cultivating to resist the toxins in my body, but unfortunately, I can't do it no matter what. It opened its mouth wide, shooting out a stream of green energy, roaring. That's for sure. Although you have undergone insectoid transformation, you are still a human after all. How can you resist the profound insectoid advantage of our insect race? Enough, I told you to kill them. Immediately afterwards, he was affected by it, and screamed while holding his head. Jia Bao worriedly called out, Master. The next second, Ji Jin was suppressed, transformed into an insectoid, and said, However, my purpose is not to completely resist, but to be able to maintain a brief moment of clarity, even when insectoid transformation is activated. The other yelled, What? This is impossible. He stabbed his sharp claws straight into his chest, shouting, I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. It has finally arrived. The one behind the scenes panicked and questioned, What are you doing, Jijin? Could it be? Ji Xin momentarily pulled out a piece of blue crystal from his heart, saying with heartbreak, The exotic insect essence on my body must be activated to the greatest extent after insectoid transformation. Take it, Jia Bao. This is the final inheritance your teacher gives you. With one eye bloodshot, Ji Jin tossed the object to Jia Bao, instructing, You can come here, which means you must have obtained other alien insect essences. Take it, restore your previous form, and then you will have the power to kill me. Jia Bao received it, whimpering. Master, it cried, hugging the alien insect essence, I can't do it. I can't bring myself to attack you. He could only sigh. Is that so? Never mind. Ji Xin, now evolved into a complete insect race with blank white eyes, gave one last reminder. If weakness and kindness are the path you choose, your master will still support you. It's just that I can no longer walk this path with you. Now, run away. Run as far as you can. I have. He couldn't restrain himself any longer, directly lunging at Jia Bao, yelling, My last words are said, now die for me. This time, I won't lift the toxin control. You will forever be my strongest puppet. At the critical moment, Wang Chuan rushed in, blocking the blow with his sword, and said, So you finally made the first move. It's a shame that I can't truly fight your human form. He swung a sharp slash in challenge. But it doesn't matter. As long as I can hold a sword, it's worth a fight. Jin Jin quickly retreated, asking, Is that so? He unleashed a series of swords around himself with his ultimate move, alien insect sword style, 6 desolate blades, sneering, You're probably the most powerful among this group, right? But in my eyes, you're no different from trash. Since you're so eager to die, I'll start with you. Lei Ya, upon hearing this, clenched his fists, seething. Damn it, what arrogant words. Isn't he just a boss? What bosses haven't we faced? Let's kill him together. Wan Hao hesitated, saying, Although that's what you say, but I guess. Wang Chuan waved his hand, calmly ordering, Everyone, fall back. Although there's a rule to prioritize completing the mission, I don't want to miss the chance to duel one-on-one with such a rare swordmaster. You are not allowed to interfere. Wan Hao sighed to himself. I still understand you, old man, but it's the first time I've seen you abandon the principle of putting the mission first. You're not influenced by that kid Ye Hao, are you? Meanwhile, the captain raised his sword, pointing it at the ground, a terrifying energy emanating from his body, reminding, Stay away. Be careful not to get caught in the crossfire. Ji Zhen looked at the blue barriers around the two of them, questioning, What strange trick is this? Didn't you want to compete in swordsmanship with me? Where's your sword? In an instant, the profound meaning, Wind God Domain, enveloped their space. He stood within, mocking, You are now just an insect holding a sword, not worthy of mentioning swordsmanship to me. With that, a series of slashes were unleashed at him. Ji Xin, slightly injured, cried out in shock. This kind of attack method, Wang Chuan spread his wings, declaring with burning passion, using sword to transform into qi. Qi transforms into wind, and wind is everywhere. Immediately after, he had to face countless attacks from him. Jixin did not retreat, but instead found it interesting. This is so interesting, I'll play with you. Lei Ya, witnessing this from behind, exclaimed, as expected of the boss's strongest move, suppressing the so-called sword saint to the point of being unable to retaliate, Wan Hao worriedly said, "The situation looks like it's one-sidedly suppressed, but it's not causing any real damage to the sword saint. Could it be that he's blocking most of the attacks? How is that possible?" Ye Hao watched the chaotic battle, thinking, Gai Wangchuan's move is indeed very powerful, but it must have a time limit. Moreover, judging from the current situation, the insectified sword saint can probably hold on until the skill ends, forcing us to supplement our combat power during this time. He began to stuff alien insect essences into himself, Jia Bao urged. "Don't just stand there crying. Quickly absorb these alien insect essences for me, then restore your previous form." It whimpered with tears in its eyes. "I can't do it." Ye Hao released a threatening aura. "You can't do it? Then I'll kill you now. Because of you, what I hate the most is a weak, useless person who drags others down. I've tolerated you for so long, don't think I'll always protect you. After all, killing you, I can also become the king of this world. And that mother of yours, I won't care about her either, letting her continue to suffer." Jia Bao glanced over in fear. What? It absorbed the fragment into itself, aggressively stopping him. "You're not allowed to treat my mother like that. I know my personality is very weak, especially after meeting you, Ye Hao. I felt that I could rely on you without fighting." A second later, Jia Bao formed a cocoon around itself, its sparkling eyes grateful. "But my true strength is also recognized by my master. It's not certain that I can perform like that. Perhaps I just lack a bit of determination." "Thank you for intentionally using this clumsy acting skill to scare me, making me understand what's most important right now." He crossed his arms, turning his face away in denial. "Who's acting? Don't overthink it. You said you're very strong, then transform and show me." In his heart he lamented, "My acting skill is still so bad." The cocoon gradually covered its entire face, leaving only one eye full of determination. "Wait for me." Jia Bao immediately glowed in the sky. Ye Hao looked at it impatiently, transforming into a cocoon at the slightest disagreement. "And there's no telling how long it'll take to break out of the cocoon. I don't have much time to wait for you. You better come out soon for me." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Coming." Jixin soon used a method of breaking through the air, pushing a strange, sharp thing forward, laughing wildly. "I've adapted to your attack method. Truly worthy of being the Sword Saint's body. Even without the alien insect essence, you can be so strong." Wan Hao, behind him, exclaimed in shock. He actually shattered the boss's Wind God sword formation. Wang Chuan immediately raised his sword to block his sharp claw on the top of his head, secretly marveling, "Indeed, extraordinarily strong. In the Wind God domain, I can only fight him to a draw. If he didn't weaken himself, I would definitely have lost." He narrowed his eyes, calculating. "Based on the current situation, I definitely can't defeat him within the time limits. By then, after the Wind God domain is dispelled, I will have a 5-second period of weakness. If he seizes the opportunity, the entire team will be in danger. So I have to use that move?" Originally, I wanted to save it for the final boss. Jixin was seething, teleporting behind Wang Chuan, unleashing sharp slashes, preparing to bring down several swords on him. Gloating, daring to be distracted in a battle of this level. "You're dead." Seeing this, someone shouted, "It's over." He attracted his attention. A loud clang resounded throughout the air. Ye Hao alone blocked the swords, hurriedly saying, "The attack power is too strong, but I can barely block it." Wang Chuan then turned his head, seeing him risking his life to save him, and shouted, "Ye Hao." He glanced back, questioning, "What are you doing? You rushed into my Wind God domain. Do you not want to live anymore?" Ye Hao pointed his sword forward, pleading, "So please, Captain Guy, quickly withdraw your divine power. I'm struggling to block it. Then let me fight him instead." Wang Chuan swung his sword, asking again, "Are you sure you want to fight him?" He confidently replied, "Absolutely, team leader. You'd better save your strength. After all, there's still a final boss to fight. Besides, weren't you trying to probe my strength? Now I'll show you." Ye Hao slung his massive sword over his shoulder, radiating a burning energy, emphasizing, "My true power." thinking to himself, "Of course I'm fooling you." Ji Xin, seeing this, provoked, "What's wrong? Seeing you can't win, you're calling for reinforcements. I don't mind. All of you can come at me together. This level 13 kid in front of me isn't worthy of fighting me." He raised a finger, beckoning a challenge. "Worthy or not, you'll know after we fight. Come here." Ji Xin fired several fiery circles forward, cursing, "Little brat doesn't know his own limits. Killing people is just a blink of an eye, right? Die." Ye Hao swung his sword, slicing away the fire circles, sneering, "Is that all you've got? My swordsmanship might not be as good as yours, but this kind of attack is a bit lackluster." He seized the opportunity, using teleportation to appear right behind him, raising his sword high, adding, "Just a feint. Don't get cocky. I'm not stupid enough to underestimate any opponent on the battlefield." He ducked down, exclaiming, as expected of a master schemer. Ye Hao swung his sword back at Ji Xin, shouting, "Almost got tricked." He leaned back, surprised, exclaiming, "You actually know how to counterattack? Didn't you say you didn't know swordsmanship?" He replied with burning passion, "I only said I wasn't proficient in it, not that I didn't know it. Besides, using a counterattack to seize an opportunity is basic knowledge." Ye Hao, emboldened, rushed forward, slashing wildly at him. Ji Xin summoned several golden swords in front of himself, saying, "It's not a question of knowledge, but the fact that you can withstand my power is enough to show how strong you are." Suddenly, a series of tree roots burst from the ground, trying to seize him, but Ye Hao quickly retreated, mocking, "Didn't you say we'd settle this with swords? Why are you suddenly attacking sneakily without warning?" He, obviously being controlled, became even more excited, witnessing him facing the tree roots, roaring, "I am not Ji Xin. Your human rules are a joke to us, Zerg. As long as we can win, we'll use any means necessary." Ye Hao slashed a few times, muttering, "To win, no holds barred. Sounds like my style. Then I won't be polite anymore. After all, compared to using a sword." He immediately summoned the Pyro Demon Gauntlet, creating a series of punches in the air, shouting, "I prefer crushing violence." Caught off guard, Ji Xin took the full brunt of these punches, screaming in madness, "Impossible! How can a human have such immense power?" Manhwa excitedly commented, "I knew this kid was no ordinary person. Looking at this radiating power, his true level must be at least 120. Li Xing chimed in, "I told you he had Honghuang power in his body, but you didn't believe me." Dan Lu, wide-eyed, asked, "This strange purplish-black flame, could it be a fusion of dark and fire attributes?" Leia coldly snorted, muttering, "Finally bringing out his real skills, huh?" Wang Chuan frowned, judging, "His true level is definitely not just 120. The attack power he's showing now probably fluctuates between 130 to 150. Is this the source of his confidence? No wonder he always seems calm and collected. This person can only be recruited. If we want to kill him, it will be very difficult." The next second, Ji Xin used all his might to break through those devastating punches, looking up, shouting, "Enough! This endless entanglement! If that damned Ji Xin hadn't abandoned the Zerg essence, I would have annihilated all of you long ago. Even if it's difficult for me to determine the victor in a one-on-one fight, you're not without weaknesses." He split into multiple bodies, Meng Men declared. "That's the attachment you humans talk about. Even if I can't kill you, killing the others is very easy. What do you choose?" Li Xing supported the sword of that clone, urging, "Although the strength of this clone is not as good as the main body, it cannot be underestimated. Quickly deal with them." Leia rushed over from behind, coldly blaming, "This Ye Hao is really an outsider. If he already has this crushing strength, why give the boss a chance to switch phases?" Dan Lu in the back urged, issuing command, "Because Ye Hao's strength can't achieve true crushing, shut up and concentrate on fighting." Wan Hao punched another clone straight, advising, "Ye Hao's juniors, quickly hide behind me. If you touch this clone, there is only one way to die." Luo Feng raised his shield, replying, "Understood, Big Brother Wan." Yunfei glanced back, urgently telling Shiki, "You also follow me closely." At this time, Shiki was facing an entity that raised its sword to slash at her. Someone shouted loudly. Shiki, Wang Chuan darted over, firing several energy blasts at that entity, criticizing, "Even if your strength is weak, you should at least know how to run." He shattered it with just a few slashes, turning around to question, "Didn't Ye Hao teach you how to deal with enemies stronger than yourselves?" Shiki trembled, saying, Sorry, Wang Chuan suddenly frowned, wondering, is it that kind of enhancement effect again? Moreover, it feels more intense than before. Could it be? He unconsciously grabbed her, pulling her close to his chest. Cheeky asked in surprise. What are you doing? Wang Chuan took her hand and placed it on his chest. His whole body then emanated a strange energy, making him suspect, it really is because of this girl. Could this be some kind of passive skill she has? I've never encountered this kind of situation, she cried out in panic. Please let me go. A second later, Wang Chuan ran towards another doppelganger with the thought, there's no time to doubt this now. I'll kill the other clones first. Chi watched his retreating figure, wondering, what's with this strange man? At the same time, Ye Hao attacked Jixin with his sword raised. Jia Wang Chuan, alone will kill all your clones. It seems your clone tactic is useless. He used his swords to block, replying, is that so? I don't just rely on clones to resolve combat, they are just a means I use to attract your attention. My real goal is— Ji Jin clenched his fist, raising it high, controlling a liquid that swelled at the base of the tree, saying smugly, look up, this is the death you all will face, someone frantically urged. Not good, it's more poison bugs, everyone, quick. However, those liquids exploded in an instant, covering the place with clouds of greenish dust. He excitedly said, too late, you won't escape. The poisonous smoke spread, and Ye Hao quickly raised his hand to cover his nose, blaming himself. Careless, I fell into traps twice in a row. In an environment like this temple, it's truly impossible to defend against. Luckily, I planned ahead. Info appears. Deadly poisonous smoke, losing the ability to fight, constantly losing life. Death will occur after the countdown ends. Death countdown, 30 minutes. Hoki looked at everyone covering their noses and ordered, everyone, quickly drink the antidote I distributed earlier. Wan Hao immediately followed suit. Luckily, Ye Hao had made and distributed the antidote beforehand. Otherwise, we would be dead for sure, Danlu said worriedly as she drank. But this time, the poisonous gas was stronger than before, and the effectiveness of the antidote was also reduced. System announcement. Deadly poisonous gas neutralized. Death countdown, 5 hours. Entered a weakened state. The rate of life consumption is halved. Can continue to fight, but all attributes are reduced by 60%. Lasts 30 minutes. Ji Xin stepped forward, sneering, you guys even prepared an antidote. You have some brains, but it's useless. This is my territory, I can use all resources to eliminate you. You're going to die anyway. Wang Chuan stood in front of them. Even in his weakened state, he still declared strongly, even if only 40% of my attributes remain, I still have a way to take you down with me. He looked disdainful. Just based on your tottering appearance? Are you kidding me? He instructed everyone. It was my stubbornness that led me here. I take full responsibility for the failure of the mission. I have a final death skill to hold him back. You guys take the opportunity to run, Danlu quickly retorted. No way. If I'm not here to heal you, you'll lose your life after using that move. No more arguing. Ji Xin lunged forward, swinging his sword to strike. You fools! You don't need to yield to each other. Either way, you all die, sooner or later. At the critical moment, a blast of blue energy shot towards him. It slammed into Jinxin, shattering his sword. Jinxin covered himself in confusion. This sword energy, Jia Bao's armor, finally returns to its original state. He held the sword, burning with imposing manner, and confidently said, sorry to keep you all waiting, leave the rest to me. Ye Hao helped Yunfei on his side, voicing, kid, it's good timing that you come out. This posing skill deserves my true passing down, but I will only fight 9 minutes. The remaining 1 minute depends on your ability. Jin Jin, blood boiling, waved his sword and disdained him. That sneak attack earlier wasn't bad, but you didn't seize the opportunity to heavily injure me. It seems a waste is still a waste, even if it reverts to its original form. Jia Bao raised his massive sword forward, baring his heart. Master, I have received all of your will and strength. This disciple will definitely follow your teachings, abandon weakness and hesitation, complete the revenge, and not disgrace the master. Ji Xin was controlled and had no awareness left, only pointing his sharp objects at him, yelling, very good, I, as your teacher, will now send you to your death. You must obediently stand there and listen to your master. Jia Bao narrowed his eyes, warning, you are not qualified to call yourself my master. He charged up, slashing continuously at him, reproaching, you actually did this kind of thing to your master's body. Jia Bao leaned back, dodging, replying, rest assured, master, I will definitely quickly drive the evil one out of your body. Rest in peace. Jixin raised his sword straight up, summoning countless swords around him. Swordblade storm, he roared. Damn it, why did a waste like you suddenly become so strong? Before, you didn't even have the courage to swing a knife, but it stops here. If the toxin is ineffective against you, then I'll kill you with the sword techniques that your master was most proud of. He frowned, affirming, It seems you're just forcibly occupying Maester's body. You don't understand sword techniques at all. Swordblade Storm is a defensive move that condenses swords with energy, but the real killing move is this. Ye Bao pointed his sword at the sky, pouring all his strength into it, igniting blazing golden energy. Noticing the ripened chance, Ye Bao turned and struck a blow, sending that energy directly into him, esoteric, Jinxin's overlord slash, causing Jinxin to cry out miserably, Bastard! Rumbling sounds followed immediately, the walls gradually cracked, and someone shouted in surprise, Earthquake! Pieces of rubble cracked and fell everywhere. Ye Hao praised. This kid is really powerful. This one strike made even the main body of the temple feel pain, and it started to emit a low moan. Wan Hao, standing behind, wondered. So what is the origin of this sudden kid? Just looking at the power of the sword technique, I'm sure he's already surpassed Lao Bi here. He replied nonchalantly, It's a long story. I'll explain to you later. Ye Bao faced the clones alone with the same cynical voice. This body is named as the strongest of the insect race. How could it easily lose to a waste like you? Surely you absorbed its alien insect essence to become so powerful. As long as I rip open your stomach and take out the alien insect essence, then I can. But before he finished speaking, he swung his sword, unleashing a continuous series of sword shadows, cutting down several clones, affirming, I won't let you have your way with Master's inheritance. I will protect it with my life. Wang Chuan frowned, glancing over to assess. This Zerg brat is indeed as strong as his master said. Now, having obtained the inheritance and broken through, he's become even more formidable, unstoppable. Even if I hadn't been poisoned and didn't need that ultimate move, I still wouldn't stand a chance against him. Jixin began to stagger back, sweet-talking and coaxing. All right, I surrender. You win. I truly didn't expect you to be this powerful. For the sake of our uncle-nephew relationship, come back to my side. In return, I'll release your mother so you two can reunite. How about it? Ye Bao refused to listen, charging forward with his sword, shouting, The old me might have believed you, but the current me won't be fooled by your sweet words. My only goal is to kill you. Suddenly, roots emerged from the ground, coiling around Ye Bao, startling him. He turned his head to look, questioning, This is? He laughed triumphantly. Congratulations on guessing correctly, but it's too late. I never intended to give up this body anyway. It's the culmination of my efforts. Then, Jixin unleashed a series of ropes that tightly bound Ye Bao. But now it seems that not giving up means I can't win against you. He struggled and cried out, What exactly do you want to do? He absorbed Ye Bao's energy, continuing, Feeling despair, aren't you? Because you are immediately about to be. His eyes turned scarlet. A sentence filled with murderous intent resounded. All of you die here. Blood also returned to zero. The tree then grew madly. One person exclaimed in shock. He's surrendering his life, Ye Bao refuted. No, he's merging Master's body with the ancient tree, and then using the energy of the shrine to animate the ancient tree. But doing so, the ultimate goal is... Sharp branches suddenly protruded from the ground, bewildering everyone. The branches that grew were sharp as swords, and he points the sword forward, outlining the plan. Everyone, run towards the exit. I'll cover the rear. They rushed up, blocking the doorway. They were all in a frenzy. Not good. The exit is blocked by branches. Is this his goal? To swallow us in this shrinking space, then stab us to death. Damn it, our attributes are weakened and haven't recovered yet. We can't break these branches blocking the door. Ye Bao raised his sword, urging, No, these branches are absorbing the shrine's energy. We can't completely cut them down. Quickly think of another way. Wang Chuan racked his brain, devising a plan. To stop its growth, we have to sever the connection between the ancient tree's main branch and the shrine. But now we're cornered. We can't pinpoint the exact location of the main branch, he blurted out urgently. But it needs 10 seconds of time and energy. The current situation is fundamentally impossible. The location of the main branch is not difficult. As long as I use the ultimate profound meaning that Master taught me, I can bypass the space and carry out the cut. Ye Hao interjected. You have a trump card. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll buy you these 10 seconds. He pulled out several props flashing blue electric sparks and placed them on the ground, then ordered. Although all my own attributes are weakened, my props will not be affected. Using these Thunder Shield Guardians is enough to buy these 10 seconds, everyone. Come closer to me. Wan Hao marveled. You're something, Ye Hao, but the levels of these protective shields are not considered too high. Can they really withstand it? At this time, Ye Hao was using a X5 boosted Guardian Shield. He quickly replied, according to my calculations, it should be just enough to withstand 10 seconds. One person shouted, What? Just enough? The countdown has stopped at 8, 7. The shield energy has been by 4 feet D when a huge branch slammed into it. They shouted, We are actually betting our lives on a Zerg kid. This is really crazy, Zerg kid. You absolutely mustn't let us down. Shield energy only had 2 left. The countdown has stopped at 3, 2, 1. Shield energy also returns to 0. The crowd looked at Ye Hao encouragingly. The shield is gone, Zerg kid, hurry. He raised his sword with Ji Shin's will, shouting, The ultimate profound meaning of Sword Saint Ji Shin. Ye Hao frantically unleashed beautiful slashes forward. Ultimate profound meaning. Eternal silence. One person who saw the space crack marveled. This sword technique not only cuts down the ancient tree, but also directly shatters the space. Too awesome, he replied sternly. This is the ultimate killing move that Master cultivated to the extreme, and it's also the first time I've used it. Luckily it was perfectly executed, not disgracing the name of Sword Saint Ji Shin. Suddenly, Ye Hao punched Ye Hao on the head several times, scolding, You used all our lives to practice. If you failed, we won't spare you even as ghosts. He clutched the bump on his head, crying out in pain, Didn't I not fail? Ouch. Suddenly, Jishin's figure appeared in the sky amidst mystical energies, causing Wan Hao to point and call out, Everyone, look! Ye Hao happily shouted, Master's body is back. Ye Hao supported Jishin's body, whispering painfully, I didn't expect to be able to perfectly retrieve your remains without damage. Master, please rest. In an instant his body was enveloped in a cocoon. He suggested, Ye Hao, after this is over, I want to bury Master where he first transmigrated to. Ye Hao immediately agreed. Okay, I'll go with you then. Wang Chuan stepped forward to comfort. I didn't expect that you could evolve into such a powerful form in such a short time. Judging from the aspect of biological structure, you may be indeed more outstanding than human beings, and you don't need to be too sad. Because the inheritance that Master learned in this life is very good. Your strength does not dishonor the name of Sword Saint. Ye Hao replied softly, Thank you. He also had to be surprised by his actions. He did not expect that Wang Chuan could still take the initiative to comfort others. It seems that Ye Hao is quite recognized. Wang Chuan turned and continued. Next, we can continue to work together. I'll also help you get revenge, but the price is that after it's done, you have to have a match with me. Ye Hao pondered, then agreed. To be able to fight a master like you is my honor. Ye Hao sighed and grumbled inwardly. This Jia Wangchuan is really a martial arts fanatic. His head is full of duels. Yunfei came from somewhere, poking her head out and asking, Where did you find this treasure again? So cool. He smiled wryly. Jia Bao isn't a little pet like Xiaolong. Suddenly he knelt down in front of her, kissed Yunfei's small hand, and solemnly said, Beautiful miss. Are you Ye Chen's younger sister? I am Jia Bao. The prince of the Zerg clan, who was framed and imprisoned in the dungeon, was able to see the light of day again thanks to Ye Hao's help. Please, guide me. Seeing this, he punched him a few times in a fit of anger, scolding, You little brat, you have guts. Who allowed you to kiss my sister? Jia Bao hugged the bumps on his head, crying and apologizing. Suddenly, the screen showed the image and voice of Ji Mo Gong Squad. Do you hear me? There is no emergency. Wang Chuan wondered, What's wrong, Ji? What happened? He hastily reminded them. Just now, Wang Zheng Shuilu rushed into the temple with murderous intent. I don't know why, but she looks very angry, and we couldn't stop her. You have to be careful. This news struck Ye Hao like a bolt from the blue. He gaped in shock and worried in his heart. Isn't she here to get revenge? And she's back faster than I expected. Although my strength now doesn't fear her, but an angry, strong woman is harder to deal with than a boss. What should I do? Let's get out of here first. But before that, he pointed to the rainbow-colored energy and said, Captain Ji, let's quickly grab the loot and leave, otherwise if that woman comes, I'm afraid we can't avoid a fierce battle. He glanced back at Kui Xin. The boss was defeated by Jia Bao. The loot belongs to you. I only need the fragment of the black stone. Ye Hao happily gave a thumbs up. Captain Ji is generous, he secretly judged. The fragment of the black stone that I encountered in the Mengyan Sea before also dropped a piece. Could this be the real purpose of Ji Wangchuan and his group's trip? Soon after, the system's notification sounded. Congratulations, host, for killing the boss, gaining 5 million experience points. The experience points will be divided equally among each member of the team, obtaining 5 million gold coins and 50 epic-grade magic crystals. The first treasure is the Absolute Sword, Liu Guang, a melee weapon. The famous sword that followed Sword Saint Jixin throughout his life. Jixin left it unused after he was infected by the aliens. But just touching the hilt of the sword can make you feel an extremely sharp sword intent. It is rumored that it can even cut through light. The instant kill characteristic has a certain probability of instantly killing the enemy, but it has no effect when fighting PvP and bosses, in exchange for doubling physical damage. Next is the Black Light Magic Guidance Stone, a demon-subduing tool. Before the battle, use it to grind cold weapons, and it will immediately form a demon-subduing effect, randomly creating a high-level negative effect at will in paralysis, silence, bleeding, and defense breaking against the enemy. There is also the Jixin Sword Manual from Beginner to Mastery, a sword skill book. After use, you will learn the unique skills of Sword Saint Jixin, and the extent to which you can learn depends on your own comprehension. After that is the Deficient Black Stone, a mysterious old stone, with some strange symbols seemingly drawn on it. The last treasure, the old and rusty key. The key is for unlocking, but where is the lock? After receiving it, Ye Hao threw the stone to Wang Chuan, saying, "Here, is this the stone you wanted?" He caught it and instructed, "Yes, I saw in the loot that there's a sword manual of the Sword Saint. You can study it a little bit. Later, when your swordsmanship advances, we can spar." The smile on Ye Hao's face immediately disappeared. "Forget it then. I don't want to be entangled by a martial artist like you." He turned around, urging, "Everyone, let's quickly set off to the location of the final boss. Although our weakened state has been lifted, we still have a death countdown on us. So we have to speed up the progress." In his heart, he thought, "Although my current Dark Flame form can fight opponents above my level up to level 160, Zhuai Lu definitely has some trump cards that she hasn't revealed yet. Confronting her will definitely not be beneficial." Just as he was stepping forward, two sharp objects shot towards him from somewhere. Immediately, Jia Bao and Wang Chuan rushed up to block these dangerous attacks. He shouted loudly, "Who dares to sneak attack Ye Hao? Speak of Cao Cao." And Cao Cao arrives. Shu Lu summoned her ice bones, her killing intent boiling. "I finally found you, Ye Hao." He stood in front of her, protecting her, and said, "You finally made a move. However, it's too late to snatch the boss now." Zhuai Lu exploded with killing intent and roared, "Boss, I'm not interested in this boss and dungeon. I only have one goal. I said it before, right? Those who dare to deceive me will only have one ending." Ye Hao squinted, smiled wryly, and greeted her amiably. "This beautiful lady, please calm down. Although I did deceive you, it was truly out of kindness. Strictly speaking, you should thank me. If it wasn't for my kindness in tricking you into going back, you might have been held responsible and punished by your Huangjing Corporation. After all, you left your position first, wouldn't you say?" Zhu Lu directly launched her ice sword forward, sentenced, "Stop blabbering with me. I will never forgive anyone who dares to deceive me. You must die today." Wang Chuan quickly grabbed the hilt of his sword. He raised his sword high, slashing at the roaring storm. "Challenge! Ye Hao is now a member of our Mogong squad. Do you think you can just touch him as you wish? If you want to kill him, pass through me first." Jia Bao agreed. "That's right. I will never let you touch a single hair on Ye Hao." Wan Hao also shouted fiercely. "Since the leader has already made his attitude clear, how can we stand by and watch? Let's go, brothers," Li Jing volunteered. "This female benefactor is really unreasonable. Let me try to convert her." Dan Lu spoke up from behind. "As a woman, being arrogant rather than cold makes people hate you more. Be careful you won't be able to marry this lifetime." Lei Ya put her hands on her hips and reminded him, "Ye Hao, you should thank the captain. Although I'm too lazy to care about your life or death, since the captain has already spoken, I can only do my part." Shu Lu burst into laughter, gripping her sword, ready to fight. "Fine, if you all want to stick up for him, then I'll kill all of you." Suddenly, Ye Hao teleported in front of her, gently touching Shui Lu's hand to stop her. "Wait, goddess, this is just a feud between us, no need to involve others." Seeing this, she had to pause, secretly admiring. "Too fast. I almost couldn't see him clearly, Ye Hao explained. Moreover, we don't really have any deep-seated hatred. I admit that I lured the boss to Huang Zhang's base, but you lured the boss out to deal with Han Mo's base. My luring the boss to your Huang Zhang's base was a very normal tactical operation. After all, the two of us are at odds. Shui Lu brushed it off. Don't use that ridiculous logic to twist the concept. These are fundamentally two different things. He held his face with one hand and his chest with the other, feigning guilt, acting deeply. No, it's all the same thing, and I was forced into it too. Originally, I didn't want to get involved in the struggle for benefits between the two major corporations. But because of a small matter, Huang Zhang Corporation's reward list listed me as the second target. They sent people after me many times. I couldn't just let them kill me, right? So it's only reasonable to retaliate a little, right? She was also surprised by this information. I didn't expect you to have these problems with Huang Zhang Corporation. But I suspect you're lying, because I've never known that there's a reward list in the corporation. Ye Hao's face darkened. He grinned, suddenly realizing. It seems the reward list isn't public to Shui Lu, so that means, after thinking about it, he asked loudly, "What? You're the top combat power of Huang Zhang, yet you don't know about that reward list? It's a private list that's only announced to mercenaries and bounty hunters." Ye Hao put on an innocent face, clapping his hands together and continuing. "That's right, the person at the top of the list ahead of me even shares your last name. It's Zhu He. Isn't that a coincidence?" Hearing this name, Shu Lu was stunned. He rubbed his mouth with a sly smile. "I knew you guys were related." Ye Hao pretended that nothing had happened and revealed more. "Speaking of that Zhu He, she even went to the same school as me. Before that, when the monsters attacked the city, we even had the chance to meet once. I don't know how she got listed as the #1 target by Huang Zhang," Shu Lu eagerly asked. "Then do you know where she is now?" He replied blankly. "I don't know, we haven't seen each other since then. However, why are you asking about this? Could it be that you know each other?" She denied. "It's nothing, just asking casually." Okay, but Shui Lu still pointed her sword at Ye Hao, reminding, "The matter between me and you has nothing to do with Huang Zhang. Don't say irrelevant things to avoid the topic," he suddenly proposed. "If you attack now, it will only give the Zerg a chance for us to suffer mutual losses. Why don't we work together to take down the final boss first, and then settle our personal grudges outside? How about that?" Ye Hao frowned, secretly affirming. "The one avoiding the topic is you. The two of you must be related." She still insists on her own way. "No way, someone as cunning as you. Giving you a chance, I'm afraid you will disappear without a trace, so I have to settle you here." Wan Hao clenched his fist, about to rush up. "I really can't listen anymore. She relies on her high level and acts like no one. If I don't give her 2 punches, she won't know what it means to be sensible." Wang Chuang quickly raised his hand to stop him. "Don't mess around, haven't you noticed? Ye Hao's aura is different from before." He frowned and continued, "Even facing level 140 is more than enough." Wan Hao behind him still worriedly said, "That kid has gotten stronger again? What? Even though he increased 3 levels in one go before, it shouldn't be to the point where he's not even afraid of level 140, right?" Ye Hao at this time put his hands in his pockets, deliberately stalling for time. "So what do you want in the end? I feel that whatever you want to do should be done as soon as possible. After all, staying here any longer will be more dangerous." Shui Lu made her request. "Very simple. I want you to take 3 swords from me. You can dodge, or you can defend. After 3 swords, whether you live or die, our grudges will be cleared." Ye Hao grinned, accepting immediately. 3 swords to clear grudges. Okay, no problem. Yunfei stopped him from behind. "No, bro, that girl is level 140. It's too dangerous. Let me help you." Ye Hao immediately reassured. "Don't worry, trust me, you guys move away a little. Absolutely, don't get accidentally injured." He put one hand behind his back and urged with the other. "Come on. Please show me your skills." Zhu Lu floated in the air, focusing on controlling her giant sword. Challenging, yet so calm. "Then I'll first use 80% of my strength to test whether you really have the ability, or are just pretending." Immediately, that sword pierced through Ye Hao's shield. His whole body burst out with a purplish energy, thinking, "A pure defense talisman really can't block everything, can't underestimate her strength." Ye Hao, with a blazing aura, slashed forward powerfully, shattering the sword into pieces. Shui Lu was so shocked that she couldn't speak. 80% of my strength only knocked off 20% of his health. It seems I've underestimated Ye Hao. If that's the case, I don't need to hold back my strength anymore. He carried his sword on his shoulder, confidently inviting, I have learned the first sword, please continue. Suddenly, Ye Hao paused. Her eyes widened as she stared ahead. She swiftly unleashed her ultimate move, Magic Star Summoning, adopting the close combat form of the Ice Snow Goddess, creating a giant ice goddess high above. He retreated, yelling, "Don't tell me we're going for the ultimate move, just because we can't agree on something," Wan Hao commented. She really wants to kill Ye Hao. Only you, boss, can stop this crazy woman right now. We'd just be walking to our deaths, Wang Chuan replied. I'm not even sure I can stop her. The main thing is, I'm more curious about how Ye Hao will deal with this. He was so flustered that he was sweating profusely, glancing over to ask, Seriously? The captain nodded firmly. To confidently face a transcendent-level opponent, I believe he must have his own way of dealing with it. Let's just wait and see, he thought to himself. On the surface, it looks like a 3-level boost, but it's definitely not that simple. What secrets does this kid still have? Yunfei urgently grabbed Jia Bao's hand and pleaded, Jia Bao, please help my brother. That girl is too strong. I'm afraid he will. It dejectedly refused. I'm sorry, I can't do that. This is Ye Hao's own choice. I can't ruin a man's courage and determination. Moreover, I also believe Ye Hao definitely has a way to deal with it. Meanwhile, Xue Lu controlled the goddess. Wielding her sword and charging forward with Eternal Ice Burst Strike, she provoked, Show me if you have the guts to take another strike. He immediately summoned Flame Demon Overlord, Half-Body Colossus. Feeling pleased with himself, Scarlet Flame Emperor has unlocked the Dark Attribute. The power of the Flame Demon Overlord has also greatly increased. Now let's see what level the Flame Demon Half-Body's power has reached. As you wish, I'll take your strike. The two original spirits directly clashed in mid-air, the sound of swords colliding ringing out piercingly. The group of Wang Chuan, standing within a deep purple barrier, felt anxious watching this scene. Calm down, old Jia. This scale of battle is beyond our defensive capabilities. It's fine if you two are flirting, but don't drag us into it. Ye Hao exuded a sky-high killing intent, calculating every detail. 1 strike to reduce 60% of my health? It is a bit of a stretch to forcibly block a strike. This woman truly lives up to being the strongest fighter of Huangzhang. What's even more terrifying is that she doesn't look like she's using all her strength yet. She will definitely go all out with the next strike. I have to seize the opportunity to activate the Dark Shadow Monarch to save my life. His eyebrows furrowed as he said, Come on, seize the time. I won't recover anymore. I'll just use this 20% health to take your last strike. If you want to vent your anger, I'll let you vent it all. Yunfei cried out in alarm. Brother, what are you saying? If you continue like this, you'll be in danger, Luo Feng added. That's right, boss. Although I believe you definitely have an ultimate move to deal with this, not healing is going too far, Dan Lu stated. Is Ye Hao crazy? Anyone with good eyes can see that Xue Lu still has a stronger ultimate move she hasn't used. With his current health, he definitely can't withstand it. Lei Ye smirked. Showing off even at this critical moment of life and death. This kid is either really stupid, or he's hiding in a trump card that can turn the tables. Either way, there's a good show to watch. Suddenly, Xue Lu sheathed her sword and said with a lift of her chin, Let's stop here for today. Ye Hao was surprised and asked, Why are you suddenly not fighting anymore? No need to be gentle. I can still take it. She put her hands on her hips and explained, Although I was indeed a bit careless with my first strike, I used a sure kill technique with the second strike, Tullish. The fact that you could take it shows that you have strength comparable to mine. I'm angry because I hate being deceived by weaklings who are good at trickery, but if you rely on strength to play tricks like you did, I won't mind it. Xue Lu moved closer to Ye Hao and whispered, Moreover, looking at your composed attitude, I'm afraid you still have some hidden killer move you haven't used, right? He replied meaningfully, We're the same in that regard. Ye Hao had his own thoughts. Of course, it's best if I don't have to use it. Life is hard, making money isn't easy. Thank you, Miss Shulu, for saving me a lot of money. Then she turned to leave, saying, The matter between us is cleared. What you guys want to do next has nothing to do with me. Wait? He raised his hand and called out. Ye Hao gladly expressed, Although she has given up the rights, but I have always say one is one. I can ask for the one sword that I owe her anytime. There was intent to use her inside. Although this woman has a somewhat fiery temper, she's still considered quite principled. Plus, her relationship with Huangzhang is both close and distant. It would be a waste not to establish some connection with her. Shulu smiled and immediately agreed. I didn't expect someone as glib-tongued as you to be quite principled. If you're that sincere, then I'll remember this agreement. Goodbye. Just as she was about to leave, a tremor rose from the ground. They cried out in panic. What's going on? Another earthquake. It seems that the temple's body's becoming more and more impatient now. Oh no, Diem turned her head to look at the exit being rolled up and sighed. The exit of this space just suddenly closed. It looks so terrible. Luo Feng also glanced over and asked, It looks like a scab formed after being injured. The structure above is still squirming. How are we going to get out this time? Dan Lu pointed in one direction and called out, Another unclear new path has opened up over there. It looks very suspicious, Lei Ya compared. It really looks like we are being hoisted by our own petard. What is waiting for us in here? Ye Hao turned to ask Jia Bao. Jia Bao, what's with this new path? Where does it lead? It judged. It's very likely that Father has changed the path structure of the temple, because this temple was originally built within the body of an ancient sleeping insect god, and Father can use the power of the royal authority to order and control the ancient insect god. Wan Hao shouted anxiously. If the final boss has this ability, then aren't we fish in a barrel? He can play us to death by arbitrarily arranging maze paths. Wang Chuan calmly pointed out the key. This kind of ability must have some kind of limitation. Otherwise, he should have done it long ago. But we can't rule out the possibility that he looked down on us before, and is only now becoming serious. He put his hands in his pockets and walked casually, replying, No matter what traps are ahead, we have to step inside to find the truth. Jia Bao followed behind in agreement. That's right, my sensory ability is second to none. With me here, there's no need to fear any traps. Trisk, a foot of the insect clan, stepped up, saying, You don't need to be afraid. Two people who came were Hai Wei, the vice captain of the Golden Armor Imperial Guard, and in front of him was Ah Tai Er, the captain of the Golden Armor Imperial Guard. Affirming the front is the straight path to the throne of the temple. There are no traps. Wang Chuan grasped the hilt of his sword in doubt. Do you think I will believe your lies? Wan Hao agreed. What's the point of talking nonsense with them? It's not easy to weak and disappear by a accident. I have to fight a battle as a warm-up for the battle with the final boss. Suddenly, the two of them respectfully knelt before Jia Bao. Hai Wei insisted. We are not lying, and we have no intention of fighting with you. We are acting on the orders of the Lord to welcome His Highness the Prince and those accompanying him to the throne of the temple. Standing before the two, Ye Hao was skeptical. Uncle has always been full of tricks. I can't trust your words at all. Ye Hao turned to Wei Si behind him and asked, Are these two Zerg lying? It quickly replied, All gene-type creatures have corresponding spectrums, and their spectrums show no signs of deception. He narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself. The final boss suddenly showing goodwill is strange. But I need to figure out its goal. I'll only know if I go. Ye Hao urged. Anyway, the ultimate goal is to reach the throne in the temple. Isn't it better to have someone lead the way? Let's go, Jia Bao. The final showdown is next. Jia Bao immediately agreed. Okay, Xue Lu was also curious. It wouldn't be hard to force my way out of the temple, but this guy always acts like he has everything under control. I'm actually curious how he'll deal with the final boss. Following along for the show might be fun. Soon after, in the depths of the Lost Temple's throne hall, a figure sitting on the throne spoke. Everyone, we've arrived. Welcome. Oswan stood up and introduced himself. Human heroes. I am Oswan Vanan Ma, the Zerg overlord you fought just now. After that battle, you are qualified to reach my throne hall. Ling Jing exclaimed in surprise. Unlike what I imagined, I thought the final boss would be some huge, powerful character, but he looks so weak. Wan Hao interjected. Moreover, I can't sense any killing intent from him, only monotony and exhaustion, Wang Chuan reminded. Don't be fooled by appearances. Be ready to fight at any time. Ye Hao turned to Jia Bao, puzzled. The feeling your uncle gives off is completely different from what I imagined, and that long name sounds like a cool, royal name. Your name is only 2 characters. Are you really family? Jia Bao explained. That's because my master thought my name was too long and hard to pronounce, so he gave me the alias, Jia Bao, which I've been using ever since. Jia Bao, holding his sword, stepped forward with a determined look. Thank you all for coming this far with me. Jia Bao initiated the conversation. Next, I'll end our family's feud myself, right, Uncle? Os1, standing above, judged. Long time no see, Osnap. Not only did you survive and return, but you even dared to confront me alone. If you had this courage and decisiveness from the start, you might have been able to stop me from seizing power. Meanwhile, Hai Wei and Atai blocked the way. Ye Hao didn't say much, stomping his foot and charging forward. He swung his sword, knocking the two aside, and went straight for Oz 1. The tone was full of killing intent. "That's why I'm making up for my initial mistake. As long as I defeat you now, it's not too late," Hai Wei had to exclaim. Too fast. Ye Hao's uncle stood there calmly, praising, "You've truly grown a lot." However, the moment his sword touched down, it rang out with a clang. He couldn't penetrate the barrier. Ye Hao was puzzled. "Is this the same thing Ye Hao used earlier?" Wan Hao questioned. "An energy shield used by the final boss of a race, yet it uses human technology," Ye Hao analyzed. "The energy of our shields is Ma Qing, but the energy of this shield comes from the hearts of the Zerg underground. Does this OS1 even understand engineering? It's too unbelievable." OS1 quickly responded, "Your surprise is nothing more than the result of your arrogance, because things like technology don't belong only to you humans. As long as you're willing to spend time studying and accumulating, any race can master advanced technology, and our race has long lifespans, making us even more suitable for researching and accumulating science and technology." OS1 stood within the shield, his tone full of hatred. "My elder brother, who is also your father, held on to these outdated ideas, trying every means to suppress my progressive ideals, severely hindering the future development of the Zerg, so I had to kill him." Ye Hao furiously slashed, roaring, "Nonsense! You were simply eyeing the throne, wanting to rule the world. Have you even looked at what you've done since you seized the throne? Seizing the energy of the alien race's holy city, using that evil energy to create an army to conquer and kill everywhere, plunging the entire world into chaos and devastation, and you dare say it's for the future of the race?" One turned around, raising his arm to signal the two people behind him who were about to attack to stop, and coldly uttered two words, "Of course." He put his hands behind his back, expressing his feelings. "My ideals are different from your foolish and backward father's hypocritical ideals of peace. In the future of the Zerg that I envision, there is no room for the weak and useless to survive, so they must all die. I have no interest in the throne. Seizing the throne was merely to facilitate my plan." One sat down on his throne, uttering a fanciful dream. "As for conquering the world? Perhaps, but what I want to conquer is not this narrow world." Ye Hao was shocked, vaguely understanding. Could it be that he's like Wei, breaking free from the constraints of the instance's thinking, awakening to a higher consciousness? Ye Hao still didn't stop, continuously swinging his sword at the shield, roaring madly, "Things have come to this. Why are you still spouting these lies to deceive me? I don't want to hear your nonsense. Come out here, let's fight one-on-one, a life-or-death battle." OS1 said calmly, "It seems you really don't know anything." He narrowed his eyes, continuing, "It doesn't matter. We have plenty of time. Let me tell you a story. A truth that even your father never told you. Long ago, one and his royal siblings appeared before the public together. A long time later, there was a young Zerg. Although he was a member of the royal family, he did not inherit the royal family's superior bloodline. He was weak, unable to compare to his strong elder brothers. But he didn't care about these things. Compared to power and fame, he preferred researching strange and rare things. The scene changed to the high cliff where he explored. Therefore, he often traveled through mountains and rivers, going to places with few Zerg footprints, conducting various dangerous studies and experiments. Gradually, he realized the narrowness of this world, how small and unreal it was. He reached out and touched the protective layer above, muttering, "Can't go up anymore. The sky seems to be blocked by some invisible force, forming a barrier." What exactly is this? One sat alone in his room, intently researching. Therefore, he researched alone for many years, but ultimately couldn't figure out the underlying cause, until the scene changed to when it matured, and was secretly observing from the outside. Until that day, a human swordsman suddenly appeared in this world. The young Zong clan member believed its speculation even more from the person's words. The world it was in was only a very small space, and outside there was also the human world, which was an extremely vast land. Compared to humans, our Zong clan is much stronger in terms of both life and body. Why should we confine ourselves in this narrow space? It sought out its older brother, and offered advice but was rejected. Therefore, the young Zong clan member tried to persuade its king brother to activate the heart of the Zong clan. using that enormous energy to research how to break the space barrier and conquer the vast world outside. But it was rejected by its king brother mercilessly time after time. One couldn't stand being rejected and angrily shouted, "Why do you want to stop me? You heard that humans' words too. There's a wider world outside. Our great clan shouldn't be imprisoned in this small world." The older brother quickly explained, "Listen, my foolish younger brother. The continuation of life has never required invasion and expansion. War only brings disaster and fear, and this will eventually backfire on our entire Zong clan." Finally, it went to the historical remains to research on its own. After many difficulties, the young Zong clan member could only constantly search the historical records of the Zong clan. Finally, it discovered a secret history. The generations of royal Zong clan members have been protecting a divine artifact. And this divine artifact is closely related to that mysterious space barrier. Ye Hao became even more upset knowing this and questioned it. "So, in order to obtain that divine artifact, you controlled the master to take my father's life and imprison my mother. You've said so much. Isn't it just to find yourself a reason to absolve yourself of guilt in the end?" Osan's deep, hoarse voice rang out softly, filled with coldness. "Absolve myself of guilt? Perhaps." It stated decisively, in an extremely firm tone, as if it had been preparing for this for a long time. "The Zong clan, under your father's leadership, has lost its fighting spirit and vitality, becoming weak and cowardly. If it continues like this, the entire Zong clan will be destroyed. For the continuation of the clan, I am willing to bear any crime." Luo Feng, listening to the argument from before, couldn't help but be surprised. Hey, the amount of information in this scenario is a bit too much. Could it be that the larger the instance, the more complex the story background will be? Chi Ke, standing next to him, lightly added a few words. He and Ah Wei think they are the same kind of people, both wanting to resist the bondage of fate, but their methods are too brutal. Diane also agreed with that idea, not forgetting to add, "I feel that many things can no longer be explained by the original settings, and the development itself is probably like that." Genfei drew a truth that was already deep in the cruel society. When you stare into the abyss is also staring at you. We humans give them the opportunity to counterattack us. Ye Hao, with his eyes full of seriousness, was carefully considering the situation. Invasion and being invaded have mutual effects. Instead of saying you are imprisoned, you might as well say you are protected, or rather, protected by that divine artifact. There are also quite a few Zong clans in our world, but most are very scattered, not forming large-scale numbers and groups like demon beasts. However, if a royal clan like Oswan were to invade, it might be possible to unite those originally scattered Zong clans, forming a terrifying force. Ye Hao grabbed the great sword and decisively charged forward. "Enough! Don't use your so-called righteousness to confuse people. There isn't only one path for the Zong clan's continuation, and I will eliminate you first, and then find the most suitable path." A powerful move, breaking blade cross/slash, rush towards Osane. "You've really changed. If it were you from before, after knowing the truth, you might have stood on my side. I originally intended to persuade you first and then ask you to persuade your mother to hand over the divine artifact, but now its whole body is blurred like a data code. It's no longer necessary." Someone witnessing this couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "That's actually a 3D projection." A large gate opened behind it along with the sound of wind. "Even if I can't obtain the divine artifact, I can use the technology that you humans brought to pass through the space barrier. It's just that your teleportation door is too small. Once I successfully research it, I can lead the entire Zong clan through to your world." One looked towards the Wang Chuan group and said mockingly, "Human powerhouses, I can see your desire for power. I believe you also experienced it during the fight between you and Jie Jin, how strong he was after undergoing the Zong clan's modification. Don't you want to have this kind of supreme power?" Only to see him furrow his brow and order in a deep voice. Continuing, "It completely took the initiative and Yongrong offered attractive conditions. Just imagine putting your already strong strength into a perfect new life form and then strengthening it with science and technology. How strong would you become? You can extend your short lifespan of a few decades to hundreds of years, aren't you tempted?" He, who was standing behind them, silently assessed, seeing the silence. This Osan really knows how to capture people's hearts. What he is offering is indeed a fatal temptation for many people. I wonder if the members of the Mogong squad can restrain themselves. especially Jia Wangchuan. After a moment, he finally spoke, probing. The proposal is very interesting. So what's the price? Wan confidently explained his requirements in detail. My requirements aren't many. As long as you help me get to the human world and help me fight, I can help you modify your bodies. Moreover, I promise that this time I will absolutely not control your bodies like with Jijin. I swear on my soul and the future of the clan. Shu Yili played with a strand of hair by her ear, smiling as she commented. Hundreds of years of maintaining youth, it sounds very tempting. But just thinking about having to turn into the appearance of the Zhong clan makes me nauseous. I reject this proposal. Wan Hao couldn't hold back any longer and immediately spoke to stop her. Hey, Lao Jiai, what do you want to do? You wouldn't. But an excited voice rang out when she saw Wang Chuan step forward. Oh, it seems this one has already made a decision. Ye Hao immediately drew his sword, entering a battle-ready stance. Is the thing I'm most worried about to happen? Does a sword fanatic like Jia Wangchuan also want to be like Jixin, accepting modification in order to become stronger? I have to stop him. I can't let him step onto a path of no return like Senior An Cheng. But the entire space was suddenly occupied by several dazzling sword rays. You. Then he sheathed his sword, proclaiming with a carefree demeanor, not even daring to reveal your true body. A coward. Only knowing how to boast with words. Do you think I would believe your words? Furthermore, Wang Chuan pointed his sword at Oswan, strongly affirming, not being able to rely on my own strength to become stronger, I'm not interested. A stiff smile appeared on his face. Alright, I admit I overthought it, but this sentence of yours is very cool. I rely on my own strength to activate hacks. There's probably nothing wrong with that, right? He then stood up, his voice laced with anger. I've given you the best opportunity, and since you've refused, then go to hell. He raised his head, his posture majestic and full of confidence, retorting, at this point, what fighting force do you still have to use? Your subordinates have all been sold off by us. His dry laughter echoed in the space. Being looked down upon by humans feels really bad. I, of course, still have fighting force to use. A race suddenly descended from the sky before Asane. It was Zenimus, the one he summoned, and also the boss of the dungeon, the mother. Jiabao didn't think much and immediately knelt down to pay his respects. Great, I finally met you, mother. A gentle smile appeared on Zamis's beautiful face. Oh, my dear child, I didn't expect mother and son to have a reunion day. I'm really so happy. Suddenly, she flung out a pile of extremely poisonous vines, attacking straight towards her son, Moth. Mother, what's wrong with you? Why are you attacking me? Only to see her let out a painful sound as she warned, everyone, retreat. My body is no longer obeying my control. He couldn't believe what was happening, and exclaimed in dismay, Mother, I'll save you. Wang Chuan stood in front of him and warned, get out of the way. If you can't bring yourself to act ruthlessly, then don't come and obstruct. Ye Hao stepped forward from behind, trying to explain to Jiabao. Calm down. Don't act rashly. Your mother's current state clearly shows that she's being controlled by your uncle. Let's think of a way to remove the control first. He immediately agreed, but couldn't contribute any good ideas. You're right, but what should we do? Now my uncle's true form doesn't know where it's hiding. Ye Hao lightly glanced around, carefully considering. Your mother's situation and Jian Sheng's seem to be different. Her consciousness is still awake, only her body is being controlled. Do you know the reason? He quickly replied, not daring to deceive anything. It may be because of mother's remaining clone. Jia Bao gently explained in detail the problem occurring on Zemis's body. Mother is not only the queen of the Zerg race, but also the great priest of our Zerg race's temple. Every great priest holds ancient natural magic, and the resistance to all kinds of magic and toxins is very high, so my uncle probably hasn't completely controlled my mother yet. Ye Hao's hand reached his chin, gently rubbing it a few times, focusing on observing. Sounds like your mother is very powerful. He turned his eyes towards the battle, strongly affirming, yes, my mother is very strong, stronger than my father in terms of strength. If not for being plotted against by my uncle, mother wouldn't lose in a direct fight. Seeing the scene of him being tightly entangled by vines, Ye Hao couldn't help but feel sorry. Hearing your description, isn't Jia Wangchuan in trouble then? We can't let him block in front alone. You must also prepare for the worst. His brow furrowed tightly, trying to find a way to escape the difficult situation. The summons are never destroyed. The quantity and quality are very high. This Zerg woman is very strong, and she seems to have grasped the central secret of that thing, so I still can't exert all my strength to take her life, but continuing to consume like This is not the way. What to do? A series of whirlwinds accompanied by lightning rushed over, causing her to warn. Get out of the way, warrior, you can't withstand this magic, take my son and run. However, Wang Chuan tightly grasped the sword and raised it high. Am I being looked down upon? It seems I have to exert all my strength too. But at this moment, Jia Bao rushed over with his great Qing sword. Please stop. He gently landed on the ground, his tone a little melancholy. Thank you everyone for bringing me here. Next, please let me finish this last road myself. Even if it's the worst result, I've already prepared myself to accept it. He looked at him and carefully instructed, hopefully that's the case, because now there's only this last road left. Have you really finished preparing yourself mentally? Jia Bao gently stroked the horn on his head and replied, I'm doing it. Seeing her son continue to approach, Semis panicked a little. Why aren't you running away, my foolish child? Even if the royal family collapses, the world is destroyed. As long as you are still alive in this world, I will be satisfied. Run. His low voice gently rang out amidst the reminders. I once promised teacher and Ye Hao. Jia Bao took off, rushing straight towards his mother and shouting, It is because of my evasion and weakness that today's situation was formed, so I will never run away again. With hundreds of sword strikes, he frantically attacked the giant stone man. Even if only one of mother and I can live today, I will do my best to stop my uncle's conspiracy. One stood on the side, putting on a pretentious look of pity. It's really a touching reunion. On one side is the prince who returns from the brink of death to seek revenge. On the other side is the queen who lost her beloved and is imprisoned, and after reuniting, mother and son can only massacre each other. This is really too fascinating. Continue. Luo Feng's eyes burned with anger, his hand quickly reaching for the axe behind his back. Damn it, I really want to smash him with an axe, it's just that I don't have this ability. He crossed his arms, his mood a little relieved. It was I who suggested that Jia Bao seriously fight his mother, attracting the boss's attention, so I used the Eye of Truth to find his true form. A stylized eye symbol appeared, proving that Ye Hao was using a skill, but the Eye of Truth can only probe humans. Not knowing if this humanoid Zerg creature can be distinguished. Never mind. Use it first and then talk. Activate the Eye of Truth. The system's stiff voice rang in his ear. Eye of Truth has been activated. Scanning the dungeon, Jia Bao tenaciously resisted the attack, while thinking to himself, quickly find my uncle's true form, Ye Hao. There is teacher's different Zerg essences. I feel that I am stronger than before. Even mother's magic can't resist me. If I get a little more serious, mother will really go astray. At this moment, she spoke to her son again. My child, I can't feel any hesitation in your attacks. You have really grown up. If your father saw it, he would be very happy. She also sincerely explained. This is the last inheritance that teacher Ji Xin exchanged with his life. I can't let the teacher down, nor will I let you and father down. Hearing these words, the smile on his lips became even more gentle. If that's the case, then I'm relieved too. A sound wave hit, causing Jia Bao to be slightly stunned. The dazzling light caused him to squint to observe. This isn't. All around him were now lush green trees and fresh flowers in full bloom. Mother's bloodline's secret realm. Zemis's gentle voice gently affirmed. That's right. She looked at Jia Bao, the smile still never fading from her lips. This is an illusionary realm that only those of the royal family with blood ties to me can enter. So you still remember this place. He didn't deny the truth, but emphasized the memories of his childhood. Of course I remember. When I was little, I used to cling to my mother and play hide-and-seek here. It's just that I don't like coming here anymore since I grew up. But he suddenly pointed at Ye Hao, his tone full of surprise. Why are you here too? But Ye Hao himself doesn't understand why. You're asking me. Who should I ask? Wasn't I using a skill to locate your uncle's real body? Suddenly my consciousness was pulled into this place. However, Zemis quickly realized the crux of the matter. It seems that Jia Bao has signed a blood contract with you. That's why you were pulled here. Ye Hao lowered his head and looked at his left arm before answering softly. So that's it? Blood contract? So the connection between me and Jia Bao is a bit complicated. How should we calculate it? Whoever called takes their own? Even so, Jia Bao quickly brought everyone back to the main topic of the story. This is not important, mother, because Ye Hao is trustworthy. Thanks to his help, I was able to escape from the gates of Yama and see you again. Hearing this, she quickly expressed her gratitude. I can see that you have done a lot for my son. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you on behalf of the entire clan. Ye Hao very humbly refused politely. Not at all, not at all. I just did it casually. No need to be so solemn. Then the problem comes. He resolutely went straight to the unfinished issue. Queen, what are you planning to do by pulling us into this blood contract secret realm? Zemis gently raised her hand to touch Jiabao's face and said, Jiabao, since you were little, you have had a kind heart. Your father and I were unwilling to give you too many constraints and burdens, wanting you to live in your own way, but unexpectedly disaster came so suddenly, but instead made you grow up, become more resilient and reliable. Hearing this, he was indeed a little moved and replied, Mother. Zemis took out a treasure and slowly explained, This is a divine artifact that our royal family has protected for generations. I always hide it in my consciousness to avoid being found by manhwa. Now I can finally rest assured and entrust it to you. Jiabao obeyed and received it, not forgetting to ask, Yes, Mother, I will definitely swear to protect this divine artifact, but what is its effect after all? Uncle once said that it can be used to break through the confinement of the world. Is this true? Hearing this, the other party said, That's just his own idea. The inheritance of the divine artifact is too ancient. The way to use it has long been lost. But there is a family motto passed down from generation to generation. The Zerg. We must protect it at all costs. Otherwise there will be consequences more terrible than the destruction of the world. Having said that, she went to instruct her son. Son, forgive your mother for only being able to accompany you here. I can't continue to suppress the toxins in my body anymore. After I lift the secret realm, there will be a period of time. You must take the opportunity to kill me. Hearing this, Jiabao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Mother? I? He knelt down and shouted, It's all my fault. If I could be a little stronger, all of this could have been avoided. Damn it. Zemis gently stepped forward and hugged him, comforting him. Silly boy, being able to see you grow up, I have no regrets in dying. He couldn't help but be moved by this scene. Mother, your mother stood by and spoke up at this moment. Oh, sorry to bother you for a moment. I have a plan. Maybe we can avoid this kind of sad and tragic bad ending. The two of them suddenly shouted, What? Zemis said. But the toxins manhwa planted in my body are completely impossible to eliminate. Is there really a way to avoid this outcome? Hearing this, Jiabao happily shouted, Mother, if Ye Hao says there is a way, it will definitely work. Ye Hao, quickly tell me what you plan to do. Hearing this, he confidently replied, Let my assistant explain it to everyone. Dookie C quickly flew over, enthusiastically introducing, Hi, hello to you two. Who am I? The ultimate transcendence of dimensions, the master's right-hand man. Seeing this, Zemis was a little surprised. Another one, Jiabao, was also a little surprised, and blurted out, This place has always been a private space. Only me and my mother. Unexpectedly, there is such a crowded person. Dewey C quickly explained. Please don't mind these details. Let's talk about the main thing. We don't need to forcibly detoxify the toxins at all, but let the toxins disappear naturally. This is the manufacturing blueprint of the forbidden fruit of the master-level medicine princess. Its effect is that after drinking, it immediately enters a state of suspended animation for 24 hours. After it ends, it will revive in a state of 1 HP. Ye Hao added, and I just happen to have the materials to make it. We can take advantage of this suspended animation effect to fool manhwa. As long as you kill him within 24 hours, the toxins in your mother's body will naturally disappear. This method has more time to spare than my previous hypothesis. Zemis still asked with some doubt. But manhwa also has a very high level of creation in the field of medicine. Can we really fool him? Ye Hao affirmed without hesitation. Don't worry, as long as his pharmacy hasn't reached the master level, he won't find out. But this plan also has a disadvantage. I must explain it to you. Dooley C then popularized it again. I once analyzed the conflict between the essence of alien insects and medicine, and found that its existence will reduce the effect of the medicine. If you want to completely fool manhwa, you must give it up. Jiabao hesitated a little when he said his worries. But if we lose the essence of alien insects, not only will my mother's strength be greatly reduced, even her lifespan will be greatly reduced, he gladly agreed. It's okay, I was already determined to die, now there is a chance to live. As long as I can see you rebuild the glory of the Zerg, what is the loss of the essence of alien insects? Hearing this, he suddenly spoke up, Mother. Immediately after, Ye Hao knelt down in front of the other party and requested, "Then please help him," Ye Hao confidently replied. "Don't worry, follow my plan step by step. I will definitely create a perfect ending for you two." Suddenly, he was pushed back by a force. Ye Hao quickly supported him and asked, "Ye Hao, are you okay?" He quickly regained his balance and replied, "I'm fine, but mother..." Zemis's whole body was emitting a large amount of powerful pink magic. He said urgently, "Son, run away quickly. If you continue like this, you will die." Ye Hao shouted unwillingly, "No, mother." Immediately after, Zemis flew high and shouted, "Accumulate magic power!" Ye Hao firmly picked up his weapon and said with a determined voice, "If there is really no way to save you, then at least let me send you off with my own hands." Hearing this, Zemis shed tears and shouted, "If you have such an enlightenment, then I will die without regret. Come, receive my final blow." At this time, Os1 laughed triumphantly. "How interesting! Too interesting! The drama of mother and son killing each other has finally reached its climax." Manhwa said urgently and loudly, "Hey, old master, are you really not going to stop them? This mother-son infighting is too cruel. No matter what, Ye Hao once saved our lives." However, Wang Chuan calmly said, "Quietly wait for the result. It's not as simple as it seems." He thought to himself, "I don't believe Ye Hao will let Ye Hao really fight to the death with his mother. What's his real plan?" Zhu Li meticulously observed every action, thinking to herself, "That kid secretly put something on that worm when he took it just now. Although his movements were subtle, he can't fool my eyes. His real purpose is..." Ye Hao immediately unleashed his cultivation technique, the ultimate arrogance of the Jishin sword, and then decisively struck a powerful blow. This sword strike offers no chance of survival. Zemis was immediately struck by the attack and screamed in pain. She very quickly raised her weapon again. Zemis felt constant guilt in her mind. "Sorry, mother. To deceive uncle, I must use all my strength to take out your exotic worm essence. This will definitely be very painful. Please endure it." A large ray of light flashed, and then Ye Hao personally extracted it from Zemis' body. This scene astonished Osan. He roared, seemingly unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. "You really did it! How could this be? Even your own mother..." Seeing this, Ye Hao revealed a smug look. He thought, "Very good. It seems he hasn't noticed the effect of the drug. Next, leave it to us." Ye Hao held Zemis in his arms and whispered, "Mother, I'm so sorry. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. "My son, you did it. Hold your head high. Don't regret it." This scene moved Yunfei, and she said hesitantly, "This is really too pitiful." Even Tian Tian beside her had tears in her eyes and was sobbing, "Ye Hao, if you want to cry, come cry in sister's arms." Facing this expression, Ye Hao couldn't help but think, this acting is so realistic that everyone is fooled. Suddenly, Li Xing beside him exclaimed, "Suppress your grief. Although you and I are different kinds of worms, I can perform a soul-transcending ritual for you." Hearing this, Ye Hao quickly responded, "Thank you for your kindness, but there is still an important matter to complete." Suddenly, Os1 flew straight into the air, causing him to scream in horror, "Are you satisfied now? Then get out here from me!" Os1 only responded with a mocking tone, "I didn't expect you to be so ruthless, even attacking your own mother." With Zemis dead, the plan to take the divine artifact has naturally failed. I really miscalculated. Now it seems that to break through the spatial boundary, I can only force a breakthrough. Although the teleportation gate is not yet stable enough, as long as I pay the price of the losses, I can definitely succeed. Wang Chuan stood tall and erect there with a serious face before anyone knew when. He growled, "Your subordinates have been almost completely killed by us, and the incubation chamber has also been destroyed. Even if you break through the spatial boundary, what will you have left to invade the human world?" Hearing this, Os1 furiously replied, "You don't need to worry about that, because right after that, a beam of dazzling light appeared, along with his arrogant voice. "Ah, it's the swarm!" "However," Ye Hao exclaimed blankly, "don't run, Osman!" In an instant, Os1 disappeared from the scene. The witnesses were shocked by this scene and began to discuss it. "What's going on? The temple is about to collapse. Don't be stupid anymore. This temple is originally in the belly of the ancient worm god. It seems like it's planning to surround us and digest us all. Then what should we do to escape this place?" Shuli stood there with a dignified posture, and she gravely declared, "I'm done watching the drama, and I'm bored of this place too, so I'm leaving." She was calm and composed, Immediately afterwards, a huge swirl of light emerged. It pierced through upwards before everyone's surprised eyes. Wan Hao couldn't help but exclaim, "This method of escape is too simple and crude." Suddenly, Wang Chuan said, "Dan Lu." The other party quickly replied, "Understood." At this moment, she stared intently at the book in her hand, and her voice slowly rang out. "In the name of the wind, gently soar." In a few short seconds, they were inside the light pillar without suffering. Suddenly, a surprised voice rang out, "Wind, rain, and harmony, we are flying!" That's right, this is the wind magic of our little sister Dan Lu. This feeling of flying is very refreshing, isn't it? At this moment, Wan Hao kept wondering, "But old master, are we just going to leave like this? What about the final boss?" Facing his curiosity, Wang Chuan explained slowly, "Let's leave this place temporarily and then think about it. That guy is full of tricks, and we can't find out where his real body is at the moment." These words caused Ye Hao, who was nearby, to fall into a pensive state. "My true eye was previously severed by the bloodline secret realm of Jia Bao's mother. How should I find Ozwan's real body? The current situation gives me a bad feeling." Outside the temple, a confrontation was taking place between two delegations, and Gaja's faction spoke first. "Zhao Ling, you guys finally couldn't hold back anymore and want to make a move here?" Hearing this, Ling Yuan slowly advised, "Don't worry, Grandmaster Lai Jiasi, none of us wants to make a big deal out of this. Moreover, it's not us who want to determine the winner, but the group of people inside there. We just need to wait for the result." However, Jia Ahai was still uneasy. He kept asking Chang Feng, "Have you been able to contact the Mogong and Ye Hao teams yet?" Hearing this, the other party quickly gave an answer, "No, since your previous contact, we haven't been able to reach them. They must have entered an area with complete signal blocking." On the opposite side, Ling Yuan was also constantly muttering to H, "Why hasn't Shui Lu come out yet? She said she wanted to go in and take the heads of that kid and the final boss. I only agreed to let her act alone." Comrade H hurriedly replied sincerely, "Perhaps she encountered some unexpected situation. After all, the other party has so many people." These words caused her expression to change. A thought suddenly flashed through Ling Yuan's mind. It's best if she dies in there. One thing about her that annoys me the most is that not only does she disregard the rules, but she can't even die properly. Suddenly, countless sharp tendrils sprouted from under the ground, breaking through the earth. Acting on instinct, H scooped Ling Yuan up. He kept reminding her, "Watch your step, hold on tight." His quick thinking made Jia Yi, who was airborne, contemplate for a long time. The temple is shaking and collapsing. What exactly is happening inside? Ye Hao and the others wouldn't possibly. In a few short seconds, countless sharp drills sprouted from the ground, while a powerful beam of light shot from the sky. This scene made the people present scream in terror. "Look, the temple is destroyed. Big Sis Shui Lu is out. It's the Mo Shui Gong squad and Ye Hao's group." The moment Ling Yuan saw Shui Lu, she anxiously shouted, "What are you doing, Shui Lu? Why is that brat named Ye Hao still alive? Didn't you say you'd kill him?" Hearing this, she casually replied, "What did you say? It's too noisy. I can't hear you." This indifferent attitude angered the other party. She kept yelling, "Don't play dumb with me." Seeing the tense atmosphere, H softly comforted, "Lady Ling Yuan, now is not the time to investigate this matter. We must quickly leave this central district." Meanwhile, countless other sharp drills were piercing up from the ground, terrifying Jia Yi and his subordinates. Suddenly, he yelled loudly, "Damn it, the escape route is blocked. Get out of the way, leave it to us." At this moment, Yin Hao's team appeared on the ground, and a voice cried out in surprise, "So cool, Captain Jia Wangchuan! Yin Hao, my bro! And, wait, what's up with that blue Zerg over there?" As soon as he regained his composure, Wang Chuan ordered, "Everyone, immediately leave this area." However, Jia Yi kept asking urgently, "What's the battle situation? Did you kill the final boss?" Hearing him say that, he replied casually, "Unfortunately, not yet. It would be more accurate to say that the main show is just about to begin," which shocked the other party, and he shouted, "What? Don't tell me the final boss is exceptionally strong and we can't beat it." Meanwhile, Ye Hao was chasing after the people in front. He slowly said, "The exact strength is still unclear. We haven't even officially fought it yet, but we've already deeply felt its cunning and treachery. What I'm most worried about now is, based on its previous habits, the thing this boss likes to do most is to borrow the strength of others. Now we've disrupted its original plan. It might be cornered, and do something desperate. Suddenly, the system's notification sound kept ringing. Warning! Warning! There is a high-energy reaction rapidly approaching 500 meters underground. Countdown. 3. This made him unconsciously think, this is the underground probe from before. Damn it, this flash can't really be dodged. In an instant, a huge shadow appeared before everyone's eyes. Rocks and soil also splashed everywhere, and the passage seemed to be blocked. This scene made the people present scream in fear. What is that? It crawled out of the ground. Moreover, that huge black shadow is the ancient Zerg god. This is too big. Ye Hao looked at the huge ancient Zerg god in front of him, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, look at its face, doesn't it look like ATW1? At this time, Lei Ya, who was standing next to him, was equally panicked, and he quickly replied, "Yeah, what's going on?" Only Ye Hao kept staring at the other party, and his indifferent voice sounded, "My bad feeling really came true. O201 has fused himself with the ancient Zerg god." Luo Feng was stunned when he heard this, and he blurted out unconsciously, "What?" However, Ye Hao didn't answer at this time, but looked over and cautiously asked, "Master Lai Jiasi, what is the progress of the teleporter construction?" He looked at the scene in front of him, frowned slightly, and replied with a cold voice, "Currently only 60% has been completed. Your squad's Nana is responsible for the mining area, but there are only excavators left, so the progress has not been improved." Ye Hao looked at his attribute panel, which showed that Ye Hao was level 13, lethal toxin, death countdown 3 minutes. At this time, his face was a little worried, and he thought, "This time it's troublesome." Although the previous weak state has disappeared, the death countdown of the BAP toxin is still ticking. Moreover, just looking at this boss, you can tell that it is not the type that can be defeated very quickly, so can only give up. Suddenly, a voice blurted out, startling him so much that his eyes widened. "You go first." The owner of that voice was Ye Bao, only to see him holding his sword and rushing forward. Ye Hao saw this and shouted worriedly, "Ye Bao, what are you doing?" Meanwhile, he didn't stop, just answered lightly, "I'll hold him back for you to buy time. You have helped me too much. Facing the enemy who killed my father and master, I can't run away again." While rushing up, he did not forget to return the artifact to him, his voice a little regretful. "Sorry for the artifact, Ye Hao. If I die, please become the king of this world for me, if this world still exists." Ye Hao stood there blankly with a worried face, and he kept thinking, "This is the bloodline secret realm." Immediately after, he approached and knocked Ye Bao on the head until it swelled into a big bump. Ye Hao did not forget to scold, "Do you want to show off your heroism here alone? Since you are a hero, take on your responsibilities well. Don't easily seek death. Don't forget, your mother is still waiting for you. If you die, it is 1 corpse and 2 lives." But immediately afterwards, Ye Hao turned his face away. His voice was soft but full of contempt, and said, "It's rare to encounter a 5-star matching dungeon. How can I allow it to be destroyed by the boss like this? No one should think about snatching the cooked duck from my mouth. No one should even think about it." Ye Bao responded quickly from behind, although he didn't know what he was talking about. But he had a feeling that his fighting spirit was even higher than his. Meanwhile, Wang Chuan was slashing at the monsters while ordering, "Wan Hao, you take the others and retreat backwards. It is best to stop in front of the teleporter construction point, away from the boss's attack range. Prevent the Zerg from destroying the teleporter." Wan Hao couldn't help but ask doubtfully when he heard this, "Why me? I also want to stay and fight. Just call the bald guys." Wang Chuan's face darkened, and he said coldly, "No. The final boss level has exceeded our capabilities. The human wave tactics are not effective against it. You must retreat and defend the teleporter. We will try our best to delay its steps. Take advantage of the time to build the teleporter. Wait until the teleporter is built. You go directly in. You don't need to wait for us." Wan Hao wanted to say something, but he had not finished speaking. Ye Hao came forward and frowned and interrupted, "Wan Daige, my team members are also causing trouble, with you there." I can rest assured Wan Hao was stunned, and he couldn't help but stammer, "Ye Hao, even you, okay, who told the deputy captain to handle things for the boss." But immediately afterwards, he still obeyed the order. Wan Hao turned his head and walked away, still encouraging the people who stayed. "The others will leave the teleporter to me. You must also beat that cunning boss for me." Ye Hao just smiled at him, his voice full of confidence. "No problem." Suddenly, Ye Hao smirked, and his voice gradually became demonic. "So who of us will make the first move, or should we go together?" Ye Bao, Wang Chuan, and Ye Hao, swords in hand, advanced from the rear. As they moved, Ye Hao confidently declared, Let's hope this bug doesn't go down too easily. Without delay, Ye Hao swung his sword, fearlessly shouting, "This first strike must be mine. If we don't kill my uncle, we insectoids will never know peace." He unleashed his ultimate technique, Eternal Oblivion. And Ye Hao's strike instantly shaved 10% off the hidden ancient bug god boss's health. Ye Hao, far from satisfied, gazed at the ancient bug god and lamented, "My ultimate technique only did 10% damage. Damn it, I'm still too weak." Ye Hao, now enhanced, stepped forward and patted Ye Hao's shoulder reassuringly. "It's not your fault. You probably weakened your attack power by using ultimates in quick succession, but most importantly, its health pool is just too massive." Wang Chuan, having observed everything, finally revealed a chivalrous expression. He clenched his fist and said with determination, "We need to adjust our tactics. Normal attacks can't hold its aggro. We need to land the biggest damage burst possible." Without another word, he raised his sword and stabbed himself in the chest. Ye Hao, witnessing Wang Chuan covered in blood, exclaimed in shock, "What crazy stunt are you pulling now?" "Don't panic," Wang Chuan retorted as he pulled the sword out. He calmly explained, "This is my strongest skill. It requires HP and MP sacrifice to activate. This move is guaranteed to lock down the boss's aggro." Quickly and deliberately he activated his ultimate sword skill, Bloodlust Devour. The vortex of blood was channeled towards the bug god. The system displayed the bug god's stats: Ancient Bug God, Hidden Boss, Health remaining 70%. Wang Chuan, weakened by the attack, slumped over, coughing violently. The gap is still too wide after all, the system quickly announced. Blood Essence Backlash. All stats reduced below 90%. Cannot be dispelled. Duration: 2 hours. In this critical situation, a beam of light pierced through Wang Chuan's vortex of blood, heading straight for the three of them. Ye Hao swiftly used his sword to block the intense light. Internally, he calculated rapidly. It pulled aggro all right, but the attack power is so ordinary. Unexpectedly, the block drastically lowered his stats. Ye Hao, level 13, health reduced to 40%, vitality at 55%. Suddenly, Shu Lai appeared, startling him into exclaiming, "Shu Lai, shouldn't you be retreating with the Huang Zheng Guild?" Hearing this, she simply looked at him and smiled. "Have you forgotten what I said? What I'm most interested in are powerful sun bosses, and right now is the perfect prey. I'm too excited to miss this." Wang Chuan, standing beside him, looked intently at Shui Li. He interjected, "Don't underestimate it. You can't deal with it alone." Ye Hao supported Wang Chuan, holding a potion, and said, "Don't talk. It's a good thing for all of us that Shui Li is taking action. Drink this recovery potion." Shu Li closed her eyes, her beautiful face filled with confidence as she spoke. "I'm not arrogant enough to think I can kill it solo. This is a rare chance to test my abilities. Let me see the limit of my strongest move." Instantly, she launched her attack at the ancient bug god. A cold wind howled, and with a hint of anticipation in her voice, she wondered, how far can it go? In a flash, the ancient bug god was frozen solid. This was the Ice Age technique. Frozen, countless swords erupted, surrounding its neck. The system displayed information. Shu Lai, level 140, current HP 1%. Skill information: mana freeze, cannot use any skills for 30 minutes. This scene stunned everyone present. Ye Hao blurted out in shock, "Hey, if that had hit me before, I would have been dead." Ye Hao, standing beside him, gaped and exclaimed, "So strong, so strong." Wang Chuan looked at her with a chilling gaze, mumbling, "This woman truly has the right to be arrogant." Suddenly, a crack appeared on the thick ice, quickly spreading outwards. The ancient bug god had broken free. The system unexpectedly displayed information: Ancient Bug God, Hidden Boss, Health remaining 40%. Shu Li looked displeased at this sight. She frowned, assessing the situation. It only sealed it for that long. Abruptly, she announced, "This boss is at least level 220 or higher." Wang Chuan responded quickly. "Attack, Ye Hao. Use your true strength, the one you've been hiding at the bottom of the barrel. Stop holding back, and use whatever method you have quickly." Hearing this, Ye Hao scratched his head, put on a flattering smile, and said, "I know, but how much money do you two have on you? Can I borrow some?" This caused them to exclaim in shock. "Huh?" A sudden voice made Ye Hao freeze in place. "Borrow money? Are we hearing things? At a time like this?" However, he quickly regained his composure and calmly stretched out his hand. "You didn't mishear. I'm asking you to lend me some money." Ye Hao quickly spoke up, puzzled. "Ye Hao, do you really need money? Unfortunately, I don't have human currency, otherwise I would definitely give you everything." Ye Hao, seeing someone believe in him, raised his thumb in approval. "Thanks for the support, old friend, I appreciate the thought." Soon after, Wang Chuan slowly spoke up. "You can't be greedy for money in every situation. Besides, what use is money at this moment?" Contrary to him, Xue Lia chuckled on the side. She teased, "Don't tell me you want to borrow money and then run away or just die so you don't have to pay it back." Hearing this, Ye Hao quickly reassured everyone with his deep and resonant voice. "Rest assured, although I love money, I would never welch on a debt. If you want to see my true strength, then don't dawdle and lend me the money quickly. The more money I borrow, the stronger I'll be. Besides, this hidden ace in the hole of mine isn't something I easily use." Today, consider yourselves lucky to witness it. Seeing Ye Hao so confident, Xue Li leisurely opened her system panel. After a series of operations, she finally spoke. "I don't know what money and strength have to do with each other, but you've piqued my interest. I want to see just how powerful this so-called ultimate skill of yours really is." Immediately afterward, the system announced, "Xu Li has transferred 200 million to you." Ye Hao was instantly delighted, flattering her. 200 million, goddesses, you're so generous." The system notifications continued to ring out. "Jia Wangchuan has transferred 300 million to you." Seeing this, he couldn't help but get excited and began to praise. As expected of Captain Jia, even more generous. However, Wang Chuan stared intently at Ye Hao with a serious expression. He kept reminding him, "I don't personally have that much money. This is the Mugong team's operating funds. Remember to pay it back." Hearing this, Ye Hao broke out in a cold sweat and repeatedly promised, "Of course, how about I write you an IOU?" Suddenly, the other party interrupted. "That won't be necessary. Just make sure you don't die on me. Most importantly, don't let that ultimate skill of yours disappoint me." Immediately afterward, Ye Hao cracked his knuckles, revealing an excited expression as he said, "Rest assured, I definitely won't let you guys down." In his heart, he was secretly calculating. Even though I had saved up quite a bit of money before, to ensure my safety, it's never wrong to have more money on me. With this large sum, even if the Dark Shadow Overlord can't crush the boss, I can annoy it to death. After breaking free from the ice, the Shangji Yu Chongshen arrived in front of Ye Hao, gloating and laughing loudly. "It took so long to completely finish the fusion. Now I can finally freely control this body." These words made Ye Hao feel doubtful. He asked, completely fused, "Does that mean you were still in a state of hazy consciousness just now?" This time, the other party happily replied, "That's right. To fuse with the Shangji Yu Shendian and even retain consciousness is extremely difficult." As it spoke, it grinned, revealing sharp teeth. "Before, you couldn't kill me, so you've already missed your only chance. I'll be even stronger than I was just now." At this moment, the system announced, "Shangji Yu Chongshen, hidden boss. Its HP has increased by 70%, and its life force is 30%. Suddenly, countless gaunt hands reached out from the ground, aiming directly at him. This scene shocked everyone present. "What? We finally managed to reduce its HP, and it's recovered it." However, Ye Hao slowly spread his arms wide. He calmly reassured everyone, "Don't panic. Whether its HP recovers or not makes no difference to me." In his heart he roared. Ye Hao commanded, "System, activate Dark Shadow Overlord special form. Top up with money." Immediately afterward, the system responded with a notification. "Activating Dark Shadow Overlord special form. Please wait a moment. Reminder, the special form will consume twice the money. Please pay attention to the remaining balance." The Shangji Yu Chongshen didn't wait and began to attack. 100 million poisonous rays. It gloated as it unleashed its attack. "You three are useless already. You can't defeat me with just you alone. No matter what you plan to do, it'll be over once I kill you." In an instant, the Shangji Yu Chongshen started continuously firing poisonous rays at him. Its gloating voice echoed everywhere. "It actually absorbed my rays. How is that possible?" In a few short seconds, Ye Hao transformed into the Dark Shadow Overlord's growing convergence state. A horrified voice suddenly exclaimed, "A large amount of blood is gathering in the sky, forming a giant—" The state was quickly completed, shocking those present. Dark Shadow Overlord, a colossal blood-colored divine soldier. At this moment, Jia Bao spoke with admiration. As expected of Ye Hao, this form is no less impressive than the ancient insect god race. No, it's even more powerful and magnificent. Xue Li, standing next to him, couldn't help but wonder. Is this the so-called strongest ultimate skill that Ye Hao was talking about? Only Wang Chuan remained silent. He frowned, thinking to himself, although Yin Xuan's report mentioned that Ye Hao had transformed into a blood-colored giant dragon during the battle with Ba Yiqi Wei, I didn't believe it before. Now that I've witnessed it firsthand, this has exceeded my understanding of power. Ye Hao, are you really even human anymore? Before them stood the Shangji Yu Chongshen. Those who witnessed this scene couldn't help but scream in horror. Look, what is that thing? Did we accidentally wander onto a movie set? Wan Hao, standing in the middle, was also stunned. That person can't be Lao Jia, and even less likely is Shui Li. Could it be Ye Hao? Yunfei stood there, his voice trembling. That's Big Brother. Meanwhile, the Shangji Yu Chongshen ignored its surroundings, staring intently at its opponent and sneering. Showing off. Isn't it just getting a little bigger? That's good. The bigger the target, the easier it'll be for me to unload my firepower. Finishing his words, it quickly unleashed its attack. Billions of purple light rays. In an instant, a wave of power was released. But it didn't cause any damage to Ye Hao. He absorbed all of it. Seeing his power being absorbed little by little, the Shangji Yu Chongshen was furious. It roared. How is this possible? My attack was completely absorbed. A circle appeared instantly, completely absorbing it. Witnessing this scene, Ye Hao smiled slightly, raising his hand to absorb all the energy it released. To the shock of the Shangji Yu Chongshen, he quickly transformed, and 4 large swords appeared around him. Those below murmured. Ye Hao absorbed the boss's ray energy, transforming it into 2 long spears. Is he preparing to counterattack? Seeing Ye Hao preparing to rush toward it, it muttered, if the rays don't work. Immediately afterward, the Shangji Yu Chongshen advanced, with countless pincers spewing out extremely potent toxins. It roared. Try the ultimate toxin that I created. As Ye Hao charged forward, the toxins immediately splattered onto him, melting the armor on the outside. Seeing this, the Shangji Yu Chongshen gloated. How's the taste? My ultimate toxin can bypass any defense, corroding anything that comes into contact with it. Even someone as strong as you can't withstand it. The toxins tearing through the outer armor were gradually eating into the inside. Unexpectedly, they were quickly restored. This scene caused the other party to shout out in horror. What? It was furious to the extreme, immediately raising countless claws and rushing towards Ye Hao at high speed, cursing, "Damn it, don't you have any weaknesses?" No. In my world, I don't allow the existence of anyone more outstanding than me. Seeing the claws about to attack him, he used his sword to block. Immediately afterward, Ye Hao pierced the Shangji Yu Chongshen with his sword, causing it to scream out in pain. Of course, it wouldn't die that easily, the ancient insect god said crazily. If that's the case, then let's go down together. Let's see who dies first. Its blood was absorbed by his sword. It just realized the pain and screamed, "It hurts. What do you want to do? You are absorbing my life." Seeing Ye Hao still maintaining his posture, the ancient insect god couldn't bear the pain and struggled. "Damn it, let go of me." The system also announced at this time, ancient insect god, hidden boss, blood level is also dropping rapidly, remaining 10% of life, 30%. Jia Bao nearby exclaimed in surprise. Wan? Ye Hao doesn't give Shanggu Chongshen a chance to fight back, he's too powerful. Everyone looked at the blood flying over, frowning slightly. Wang Chuan said with a serious face, "That's not right." Ye Hao's aura suddenly stagnated. Shui Li also noticed an ominous sign. She replied, "That's right, what happened to him?" At this time, in Ye Hao's place, the system kept ringing warning notifications. In order to ensure the safety of the host's consciousness, it is impossible to continue maintaining the special Dark Shadow Monarch form. If you force it to maintain, you will fall into a state of excessive fusion, and the host's consciousness will be occupied by the account. The notification sound from the system kept ringing. Warning, the host's fusion with the Dark Shadow Monarch has reached its limit. If you continue to maintain the fusion, there will be irreversible consequences. Please make a careful judgment. Mental chaos value 10%. A voice said, "What's going on? Why did Ye Hao stop moving? What happened?" Seeing this, the ancient insect god proudly said, "At such an important moment, he's frozen. This is indeed heaven not wanting to destroy me. It's time to use the ultimate move." Immediately afterwards, it immediately casts its ultimate move, shouting loudly, "I must pull out the heart of the insect race, absorb it completely, and then forcibly break through the space barrier, forcibly intervene. Ancient insect god, hidden boss, if I can leave this small world no matter how much I have to pay, I am willing. At that moment, Ye Hao rushed over. Ye Bao standing next to him kept shouting. Ye Hao is moving. It seems like he reacted when he heard the heart of the insect race. The battle continues to replay. Chaos 20%, chaos 30%, chaos 40%. The notification sound rang continuously. Chaos 90%. And finally everything stopped. Ye Bao exclaimed in surprise. It stopped. The ancient insect god laughed triumphantly and said, "You are ultimately just a spent arrow. In the end, I am still the final winner. Go to die. As long as you die, no one can stop me anymore." After saying that, it immediately cast its ultimate move. Ancient insect god, hidden boss. Ye Bao exclaimed in surprise. "No? Ye Hao?" It continued to speak arrogantly. "Although you can force me to this level, it's pretty good. But the god of the race cannot be defeated. I won." But before it could be proud for long, a slash swept across and shattered its arrogance. "My tentacles, ancient insect god, hidden boss." It roared in disbelief. "So it was all," the ancient insect god shouted angrily. "Beast without a brain." Another monster joined the battle. "San Sea Dream Demon, level 120 boss," it said angrily. "In order to monopolize the energy of the insect race's heart, you dared to betray me. I must chop you into pieces." Immediately afterwards, the monster was drained of blood. San Sea Dream Demon, level 120 boss. The ancient insect god continued to put on an arrogant appearance, and said, "I'll spare your life for now. Wait for me to invade the human world and still use you. This time no one can stop me anymore." Next, it concentrated its strength to cast its kung fu, and said, "It's time to welcome the final song." Then it enjoyed itself happily. "I feel it. Abundant energy is coming towards me. Space barrier. What a delicious taste this is. Use this energy to break through this damned space barrier in one breath. Explode now. Crush it." "Time and space," Ye Bao said in fear. "It's over. It's preparing to forcibly break open space," Wang Chuan said helplessly. "Damn it, my body can't move at all." Xue Li also had no other choice. "My magic power value can't be restored either. Can we only watch helplessly?" Wang Chuan thought to himself, "If this boss really makes it to the human world, it will definitely stir up a bloody storm." Although unwilling to accept it, he has ultimately failed. Just as Ye Hao was feeling helpless, Ye Bao suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute, what's that you guys are looking at?" He pointed upwards and said, "Isn't that the red sphere from the giant's chest earlier? How did it appear there?" The ancient insect god was shocked. "How is this possible? Didn't I kill you already?" "No. It was immediately controlled by the sphere. Why can't I move? No, I clearly won. We don't need to come again." It roared madly. "The god of our race cannot fail. I cannot fail." The ancient insect god was quickly annihilated. It shouted unwillingly, "How can the plan I poured so many years of effort into be destroyed in an instant? I'm not reconciled. I'm not." Everyone rushed over, happily shouting, "Ye Hao, you succeeded. You're amazing. Ye Hao, what's wrong?" The system began displaying notifications for Ye Hao. Bloodthirst chaos. Entering near-death state. Abnormally chaotic spirit. Cannot be awakened by any magic or item. Warning. Mental chaos index has reached 100%. Re-establishing the host's consciousness. The host's consciousness is being forcibly teleported. Ye Hao opened his eyes, surprised. Where is this? System notification. Due to the host's excessive merging with the account, you have now been forcibly pulled into the mental world of the Dark Shadow Monarch. You can only leave after completing the tasks of this world. He was a little surprised. Forcibly pulled in. I was planning to do the Dark Shadow Monarch tasks after I cleared the insectoid dungeon. He looked at the surrounding scenery and said, "Now it seems the task level of this world isn't too high. Just over level 20. Should be easy to pass." The system began transmitting information. Village Plague, level 20. Regretfully informing the host, due to being forcibly pulled into the Dark Shadow Monarch dimension, the original account cannot be simultaneously inherited, only a random account ability can be obtained. The current account is Mo Sai, Grand Alchemist. Ye Hao was shocked to hear this. "Oh my god, does that mean I'm only level 13 now? And Mo Sai's Grand Alchemist title isn't suited for combat at all, so what am I supposed to fight with?" Suddenly, something fell nearby. Falling from the sky. The system reminded, "Please focus on the task at hand." Moreover, the content of the first task is to survive until dawn. Right in front of him is a huge beast. A level 25 Dark Moon Dire Wolf. Ye Hao thought to himself, Even if I can't use other accounts, I have made a lot of life-saving items. The system displayed high-grade handheld electrical shield level 55. Note that in this dimension, items level 50 and above made by technical accounts cannot be used. He was shocked to hear this. At that moment, the crazed beast pounced. Ye Hao was put on the defensive. Damn it, why didn't you say there were restrictions earlier? Why announce the settings only at this life-or-death moment? The system continued to display high-grade handheld electrical shield level 30, usable state. A flurry of claws, he thought to himself. How long has it been since I broke out in a cold sweat because of a level 25 mob's roar? Luckily, I didn't sell some of the low-level technical items I made before. I can finally use them now. But just relying on defense is meaningless. Thinking this, Ye Hao took out a weapon and shouted, "It's time to get some fresh air! Head Chopper of the Afflicted." Head Chopper of the Afflicted level 4 Karate can use turret fire support to form a tower, with automatic tracking, unlimited ammunition, a level 25 Dark Moon Dire Wolf. Just one attack will drain all its health. System notification. Killed Dark Moon Dire Wolf. Received 1,000 experience points. 500 gold coins. He asked, "System, you said I can only use Moses' Alchemy Master account right now, so are there any restrictions on using related abilities?" The system immediately replied, "No restrictions. As long as you have enough designs and materials, you can even create the most advanced props and potions for use." Ye Hao, hearing this, said with some delight, "Seems like you still have a bit of conscience. Do see. Quickly concoct a batch of potions for me, but be careful not to use them all at once. I don't know how long I'll have to do this forced mission for." Do CC replied confidently. "No problem. I will immediately use the map and available materials to create a set of high-grade medicinal meals for the master, directly buffing you to the max." As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body was buffed by countless powers, enhancing all advanced attributes, increasing the resistance of all races, doubling the critical hit rate, high-grade potions directly buffing him to the max, increasing resistance to all attributes, and increasing resistance to abnormal states. Ye Hao thought to himself, "So my basic attributes are equivalent to level 50 now, plus so much buffed resistance. During the effective time, dealing with a level 60 boss shouldn't be a problem." Suddenly, someone appeared and applauded. "Your skills are truly good. You annihilated the mutated being so easily. You're really too amazing. But I've never seen your face or abilities before. Could it be that you're from elsewhere?" The system displayed the information. La Gu Na, level 25. He went forward and replied, "I indeed come from a very faraway place. I was just attacked suddenly when I arrived here. May I ask what's happening here?" he replied. "Indeed, some things have happened." Gu Na led the way and said, "But this place isn't safe. Let's talk somewhere else. If you're willing to trust me, follow me." Ye Hao followed and replied, "Then I'll trouble you to lead the way." The two began to exchange information through telepathy. "Duke CC, if I'm not mistaken, this person," he quickly replied. "Yes, he resembles you, Master." Dui Sai updated the information report. "This young man is the true body of the Dark Shadow Overlord," he secretly confirmed. "Correct. Or rather, he's an unawakened or pre-corruption version of his true body, but he might already be a corrupted version. After all, the Dark Shadow Overlord is a huge villain, and he's so enthusiastic towards people, it's probably some kind of conspiracy. Anyway, be careful. In the world of villains, danger is definitely hidden everywhere," Ducio then said. "But based on my judgment, he's not lying. It's probably not a trap." Arriving at the place, Gu Na introduced. "It's here? This is my temporary base? It's a bit simple. I hope you don't mind." Ye Hao looked around and replied, "I won't, but it's so dangerous outside. Aren't you afraid of being alone in this wilderness?" He didn't hide anything and replied, "Those monsters are quite afraid of fire. Moreover, I often have insomnia at night. Being used to the darkness, I naturally have some methods to cope. Furthermore, the wilderness is a bit safer than inside the towns." Hearing this, he was quite surprised. "Is there such a thing? Tell me specifically, what exactly happened here?" And then Gu Na began to recount the events that had happened here. "As you can see, our small town is facing a strange mutation, and the cause of it all comes from a plague. Anyone infected with the plague cannot be cured. The outcome is either death or turning into a terrifying monster. Moreover, not only humans but even animals are mutating." Then he continued, "And all the things that happened in this small town have long spread to all countries. If this continues, the country will be destroyed sooner or later." Ye Hao thought to himself, A plague. I wonder if I can create a cure for the plague using the alchemy master's abilities. Ducey then said, in theory it's possible, but you must investigate the cause of the plague clearly before you can prescribe the right medicine. Most importantly, if you want to aim to save all the people of the country, you must have a huge amount of antidote and the corresponding amount of money spent. Thinking of this, he immediately remembered Wang Chuan and Shui Li shouting for money. Ye Hao thought in fear, I still have a huge debt of 500 million outside. Where would I have extra money to do charity? But then he had an idea. But if I change my way of thinking, if I save this country, then wouldn't I be the savior of the entire country? The reward would definitely be indispensable, and my 500 million debt could be paid off. It saw his idea and immediately reminded him, Master, calm down. Now is not the time to think about how to make money. Completing the mission and leaving this place is the main goal. Ji Na suddenly asked, Your name is Ye Hao, right? Actually, I have something I want to ask of you. Can you hear me out? Ye Hao replied. What is it? Tell me about it. He then introduced, In fact, I am a trainee hunter under the management of the Hunters Guild. Today I just received a mission to find the missing Dr. Victor. Dr. Victor has always been trying to research a way to cure the plague. Yesterday he went to pick herbs in the outer city and hasn't returned yet. Therefore, his daughter sent this mission notification to the Hunters Guild this morning. Saying that, Guiyune took out the portrait and showed it to him, then continued. Dr. Victor is a good person, and I often receive his care, so I immediately accepted this mission. May I ask if you would agree to go with me to find him? Of course, there will definitely be a corresponding reward. Ye Hao looked at the portrait and made some judgments. A trainee hunter? And a mutated hunter, a town with a plague. It always feels like I've heard this setting somewhere before, he asked. Why do you hope I can go with you? He replied without hesitation. Because you are very powerful. If I were to fight that mutated version just now, it would have taken a lot of effort to defeat. But you resolved it so easily. I believe that if I go with you, we will definitely be able to find Dr. Victor smoothly. Ye Hao bluntly asked back. What if I refuse? Ji didn't force him, but replied. Then I can only go find him myself. Because I definitely can't abandon Dr. Victor's life and death. Even if I'm alone, I must find him. Then I'm very sorry, suddenly mentioning this kind of request to you. We've clearly only known each other for a short time. Hearing this, he excitedly reached out and said, Don't show that expression anymore. I'm just kidding with you. Let's go find that doctor together. He asked in surprise. Really? Then he decisively shook his hand to show his sincerity. I'm really too grateful to you. Next, the system displayed a notification. Host has activated the main quest of this dimension, helping La Jiyuna become the Shadow Monarch. Current quest progress, 0%. Ye Hao suddenly shouted loudly. What? It actually requires me to turn the bright boy in front of me into a world-class villain. Jiyuna looked at him worriedly. What's wrong, Ye Hao? Is there something wrong? Why are you suddenly spacing out? He avoided the subject. It's nothing. Lead the way. Let's set off. He happily agreed. Okay, he asked the system in his head. System, what did that quest just mean? Ye Hao walked behind, asking the system, and it explained to him. It's not like that. The process of the whole quest is a long, epic-level quest. It can't be completely completed in a short amount of time. This time, you only need to complete the necessary quest content to return to the real world. He was still curious in his head. Then during the time I'm here, what will the situation be in the real world? I remember I really did defeat the final boss. The system comforted him. The time flow of the two worlds is independently separate. After the host leaves, you will return to the time you left not long ago. So don't worry. Ye Hao felt relieved in his heart. It seems like it's similar to the nature of the secret treasure trove's lair. That's good then. He stepped forward and asked Ji-Yu-Na, You said you were a trainee hunter before, so what exactly do hunters do? How is the salary income? I'm very curious. Ji-Yu-Na heard Ye Hao say this, and his face became curious as he asked eagerly, You've never heard of hunters? Could it be that there's no hunter profession in your place? Ji-Yu-Na explained about hunters. The Hunter Order is a very ancient organization. Its origins can be traced back to more than 100 years ago. At that time, this world encountered terrifying demonic invasions, and the king's army was helpless. An armed group composed of hunters and pastors suddenly appeared. They used powerful weapons and holy magic to repel the demons, finally saving this world. After the demons were eliminated, they refused the king's rewards and titles, transforming into a church organization protecting towns and villages, officially naming it the Hunter Order. Ye Hao recounted, his face full of enthusiasm. Hunters don't have a fixed salary. Income is determined by the number and difficulty of the missions. I've been very eager for this profession since I was young. Now, I'm only one step away from realizing my dream. As long as I complete this mission, I can become an official hunter. And I can also earn 40 gold coins. Of course, I'll share half with you. Ye Hao listened to his story and replied unenthusiastically. Money is not important to me. I purely admire your dream, so I'm willing to help you. He looked at the sign in front of him and calculated. 20 gold coins is like a drop in the bucket. For someone who owes 500 million like me, it's better to be a good person. However, how much money did I actually spend in the previous battle? The system didn't send me settlement information either. Ye Hao looked at his balance with joy. Balance 806, 581, 635. How come there's still 800 million? Could it be that being forcibly pulled into a dimension by an account to do quests doesn't require spending money? The system interrupted, pouring cold water on him to wake him up. Please, host, abandon the unrealistic idea. After returning to the real world, the costs spent in the previous battle will be settled immediately. However, consumption in this world can still be carried out before that. Ye Hao said in a dejected tone. How can I spend money when I'm already in debt? I knew there was no such good thing. The two of them were silent, their faces gloomy as they looked forward. Ye Hao spoke first, turning to say to him, Dr. Victor disappeared deep in the forest ahead. Prepare everything and then go in to search. It's probably full of danger inside. Ye Hao listened with admiration. This doctor is also bold, actually daring to go alone. As the two were walking, a voice suddenly came from behind, causing Ye Hao to turn his head. Lei Shang and a few others rode over on horseback, looking down at them with contempt. Isn't this the noob, Ye Hao? What are you doing here? Out for a midnight stroll? Be careful of getting eaten by werewolves. Lei Shang, level 38. Ma Ke Jimu, level 35. A Fang Su, level 35. Belonging to the Hunter Order. He turned his head. It's you guys. Ye Hao explained his purpose. I received a mission to rescue Dr. Victor. He disappeared in the forest. He listened with disgust. Again, that drunkard Victor, huh? He listened with disgust. Disappearing again and again really doesn't give people any peace of mind. However, a noob like you going deep into the forest is just seeking death. He extended his arm towards Ye Hao. Senior, I'm not going alone. Ye Hao will also help me, he said sarcastically. It seems like workplace bullying exists in any era and world. Lei Shang looked at Ye Hao, laughing mockingly with disdain. What is this strange kid saying? What workplace bullying? I don't understand you. Could it be that someone from elsewhere dares to go seek death with a level 13 kid like you? You're really tired of living. I know your intention already. Isn't Ye Hao planning to find a scapegoat, to push him out as a meat shield when danger appears? He rushed out angrily to defend Ye Hao. You're not allowed to insult him either. I respect you as my seniors. I usually put up with you guys joking around, but Ye Hao is my friend, and he's very powerful. I don't allow you to insult Ye Hao casually like that. He was scolded like that, and his face darkened. Who do you think you're talking to? A noob who is usually obedient, and obedient actually dares to yell at us for someone from elsewhere. Are you tired of living? Ye Hao stammered, and couldn't say anything more. Me, they chuckled with the air of seniors. Who told you to be the youngest of our Hunters Guild? We're just thinking about your and your friend's safety. Leave dangerous missions like this to us seniors. No need to thank us. Hearing them say that, he got even angrier. What are you talking about? This isn't according to the rules. It was clearly me who... They hurriedly spurred their horses away, leaving behind only one sentence. No need to thank us, Ye Hao called out. Wait for me, you guys. He angrily punched the ground. Damn it, they know this is the last important test for me to become an official hunter, and they deliberately snatched my mission. It's all over now. Ye Hao's voice was full of self-reproach. I'm sorry, I made you run for nothing and suffer this frustration. But don't worry, I'll definitely find a way to gather the 20 gold coins I promised you. Ye Hao looked down from above, pretending to mock. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you the type of person who gives up easily when faced with setbacks? Ye Hao sadly explained. Actually, I'm not a weak person. Even if I encounter a monster stronger than me, I would dare to rush up and fight without hesitation. but the relationships between people in the Hunters Guild are quite complicated. Even if I'm bullied, I don't want to be isolated by everyone for ruining those relationships." He winked and held out his hand to him. "In the end, it still has to be resolved with strength. Listen to me. It's better to cry in a BMW than to laugh on a bicycle. As long as you become stronger than everyone else, you'll become the center. Your dream is definitely not just your current level." Ji Na happily took the hand that was offered. "You're right. Now is not the time to be depressed. Let's hurry up and chase after them." Ye Hao was also full of joy. That's more like it. Suddenly, the system rang with a ding. The progress of the main quest line of the Path of the Shadow Monarch had changed. The current progress was 1%. The blood moon was hanging high, casting an even more gloomy light inside the forest. The two walked together through the door and into the ruins. They walked and talked. "Is this a graveyard? Dr. Victor seems to gather herbs nearby." "Why would he gather herbs at a graveyard? This doctor is indeed a bit strange. I'm not sure about that either, but the place written on the mission is indeed here." Rustle. A sound made both of them turn around to look. Ye Hao was still stunned. A scream. Ji Na reacted quickly and hurried over. His voice was full of urgency. "That's Lei Rang's voice. Something must have happened. Let's go over there quickly." The monster in front of them carried a large broadsword and kept closing in, its mouth constantly growling death, flesh, blood, and undead properties. Undead race. Tombkeeper Ji Taikei. Level 45. Boss. Lei Rang knelt down on the ground in fear. "No, don't kill me," a flustered voice called out from afar. Lei Rang. He turned his head and reached out for help. "Is that you guys? Save me. I don't want to die yet." Seeing this, Ji Na hurriedly wanted to rescue him. "I'm coming right away." Ye Hao quickly stopped him. "Wait, the opponent is a level 45 boss. You're only level 25. How can you fight?" Ji Na still insisted on not listening to the advice. "But if I don't go, Lei Rang will be killed," he said to Ji Na with a worried face. "You're level 25, yet you dared to accept a level 25 mission. This isn't a coincidence, is it? Or are you saying that in order to quickly achieve the goal of becoming an official hunter, you accepted a mission you shouldn't have accepted?" Ji Na hesitated and stood there with a sad look. After hearing what he said, he slowly spoke. "The level of this mission is level 25 to 45. I admit I was taking a gamble, but I wanted to try my best to become an official hunter, so I took the risk and accepted this mission. But I didn't expect to actually encounter a level 45 boss." Immediately after that, Ye Hao also helplessly sighed and replied, "You're really reckless enough. If you hadn't met me, wouldn't you have faced a level 45 boss alone? This level 20 combat courage is really a bit like me." But at this moment, Ye Hao's heart was constantly roaring fiercely. "System, what if Ji Na dies on the mission?" Hearing this, Ji Na also scratched his head in confusion and said, "Isn't this because I met you already? If I really didn't meet someone to help, then I could only take it one step at a time." Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, causing Ye Hao to freeze on the spot. After activating the main quest line, if the quest target dies, the quest will be judged as a failure, and the host will be pulled back to the real world, but the current account will be forcibly deleted. This made him constantly contemplate. What? That means if the mission fails, the Shadow Monarch account will be deleted? No way. This Shadow Monarch is my trump card. Although it costs money, it can perfectly solve problems every time. Delete the account. I will absolutely not allow this kind of thing to happen. Meanwhile, Lei Rang was being crushed by Ji Taikei. This made him scream loudly, "Hey, don't just talk! Save me, damn it!" The system board rang with the information Lei Rang, level 38. Hearing these words, Ji Na quickly rushed forward. He also confidently ordered, "Lei Rang Sr., damn it, I'm gonna fight in close combat. Ye Hao, you provide support from afar. Wait, don't get excited if you die." This hurried action made Ye Hao worry and think to himself, "My trump card will be gone too." Meanwhile, Ji Taikei was still constantly delivering fatal blows forward. It shouted, "Die!" Ji Na luckily dodged it, he said firmly. "Although my level is only level 25. Immediately after that, he perked up and brandished the sword in his hand aggressively. "But don't underestimate me." This unexpected action made Ye Hao exclaim, "Not bad moves. Facing a boss 20 levels higher than himself and not falling into a disadvantage. You can't tell at all that you're a noob. No wonder he's the man who will become the Shadow Monarch in the future." extremely talented. The small faces on Shi Sitake's shoulders suddenly sprayed out a green liquid. That viscous liquid rapidly poured down towards Ji Yuna. Ji Siteng continued to mock him relentlessly. Die, noob. Hurry up and join them. Meanwhile, he anxiously exclaimed, "Crap! The range is too wide, I can't dodge it in time." His body was unfortunately splashed with that disgusting liquid. Damn it! Even though hunter uniforms have anti-corrosion properties, this stuff's corrosiveness is too damn strong. The system interface displayed the information. Ji Na, level 25. At this moment, Jing Si-te firmly gripped the knife in his hand, and in an instant he raised it high and declared fiercely, "Die!" This caused Ji Yu-ne to shout, "Not good." Immediately afterwards, a dazzling burst of light erupted. He was now protected by a layer of shield. He said, "This thing protected me. It's Ye Hao. What about you?" The system explained. Elementary energy shield, level 35. Energy value 40%. This scene astonished Ye Hao, who was standing nearby. He ordered, "If you don't want to be riddled with holes, get out of the way quickly. Charge up by rotating." The other party hurriedly replied, Okay, just like that." A dazzling barrage of light was fired towards Shi Si-te, causing it to scream in agony. Meanwhile, Ji Yuna kept complaining, "Damn it, my turret is clearly the same level as it. Why can't I hit it at all? The boss is charging over here. Ye Hao, quickly think of something." Suddenly, Ye Hao threw something forward, explaining softly, "Damn, I originally planned to kill it with one magazine. In the end, my operation was fierce as a tiger, but the damage dealt was negligible, and I ended up just scratching it. Is this guy immune to physical attacks?" A layer of shield immediately enveloped Ji Si-te. Taking this opportunity, he pulled Ji Yu-na away from the place. Surround it first, then tactical retreat. As he ran for his life, he wondered, "The boss shouldn't have physical immunity. My sword could clearly inflict damage on it just now. What's going on?" Hearing this, Ye Hao quickly explained, "How would I know? I just arrived at your unfamiliar place. I don't know the attributes of the monsters here." Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing their footsteps to halt for a moment. "A bunch of useless people." The owner of the voice was Victor. He slowly crawled out of the coffin, his voice filled with anger. "You don't even understand this, and you want to be hunters." This scene made both of them scream in horror. A reanimated corpse. Ji Yu-na pointed forward, stammering, "Wait, aren't you Dr. Victor?" However, the other party reprimanded, "Why are you shouting so loudly? I was originally hiding in this place, but I really couldn't stand you two dim-witted noobs anymore." This scene made Ye Hao fall into contemplation. It seems this old man's wilderness survival skills are extraordinarily strong. Seeing Ji Si-tem breaking free from the seal, Victor instructed the two, "Hey, you guys should run far away, don't get me exposed too. Besides, who told you two noobs to come and save me? It's already a blessing if you don't cause me trouble." After he finished speaking, he replied, "Dr. Victor, we came to save you. Regarding this monster, what do you know?" Hearing these words, the other party kindly explained, "That monster was originally the cemetery keeper. After being infected by the plague, it mutated, stitching the corpses that haven't rotted onto its body. It has undead attributes. Normal physical attacks won't damage it. You need magical damage or physical attacks with targeted attributes to be effective." Shi Si-te's voice evoked the image of a god with sharp weapons. By the way, the weapons used by the Hunter's Order have all been blessed by the High Priest, possessing holy attributes, which is why Giyu Neppen was able to inflict injuries on it. These words made the other party wonder, "Really? This is the first time I've heard of this." Suddenly another voice rang out, "That's why you're called a noob." Meanwhile, Ye Hao kept pondering. Listening to him, I realize that all the accounts I've opened now are physical. Should I get all magic accounts? Wait, speaking of undead monsters, I remember it was said in the school's survival assessment that, in addition to holy attribute magic and enchanted weapons, you can also use healing magic to cause damage. So does that mean... After a while, Ji Yuna slowly made a decision. If that's the case, then how about Ye Hao try using my sword? You definitely use it more strongly than I do. However, Ye Hao refused this suggestion. No need. I have an even bolder method. Xin Si-te, on the opposite side, was frantically pouncing over. It shouted loudly, "Blood!" He suddenly revealed a smug smile, saying, "You need blood, right? I'll satisfy you." In his hand now was a level 50 HP potion, and in an instant, It was thrown towards Shishite by Ye Hao without hesitation. "Eat this health potion of mine," the system explained. Undead attribute. Fengling race. You keep the tomb GC10 level 45 boss. This scene left Ji Yuna, who was standing beside him, dumbfounded. He exclaimed involuntarily, "So much blood in one hit. Ye Hao, how did you do that? What did you throw?" Meanwhile, Ye Hao replied calmly, "If it's all healing that turns into damage, then health potions and magic shouldn't be any different. Looks like I got lucky. Just didn't expect the effect to be so outstanding." Suddenly, Victor, standing behind, spoke up. "That's because recovery potions level 50 and above inherently carry holy attributes. This is like holy water damage to undead monsters." But suddenly he said loudly, with a face of suspicion, "Kid, you're only level 13. How do you have level 50 recovery potions? Do you know how much that stuff is worth? Who would throw it like that?" Facing this line of questioning, Ye Hao calmly replied, "Don't worry about it." He casually said, "I have a lot of these toys, but if you want a fatal blow, you need to use an even higher level." In his hand at this moment was a level 100 recovery potion. This scene made the other party shout, "What? The next second?" Ye Hao had thrown the recovery potion hard at Shishite, causing it to run away in fear. Meanwhile, his voice kept ringing out, "Go! Go!" A strong light radiated out continuously. The system announced, "Attribute, undead, race, undead, Gravedigger Shishite, level 45, boss." The liberated souls responded to Ye Hao's sincere action. "Thank you." At this time, Victor was still standing there with a dazed look on his face. He couldn't help but wonder, "So you really insta-killed the boss? Who exactly are you?" Hearing the other party's inner thoughts, Ye Hao smiled smugly. He slowly explained perfunctorily, "Just a nameless wanderer who strayed into this place. Let's go, La Ji Yuna, let's complete the mission." Meanwhile, Ji Yuna, standing behind, exclaimed excitedly, "Okay." The system's notification sound suddenly rang. "Killed the boss. Received 20,000 experience points, 50,000 currency." At this time, Ye Hao was slowly walking forward. He couldn't help but analyze the scene here. This place is indeed a place of blue skies and white clouds. But after all, it's just a low-level boss. There's nothing to look forward to, but thankfully there's a consolation prize. Suddenly, the system said again, "You have picked up the material. Diseased organ, epic grade." He touched his hand. This is a warm heart. A diseased organ, a body part that fell from a high-level infected mutated body. Although I don't know the real effect, it definitely can't be eaten. This made Ye Hao keep pondering with a strained face. It's not easy to drop an epic grade item, but it's a useless thing, and this feeling... Suddenly, Victor's familiar voice rang out right behind him. "Kid, what kind of recovery potion did you just use?" "I've read countless prescriptions in my life. Although I can recognize its level, I can't recognize the specific type, especially that last bottle. It's definitely not something you could have at your level." These words made him keep wondering. Even Ji Yuna chimed in. Dr. Victor is also very curious. Didn't Ye Hao also say that he came from another place? Moreover, he has also used many props that I have never seen before. It's really amazing. At this point, Ye Hao quickly confirmed, "That's right. These are all specialties of my hometown. It's quite far from your place. It's normal if you haven't seen them before." Suddenly, Biantu pointed forward. He cleared his throat. "A kid who doesn't even know the way, yet has so many rare and strange props, it looks suspicious no matter how you look at it. Moreover, what is your purpose for running all the way here to us? Absolutely not to be missed." His actions confused Ye Hao. He asked curiously, "Dr. Victor, why would you say that? Although it is true that very few people from other places come to our place, but I can confirm that Ye Hao is definitely a good person." A look of determination flashed in his eyes. He said, "Whether he is a good person or not, I will judge for myself." Suddenly, Victor's voice became surprised. "Wait, where did you get the thing in your hand?" Seeing this, Ye Hao replied unconsciously, "This? It's the diseased organ that the boss just dropped. Do you know what it does?" These words made the other party become bewildered. He kept saying with a tone of fear, "I came here to find it. This kind of diseased organ is an extremely rare material, only obtainable from the bodies of the dead. For it, I turned over all the corpses in the cemetery, but couldn't find it. Unexpectedly, it's on that monster." Meanwhile, Ji Yune's head was full of question marks. He kept questioning, could it be related to the plague? Hearing this, Victor quickly replied, "That's nonsense. Only on the bodies of people who died from the disease is there an extremely low probability of a diseased organ appearing. Obtaining it will have an important effect on my research into the origin of the plague." These words made Ye Hao fall into contemplation. The origin of this plague has finally touched my needs. Immediately afterwards, he knelt down in front of Ye Hao without hesitation, his voice carrying a plea. "May I ask if you can give it to me now? No matter how much money you want, even if I have to go bankrupt, I am willing. Because it is very important to me. I have been looking for it for almost 2 years, and if I miss this opportunity, I don't know if I can hold on until the day I clarify the cause of the plague." After finishing speaking, Ye Hao threw the fiery red heart to him. He said calmly, "Free." This action surprised the other party. He blurted out, "What?" Meanwhile, Ye Hao kept explaining, "Usually I admire the most those who strive for their ideals. You are willing to dedicate yourself to the research of the plague and risk danger, even going bankrupt. I admire this determination very much, so why would I want to ask for anything from you?" Hearing these sincere words, Victor stood up abruptly. He cherished the red heart in his hand, his voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you. Not only can you fully understand the perseverance in my career, but you also have a tolerant and selfless heart. Please forgive my previous attitude. You are indeed not like those money-hungry hunters." Suddenly Ye Hao questioned, "What do you mean by that? It sounds like your organization has problems." At this time, Ji Yunei spoke with a worried face. "There is some misunderstanding in this matter." After he finished speaking, Victor chimed in. His voice at this time had become extremely serious. "Kid La Ji Yu Na, you don't need to speak up for them. Do you really think that if you join the Hunter Guild they will value you? Wake up, you! And they are not on the same path at all." The people in front of him were very surprised when they heard him say, "Those two-faced people. On the surface they say they are protecting our safety. In reality they do a lot of bad things behind their backs, bullying men and oppressing women." Victor's face grew increasingly enraged as he emphasized, "People in the town bow their heads when they see them. They get beaten for the slightest displeasure, and even have to pay protection fees regularly. How is this any different from thugs?" These words made Ye Hao exclaim, "Even though I had somewhat guessed this from looking at those 3 guys." Meanwhile, Ji Yuna sighed helplessly. He said, "The Hunter Legion one dreamed of was not like this. I don't know when it started to become so rotten. People like you, Ye Hao, are strong but also humble and kind, are becoming fewer and fewer." In the next second his face was filled with undisguised determination. "From the day I joined the Hunter Legion, I made up my mind to change this chaos and restore it to its original sacred form." This scene made Ye Hao couldn't help but question, "You're really changing it and elevating it to the entire world." After a while Victor took the initiative to step forward. He calmly suggested, "Let's leave this place first and talk. When I came, the carriage was tied up quite far away. It should still be there." Immediately after, he replied, "Okay." The wheels began to move. Ji Yuna sat quietly in the carriage, and he spoke first. "Dr. Victor, if you have been researching for so long, do you have any clues about the origin of the plague?" This question confused the other person. He hesitated a little when he replied, "To tell the truth, I'm ashamed." However, he bravely recounted his story in a somewhat remorseful tone. "Due to the lack of useful materials for research, to this day I have not clarified the origin of the plague, but I do have some clues." According to folklore, the origin and spread of the plague are related to blood infection. Hearing this, a cry of surprise rang out. Blood infection? However, Victor ignored it. He slowly continued, "Although I don't believe this rumor, I still didn't ignore this point. After undergoing research in many aspects, under the bright red moonlight," his voice was somewhat eerie, "all clues point to a mysterious organization, the Secret Blood Church. In legend." Ji Yuna couldn't remain calm upon hearing this. He leaned forward and asked urgently, "Is the Secret Blood Church the mysterious church that worships the ancient god of secret blood and legend?" Hearing this, the other party quickly gave him the answer. "That's right, but they are elusive, and I have never seen them with my own eyes, so the authenticity of it is still questionable." These words made Ye Hao fall into contemplation. Ancient gods? Do ancient gods exist in this world too? Suddenly, Victor's voice interrupted his train of thought. "In many villages and towns that I visited, there is a saying, When the epidemic situation was not too serious, people from the secret blood church often came to the villages and towns to treat the villagers. The special medicine they used was the ancient god's secret blood. But the next saying is different. Images of old men with happy faces constantly appeared in everyone's minds, some people said. After receiving treatment from the secret blood church, they successfully recovered, and more than half of their bodies became strong and healthy. But very quickly, their faces gradually became strange, but some people seemed to go crazy. Their minds were erratic, and finally their bodies mutated and turned into monsters. Speaking of this, Victor couldn't help but sigh. But whether it is the former or the latter, they are just one-sided words, without basis. If we can't find the people of the secret blood church to verify, then it is meaningless in practice. So, I will also look for their whereabouts when I have free time. At this time, Ye Hao spoke. His face was curious but also very firm. Actually, we also have legends related to ancient gods. I wonder if there is something called la kingpin among the ancient gods you are talking about. Hearing this, the other party replied, "Of course, but we are used to calling it." An image of a monster with countless eyes quickly appeared in Ye Hao's mind. It was the thousand-eyed ancient manga, la kingpin. He couldn't help but ponder. We are greatly rewarded. Even ordinary people in this dimension know the real name of the ancient god. We can definitely get more useful information, which can help me be more prepared when facing them next time. Thinking of this, he suddenly turned to question the other party. Then do you know which ancient god the secret blood church believes in? Victor did not hesitate to explain to Ye Hao. Of course its name is... Along with his voice, a terrifying monster appeared in his mind. It was the dark blood secret master, Bei Er-de. Ye Hao had a cold face, and calculated in his heart, dark blood secret master Bei Er-de. This kind of absolute title is an ancient god of the same level as Lake. It sounds absolutely unkind. Ji Na asked somewhat embarrassedly. What is the dark blood secret master you are talking about? I have never heard of it before. Ye Hao was surprised to hear this. You don't know? Ji Na explained the reason. Regarding the affairs of the secret blood church, I only know a little bit, and I am even more unclear about their beliefs. Victor snorted coldly, turned his head and said, As far as I know, the Hunter Legion has already secretly launched an investigation into the secret blood church. You don't even know about this, and you say you are not being isolated. Ji Na smiled awkwardly. Maybe it's because it hasn't been officially transferred. The system sound rang. The progress of the main quest line has been updated. The current progress is 2%. He was shocked. When he heard this, it was updated at this time. It seems that this ancient god will definitely become an important turning point for him to become the Dark Shadow Monarch. In order to complete the main quest line as soon as possible, I must quickly find the Dark Blood Secret Master and promote their meeting. Ye Hao looked at Victor. Regarding that ancient god, is the rumor that it is. Before he could finish speaking, he interrupted. Let's stop this topic here. We have discussed enough. If we continue to talk, we may be cursed. Ji Na looked at him curiously, his voice full of curiosity. Doctor, you have always advocated science and opposed superstition. Why are you afraid of being cursed at this time? Victor closed his eyes and slowly explained. The so-called science is not just looking at the results. What is more important is the process and attitude, facing all kinds of unknown possibilities. Before seeing it with your own eyes and experiencing it yourself, you can't easily deny it. He was even more dazed after hearing this. Although I don't understand, I always feel like it's very powerful. Ye Hao said nothing, and secretly evaluated in his mind. In the complex worldview of this feudal dynasty and theological background, it is relatively valuable to have such enlightenment. Under the bright, blood-red moonlight, their voices were still ringing out evenly. I'm a little tired after talking so much. La Ji Na kid, you drive the car. I haven't closed my eyes for several days. I have to sleep for a while. There is still some time before we get to town. I will call you when we get there. Walking and talking, they soon arrived. Ye Hunter Legion Branch. We're here. This is the discussion hall of the Legion Branch. It looks like a tavern. The three of them walked inside, looking around and evaluating. It's kind of similar. Let's go in, Dr. Victor. Wake up, you've slept quite a bit. What are those three counters for? Those three windows are for providing, receiving, and reporting tasks, and buying and selling and exchanging items. We have to report this task later. So it's not much different from a black market, just much more primitive. Ye Hao pointed upwards. Curious. What's on the second floor? Ji Na explained. That area is only accessible to high-ranking members of the order. I've never been up there myself. Marina, tears still clinging to her eyes, rushed over excitedly. Papa! Marina's level 5! She hugged Victor tightly. You're really back, finally back. I was so worried. He patted her reassuringly, his eyes filled with affection. Why are you crying? Always crying. I'm back safe, aren't I? Nothing can happen to your papa. Marina wiped her tears and turned to Ji Na. Thank you, La Ji Na. Gag, I'm finally reunited with Papa, all thanks to you. Actually, I didn't do much. He gave a wry smile. It's all thanks to Ye Hao. Hearing the introduction, she looked over at him curiously. Ye Hao waved hello, so she followed suit. Helping others is only natural, especially someone like Dr. Victor who serves the people. Marina, her face flushed with shyness, said to him, I'm still extremely grateful to you for saving my father. In her heart, she secretly mused, this little brother is quite handsome. Marina daydreamed. Marina's fantasy image. Although La Ji Na Gege is more handsome, Ye Hao Gege's aura of a strong man is also captivating. If they both pursued me, what would I do? It's so hard to choose. Victor walked over and tapped her head. Your infatuation is acting up again. Don't run to the lobby if you have nothing to do. Aren't you disgusted by all the smelly men here? Marina whined at him. That hurt. I was just worried about you. He changed his tune quickly, flipping his expression. This time's harvest wasn't small. I must seize the time to return to my research. Farewell for now. Ye Hao Xiao Lao Di. If you're interested, you're welcome to visit. My place is by the bell tower. Turn left 200 meters from here, and you'll be there. Marina said shyly, but her tone was full of anticipation. You must come. He waved goodbye to the two of them. I'm off. They avoided each other's eyes, finding excuses. I still need to think about whether to go or not. Marina was always like that. Let's go. We need to turn in the mission. A group of people lined up in front of the counter. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Isn't that La Ji Na? You're actually alive and back. Fa Li folded his arms, looking at Ye Hao with amusement. Truly astonishing. We all thought you were dead for sure when you accepted that over-leveled mission. You really stumbled upon some dog-shit luck. Fa Li level 38, H-Ear level 35. Ji Na replied with a smile. You're right, I was indeed very lucky. The girl standing at the counter, without looking up, recognized him. Trainee Hunter La Ji Na. You're here, Ji Na. Handed over the book and introduced. Yes, this is the mission report, and the marks of my 3 fallen comrades. Hearing this, her eyes widened in shock. The crowd around them erupted in murmurs. No way! Those are Lei Rang's marks. Both of them are dead. I heard they were just handling an extremely simple mission. Ji Na said slowly, but it made Fa Li's jaw drop. I ran into them halfway. They offered to help me with my mission, but we unexpectedly encountered a high-level mutant. They unfortunately met their end. I'm also very sorry. He angrily grabbed his collar, questioning him. You're lying. You must have plotted to harm them, otherwise how could you, with your level, have completed this mission? Ji Na retorted loudly. I didn't harm them. They brought it upon themselves. Besides, this mission was completed thanks to Ye Hao's help. Sarian level 120. Branch leader of the Hunter Order. Christina level 150 also stepped forward. Christina interrupted the quarrel. All right, a completed mission is completed. As for whether he's lying or not, and the cause of Lei Rang's death, we will investigate it ourselves. There's no need to argue endlessly here. Hunter Order Sacred Artifacts Division. She walked towards Gi Na. Congratulations, La Gi Na. Starting today, you are officially a hunter. He bowed proudly. Yes, I'm honored. Everyone there looked at the thing emitting light inside a nation's hand with admiration. Is that the tool for conducting the blessing ritual? Ye Hao remained silent, his expression somewhat troubled. Christina handed it to Ji Na. Well done, keep up the good work, La Ji Na. I hope that one day you can become the pride of the Hunter Order. His face flushed as he accepted it. I will try. The leader updated the mission progress. The system announced the current progress, 3%. It smiled, and said to Ye Hao, the spectrum displaying a pink hue. Master, this kid is lovesick? He smiled inwardly. It seems like another important character influencing his turning point. Christina turned her head, her sharp eyes looking at Ye Hao. He was startled by the sudden gaze. 150,000 robbed. I'm screwed. She turned around took Ye Hao's hand and sighed, but said nothing. Being approached so closely by Christina made him flustered. What does she want to do? I definitely can't provoke her in my current state. She released Ye Hao's hand and smiled. Stranger, you have a very strange scent about you. Those present couldn't help but gasp and whisper. Could it be that the leader has taken a liking to this kid? Christina Darren actually took the initiative to get close to a stranger? No, Christina Darren, the one I admire the most, can't be tainted by other smelly men. Suddenly, Christina spoke up with a relaxed attitude. Anyone who makes noise will be sent to see the ancient god. A smile hiding a knife. Her presence silenced those present. Kriti's coldness is also so captivating. Meanwhile, Ye Hao thought helplessly. Why do I always provoke these spotlight characters? Can't the aura of a ruler on my body be concealed? After a moment, he spoke up in confusion. You said I had a strange scent. What kind of scent is it? Hearing this, Christina gently touched her chin with a thoughtful expression and replied, I'm very sensitive to scents. I can remember anything I've smelled even once. But you have a scent I've never known before, because I come from somewhere else. Christina was exuding an intense aura. Somewhere else. No, your scent is indeed strange, but compared to the strangeness of someone from elsewhere, it's more like a deep, indefinable sense of distance. Standing before her, Ye Hao felt a growing sense of dread, cold sweat involuntarily pouring down as a rapid stream of thoughts flashed through his mind. What is this woman's nose? It's too sensitive. Can she tell I'm a transmigrator just from a scent? Suddenly, Ji Na spoke up to defuse the situation. Chris. Team leader Chrissa. Ye Hao may be from somewhere else, but he's definitely a good person. I can vouch for him. Immediately after, Christina responded. I'm not doubting you. It's just that, as you've seen, we here aren't exactly friendly to outsiders. If you want to stay here long term, it's best to have a convenient identity, like a hunter. She kept putting on an easygoing expression. If you're interested in joining, I can make an exception and recommend you. However, Ye Hao was utterly perplexed. Me, a hunter? He quickly regained his composure and said, Thank you for your kindness, but my current level isn't qualified for being a hunter. It's better to find a more relaxed place. Meanwhile, inside he was screaming, You say you're not doubting me? Isn't this just setting me up under your nose for easy surveillance? Ye Hao's words terrified everyone present. They started shouting, Kriti is actually willing to recommend him. And he actually refused. Am I dreaming? He actually dared to refuse Lady Christina's invitation. I must kill him. Shut up. Be careful not to anger the big sister, or it won't end well. Ye Hao was still in a daze, lost in thought. That's right, I can even drink blood now. Is the Dark Shadow Monarch's special skill also derived from this trait of mine? The scene quickly changed. Ye Hao leaned back in his chair calmly and said, Speaking of which, this place looks much more peaceful than the town I came from. There seemed to be very few people infected with the plague. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji-Yune opposite him casually replied, Perhaps because the previous town didn't have a hunter's guild. Where there's our guild, whether it's bandits or the secret blood church, it's not easy for them to infiltrate, so naturally it's much better. His words caught Ye Hao's attention. This situation further confirms the speculation about the origin of the plague in the rumors. Soon after, Ye Hao sat up straight, his voice serious about the secret blood church. You really don't know any more information? However, at this moment the other party helplessly replied with a nonchalant tone, I don't know much, but there must be more information within the guild. Once my level is higher and I have the authority, I will definitely help you investigate. But Ye Hao, why are you so interested in this kind of cult? No, I was just asking casually. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and a group of people walked in, chattering noisily. La Ji-Yuna. The people I called are here. I heard you can drink free wine here, and there are hunters who aren't afraid of getting drunk. Immediately after, Ji-Yuna stood up and responded to them. Who's afraid of who? We're not going home sober tonight. The people present also raised their glasses. They eagerly replied, All right, we're not going home sober. This scene confused Ye Hao. He couldn't help but mutter, Take your time drinking. I don't even know if prices are expensive in this world. Suddenly, the system's notification sounded. The woman is adding again. Host, please pay attention to your balance frequently. I know. Annoying. In the lively atmosphere, Ji-Yuna suddenly spoke up. Ye Hao, you're too modest. With your abilities, you can definitely level up quickly after joining the Hunters Guild. Leveling up is not a problem at all. Immediately after, Ye Hao responded to him. You think too highly of me. I'm really not suited to be a hunter." At the same time, Christina turned and left. She only left behind the words, "If that's the case, I won't force it. If you change your mind, you can always come to see me. Goodbye." Immediately after, Sarian also spoke up. "Fated to meet again, young man." Seeing this, Ji-yu-na put on a serious expression. He kept reminding, "Ye Hao, are you really not reconsidering? This is an extremely rare opportunity." Team leader Christina has never directly recommended anyone to join the Hunters Guild before. Meanwhile, he kept refusing with an awkward face. "I've made up my mind, don't try to persuade me anymore." A thought suddenly flashed through Ye Hao's mind. "I don't have time to be a hunter now. I must think of a way to speed up the main quest and quickly escape this forced situation." Ji-yu-na's helpless voice rang out again. "All right," but it didn't change his mind at all. "System, what percentage of the main quest do I need to complete to return to the real world?" Finishing speaking, the system replied, "The progress of the first mandatory mission must reach 10% before you can return to reality." Hearing this, Ye Hao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, 10%? Then it should be completed very soon. Help me push it forward a bit. Immediately after, he declared loudly, "Everyone, today is a day of great celebration for my good brother, La Ji-yu-na, as he becomes an official hunter. I hope you will all help my good brother in the future. To show my sincerity, I'm treating everyone here to drinks tonight. Everyone, drink to your heart's content." This sudden action surprised Ji-yu-na. He stammered, "Ye Hao, that's too wasteful." The people in the room quickly responded to Ye Hao's words earlier. "This brother of yours is great. Ji-yu, your spirit. La Ji-yu-na, I've got your back. Let's get 10 bottles of vintage, 82. Holy blood wine. We're not going home sober tonight. Anyone who isn't drunk is a turtle." Meanwhile, Ji-yu-na said with embarrassment, "I'm really sorry to make you spend so much." However, Ye Hao calmly comforted him. "No need to be polite. Aren't you very concerned about relationships within the hunters? Why not take this opportunity to dispel those worries?" He looked at the button in his hand, feeling happy inside, and replied, "Thank you, Ye Hao. You've thought everything through so well." Suddenly, the system's notification sounded continuously. Updating mission progress. Current progress 6%. At this moment, two people walked up to Ji-yu-na. They put their arms around his shoulders and said with a natural smile, "Hey, Ji-yu-na, you're the main character. Why are you hiding here drinking? Come over here, wait a minute." Ye Hao stood to the side with an amused smile, constantly giving the light sign and saying, "Go on, you're the center of tonight." However, a stream of thoughts quickly enveloped Ye Hao's mind. "While they're drinking, I have to think about the next plan." While everyone was happily enjoying themselves, he retreated to a corner, slowly thinking, "This world can be seen as a special instance. If I can spend money here, then I can also earn money. So I can't miss this opportunity. I must take the chance to make a fortune." Building a stronghold costs a massive 5 billion, plus the external debt of 500 million. The current rate of earning money is definitely not enough. Suddenly, Ye Hao's face revealed a determined look. "Tomorrow, I must go to Dr. Victor and ask for more information related to the plague. I must find the origin of the plague, create a cure, and then sell the cure to this country. That way, I can save the people of this country and make a fortune without much effort, truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone." Streams of thoughts kept running through his mind. This side quest world is more meaningful than I imagined. Meanwhile, the others were collapsing from drunkenness. They were constantly making noise, confusing Ye Hao. Bottoms up, who else is there? What number is this glass? The nth glass. Damn it, this kid's stomach is a bottomless pit. Even Ji-yu-na had lost consciousness. He stood there with a flushed face and said, "You guys are too weak. You want to get me drunk. You need to call more people. You said it. Wait for us. We'll go get people." In a corner of the room, Ye Hao sat there with a pensive expression. He said softly, "I didn't realize your alcohol tolerance was so good." Suddenly, Ji-yu-na approached. He said, "Actually, I've been like this since I was a kid. Whether it's water or alcohol, as long as it's liquid, I can drink it without limit." A series of system notifications chimed, reminding, "Due to the exchange rate difference between this world and the real world the host exists in, the ratio is 1/1000. Therefore, the 500 gold coins spent on alcohol last night are equivalent to deducting 500,000 gold coins." Along with that, a distraught voice echoed through the space. "What? Why didn't you mention this crucial setting earlier? If I'd known prices here were so expensive, I wouldn't have wasted it like that. Ji Na walked along the deserted street, asking incessantly, "What's wrong? You seem so listless, Ye Hao. Didn't you sleep well last night? Should we go back for you to get some more sleep?" There's no need to rush to Dr. Victor's place. However, Ye Hao, putting on a gloomy facade, still refused to admit it. "It's nothing. It's because of something else. Just ignore me. I'm fine." Ji Na's expression grew more serious, and his voice turned colder. "This is related to the Hunter Guild. Are you sure you won't reconsider? I don't mean anything by it. I just feel safer with you around, and if we do missions together, it'll definitely be easier." At this point, Ye Hao relaxed his facial muscles and slowly replied, "You don't need to worry about that. Even if I don't join the Hunter Guild, I'll be there for you whenever you need me. Whatever enemies we face, just charge forward without worry, and I'll provide excellent support." Suddenly, Ji Na shouted in the middle of the crowded market, "Really? Thank you so much, Ye Hao. We've only known each other for a short time, but you're willing to help me so much. I really don't know how to thank you enough." Excited, happy, not only that, even Ye Hao laughed loudly with excitement. "It's nothing, I believe in fate. I met you as soon as I arrived in this strange place, which proves we have a special connection." Watching Ji Na's back as he walked ahead, Ye Hao couldn't help but wonder. Aside from the mission requirements, his overall abilities have helped me resolve crises many times. I truly want to help him. It's just that images from the past quickly overwhelmed Ye Hao's mind. I'm not even sure if I'm helping or hurting him, because I probably wouldn't even dream that the future awaiting him would have such a dark ending, and it's all being driven by my own hands. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Main questline update speed. Current progress, 8%. That once again caused Ye Hao to fall into contemplation. No matter what, let me walk with him on the path of final destiny. Suddenly Ye Hao called out near the bell tower, "It's here, Ji Na." Following behind, hurriedly replied, "Yes, this is the place." Standing in front of a simple gate, Ye Hao couldn't help but call out, "Dr. Victor, we're here." The person inside quickly called out, "Is that Ye Hao? The door's unlocked. Come in quickly." Hearing this, Ye Hao also stepped inside. He politely said, "Sorry for the intrusion." Seeing them, Marina said coquettishly, "Welcome, handsome men. Would you like breakfast first, or—" Suddenly Victor cut her off. "Shut up, Marina. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" As soon as he entered, Ye Hao was full of concern for him. "Doctor? What's wrong? You look even worse than before." Before Victor could answer, Marina quickly interjected. "The old man started burying himself in research as soon as he got back yesterday, but he hasn't made any progress. He's stuck. As a result, he hasn't slept all night, and he won't listen to my advice." Her face flushed slightly, and her voice carried a hint of embarrassment. She then said, "Did you two notice anything different about me?" "Did we?" Suddenly Victor pushed her aside. He loudly interrupted, "Stop talking nonsense. Quickly prepare breakfast. I'm hungry." Hearing this, she happily replied, "Yes, I'm going right away." At this point, Ye Hao calmly spoke to him. He asked, "Did you encounter any problems during your research?" Hearing this, Victor sighed involuntarily. "It's shameful to say, it's all because I lack the ability." He took out a blue test tube, his voice filled with determination. "If I want to analyze the internal structure of the diseased tissue, I must use high-grade, ultra-pure solvent. Even though I have intermediate water refining medicine, I can't refine a solvent with sufficient purity even after a night, leading to no progress in the analysis and research." Hearing this, Ye Hao put on a blank expression, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Reagent? Do you have a crafting diagram? Or should I give it a try?" Hearing his words, Victor excitedly asked, "You also understand medicine refining?" Ye Hao quickly responded, "I know a little." However, Victor turned away. At this time, he had changed his mind. "No need. I've already arranged for my friend who works as a potion maker at the association to help. This kind of medical stuff should be left to professionals." Hearing this, Ye Hao calmly replied, "Okay." Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from behind. "Old bye." The owner of that voice was Jose. "You called me over early in the morning. Is it another troublesome matter? Why are you still so useless? Just keep having me clean up your messes." The system then stated, "Advanced Potion Maker Jose, level 40. Seeing him arrive, Victor happily invited him in. "Master Rose, I'm counting on you." However, the other party only replied with a casual tone, I'm very busy. I'm only helping you out of consideration for our school ties. Hearing this, Victor had to compromise. Yes, thank you for your trouble. This scene made Ye Hao couldn't help but wonder. What's this old guy's background? Are advanced potion makers very rare where you guys are? That kind of superior air is something else. Immediately afterward, Ji Yu-na had to speak up. Because of the epidemic, the Royal Potion Maker Association's plague prevention medicine is extremely scarce right now. Who wouldn't give them some respect? Hearing this, Ye Hao only replied calmly, plague prevention medicine. They already have this kind of medicine, and still haven't traced the root of the disease. His face suddenly revealed a firm expression, emphasizing each word. In fact, the effectiveness of plague prevention medicine has never been verified, but the supply is monopolized by the insect clan, and prices are constantly being driven up. Even the status of the Potion Maker Association is rising accordingly. These words caused Ye Hao to fall into contemplation. He kept voicing his speculations. Looks like there must be something hidden inside this. Every advanced potion maker has such a status, then wouldn't the top potion master be? Of course, because there's only one potion master in the entire country. Seeing his curiosity, Ji Yu-na kindly explained that it was the president of the Royal Potion Makers Association. It's said that he's been brought into the palace, specializing in treating illnesses for the royal family. The treatment is equivalent to an important cabinet minister. His status is even below one person, above 10,000. Suddenly, Ye Hao realized something. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked back with a playful tone. Then wouldn't my opportunity to make money be here? At this time, the image of himself being praised by everyone appeared in his mind, along with the thought, as long as I reveal my identity as a potion master, I'm afraid there won't be wealthy people willing to spend gold to win me over. Coupled with the difference in exchange rates, I must be prepared to make a fortune. Thank you, system. I blamed you wrongly before. Suddenly, the system notification sounded continuously. Side quest activated. Cure the epidemic. Current progress 0%. The side quest will not affect the return time. Meanwhile, Ye Hao was still thinking, there's even a side quest. But luckily it doesn't affect the return time, and it happens to coincide with my purpose, and I can also get an extra reward. Not bad. Suddenly, a burst of intense light appeared, causing him to frown uncomfortably. Immediately afterward, the scenery was turned upside down, and everything was flung away. Someone's shrill scream rang out incessantly. It's exploding! Be careful! The smoke quickly dissipated, and a loud voice boomed from within. What the hell is this? I almost lost my life. Immediately following was Jose's voice. I didn't expect even you to fail. Jose's subordinate was helping him up, constantly asking, Teacher, are you all right? At this, he struggled to stand, replying with irritation, Do I look all right to you? It's just that even I can't synthesize a rungmoi for this diseased part. It seems it's not pure enough. We can only invite the guildmaster to come forward. Hearing this, Victor exclaimed in astonishment from behind. You're saying we have to invite the guildmaster, but isn't he in the palace? Ordinary people can't even meet him, let alone invite him? Jose, in his pathetic state, snapped. How would we know if we don't try? It's all because of your damn toys stirring my curiosity, but I can't handle them. Besides me, the best expert at synthesizing medicine is only the guildmaster. Suddenly, Ye Hao walked in from afar, casually speaking with a faint smile on his face. That's not necessarily true. If you all can't do it, how about letting me give it a try? This action caused the other party to exclaim in surprise, Who are you, kid? Jose's subordinate, now angry, shouted loudly. This kind of academic experiment requires caution. What does a stranger like you know? Get out, don't cause any more trouble here. Faced with this harsh attitude, Ye Hao remained utterly calm, replying, You all say this is serious academic work. How would you know I don't understand without some verification? Suddenly, Victor stepped out from somewhere. He kept trying to mediate. Everyone, don't be rash. Ye Hao is my benefactor. And moreover, this diseased part was also provided by him. Without his help, today's experiment wouldn't have been possible. Immediately after, Jose questioned sternly. So, the diseased part was obtained by Ye Hao. Are you not lying to me, Victor? Upon hearing this, didn't deny it, responding clearly. Absolutely accurate. Luckily, he defeated that high-level mutant to find it. But after all, he is a person from elsewhere, and doesn't understand the rules of our place. Please be more tolerant. Zen stepped in front of Ye Hao, asking softly, Do you really understand medicine synthesis? Hearing this, Ye Hao became excited, replying with a smile, I have a basic understanding. Suddenly, Jose's subordinate laughed loudly, constantly mocking. "Kid, you'd better take good care of yourself. Do you look like someone who knows how to synthesize medicine? There's not even a hint of medicine on you. Moreover, on the contrary, I can still smell the unweaned milk on you." These words made Ye Hao excited. He kept questioning the other party. "You don't understand anything. Ye Hao is much more powerful than you all. He was able to defeat that level 45 mutant with just 2 bottles of medicine." Immediately afterward, the other one also chimed in with his comrade. He snorted coldly. "Even if he fights very well, fighting and medicine synthesis are 2 different things. I advise your friend not to embarrass himself and waste our precious time." This scene caused Victor to fall into contemplation. Although the recovery potion can indeed cause damage to undead-type monsters, an ordinary person wouldn't waste it like that. If you want to use 2 bottles to instantly kill a level 45 undead, it would have to be a high-grade recovery potion or higher. This kind of medicine is not only rare but also expensive. This kid, actually. Meanwhile, Jose still stood in front of Ye Hao with a serious face. He kept emphasizing, "Kid, if you claim to understand medicine synthesis, then you should also understand that in academic matters 1 is 1, and there's no room for half a lie. I can give you 1 chance, but if you fail, I will give you the most severe punishment, even expulsion. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Ye Hao gave a satisfied smile, replying, "Of course, I am very clear, but compared to this, what I want to know most now is, how much reward will I get if I succeed?" Suddenly, Ye Hao worriedly said from behind, "Ye Hao, do you really want to do this? What if you get expelled? The power of the Royal Alchemist Association is very great." Hearing this, the other party calmly touched his chin. He said with satisfaction, "Kid, you are quite greedy, but I don't hate greedy people, as long as that person really has enough ability. If you can successfully analyze the diseased part, then it would be a great contribution to the study of the plague. I will reward you with 10,000 gold coins." These words caused his subordinates to exclaim in shock. 10,000 gold coins? That's equivalent to our 10 years' salary. Meanwhile, Ye Hao was extremely excited. "As expected of the Royal Alchemist Association, you are really generous." Not letting everyone discuss for long, Ye Hao quickly concluded, "Then let's decide on that. I'm preparing to start." Hearing this, Jose also replied briefly, "Please." However, in his heart he pondered, "It's just posturing. I spent 10 years of effort to reach the level of high-level medicine synthesis. Even I can't do it. How could a kid in his teens be able to? Plus, now a lot of the equipment has been destroyed." Before long, he calmly flipped through each page of paper, and a feeling of reminiscence couldn't help but rise in his heart. Fortunately, the system automatically changed the writing and language to the common type. Otherwise, only a ghost would understand the writing of this other world. Just looking at the formula and mixing ratio, it shouldn't be a problem. It seems the problem is still with the alchemist himself. Ye Hao kept waving his hands and feet. However, in front of these other worlds, it's really not suitable to directly use the ability of the alchemy account with great fanfare. He can only do it himself. Although he has never used these tools before, because of the enhanced ability of the account, these medicinal materials and tools are like familiar old friends of his life. Before long, a golden liquid was produced, perfectly and skillfully. This scene caused those present to talk. "This kid's movements don't look like those of an outsider at all. His rank must be very high. So amazing." Ye Hao, "This skillful technique is not slow at all. No wonder he is so confident. The movements are just basic operations. The purity of the medicine, and whether it can have the final effect, is the only standard for verification." Just then, Ye Hao spoke, breaking the lively atmosphere. "Okay, it's mixed." This made Jose exclaim in horror. "This is impossible. I tried so many times. Either the purity wasn't enough, or because the purity was too high, a violent reaction would occur and it would explode." In an instant, he snatched the vial from his hand. Jose quickly poured it into a vial containing a pink liquid, he said. "Whether it was successfully mixed is not up to you to say. I have to test whether it's effective or not." Immediately after, the 2 liquids mixed together. This scene made those present exclaim in shock. "There's a change. That thing is dissolving into liquid. Did it finally succeed?" The liquid in the vial quickly rose into the sky amid everyone's admiration. "Look quickly! It seems like there's another change." A red creature quickly pounced out. This caused Ye Hao to order loudly, This is La Ji Yu Na. He quickly appeared and dealt with the creature. Received. In an instant, it dissolved into a puddle of liquid lying flat on the ground. A panicked voice kept ringing out. What just happened? It was too fast. There was no time to react. Jose's subordinates couldn't react in time. They stood there blankly and curiously. This thing won't move again, will it? Suddenly, Victor ordered, "Don't get close to it, let me handle it." Although its airborne transmission has been eliminated before, the risk of infection from close contact still exists. Fall. It seems the rumors are true. This plague is definitely related to the ancient god. The current scene unconsciously reminded Ye Hao of scenes from the past, causing him to fall into contemplation. His next goal is to find the Blood Secret Church. From there, he can gather more information about the Dark Blood Secret Master, Bay Erde. This is not only related to the main and side quests of this world, but also to his own safety. Countless bizarre creatures flash through his mind. Now he knows the news of two ancient gods, but he knows nothing about other things. Whether they are hiding in our world or in various instance worlds, I must take this opportunity to investigate clearly and come up with countermeasures. Otherwise it will be like they are hanging a knife over my head, always posing a threat to me. Back in reality, Jose's subordinates were relentlessly questioning Ye Hao, which is to say, this kid really succeeded. His level of medicine preparation is even better than my teacher's. This is really too exaggerated. Contrary to their impulsive attitude, Jose spoke calmly. I can't deny it, I really misjudged. You really have talent, and your strength is even above mine. I didn't expect there would be someone better. You are so young, but you have such a high level in medicine preparation. This is what you call talent, but why have I never heard of you before? Hearing these words, Ye Hao excitedly replied, Because I don't care too much about fame, but only pay attention to benefits, so where's my reward, master? You wouldn't break your promise, would you? However, the other party replied coldly, Of course not. He gave Ye Hao a bag and gently instructed, It's just that I didn't bring so much money when I went out. This 1,000 gold coins is for you first, and I will complete the rest soon. Don't worry, Jar is not a man of his word. I will definitely keep my promise. Ye Hao took it without hesitation, thinking it was not a problem. He held it in his hand and couldn't help but think, Medicine Preparation Master is really a quick way to make money. Moreover, the exchange rate between the two worlds can also help me obtain considerable profits. I must maximize the money-making ability of the Medicine Preparation Master in the future. Suddenly, Jose spoke. In addition, I have a request. I hope you can agree. With warm and pure eyes, Ye Hao reflexively responded quickly. Speak. As long as it can make money, it is easy to negotiate. Hearing this, the other party dared to speak hesitantly. I hope to invite you to join the Royal Alchemist Association. Do you agree? Everyone in the room was very surprised by what just happened, and the noise began to ring. The teacher actually invited that kid to join the Royal Alchemist Association. This kind of treatment has never happened before. So many people squeezed their heads to get into the association, but were rejected outside the door. This kid is too lucky. But the strength he showed just now really has this qualification. Seeing this, Ye Hao also asked Rose again to be sure. This is a bit beyond my expectations. If you directly invited me like this, you must have prepared good conditions and corresponding benefits, right? Hearing this, he had to reply, Negotiation, it's not convenient here, let's go to my office to discuss, please. He turned his head and asked Victor and Ji Yunei for their opinions. Are you going with me? He quickly nodded. Yes, I'll go with you, but he had to refuse. I still have to catch up on research time, so I won't go with you. However, Ji Yunei was stopped by Jose's subordinates. No, the association has regulations prohibiting hunters from entering the association. Ye Hao felt injustice for him and kept questioning, Why? Is the relationship between your church and the Alchemist Association not good? At this time, Ji Yunei had to accept the reality. The internal reasons are a bit complicated, I don't know too much. But Ye Hao didn't intend to give up, and said softly, La Ji Yunei is my good brother. He must go with me. Seeing this, Jose had to nod in acceptance. It's okay. If you want to negotiate with someone, I also have to show some sincerity. But I still hope that this friend of yours hides his hunter badge to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, the subordinate hesitated, but he quickly invited the two of them onto the carriage. The branch of the association is a distance from here. You two, please come with me in the carriage. Ye Hao also calmly accepted. In that case, I will obey. While sitting in the carriage, Ye Hao also inquired about the situation here. You just said this place is a branch? Hearing this, Joss explained and introduced. That's right, the Royal Alchemist Association has branches all over the country. I grew up in this town, so I was also assigned to be in charge. By the way, the headquarters of the Alchemist Association is located in the royal capital, 2 or 3 days away from here. He was also very interested in this trip. Royal capital. I must take a trip if I have the opportunity. After a while, the carriage stopped at a luxurious city. Ye Hao was very surprised by the majesty here, and he kept sighing. Even the branch is so imposing. It is worthy of being the Alchemist Association. It is really rich and majestic. Jose led the way and instructed the two. For the Alchemist Association, no matter how luxurious this place is, it is useless. Without my permission, no matter who you are outside, you are not allowed to enter my office. The two immediately replied, Yes, teacher. When all three entered the office, Ye Hao also went straight to the main issue and questioned the other party. Looking at your mysterious appearance, you probably have deeper intentions than anyone else. I don't like beating around the bush. Just tell me, what is your purpose for wanting me to join the Royal Alchemist Association? He did not skimp on praise for Ye Hao. You are very smart, Z said seriously. And I like to cooperate with smart people. Then I will go straight to the point. I want you to help me become the new president of the Royal Alchemist Association. Ji Yu Na also exclaimed in surprise. What? However, Ye Hao was probably not too surprised by the other party's intention, and said calmly, Huh. Why did you choose me? I am a foreigner, and I heard that your place is very unfriendly to foreigners. He smoked his pipe and said completely the opposite. It is precisely because you are a foreigner that you are more suitable, because your background is clean, not belonging to any force. Only such people can I trust. But this is only one of the factors. The most important thing is that your strength is enough to stand alongside the president, so I need your talent. Ye Hao, in the position of a winner, also asked very easily. You feel that I already have such abilities? Why do I need to help you? Why can't I just become the president myself? Zen also took a deep breath very confidently. He said, I can see that you are not that kind of person, or rather, his deep voice echoed throughout the room. You are not the kind of person who has ambition for power and status. Moreover, you are just a foreigner with no support. Even if you have the ability, you cannot move forward in the field of medicine preparation without manpower and resources. You are a smart person, you cannot not understand this principle, and I can satisfy your desire for money. As long as you help me become the new president, I will distribute half of the association's income to you in the future. At this time, Nala exclaimed in panic. Even if it is half of the income, it is definitely an astronomical figure. This is too fake. At the same time, Ye Hao was seriously thinking, That's right, throwing out this kind of benefit as soon as you arrive, it is difficult not to make people suspicious. Even Dui Si next to him spoke. But, Master, Guangpu's expression shows that this old man is not lying. He made eye contact with Joss in order to find the answer. In order to become the president, you do not hesitate to throw away huge profits. This is very contradictory. What is your purpose? Immediately afterwards, he also replied to Ye Hao. It seems contradictory, but the two words fame and wealth can be divided into explanations. What you need is wealth, and what I need is fame. Jose waved his pipe and exhaled smoke from his hand. The Royal Alchemist Association has degenerated. It is no longer decadent. Since the current president took office, he colluded with the nobles, used the monopoly of drug production, and earned huge profits, and this phenomenon has become worse since the outbreak of the epidemic, he recounted, while recalling his painful past. I have not forgotten that my mother died because she had no money to buy medicine. I promised before her body that I would become an excellent alchemist, creating medicines that the common people could also afford. But the more I tried, the more I sank into the vortex of huge benefits that could not be changed. Even if I become a high-level alchemist, I can only follow the crowd and collude in wrongdoing. Otherwise, I will be swallowed by it. But now there is an opportunity to turn things around. He pointed at you like you were his savior and shouted, It's you, Ye Hao! With your Grandmaster-level crafting skills, plus my resources and connections, if we join forces to research a cure for the plague, we can definitely suppress the chairman's reputation, overthrow him, and seize control of the association. Will you help me with this? Dukisi frowned as he looked at Jose, saying, This dialogue sounds very fake, but I've confirmed it 3 times. And this old guy isn't lying. It's real. At this moment, Ye Hao simply smiled slightly and muttered, although his goal is full of righteousness and idealization, he quickly decided to join forces with Jose. Consider it a collaboration with him, supporting his decision. After all, there are fewer and fewer high-ranking people who still have a conscience. Not to mention it's a matter that can both make money and save people. I have no reason to refuse. Seeing this, he replied in a flurry, "That's great! Thank you, Ye Hao. My promise will definitely not be broken, but there's one thing I must ask of you." He pointed to the cabinet and said, "I promised to give you 10,000 T earlier, but I'm afraid I can't pay it all at once right now. There are 4,000 gold coins there, which is all the money I can currently mobilize. Although my income is very high, I mostly use it for free medicine crafting to provide to Victor so he can help the poor with medical treatment. As for the remaining 5,000 gold coins, please give me some time." Ye Hao quickly accepted it. He casually said, "It's okay, you can use the rest to compensate for medicine crafting maps and materials, but preferably high-level maps, or Grandmaster level ones." Cooperation was formed. Jose shook hands and accepted Ye Hao's proposal. "Thank you for understanding. You can take any maps and materials you fancy, but some precious Grandmaster level maps are all stored in the association's vault. As long as I become the chairman, you can choose any map you want." Ye Hao nodded slightly. "Then let's decide on that," they both exclaimed. "Okay, it's a deal." It was starting to get late, and the blood-red moon clearly illuminated the path that Ye Hao and Ji Yuna were walking. "It's so late already," Ji Yuna recounted. "Then the two of you spoke quite enthusiastically, but I didn't understand anything on the academic side." He quickly changed the subject. "Are you hungry? How about we go to the best restaurant in town for a meal? CAI is rich now." He laughed loudly without any reservation. Having money means doing whatever you want. But suddenly, 3 mysterious figures in pure black uniforms and distinctive masks approached them. Without saying a word, they immediately attacked them as fast as lightning. This scene made them exclaim involuntarily, "Ah, you guys." Ji Yuna immediately used his sword to block the attack of one of the 3 to protect Ye Hao. He wasn't slow either, immediately opening a shield to protect himself, and thought in his heart, "Crestfall. Could they be people from the secret blood church? I didn't expect them to come to our door so quickly." But they shattered his shield, breaking it into pieces. Ye Hao was extremely surprised to see this, falling into contemplation. "Broken in a second. The difference in strength is too great. The opponent's level is much higher than ours." Ji Yuna had to push him back and shout, "Ye Hao, run quickly, I'll hold them back." He couldn't stop him, and could only shout as a warning, "La Ji Yuna, don't do anything stupid, we can't win against them." Suddenly, the system's voice rang out with an announcement. Main questline progress updated 10%, reaching the conditions for return. The host will immediately return to the real world, catching Ye Hao off guard. "What? At this kind of moment?" Ye Hao shouted, trying to reach out and pull Ji Yuna back. "La Ji Yuna, wait for me." But appearing before him were his teammates in the real world. They were extremely worried and asked him, "Ye Hao, you're awake. But who is La Ji Yuna? You suddenly fainted, and I thought something unexpected had happened." "Now it seems like it's probably nothing serious," Ye Hao realized, "so I finally came back." But at this critical moment he asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" Immediately afterwards, Ji Bao replied, "Probably for a while. After that pool of blood receded, we saw you faint on the ground. We just rushed over when you woke up." Ye Hao immediately frantically calculated the time difference between the 2 worlds. It seems like the time in this world is indeed paused. System: what's happening in La Ji Yuna's world now? The system also calculated and announced, after the host leaves, the time in the Shadow Monarch world will also be paused. But because the quest line has not ended, the host will be forcibly transferred back there again, after 240 hours. He immediately calculated and made a plan with a solemn face. "Once I'm forcibly teleported, wouldn't that mean I'll return to the time when those 3 black-clothed assassins attacked? La Ji Yuna's life is hanging by a thread. I must think of a way to break this situation. It seems like these 10 days will be very important. During this time, I must proactively maximize the attack power of the Grandmaster Alchemist account. Otherwise I'll die as soon as I go back." Wang Chuan saw Ye Hao in a daze and kept asking, "What are you spacing out about? Being so indifferent to a pile of equipment isn't like you." Hearing this, Ye Hao blurted out, "What?" He had to force a laugh and say, "It might really be a sequelae. After using that ultimate move earlier, I'm still a little hazy." Ye Hao tried to rally the spirits of the group, but this time, we all went through life and death together, especially with all the trump cards we had hidden away. There aren't any secrets left between us. How about we form an alliance? On the surface, we'll still do our own thing, but secretly share information and resources together, becoming stronger. What do you think? Wang Chuan heard this and breathed a sigh of relief, replying, "If you still have the mind to say these kinds of things, it seems like your senses have returned." Ye Hao could only force a smile at this sarcasm. Zhu Li came closer and instructed, "Don't get too familiar with me. Although I helped you in the previous battle, it doesn't mean I'll do it again in the future. Today's friend can also be tomorrow's enemy. I hope you remember that well." Ye Hao looked at her and thought to himself, "What? These people are really not easy to fool." But Shui Li marveled at his ultimate move, deciding to use her spiritual power on Ye Hao. "But your high A ultimate move really opened my eyes. 200 million spent quite worthwhile." She moved closer to Ye Hao, making the scene very flirtatious, but Shui Li intended to mark him so he wouldn't escape from her. Debts are still debts after all. 200 million and a divine grade ore. I've written them down. Don't think you can run away easily. A blue light appeared on Ye Hao's forehead. She also didn't forget to threaten, "This magic will follow you to the ends of the earth. Even if you hide underground, I can dig 3 feet into the ground to dig you up." After completing everything, Shui Li decided to say goodbye to everyone, and also didn't forget to give Ye Hao a piece of advice, a sincere piece of advice. "After this battle, you will definitely attract more attention from the high-ranking officials of Huangjing. Be careful not to let them plot against you, otherwise if you die, I won't be able to collect my debts." AI. But perhaps Ye Hao is very confident in his own abilities. Do I really need to be so careful? I'm not someone who doesn't pay back debts, but she didn't say when I need to pay her back. Actually, she's quite righteous. Considering the relationship between Han Mo and Huang Zhang is deteriorating, who knows? The next time we meet will be very soon. Maybe she'll be sent to deal with me again. Ye Hao returned to reality to search for the equipment he needed. "All right, I'm off to collect the loot." Wang Chuan also nodded, acknowledging his contribution. "Go on. We relied entirely on you to defeat the boss. You deserve it." The system's noisy voice rang out again, announcing a series of notifications. "Congratulations to the host for defeating the final boss of the instance dungeon, receiving a reward of 50 million, a bonus of 100 million, unlocking the Dark Shadow Monarch special, which consumes 700 million. However, because the host's main questline progress for Dark Shadow Monarch has reached 10%, the consumption is also reduced accordingly. The actual consumption amount is 630 million. Ye Hao's eyes lit up at the sight of this bargain, pondering. Completing the main questline actually has discounts. If I complete 100%, will the money I spent be returned to me? But the system, recognizing his cunning, immediately extinguished that thought. The amount already consumed will definitely not be refunded. Please do not dream. This made Ye Hao extremely regretful. Items began to appear before his eyes one by one, along with stats and effects. Chitin of the Zerg God. Extremely sharp chitin material that can be used to craft weapons to enhance attack power. Not only that, but there were also the enormous wings of the Zerg God. Crafting material. Soft and translucent insect wings that can be used to craft and enhance the agility and defense attributes of equipment. In addition, there were still 800 units of epic-grade poisonous magic crystals, as well as 3 black stone slabs. Fragments of ancient god Lai's stone slab. It seems to depict some strange symbols. Gathering a sufficient number will lead to unexpected events. There was also Aswan's mask. Wearing it seemingly transforms you into a sociopath. The trait enhances intelligence, useful for alchemy and potion brewing. The power of engineering tools is increased by 30%. Ye Hao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wow, this equipment came just in time, although the design is a bit ugly. As long as I turn off the helmet's effect, I won't see it anymore. In addition, there were many extremely powerful and unique weapons and equipment that made him consider them, such as the Courtier Demon Sword, a demon sword surrounded by an aura of curse. Using it requires mental preparation. The trait is that when attacking, there is a high chance of adding a curse effect to the enemy. The curse significantly reduces movement speed, and every 5 seconds, the target suffers random damage, ranging from 1 to 50% of their current health. This made Ye Hao think a lot. This sword might be able to take advantage of her passivity to enhance the curse effect. There was also the Great Starry Bow, a magnificent bow and arrow sparkling with radiance, reminiscent of the legendary elves. The trait is that when attacking, it creates an armor-piercing effect, which can be stacked. Armor penetration increases the physical damage taken. At this time, he thought that this weapon could be given to Yunfei, as the armor-piercing effect could provide support. And there was also the Zerg God's Shield, a large shield made from the Zerg God's carapace, used to enhance defensive power. It's enormous in size but lightweight. Ye Hao said that Luo Feng was the core tank of the team and his equipment should also be upgraded. There were also other items such as summoning magic crystals, Hearts of Swarm, and the large shield made from the Zerg God's carapace, used to enhance defensive power. It's enormous in size but lightweight. Or like the 1,000 ancient myriad poison recipe, after gathering enough various poisonous insects, you can create legendary grade potions that can be used to stack all kinds of poisonous insects on top of each other. The last thing was the dungeon key, proof that you are the master of the dungeon. Using this key allows you to teleport to the dungeon at any time. Ye Hao was extremely excited, thinking to himself, nice. The items that drop this time are all practical, none of them are redundant. The most important thing is the dungeon key and this legendary recipe. Having this poison greatly increases my chances of survival in this ominous world. As he pondered and smugly calculated, adding Oswan's helmet enhanced the potency of the poison. This rhythm wants me to become a deadly poison master. As long as I live, I can poison even ancient gods to death. While Ye Hao was calculating and smiling like a weirdo, the two people behind him looked at him with utterly contemptuous eyes. Ye Hao looks kinda scary. I wonder what kind of strange idea he's thinking of again. Ye Hao also suddenly remembered his teammates and turned back to ask Wang Chuan. Ah, Captain Jia, how do you think we should distribute this loot? He thought to himself. I almost got too carried away. I should ask him first, before distributing it. The other party also replied, not caring about those rare items, just like what he had said to him earlier. You can take any equipment and props you want. I only need the black stone slab. And the dungeon key. Ye Hao felt a little bad about it. Ah, but what I need most is the dungeon key. He immediately asked back, what do you need the dungeon key for? Ye Hao had to vaguely brush it off. I have some personal matters. Wang Chuan sighed at this point. This is not possible. The dungeon key is what Mo Xiao designated. I do not have the right to distribute it to you, but if you really want it, there is a way. He tried to recruit Ye Hao with an inspiring and impassioned tone. Join the Mogong team. Become a subordinate of young Master Mo Chi. If he is happy, he might give you the dungeon key. Ye Hao saw that the situation was extremely unfavorable and immediately thought, this is half recruitment, half threat. If I reject now, it's openly opposing Mo Chi, but if I agree, wouldn't I be betraying Mo Kere? I will never do something so faithless and unrighteous. He had to ask the system for help. System, can I still use the Dark Shadow Monarch account now? The system immediately refused. No. Due to the ongoing epic quest, this account cannot be used during this period. It can only be used again after the main questline reaches 50%. Wang Chuan saw Ye Hao hesitating and asked directly, what do you think? You don't have to answer right away, we can discuss it in more detail later. Ye Hao also replied, okay, give me some time to think about it. But perhaps this problem was even more serious than he thought. I can't afford to turn against Jia Wang Chuan and Mo Chi in my current state. I absolutely can't gamble by risking everyone for the sake of snatching the dungeon key. The only way is to stabilize them, and then infiltrate from Mo Kier's side later. Jia Bao also intended to interject in the conversation, saying, I roughly understand what you guys are talking about the dungeon key for, but our race's world does not belong to anyone. If it absolutely must belong to someone, he pointed at Ye Hao and affirmed firmly, then it can only belong to Ye Hao. Only he is qualified to be the king of our world. Wang Chuan also sighed and replied to it, standing under your banner, that is indeed the case, especially now that you are the nominal heir to the throne of the race. But unfortunately, this world, or rather, all the rules of operation of this world, have undergone fundamental changes. He held the key and continued with a serious attitude. A small key can decide the owner of the world, isn't it funny? But this is actually happening. Faced with this unchangeable reality, we humans can only comply. So can you, the Zerg. Trungtok equals Zerg. Ye Hao also tried to explain to Jia Bao. Your world is just a copy in our eyes, and our world, in the eyes of even higher existences, might also just be a copy. However, Ye Hao was incredibly overwhelmed with this difficult information. It feels so profound when you say it, I don't understand. While Wang Chuan checked some things on the system, he comforted it. You don't need to force yourself to think so much. Awakening independent consciousness is extremely difficult. There aren't many of us humans who have it either. In some ways, Os1 is indeed a genius, discovering the secrets of the world based solely on his own research, and even almost breaking through the space barrier. Ye Hao nodded in agreement. Uncle was indeed a genius. It's just a pity he chose the wrong path to take. Otherwise, he could have truly led our Zerg to glory. Wang Chuan started urging everyone to leave. There's no point in talking about these things now. Let's go, Ye Hao. Li Jiesi has already finished building the teleportation gate. He nodded in response. Captain Wang, you go first. I promised Ye Hao that I would go with him to bury his master. Moreover, now that we've defeated the final boss, the buff on our bodies has disappeared. I'll be back a little later. I probably won't be held responsible, right? He didn't hesitate and turned to leave, but didn't forget to remind him. The company isn't that petty. I'll also report the entire dungeon quest process truthfully and won't steal your credit. Ye Hao waved goodbye. Then thank you so much. Oh right, he was still planning on asking about Yin Xuan, but he immediately replied, I'll tell her to return to the team. I won't waste your painstaking efforts. At this moment, Wang Chuan had some thoughts in his heart, wondering whether meeting Ye Hao was a blessing or a misfortune for Yin Xuan. Meanwhile, Ye Hao quickly assessed him. After this period of contact, he felt that Wang Chuan's heart wasn't as bad as he thought. Except for being a bit much, his other aspects were quite simple. He was a person worth making friends with, hoping that he wouldn't have to face him head-on in the future. He urged Ye Hao to leave. Ye Hao, you should go bury your master now. But he was worried about Ye Hao's team members. What about your sister and team members? Hearing this, Ye Hao comforted him. Don't worry, I'll contact Wan Hao to take them away first in a bit. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Meng Yanxia was not dead, and it surfaced from the ground, catching him completely off guard, exclaiming, It's still not dead. Ye Hao on the side was also very excited. It's a good time to settle old scores. But Meng Yanxia suddenly kowtowed to the ground, clumsily making the surrounding area messy. Ye Hao didn't understand its intention, wondering, what is it doing? Meng Yanxia said something, but he really couldn't understand it, so he had to ask for help. Hey, Ye Hao, translate a bit. What is it saying? Ye Hao replied very happily. It's saying that it's willing to dedicate itself as your servant, hoping you can spare its life. Seeing this, Ye Hao pointed at Ye Hao, who was at a loss. The one you should dedicate yourself to isn't me, it's him. He is the king of your Zerg. You even swallowed him before, you'll have to compensate him twice as much later. Meng Yanxia immediately nodded frantically to express its sincerity. Suddenly, after kowtowing too many times, it vomited out everything it had swallowed, making Ye Hao feel extremely disgusted, shouting, Wait, this appearance. Could it be? Just how much has this guy swallowed? Ye Hao immediately observed and sighed. Considering its relatively long existence, the number was probably hard to predict. Seeing that the monster's vomit contained many items, he told Ye Hao to go check it out. Ye Hao, go see what it vomited out, help me pick them up. He was immediately startled by this dirty task. Why do I have to go? Oh, okay. After the system received the items, it immediately announced, Congratulations, host, you have obtained 500 epic grade level 100 magic crystals, and a reward of 50 million. The items were immediately dropped. There was the Staff of the High Priestess of the Earth Mother, a magic staff used by the Priestess of the Earth Goddess worshipping sect, containing powerful life energy, with the characteristic of significantly shortening magic, chanting time and mana consumption, and increasing damage when using natural magic. There was also the Sorceress Cloak, rumored to be a magic cloak, once worn by a famous sorceress, but men can also wear it, with the characteristic of enhancing magic power value and magic power recovery speed to the strongest, reducing magic damage and mental damage suffered. And there was also the Intermediate Natural Magic Skill Book. After use, you can comprehend Intermediate Natural Magic, Intermediate Storm, Venomous Fungi, Vine Entanglement, Tree Person Summoning. Are they all mage equipment? Is this heaven also reminding me to open a mage account? He and Ye Hao immediately rode on Meng Yanxia, starting the journey. Next, let's set off. Ye Hao, lead the way. He immediately replied, Yes, we're going. It seems Ye Hao's talent for naming things has been inherited very well. By the time they arrived, the moon was already high in the sky. They arrived at an area covered by nature, where trees and flowing waterfalls formed a turquoise river. Ye Hao also took the opportunity to introduce this place. This is where my master transmigrated to. He also made this place his second hometown. Ye Hao nodded. This place, with its green hills and clear waters, really makes people feel happy and peaceful. It's indeed a suitable place to settle down. He clasped his hands and paid respects for his master's burial. Master, please rest in peace. Seeing his solemnity, he praised him. Your body can return to your second hometown. Your master didn't waste his efforts teaching a disciple like you. Ye Hao turned to admire the dreamlike scenery around him. To be buried in a place with green hills and clear waters like this, Master, you would also be very happy, unlike our world, where you can't choose where you die or are buried. Ye Hao was also a little curious about the world, and Ye Hao told him about it. In your world, you can't see such scenery anymore, Ye Hao nodded. That's right, a huge war has completely changed our world. The survivors have built reinforced concrete strongholds, and the places outside have become wastelands. Nature like this is long gone. He expressed his regret. Your world is now peaceful, but my world is still moving forward vigorously. Perhaps in the future, I will still have to face potential and more serious dangers than now. Ye Hao was incredibly moved, resolutely vowing before him, Ye Hao, if that day ever comes, I will not hesitate to dedicate my life to you. Ye Hao responded, Thank you, Ye Hao, you're being a bit too sentimental right now. But immediately after, he shook his head repeatedly, denying it. I'm not the sentimental and weak type. Maybe I was just influenced by the scene. But now is not the time for pity. Did you ever get the master's key before? Where does it open? Or did you find anything in his room? The two began to search for where the mysterious key could be used. Ye Hao responded, Okay, searching now. After a while, it discovered an intricately carved box and shouted, Found it! The two of them placed it on the table. Ye Hao said, This must be the key to this box. Immediately, Ye Hao responded, As expected, it's here. Quickly open it and see what's inside. When the two opened it, Ye Hao announced, There's only a scroll in the box. The writing on it is from you humans, Master taught me before. But I couldn't learn it, he decided. Give me the scroll. Let me see what's written on. On the tattered scroll, a few lines were written. The Zerg's artifact is the foundation that stabilizes this world, but it is not the only one. Because I once saw a similar stone in the original world. Ye Hao was extremely surprised and exclaimed, Sword Saint also researched artifacts. The human world also has a similar object. What exactly is going on? I once served as the commander of the Imperial Guard in the Royal Palace, and often had the opportunity to come into contact with some of the secrets of the country while by the Emperor's side. That day, the thief known as Flying Thief in the martial world sneaked into the palace to steal a treasure box. I fought him in a battle and managed to get the treasure box back. I returned the treasure box to His Majesty, and it was at that moment that I saw it. Even though it was just a glimpse now that I think about it, although there are minor differences. It was definitely the Zerg's artifact king that I had once been shown. The stolen treasure was returned by Wang Chuan without a scratch. 2 worlds, 2 identical mysterious spar stones. What deeper meaning and connection is there in this matter? If I could understand the secrets within, perhaps I could create an opportunity to return to the original world. With such suspicion and hope, I began a series of secret investigations. I asked the Zerg king to help me search through the ancient books of the Zerg. I secretly observed Oswan's experiments, and finally came to a conclusion. The spar stone, called an artifact by the Zerg, is actually the foundation of the dimension. It has the power to stabilize space and maintain the survival of the entire world. Once the spar stone is damaged, the entire dimension could collapse. I thought if both worlds have such a foundation, perhaps I could find a way to return to the original world from within. But the lifespan of humans is really too short. I finally agreed to Osi's proposal to transform into a Zerg. I really hope that I can see the willow tree in my hometown again. In my remaining years, Ye Hao came forward, curiously asking Ye Hao, What is written on the Master's scroll? Although Master taught me your people's writing before, I am a complete failure at it and don't understand a thing. He didn't answer, his face serious as he pondered. So there really is a second artifact. This is definitely not a coincidence. The real world before Ji Jin came to the Earth era? If that world also has an identical artifact spar stone like in the instance, Ye Hao held the treasure in his hand, thinking of an idea. Then, can it be confirmed that this thing exists in every independent spacetime? If that's the case, could there be a connection to the theory of the reboot of the Mu-Wei world? Ye Hao gave the treasure to Jia Bao and instructed, "It writes about your master's research focus on the artifact. In short, this artifact is related to the foundation and stability of your Zerg world. You must keep it safe." It hesitated to take it, promising him with a firm voice. So that's what Master was doing. Yes, I will definitely keep it safe. Ye Hao invited it to take a walk to relax. While your mother hasn't woken up yet, let's go for a walk by the lake. It's been a long time since I've relaxed. Jia Bao also agreed to this proposal. Okay, but Ye Hao, will you be leaving later? The two stood in front of the waterfall, talking to each other. Jia Bao said with a sad voice, "If you ultimately can't get the key to this world, will you not come back again? We will never be able to see each other again." Ye Hao knew it was feeling down, so he tried to comfort it. Theoretically, that's the case. Although it's very cruel, ownership of your world is determined by the instance key. If the key user is not me, I won't be able to come back here anymore. But don't worry, he smiled and said to Jia Bao, "I will absolutely not let this happen. The most important purpose of my coming here is to get the instance key. After all, this place is the best place to stay. I chose it for everyone, and I will absolutely not let others interfere. Moreover, now I also have a trustworthy good brother like you." "Really? You will bring everyone here?" It heard about Ye Hao's younger sister, and its face became excited, asking again, "Will Miss Yunfei also come?" He replied to it with certainty. "Of course, my world is also full of extremely dangerous, unpredictable things. I must find a safe place for everyone to live in, and I'll have to trouble you then." Jia Bao's voice became even more excited as it listened. "Don't worry, Ye Hao." Jia Bao couldn't hide the excitement on its face. "It seems that we must quickly rebuild the royal palace now. Absolutely cannot let Miss Yunfei not have a beautiful palace to live in when she comes. That would be too rude." He looked at it so excitedly, helplessly. "You're already excited when you heard that, right, Jia Bao?" While the two were talking, a fit of coughing came from behind, causing both of them to turn around to look. Semis hugged her stomach. Struggling to walk over, Jia Bao turned back in surprise. "Mother, you're awake." Ye Hao smiled slightly. "Just in time. Not much different from the time I estimated." Jia Bao helped Semis, worried. "But your level has dropped to level 100 as a side effect of losing the exotic insect essence." Seeing her son so worried, she comforted him gently. "Don't worry, my son. We can finally reunite safely, which is more important than anything else." Jia Bao took out an exotic insect from its palm. "Mother, quickly absorb the exotic insect essence again. Although it certainly can't restore you to your peak state, it's stronger than you are now." "No need," Semis refused when she saw this. "This exotic insect essence doesn't mean much to me." She smiled and made a suggestion. "Our world has been restored to peace, and you have grown up enough to lead the Zerg to a hopeful future. I don't need to fight anymore. How about transferring this power?" Turning to hold Ye Hao's hand, she said, "To the hero who needs and deserves to be blessed." He was stunned and quickly refused. "You want to give me your exotic insect essence? This is not very appropriate." She still insisted on her opinion. "My choice is not wrong. Even the wind and moonlight are agreeing with my actions." Semis held Ye Hao's hand firmly. "You don't need to worry. You and Jia Bao have a bloodline contract, which can help you absorb the energy of this exotic insect essence." Jia Bao also chimed in from the side, bringing the exotic insect to the front. "That's right, Ye Hao. This exotic insect essence is the crystallization of Mother's thousands of years of magic power. Absorbing it is equivalent to obtaining Mother's thousands of years of magic power. It will definitely help you deal with the future challenges." Ye Hao smiled and took it from its hand. "If you all say so, then I won't refuse." "Thank you," Semi smiled even brighter. "We should be the ones saying thank you. Without you, our world would still be a dark place, and my son and I would never be able to reunite," Jia Bao urged from the side. "That's right, but we have no way to repay your great kindness. Quickly absorb this exotic insect essence." The exotic insect emitted a source of blue power surrounding him. Ye Hao was filled with anticipation at this time. Magic power? I've always been a physical DPS. I wonder what it will be like to use this 1,000 years of magic power. The surge of power entering him took him by surprise, a sensation he had never experienced before, resonating with the power of nature. Jia Bao, witnessing the scene before him, gaped. What's going on here? How could his fusion probability with the alien insect essence be so high? Zemis gestured for him to be quiet. Don't disturb him. Natural magic is resonating with Ye Hao's soul. Now is the most crucial moment. After absorbing it, Ye Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. So, this is the feeling of infinite magical power flooding my body. Is this the rhythm of forcing me to change classes? He was shocked to find himself in the system space. How did I directly enter the system space? The system replied from the side. Sensing that the host has obtained powerful magical power, it issued a notification, thereby eliciting a resonance reaction from a special account. Would you like to unlock it immediately? Upon hearing this, Ye Hao was quite curious. There's even such a thing as an account actively coming to my door. Could it be another special account like the Shadow Monarch? The system explained. Although the account is special, its type is different from the Shadow Monarch. Unlocking the account doesn't require spending money or experience points, only transferring the necessary magical power. He didn't hesitate, and immediately unlocked it. There's even such a good thing. My magical power is so abundant now. Doesn't that mean it's practically free? The system is unlocking the account. The system is updating the state. Unlocking. Please wait. After successfully unlocking, the twin magical girls, Avari and Ivina, appeared. Ye Hao exclaimed in shock. WTF, why did I unlock a female account? The system introduced them one by one. The twin magical girls, Avari and Ivina, the strongest magical girls, control light and darkness. However, due to the existence of two conflicting attributes in their bodies, they are separated into two different personalities. The light magical girl Avery has a hot-tempered personality, as fiery as the sun. The dark magical girl, Ivina, is gloomy and melancholic, as cold as moonlight. When using the account, the transformation of sunrise and moonrise will cause a transfer of different personalities. In terms of abilities, in addition to being proficient in all kinds of advanced magic attributes, they also use unique ultimate magic based on the differences in their personalities. Furthermore, when using this special account, there's no need to spend money and experience points, only consuming high-level magic value, and you will receive magic power after defeating any enemy. Ye Hao put his hand on his chin, pondering. Consume magic value, huh? Although I used to mainly focus on physical attacks and hardly ever touched magic value, after absorbing the 1,000-year magic value of the alien insect essence, even if I try to unlock the twin magical girl account, this magic value is completely sufficient. It just so happens that I can use it to make up for the shortcoming of not being able to use the Shadow Monarch. Just as he thought about the scene of transforming into a girl, Long was excited. Whether it's the Crimson Flame Emperor or the Shadow Monarch, when transforming, they will more or less rely on their appearance to transform the account. If this female account makes me wear women's clothes, Ye Hao's face flushed red, hugging his head in embarrassment. That image is too beautiful, I dare not look. The system immediately poured cold water on him. You're overthinking it. Even if the host wants to wear women's clothes, it's impossible to realize, Ye Hao vehemently denied. I don't want to, I haven't. The system guides how to use it. The method of using this account is divided into two types. The first type is to directly use the magic power of the account. It continued the story. The second type is to consume a large amount of magic value to summon the magical girl to appear. When she appears, she immediately deals 500% special ultimate magic damage and follows any of your arrangements, lasting for 1 hour. Ye Hao breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. That's good. At least I don't have to wear women's clothes. That's already lucky. Otherwise, I can only abandon this account, Dugisi interjected from the side. Is this the main point? You don't value the opportunity given to you, master? Jiabao looked at him worriedly. Ye Hao, he hurriedly asked. How do you feel now, after absorbing the alien insect essence? Ye Hao replied in a cheerful tone. Very magical. It feels like my body is full of endless magic value. Thank you guys for helping me become stronger again. Zemis waved his hand. No need to thank us. Even now this magic value is far from reaching the level of infinity. It's only a 1,000-year accumulation. Ye Hao turned around and said goodbye. Well, it's time for me to leave. After I go out, it may be a very long time before we can meet again. You must take care of yourselves. Jiabao was full of reluctance. I definitely will. You must come back home soon too. Ye Hao grabbed his hand tightly, entrusting him with the responsibility. Now you are the new king of the insect race. You must shoulder the responsibility with your mother to make this world better, Ye Hao promised firmly. Of course, when you bring everyone back again, the changes in this world will definitely amaze you. Ye Hao stepped into the space, not forgetting to tease, I will definitely wait and see with bated breath. Goodbye. Ye Hao waved goodbye. Goodbye. Ye Hao, you must come back soon. The system announced that the Lost Temple dungeon has been cleared, and a large-scale team is using the scroll to return to Ye Hao's home city. His cheerful voice rang out. I'm back! Everyone in the house exclaimed in surprise. Ye Hao! Hao hair! Ye Yunfei rushed over and hugged Ye Hao tightly. Brother, you're finally back! I was so worried about you. Ye Yunfei, level 65, smiled and comforted him. Silly girl, what's there to worry about with your brother? Didn't I come back safe and sound? Luo Feng crossed his arms and praised Ye Hao. That's right, the whole team returned safely. Our King's team's first dungeon run was a complete success, Dian smiled. It's so great that no one got hurt. Plus, our levels have increased a lot. Huge Hall, Luo Feng, level 68, Ruan Dian, level 63, Chi, level unknown, Nana, level 75. Nana muttered to herself. Master actually came back unharmed. It seems my plan failed. Chi stepped forward and praised endlessly. It's all thanks to Ye Hao. His parents smiled kindly. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. I heard you did very well in this dungeon, but you must always remember to put safety first in everything. Ye Hao scratched his head and complained he was hungry. I know, Mom and Dad. Is there anything to eat? I suddenly feel so hungry as soon as I get home. His mother opened the kitchen door and laughed. I've already made it, just waiting for you. Everyone, come over and eat too. Everyone excitedly followed him in. Great, we can finally eat. I feel like I can eat 8 to 10 bowls of rice, Luo Feng. Don't eat all the good stuff. Ye Hao looked at the scene before him and thought to himself, it's been so long since I've seen such happy days. To protect this happiness, I must become stronger, and the dungeon key, no matter what, I must get it back into my hands. The girls playfully splashed water at each other, laughing and talking happily. Ye Hao lay back and looked at the moonlight at night, feeling strangely calm. His sister and Nana are so full of energy, even after going through a major battle. In contrast to Luo Feng, who eats and then sleeps, the system rang with a notification. Received a communication request from Mo Kaier. Can you hear me? Here. He approached Kaisher, who was lying down, and greeted her. Good evening, young Miss Mo. She lay sprawled on the chair, holding a glass of wine, and smiled in greeting. I received news the night before last that you were back, but I thought you would need some time to gather with your family, so I didn't contact you right away. Have you had dinner? Ye Hao happily replied. Just finished. She's really thoughtful. Fortunately, she used the engineering drawings before, and they were very helpful in the dungeon. Han Ni spoke in a tone like a long-lost close friend. You're welcome. Helping you is helping myself. Just tell me if you need anything in the future. Ye Hao hesitated. Actually, I have a request now. He leaned against the railing and explained. You probably already know about this. The dungeon key this time was ultimately taken by Jia Yu Chuan. Does that key ultimately belong to Mochi or the corporation? Do you have the ability to get it? Kakir brought the wine glass close to her lips with interest. This key will ultimately belong to the corporation. What? Is it very important to you? Is it because of the money? But based on what I know, the most valuable resources in this dungeon were destroyed in the battle, so there's probably not much economic value. Ye Hao denied her opinion. It wasn't about the money, but because of other necessary reasons. So I want to ask you to help me with this. Carrier sat up and spoke frankly. Understood. The last chance to get the dungeon key is tomorrow. Because tomorrow the corporation headquarters will hold a shareholders meeting. At that time, all colleagues and senior leaders, including me and Marachi, will participate. You are also required to participate. If you can convince my father and the colleagues at the meeting, there will be a chance to get back the dungeon key. I will send a private plane to pick you up tomorrow morning. You must think of a way to deal with it tonight, Ye Hao replied with anticipation. I understand. Then I'll see you tomorrow. Ye Hao was still leaning against the railing, thinking about what had happened. He didn't expect to be able to contact the real central figure of the Hanmo Corporation so quickly. This must be thanks to Mo Kamer. Otherwise, how could a minor character like himself be qualified to participate in the shareholders meeting? I can't always rely on her. Tomorrow's shareholders meeting will definitely be very tense. I must think of a way to win. So I have a bold idea. Before long, it was dawn. The next day, in the first safety zone, at the headquarters of the Hanmo Corporation, the leaders sat in silence, each with a different expression. In the meeting room, Ye Hao looked around and assessed. So these are the senior leaders of the Hanmo Corporation. You can tell the faction distribution at a glance. Sun Long sat at the head, announcing to everyone present. Our Hanmo Corporation had a great success in this dungeon run. Not only did we get the dungeon key, but most importantly, we greatly reduced the arrogance of the Huangjing Corporation. Mo Sun Long, chairman of the Hanmo Corporation, level 110. Here, on behalf of the board of directors, I would like to express my gratitude to all the staff who participated in this battle. The company will not let your efforts go to waste. Next, Mochi will announce the rewards for the team that made a great contribution in this battle. Mochi stood up, holding a paper to announce loudly. Yes, Chairman, I will announce it next. Hanmo team reward 100 million, King's team reward. He looked at the paper in front of him angrily. 200 million. Wait, Chairman, this must be a mistake. How can this unknown team's reward be even higher than the Hanmo team? Sun Long was calm in the face of this reaction. This is based on the mission reports and contribution values submitted by Jia Yuechuan and Lai Jiasi Cheng. The result was calculated by the corporation system. Are you questioning it? Mochi quickly denied it. I didn't mean that. He looked towards Yuechuan and said in a low voice, What is going on? Jia Yuechuan, Ye Hao stood up, and his voice was like a provocation. Thank you for the chairman and the corporation's affirmation of our king's team. Allow me to make a small request. Can I exchange the 200 million reward for the dungeon key? Compared to money, I want to get it even more. Everyone present burst into an uproar. What? This kid got a bargain and is still showing off, and he even dares to mention this kind of unreasonable request. Mochi angrily pointed at Ye Hao. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Although you have some credit, it's not up to a nobody like you to make conditions here, Kakir. You must strictly discipline your subordinates, otherwise you yourself will suffer. Ye Hao ignored his attitude and remained calm. Please let me finish. His face darkened, and he put forward his opinion with some calculation. If the contribution in the dungeon is not enough to qualify to make conditions, then what if I can completely destroy the Huangjing Corporation? Is this merit enough to qualify to make conditions? He angrily roared after hearing what Ye Hao said. What did you say? The shareholders stood up and scolded. Damn it, who do you think you are? Is this a place for you to talk? Taking Huangjing? You're just boasting without knowing shame. There must be a limit to talking nonsense. You're talking nonsense in front of the chairman for the first time you attend the shareholders meeting. How do you manage your subordinates as young miss? Zhang Feng said seriously. Ye Hao, this is the shareholders meeting. You must pay attention to your words. Tell us your opinion. After the meeting, Jia Yu turned around and stopped him. Don't worry, maybe Ye Hao has some plans. Zhang Feng gave his opinion. I'm worried he'll cause big trouble. Originally, our total score in this dungeon exceeded the Hanmo team, which was a good opportunity to weaken Mochi's power. But this kid suddenly disrupted it. Jia still felt that this was not right. Don't draw conclusions about anything too early, especially for Ye Hao. Let's listen to his opinion first. Yuechuan frowned and thought, in the past he did express a desire for the dungeon key, but I didn't expect him to be so eager. But Ye Hao didn't lose his mind because of this. Otherwise he should have defeated me and snatched the key at that time. So now this is definitely not just talking nonsense. Judging from past experience, the more unbelievable what he says, the more it means he's not kidding. Mochi clapped his hands. He flashed a fake smile. Please be quiet, everyone. I want to say a few words to little brother Ye Hao. Your contribution in the dungeon battle this time is indeed not small, and even Jia Yuechuan praised you very much. It shows that your ability is really not bad. Only, he stood up abruptly, pointing at Ye Hao. In the end, you're just an ignorant kid who doesn't understand the world, spouting nonsense and making a fool of yourself. Mochi raised his hands, analyzing. The grudges between Huangjing and our Hanmo have been around for a long time, involving finance, military, and other aspects. The relationships are complex and tangled. The two major corporations have been fighting for over a decade without a clear winner. A newcomer like you, who doesn't know the immensity of the world, recklessly declares you want to take over the Huangjing Corporation. You're simply a reckless fool blinded by profit. If words alone could defeat Huangjing, then why would it be your turn? It's laughable. He looked at Keisha smugly. Little sister, I don't know how you met this kid, but as your older brother I have to remind you to open your eyes wide when choosing someone, otherwise you'll be dragged down by these petty people and waste all your effort. The shareholders sitting in the meeting took turns speaking. Young Master Mo is right. Although it's regrettable, what he said is the truth. This kind of ignorant kid should be taught a lesson. This Ye Hao is really shameless. The discussion was lively. Ye Hao looked over, his face serious. As expected of the eldest young master of the Hanmo Corporation, his rhetoric is logical and clear, scoring high points directly while stirring up the spirits of everyone on the opposing side. Whether this matter can continue depends on me. Instead, it was Keker who stood up, placing both hands on the table. I'm sorry, big brother, but I can't fully agree with what you just said. Ye Hao realized the important thing was Mo Kelser's attitude. Mo Chi was angry, his eyebrows raised. What do you mean? She put her hands on her hips, calmly expressing her opinion. Indeed, as you said, the conflict between us and Huang Zhang has been going on for a long time. Normally speaking, it can't be resolved in a short period. But Kier recounted everything that had happened. Ye Hao isn't someone who can be judged by common sense. Since I met him, every time I thought something was impossible, he always brought me surprises and delights. In District 9, Ye Hao rescued an entire school, defeated the conspiracy of the former Lin Jun Association, and killed the world boss Bai Yi Chi during the concert in District 8. He once again prevented the terrifying attack of the former Lin Jun Association, saving the lives of tens of thousands of people. And in this large-scale team operation in the Instance Dungeon, Ye Hao played a crucial role at the most important moment. Without his existence, the outcome of the battle might still be unknown. She emphasized his words. If this is the reckless fool you're talking about, then I'd rather believe his courage will create a miracle for us. Ye Hao scratched his head, embarrassed. Although it's all true, is it really okay for her to praise me so much in front of so many people? The shareholders discussed among themselves. The eldest young lady has a point, but isn't this a bit of a gamble? What? Are you scared? I'm not afraid of bosses. Why would I be afraid of gambling? It's just that Mo Chi knows how to talk, his sister is just like him. Zunlong sighed. Mo Chi and Kiser both have their points. Both sides make sense. But regarding the grudges between Han Mo and Huang Zhang, I must carefully question you. His face clearly showed every line, his cold eyes full of power. Ye Hao, it's still not too late to take back your previous words. Considering your past merits, I won't hold it against you. But if you insist, then you will bear all the consequences. If you succeed, the reward will definitely not be as simple as just a dungeon key. But if you fail, you will not only be treated as a disposable pawn, but you will also endanger the lives of your family and Keker. If that's the case, you still won't change your minds. Ye Hao and Carrier were resolute, their eyes shining with confidence and provocation. No change, they said in unison. Zunlong turned and walked towards the door, his hands clasped behind his back. I hope you can do what you say. Meeting adjourned. Before he left, Ye Hao quickly promised, his eyes full of determination. 10 days. Within 10 days, I will definitely win Huang Zhang. Just wait for my good news. Zunlong tilted his head to look at him, and he also carried a hope. I will wait. Mo Chichi walked towards Ye Hao. He walked arrogantly. To put a time limit on yourself, locking down all your escape routes, he walked with one hand in his pocket, showing that he didn't take him seriously. If you're not crazy, then you must be a ruthless person with a deep mind. Now, I'm even more interested in you. In 10 days, will you become cannon fodder and disappear from this world? Or will you become a hero and king and return here? Ye Hao also stood with both hands in his pockets, provoking. Thanks for your concern. Chang Feng panicked and stepped forward to question. Ye Hao, you've caused a big problem. Why is the eldest young lady also going crazy with this kid? Manhwa also complained. Didn't you hear what the chairman said? This old man took pity on Ye Hao and finally managed to run to Mo Ker's side. You've just arrived and you already want to kill me? Only Jia Ai could calmly ask. If you've made such a decision, you must have thought of a solution, right? Ye Hao winked. He smiled heroically. Actually, I don't have any solutions yet. It's just that there's a voice in my heart telling me I must kill Huang Zhang. Pang Hua angrily raised his fist. You, this idiot, ruined my wealth and glory. I'm going to fight you. The employee held his head. I'm doomed, he shouted. Who can I reason with? I might as well just die. Changfeng ran over to stop him. Stop! Although I really want to beat him to death, Ye Hao can even face Shui Lu head-on. No one here is his opponent. Kier put her hands on her hips. She was serious. Alright, stop teasing them. I know your personality. Tell me quickly, what other bad ideas do you have? Ye Hao smiled mischievously. You still understand me. He raised 3 fingers, no longer joking. Although I really don't have a specific plan, my purpose and goals are very clear. First, I have a grudge against Huang Zheng. Plus, in this instant's dungeon, the hatred will only deepen. From my perspective, I must destroy him, uproot the weeds completely, so the spring breeze won't let them grow back. Second, Huang Zheng's strongest fighting power is Shui Lulu. I've fought her before. If we really fight quickly, I'm definitely not weaker than her. Moreover, after this battle, Huang Zheng's own fighting power has also been seriously damaged. It's a good opportunity to strike. Third, although I don't care about your internal power struggles, Mo Keller, you've helped me so much, so this is a good opportunity to repay your kindness. With this great contribution, your position will directly surpass Mo Qi, becoming the real spokesperson for Han Mo. Jia felt that what Ye Hao said was quite reasonable, although it was a forced situation. It was also reasonable. The most important thing is that he is confident he has the ability to do this. Chang Feng recognized that, indeed, with his strength, he might really be able to do it. Even Peng Hua, who had been making a fuss earlier, accepted this decisiveness and courage. It was too shocking. Kier reached out, her eyes shining with strong will. This is indeed a bold and difficult choice. I won't force you to follow me. If you want to withdraw, leave now. I guarantee I won't pursue responsibility. Some people quickly ran away. I won't accompany this madman. I haven't lived enough. That's right, at most I'll choose the other side and start over. It's better than dying. Although Peng Hua also seemed a little scared, he was still determined. This old man is going to put this armor on this perverted kid. Extreme victory brings even greater wealth and glory. Losing the bet means losing my worthless life. Chang Feng was silent but thoughtful. Eldest young lady, rest assured, no matter what, I will not betray you, even if there are mountains of knives and seas of fire ahead. Jia Ai didn't say anything, but he still stood there with his hands clasped. Kerr was surprised. Grandmaster Lei Jiasi, I didn't expect you to stay. I always thought you were neutral, he said calmly. I originally didn't care about the power struggle between you and Mo Qi. I stayed here because of Ye Hao. This is what I owe him. No matter what he decides, I will support him at all costs, she agreed. At least on this point, we agree. Ye Hao clasped his hands. He was happy for those who stayed. Thank you for your support and trust. I will definitely not disappoint everyone. Then next, leave it to me. The night sky was mystical as Ye Hao entered the crowd. In District 8, within the narrow alley with its blue-purple lights, he walked calmly. I've always passively accepted Huang Zheng's pursuit, but if I want to take the initiative and counterattack, my knowledge of Huang Zheng is still too little. Luckily, I've already set up a chess piece. If I want to truly understand Huang Zheng's internal situation, then let's start gathering information from old Li, who has always wholeheartedly wanted to become a Grand Master of Medicine Refining. Ye Hao's sharp, golden eyes reflected confidence, and the corners of his lips curved into a mischievous smile. It really is a case of speaking of the devil. He had just turned a corner when he was immediately followed by 3 figures in black cloaks. The target is about to get away. Quickly chase after him. They rushed in, only to be stunned by the wall in front of them. A dead end. Where did that brat go? We clearly saw him just now. A beam of light like an energy blade pierced through, leaving the cloaked enemies no time to react. An ambush. We're clearly wearing optical camouflage, so why were we still discovered? Ma Huang appeared, his cloak fluttering, his fist covered in dazzling golden energy. Although the attack just now was silent and invisible, I was able to pinpoint your location through the direction you fell. Ma Huang, leader of Huang Zhang's level 85 assassination squad, smoke grenade, creates a large amount of smoke, providing stealth within the smoke area, immune to attacks from outside the area. A massive explosion occurred, along with the captain's voice. Everything seemed to shake. Even if he hides, he absolutely can't escape my accurate judgment. Ma Huang flung throwing knives forward. Right there, die. Ye Hao returned, mysterious and dangerous. He focused his mind. He really does have some skill. If that's the case, I won't hide anymore. Ye Hao stood tall with one hand in his pocket high up, looking down with a complacent expression. I have an impression of you. Weren't you the leader of Huang Zheng's assassination squad in the previous battle in the red-tailed Bazillion boss world, trying to assassinate Yin Xuan and the others? Disengage your stealth, Ma Huang said coldly. So you discovered me. But the dead don't need to remember the faces of assassins. Ma Huang revealed himself with striking red hair, and dazzling purple lightning crackled from his hand. He originally intended to follow him back to his residence and start with his family, but since he's been discovered, he can only change his plans. Ma Huang swung his dagger to attack, using a lethal strike, his face full of cruelty, purple lightning creating a violent surge of energy. I'm not the same as I was before. Even Yin Xuan is no longer my match, and you can only die. Ye Hao stood still, calmly responding. Is that so? Ma Huang was suddenly choked. He became panicked. His eyes wide, his teeth clenched, and blue veins popped out on his face. To actually keep up with the speed that I'm so proud of. Ma Huang was still being choked, groaning in pain. Ye Hao calmly and coldly said, Those who dare to touch my family usually die miserably, but today I can give you an exception. As long as you tell me who's behind this, I'll help you die comfortably. Blood flowed from Ma Huang's mouth, unable to believe that he was defeated. Unexpectedly, even after frantically cultivating and leveling up, I can't even hurt a hair on his head, but don't even dream of getting any secrets from me, wanting to bite down on poison and self-destruct. How could it be that easy? Ye Hao's eyes were full of coldness, concentrating intently to unleash his move. Blue energy continuously emitted. Mental control skill intracranial resonance activated. Duration 60. BS falls from the parasite boss avoiding you underground of the academy. He resolutely said, Speak. Who exactly is the mastermind behind this? Ma Huang's eyes widened, sweat pouring down his face. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Ma Huang levitated, his hands reaching forward, his head bowed in submission before the person standing there. Reporting. Master, it is Ling Yuan, an adult colleague of the Huangzheng Corporation. An image of a brown-haired girl with glasses appeared in Ye Hao's mind. Isn't Ling Yuan the female commander of Huangzheng in the previous instance? Unexpectedly, this woman is so vicious, daring to set her sights on my family. His face revealed obvious anger, filled with murderous intent. Good. Since I was preparing to take action anyway, then I'll start with her. Ma Huang collapsed to his knees, his entire body trembling. May I ask, Master, what else can this lowly one do to help you? Ye Hao turned his head away and then glanced back, his hands in his pockets nonchalantly. Not only did you follow, you even wanted to assassinate my family. Tell me, what should you do? This lowly one understands. Ma Huang gathered his energy and then stabbed himself in the heart. Then let me atone for my sins with death. Ye Hao didn't look back, he resolutely walked straight ahead. I will definitely not easily forgive anyone who dares to harm my family. Notification appeared. Received reward. 100,000 experience points, 500,000 reward money. Optical camouflage cloak, after equipping it, can hide the figure and aura, increases movement speed by 50%, doubles the effect when used at night. Old Lai's laboratory, the room appeared with a warm golden light, looking somewhat mysterious. Elder Li clasped his hands in front of him. He looked directly at Ye Hao, containing some worry. Grandmaster Ye, you've arrived. Your previous outstanding performance in the Lost Temple instance has spread throughout the entire Huangzheng Corporation. It can be said that everyone above and below the corporation hates you to the bone, especially that Ling Yuan, after being severely punished by the corporation, has even spread rumors everywhere, offering a high price for your head. Ye Hao listened attentively, and then responded calmly. This is precisely the reason why I want to destroy Huangzheng and Ling Yuan. His eyes were firm, but overthrowing Huangzheng's upper echelons wouldn't be an overnight feat. However, since you've made such a decision, you must have a well-thought-out plan. This isn't something I have the capacity to worry about. I only hope that after you destroy Huangzheng, sigh. Ye Hao sat down comfortably on the chair, a sly smile full of hidden meaning on his face. Rest assured, I won't leave you with nowhere to go. After overthrowing Huangzheng, I'll recommend you to the Han Mo Corporation. After all, researching medicine is the same wherever you do it. The only difference is who you're working for. Moreover, I believe the Han Mo Corporation won't abandon a senior compounder about to become a grandmaster compounder. Elder Lick's eyes widened, his mouth agape in utter astonishment. Thank you, Grandmaster. In truth, just the fact that you aren't discarding me as a pawn is more than I could ask for, because my only goal is to follow you and become a Grandmaster Compounder. Ye Hao leaned closer to him, clasping his hands together and smiling confidently. Alright, let's get to the main topic. What exactly is the situation within Huangjing right now? He gazed intently at Ye Hao, his eyes somewhat cautious, revealing everything. Although it's not apparent from the outside, the truth is that the internal structure of the Huangjing Corporation is facing the risk of division, so the timing of your strike against it can be said to be the best opportunity. The internal structure of the Huangjing Corporation is divided into three major factions. The first is led by the Ling Yuan faction, which specializes in assassination, scheming, and sabotage. This faction is also the weakest, specializing in doing some shameful things for the corporation. The second is the Huangfusheng faction, which manages the financial network, the economic lifeline. He is also the current chairman of Huangjing. All legitimate money-making businesses are managed by him, and his strength is top-notch. The third is Huangfu Day's faction, which mainly deals in arms and mercenary trades. Although his strength is not as good as Huangfu Sheng's, he has attracted many external forces, so he cannot be underestimated. By the way, Huangfu Day and Huangfu Sheng are brothers, but they don't see eye to eye and broke off relations long ago. Elder Lina's eyes were full of coldness as he gradually revealed important information. These three forces have serious conflicts, each wanting to seize the other to dominate. The Ling Yuan faction seeks to survive in the cracks between the two forces. This time, they obtained the command of the dungeon to seize this opportunity to turn things around, but because of your participation, Grandmaster, they suffered a complete defeat, so they wanted to kill you. Ye Hao rested his chin on his hands, his face showing obvious glee. So that's how it is. It really is heaven helping me. It would be a shame not to exploit such a big crack. As long as I can use the relationship of the three families to disintegrate the internal structure of Huangjing, I can easily collect the remnants. He stood up straight, folding his arms confidently. There's no time to delay. Send me Ling Yuan's address. I'll go meet this woman. Elder Ling felt worried. Grandmaster, are you preparing to go settle accounts with her yourself? But her residence is protected by a large number of elite assassins. You're alone, I'm afraid you'll be in danger. Ye Hao smiled somewhat arrogantly, his eyes still sharp. I have my own plans. Women are more interesting the more dangerous they are. If I could get close to her at will, it would be too boring. Elder Lina couldn't help but admire this young man. Truly, you are something else. Tall buildings soared, sturdy and firm. Ling Yuan, a private villa on the top floor. Ling Yuan was relaxing in the bathtub, holding a glass of wine in her hand. Those idiotic board members scolding me for 2 whole hours just because of one failure. It's all because of that Ye Hao. If it weren't for him repeatedly causing trouble, I would have wiped out Hanmo and obtained the dungeon long ago. Ling Yuan frowned, gritting her teeth in anger. Ye Hao, I will definitely find you. And I absolutely won't kill you easily. I will definitely make you watch your family members die one by one before your eyes. I will torture you to the point of wishing you were dead. Finally, I'll make you kneel down and lick my feet, begging me to kill you. A sound rang out, startling her, and she looked in that direction, her eyes wide. Is that so? Ye Hao, hooded in black, looked at her with mischievous eyes. I don't have a foot-licking fetish. Ling Yuan cried out in alarm. You're Ye Hao. Ling Yuan stood up abruptly, asking, Ye Hao, why are you here? He smiled triumphantly, staring at the fair-skinned woman in front of him. I come and go as I please. Surprise, surprise. Ling Yuan barely managed to calm down. She smiled confidently, her sharp eyes exuding arrogance. It is indeed a bit surprising, but it's within the realm of control. It seems the people I sent to follow you have been discovered. You, on the other hand, followed them here. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to find my secret address. Ye Hao turned his face away, closed his eyes, and waved his hand dismissively. Follow them? No need for such trouble. Besides, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with corpses. It's very simple for me to find someone. Ling Yuan was shocked by Ye Hao's composure. The people sent to follow him have all been killed? A bunch of good-for-nothings? I specifically told them to attack his family members. This man is even more dangerous than I imagined. She laughed coldly, her face becoming gloomy. I can only scheme. White smoke wrapped around her body like armor, making her exude a seductive and frightening aura. Ever since our hurried farewell in the dungeon last time, you've never forgotten me, have you? You even chased me to this place." Ling Yuan lowered her eyes, reaching out to brush the hair covering her face. "Moreover, this surveillance was all ordered by the leader. I was only acting on orders, I hope you don't mind." Because then she put her arms around Ye Hao's neck, she pressed her body close to him, her sharp, seductive eyes looking at the young man. "I'm very interested in you. Young, handsome, powerful, and mysterious. Someone with your strength. How about we secretly cooperate and take Huang Zheng and Han Mo into our pockets?" Ling Yuan raised a shining knife to the back of his head, her eyes filled with cold, killing intent. "What do you think, Ye Hao?" He maintained his composure, not dodging at all, as if he had seen through this scheme. "The fragrance of my body has a bewitching and controlling effect. No man can withstand my control at such close range." "Die!" The knife flashed but couldn't pierce Ye Hao's neck. "What's going on? Why can't my body move?" He lowered his face close to hers, his eyes both gentle and subtly domineering. "It seems that although your heart isn't honest, your body is very honest, because they would absolutely not dare to attack their master." Ling Yuan wrapped a towel around herself, her eyes full of anger, one hand holding the towel, one hand holding a knife, and said, "Nonsense. What exactly did you do to me?" She felt something was wrong. Her consciousness was very clear, and her hands and feet didn't feel like there was a problem, but why couldn't she stab? It seemed that her body was consciously resisting attacking him. Ye Hao held out the medicine bottle with a sly smile. "While you were soaking in the tub, I dripped a specially made deadly poison from the newly created Poison Grandmaster into your bathtub. It seems to be taking effect now." The green bottle contained the ancient king's hand-binding poison. The poison was made from ancient secret techniques, colorless and odorless. Along with the diffusion of the toxicity and the prolonged duration of maintenance, the poisoned person can maintain consciousness but cannot resist any commands from the poisoner. She held the knife in front of her, her eyes resolute as if wanting to resist. "Control-type poison? Impossible. You're lying to me. I've never heard of this type of poison." Ye Hao snapped his fingers, looking confident, and even curled his lips into a smile. "Is it real or fake? Won't you know if you try it?" Ling Yuan was controlled to point the knife at herself, her eyes filled with horror, sweat pouring down her face. The light from the knife emitted dazzlingly. She screamed in extreme fear. "Number!" He reached out and grabbed the knife, stopping the stab. But Ye Hao's face was still full of discomfort. "You can touch me, but if you dare to touch my family, the only outcome is death." His murderous intent was evident. Ling Yuan squeezed her eyes shut, not daring to look, sweat pouring down her face. She was flustered. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have had such malicious thoughts. I'm really sorry." Ye Hao held the knife threateningly in front of her. "But directly killing you would still be too wasteful. After all, collapsing your entire Huang Zheng group is my goal. Hand over the spatial system access device and Huang Zheng's high-level permissions." Ling Yuan teared up, her face full of grievance. "How did you know about the group's spatial network? No, if I do that, I'll die even more." She didn't finish her sentence before handing over a small accessory. "This is my personal access device. Please, Master, accept it. The account and password are..." Her hands trembled. "No, my body is..." Ling Yuan trembled so much that she couldn't stand and had to hold onto the cabinet. "I've given you everything you want. Can you let me go this time?" Ye Hao scratched his ear, turning away. "I don't need you for the time being. Go to sleep." Ling Yuan collapsed on the floor in the bathroom, falling asleep as he asked. Energy waves spread, receiving information, space transforming. Ye Hao stood in a vast space covered in blue light and modern technology. As expected of the board of directors' dedicated access device, the loading speed is very fast. "Didn't expect this, did you? I'm back so quickly. This time I'll definitely uproot your system network and see what secrets you're hiding." He stood before a gate, blue light scanning his entire body, everything being thoroughly checked. Scanning confirmation, correct, welcome back, colleague Ling Yuan. Ye Hao stepped into another room, also filled with the light of modern technology, finally in. "This is a colleague's personal room, quite the enjoyment. This kind of life, compared to ordinary people, there's no sense of living in the apocalypse at all," he reminded. "There's no time to delay, Dunye-si, start working." It analyzed through infiltration. The documents searched in this room are all related to that woman's sphere of influence. For example, capital allocation, assassination squad distribution, and information about spy members. Nothing of great use. Ye Hao leaned his hands on the back of the chair, looking at the screen. "Then can we use the guest capabilities of a master technician? Borrow permissions to explore the news of the other two forces? Yes, master. Duisi smiled confidently. Within reach, using Ling Yuan's high-level permissions, obtaining these materials is only a matter of minutes. The entire group's working capital, weaponry deployment, personal cooperation, user data, collection complete. This time, the Huangjing group is like running naked in front of us. A series of numbers appeared on the screen. Based on the materials obtained, I will provide Master with some action suggestions based on my calculations. A violent explosion showed brilliant light. Shards flew everywhere. First is to attack the economic aspect, using hacking techniques to reveal internal confidential documents that are detrimental to Huangjing, causing Huangjing's stock price to plummet, Duisi continued to explain. Then there's the force aspect. Based on intelligence recording the location of Huangjing's weapon storage bases, carry out secret operations, defeat them one by one, and cut off support resources. Ye Hao sat comfortably with his legs crossed on the chair. He cheered. Not bad. Continue. Those people in black cloaks, who are hiding their faces in the dark, do the massacre, then use Ling Yuan's permissions to have her command the assassination squad under her command to assassinate the wrong targets. The targets can be spies personally arranged in various groups, and even assassinate minor figures belonging to the other two forces within the group, causing chaos and disputes. Duisi described it eerily with his red eyes. Finally, completely destroy this spatial network of survival that the Huangjing group relies on, turning them into the blind and the deaf. Ye Hao smirked. Little one, you finally have a bit of the villain's advisor flavor, but I like it. He stood up, stretching, his eyes full of cunning and arrogance. Just do it like that. Everything must be completed within 10 days, not only for the bet with Mo Chi to get the dungeon key, but also because I don't want to be suddenly transmitted at a critical moment and be caught off guard. Let's go. At this time, Duisi seemed to discover something. It frowned, shouting quickly, Wait a minute, master. I just intercepted a latest top-secret piece of news. I will send it to you. Ye Hao looked at it, and was also surprised. His eyes widened. This news. Huangjing is actually secretly contacting large and small forces inside and outside the safe zone, preparing to gather and attack Han Mo. Is this the rhythm of wanting to die together? Ye Hao rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his eyes looking far away without focus. I didn't expect Huangjing to want to strike first to take the advantage. Fortunately, I discovered it. Otherwise, Han Mo would definitely be caught off guard. It is written at the end that a general offensive will be launched in 5 days. There are still 5 days. It seems that my plan must be carried out within 5 days to cause a big surprise to Huangjing. In the middle of the luxurious city, the shimmering lights shine on the tall buildings. Is that Ye Hao? Why are you calling me so late? Guess where I am now. Kaiki NH. I sat on the bed receiving the contact, her eyes full of curiosity looking at the screen. Based on your style, you must be making trouble for Huangjing now. Ye Hao stood on the roof of the building, his figure shining brightly under the moonlight. Smart. I am now in the home of Huangjing's director, Ling Yuan, resolving some personal grievances, and conveniently exploring an important piece of news. Ling Yuan. I remember she is one of the 3 forces of Huangjing, right? Should I say that you are reckless or too decisive? What is that important news? Behind Ye Hao was a bodyguard who had been knocked down lying on the floor. Don't be too shocked when you hear this. Kele NH. I gaped her mouth. She seemed quite shocked to hear the news. What did you say? Huangjing is gathering troops, and 5 days later, they are preparing to launch a general attack on us. Is this news true? This is the top-secret news that I intercepted when I directly hacked into Huangjing's system. It shouldn't be fake. She rubbed her chin, her eyes staring at the screen. She said carefully her analysis. Huangjing is planning to go all in, although their strength has weakened, and is only half of our Han Mo. But if they unite with other forces to suddenly attack us regardless of the consequences, it will also create a destructive blow to us. Ye Hao provided a solution. Quickly inform your father and Mo Chi of this news, but don't let others know. I suspect that there is an internal spy in the Han Mo group. Kai NH. I sat on the edge of the bed preparing to stand up. This is very normal. Our Han Mo also arranges spies in other companies. But hearing her stammering, he realized that she still had concerns. What worries do you have? Ka NH. I went to the glass door looking far away. where the city lights were still shining brightly. I'm worried that even if I tell my father and Mochi, they may not believe me. Because we just said that we wanted to defeat Huang Zheng, and then said that Huang Zheng wanted to attack us. Such contradictory attitudes will only make them suspect that we are playing tricks, wanting to borrow the company's strength to eliminate Huang Zheng. Ye Hao sat down, he put one leg up, and also rested his hand on his knee looking down. Exactly, people like them are in the circle of conspiracy all year round. Everyone is suspicious, and will definitely not believe in such a contradictory matter. Although I don't intend to borrow their strength, I still must inform them, at least to make them alert. Compared to that, I am now more worried about another matter. Cat Nhi, on the other side, wondered. What's going on? Ye Hao lowered his head slightly, his eyes filled with contemplation. How much damage would a war between two major corporations inflict on ordinary citizens? Would the previous disaster in District 9 repeat itself? Especially since my family is in District 8, I must consider their safety. Keller leaned against the glass, her arms wrapped around her body, her eyes looking down with worry. Although this isn't the outcome I wanted to see, the reckless war between the two sides will inevitably affect civilians. This place is the homeland I live in. I don't want it to be ravaged by war either, but the situation now is like an arrow already on the bowstring. Reminding the people to evacuate beforehand would only allow Huang Zheng to discover our plans and miss the opportunity. The city streets are still bustling with people enjoying themselves under the dazzling lights. She carries many worries. Moreover, even if I mobilize all my forces, I can't guarantee the safety of the civilians. After all, there are 9 safe districts here, and the population is simply too large. So I can only rely on you. Ye Hao, you must weaken Huang Zheng's power before the official start of the war, and reduce the scale of the battle to a controllable range. Ye Hao agreed with what she said. I was thinking the same thing. This is the intelligence I got on Huang Zheng, and the plan I made. Take a look, and let's quickly come up with a final, effective, and feasible plan. Kira looked at the screen, and she quickly reviewed their combat power. You've thought of so much in such a short time, truly worthy of being Ye Hao. I don't see any problems with this plan. Just do it according to your own methods, and you can contact me anytime you need support. Her mood became happier, and her smile was bright and radiant. As for your family, my suggestion is that it's best to have them leave the company during this time, because it's more dangerous to be near the company right now. Do you have any trustworthy friends? You can ask them to take care of your family during this time. Under the moonlight, Ye Hao was still communicating information with Kier, trustworthy friend. Thanks for the reminder. I've already thought of a way. Let's do that for now. Good night. She also replied. Yeah, good night. Wheels rolled on the bumpy road, and rocks rang out from the collision. The next day, outside the safe zone, a car was driving on the road at high speed. Ye Hao turned around and announced, "Everyone get out of the car, they should be here soon." Everyone got out of the car, and his mother worried. "Hao, are you really not coming with us?" His father was also uneasy. Once the two major corporations start a war, there will be almost no safe place in the city. Or, you come with us. Before he could finish speaking, Ye Hao winked at him and smiled brightly. Sorry, Mom and Dad. I can't listen to you this time. After all, in a sense, I am the main character of this battle. The good show hasn't started yet. How can the main character leave the stage first? Don't worry, I'll be fine. His father had to agree with Ye Hao's actions. Alright, seeing you so calm, I'm also relieved. After all, you have grown beyond our understanding. But remember, no matter how strong you are, caution is still paramount. Never be careless. Ye Hao respectfully said, I know. He turned to instruct Yunfei, Cheeky. I'm leaving Nana, Mom and Dad, in your care, Cheeky said with concern. Ye Hao, I want to stay and help you. Yunfei lowered her head sadly. I'm very conflicted. Although I know the best thing to do now is to be with Mom and Dad, I still can't control wanting to stay and help you. Ye Hao rubbed his lovely sister's head, and he looked at her with a gentle smile. I know, but this time is not something you can handle. This battle is not like a dungeon, because what you have to face is people who are more complicated than monsters. Human nature is the most uncontrollable and the most dangerous thing. Yunfei also looked at him. She also understood. I understand. Nana frowned. She couldn't help but worry. Master, you must also be careful. This time the opponent is a major corporation. After all, the other party has the advantage in numbers. Ye Hao reassured. Don't worry. I already have experience dealing with Huang Zheng, and with this time's careful preparation, I believe we will be able to reunite very soon. Nana must protect everyone well, because besides me, your level is the highest here. Her face flushed with pride. Yes, Nana will definitely do that. In her heart, she was confused. Was I worried about him just now? No, I just don't want Ye Hao to die in the war for no reason, because his life must be in my hands, it must be so. Ye Hao looked back at everyone. Those who were family were smiling and seeing him off. After getting the dungeon key, I will definitely build a stronghold so my family will no longer have to wander around because of external dangers. He was full of determination. Wait for me. At this moment, several armored vehicles drove up to everyone. Ye Hao, we're here, you've been waiting long. They were the Horizon Squad. Qingyun waved his hand, and he quickly walked towards him. Brothers, this is the person I told you about. Why don't you hurry up and say hello? The group bowed down. Hello, Ye Hao boss. He couldn't help but laugh. Hey, aren't I just a shareholder? Why have I suddenly become the boss? Xiaoji put his arm around Ye Hao's shoulder. Don't be surprised. Our team's scale today is all thanks to your money and guidance. In terms of reason and emotion, you should be the boss. He Shuai agreed. That's right, what's wrong? Don't you agree? Zheng Cheng stood a little further away. Don't worry, you won't be bothered by any chores. You can be our spiritual totem. Qingyun held out his hand, and he emphasized. Do you really not need our help? Our Horizon Squad is different now. We have enough manpower to deal with all kinds of problems. Ye Hao's eyes were calm, and his lips were slightly pursed as if considering. This time is not necessary, because the situation is quite complicated. It's more convenient for me to act alone. You just need to protect my family with all your strength. Qingyun smiled brightly, as if he was mentally prepared. No problem, just leave it to us. He smiled and squinted as he greeted Ye Hao's family. Hello, uncle and aunt. I am the captain of the Horizon Squad, Lan Qingyun. I have been entrusted by Ye Hao to protect your safety. Please give me more guidance in the coming time. There is no more time to delay. Let's get on the road quickly, so as not to delay Ye Hao's plan. His father smiled lightly and replied, Then we'll trouble you. Everyone got in the car and waved goodbye to him. Ye Hao, you must take care. We'll wait for you to come back. Ye Hao stood up straight and waved back. He smiled brightly to reduce everyone's worries. Everyone take care. I promise I'll be back very soon. Ye Hao turned away and called for support at the same time. Let's go, Du Yi. He used the installed device, his eyes full of caution, and entered Huang Zhang's network. Begin the first phase of operations. Du Yi eagerly understood. At the Huangzheng Corporation, in the data monitoring room, the multi-layered circular structure of the console created the feeling of a giant operating brain. Huang Fu's face was etched with wrinkles of experience, his cold gaze exuding authority. What's the situation now? Huang Fu Shengquan is the chairman of Huangzheng Corporation. Level 100, an employee reported. Everything is proceeding smoothly as per the chairman's plan. As long as we continue to drive up the stock price today and complete a round of harvesting, the capital to launch the assault can be secured on time. This time we'll definitely seize Hanmo Corporation. Hearing that, he was pleased. Very good. The employee panicked upon seeing a warning report. The system has just detected a large amount of negative news about the corporation online. Everyone is in chaos. What? At this critical moment, what is the content? The employee quickly executed. I'll switch to the main screen immediately. Shocking news and hot topics flashed across the screen. Huang Zhang suffers a crushing defeat against Han Mo in the dungeon raid. The culprit who destroyed the base is actually him. Shocking, Huang Zhang's main battle team, the Mysterious Man, is riddled with injuries. The Emperor battle team expressed their ignorance, lamenting. Huang Zhang's beautiful CEO failed to oversee the operation. The board of directors made her do these things to atone. Everyone was stunned. The outrage. What the hell is all this nonsense? The employee pointed at the technical team, cursing. Damn it, what kind of work are you guys doing? Didn't we spend a fortune bribing all the companies and media outlets? How did negative news related to us appear? A member of the technical team reported. We've already asked those companies and media outlets. They stated they also don't know what happened. It seems like they were attacked by hackers. Although annoyed, Huang Fu maintained his composure. These kinds of fabricated rumors aren't worth fearing, just quickly clean them up. At the same time, investigate the source of the news. See who dares to go against me. At that moment, another announcement came from the employee. Bad news. His face was filled with fear. The internal deficit financial report of the corporation was suddenly leaked online, and all the figures have been verified as true. What did you say? Huang Fu angrily grabbed the employee's collar. He was in a fit of rage. How is that possible? How could the top-secret financial report of the internal corporation be circulating online? Are you sure you're not mistaken? The employee was terrified, sweating profusely. Absolutely accurate, Chairman. I've cross-referenced it many times. It is indeed the financial report data from our internal department. The employee poked the report. Chairman, because of the disclosure of the financial report just now, the company's stock price has started to plummet. Another person also informed. Subsidiary companies too. The young man who had his collar grabbed earlier panicked. Even the stock prices of cooperative enterprises have fallen. The market capitalization evaporated is estimated to be hundreds of billions. Please give instructions, Chairman. Huang Fu trembled with anger, clenching his fists tightly. What exactly is the situation? Who exactly is messing with me? An announcement came. Huang Fu Day requests to contact you. Huang Fu still retained his reason. He actually chose this time to call. He tapped the screen to accept. Hello, what's wrong now? Fu Day on the other side asked. Brother, just now the company's stock price plummeted. What exactly is going on? Huang Fu also didn't understand what was happening. I'm not sure either. Don't know where the secret was leaked. At the Huangzheng Corporation's secret operations room, a giant golden light sphere, Fu Day was communicating through the system. He was furious. His eyes wide, his eyebrows furrowed, his mouth open, screaming, What do you mean you're not sure? The leaked document is the company's top-secret report, and it's always been under your safekeeping. Now you're telling me you're not sure? It's affecting our plans. Can you take responsibility for that? Huang Fu Demei, deputy leader of Huangzheng Corporation Level 105. On the other side, Huang Fu couldn't hold back. Damn it, what kind of attitude is that? Are you talking to your older brother like that? I will investigate this matter clearly myself. You should manage the armed forces under your department well. Fu Deng still spoke with an unpleasant tone. You don't need to worry about my affairs. The progress on my side is going very smoothly. A person ran in frantically to report. Bad news, boss. Our armory has been attacked. Everything was blown up, engulfed in a golden blaze. Warning. The armory in Zone 2 is under attack by an unidentified force. The level of loss has reached 80%. Requesting reinforcements. Zone 3, Zone 4, and Zone 5 are also under attack. At this point, Fu Demena couldn't believe his eyes. What? He was extremely tense, his eyebrows furrowed, wrinkling his face. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The locations of the armories are all secret bases. I chose them carefully. Even within the company, not many people know about them. How could they be attacked on such a large scale? There must be an internal traitor. Is it Ling Yu? Or is it you? Uda turned and grabbed the collar of the soldier who reported the news, lifting him up, causing him to tremble. Boss, have mercy. How could it be me, boss? The surveillance screen at the scene has captured images of the intruder. He threw the soldier to the ground, his face full of anger, and ordered, Send it to the main screen. I want to see who dares to touch my assets. A figure entered from the flames, riddled with bullets. He's burning. Kill him. Seeing that the person was shot but nothing happened, everyone was terrified. Why are the bullets not working? Monster. Ye Hao was enveloped in burning light. With violent flames erupting around him, he snapped his fingers. Just a snap of his fingers could activate a terrifying power. A massive explosion occurred, and the light on the screen also went out. Fu Dei stood silently. The signal was interrupted. The screen only has this. The intruder is completely surrounded by flames, unable to confirm their identity. He roared, his eyes full of anger, his hands clenched into fists, and slammed down. Playing dirty with me, right? Who is it? Who exactly did it? His eyes were sharp. His eyes were as red as fire. He was facing an extremely dangerous situation. Damn it, he actually ruined my good thing at this crucial moment. Could it be the Huangzheng Corporation? No, if it was them, they would have already made a move. They wouldn't have waited until now. It seems my solo plan can only be implemented early. In Safe Zone 5, a white light flashed and fell onto the roof of a building. Ye Hao appeared in the stream of electricity. His eyes were cold, and his face was calm. The Twin Maiden's account is really useful, especially this advanced space teleportation magic greatly enhances my mobility, allowing me to move freely between the safe zones. Huangzheng probably wouldn't have dreamed that so many armories were destroyed by me alone. He used the control panel, his eyes sharp, and his tone was calm but firm. In just one morning, not only did I carry out an economic strike against Huangzheng and destroy nearly half of their armories, but as long as I maintain this efficiency for a day, I can complete most of the initial plan, which is much smoother than my expectations, speed up the processing of the other areas, and finally go to Huangzheng's headquarters in Zone 1 to warm myself up. A technological weapon rises in the middle of the city. Ye Hao looked up. Isn't that Zone 1 that beam of light is? He felt confused. A barrier? What's going on? Who launched it? I'll use space teleportation magic to go over there and explore. After all, a warning is issued. An examination reveals a legendary level barrier shield ahead. High-level space magic is unable to penetrate it, and forcibly using magic will result in backlash. Please reconsider, host. The barrier shield there is legendary level. He also wondered about the legendary level barrier shield. Ye Hao's gaze sharpened, realizing the gravity of the situation. There are now only two possibilities. 1. Manhwa actively deployed the barrier to avoid being hit by an attack, but she didn't inform me. Furthermore, Huangzheng's headquarters are also in District 1. This type of defensive measure is illogical, so only one possibility remains. Ye Hao received unexpected information. "CU requests to connect with you," he wondered. "Miss CU?" Ye Hao, gazing at the scene before him, said, "There's an emergency. Ye Hao, I'm currently at the black market in District 5. But the mercenaries and Huangzheng's people at the black market suddenly surrounded us. Moreover, it's not just District 5. I've received news that the company's assets in Districts 2 through 9 are also under siege. Furthermore, the young mistress and company leaders are unreachable. I need you to come and provide support." The other side received the information and immediately responded. "Understood. I'll be there right away." Ye Hao's eyes widened with determination, his brow furrowing slightly. Huangzheng has started moving so quickly. Are they a cornered dog, unable to sit still any longer? Good. It's time to put an end to this feud. At the black market in District 5, a loud laugh echoed as a group of menacing mercenaries stood outside the entrance. Hao Meng shouted loudly, arrogantly, his smile full of mockery and recklessness. "That little brat Han Mo, quickly come out here. If you come out now, we might give you a way out. Otherwise, we'll directly smash this door down." Hao Meng, Mercenary Team Captain Hao Meng, level 90. Several girls inside huddled together, crying in fear. "Aren't you afraid of Han Mo Corporation's counterattack? Don't think that just because you're backed by Huangzheng you can act recklessly." One girl cowered. "I'm scared," Miao Ya said angrily, her eyes filled with resentment. "Even if I die, I will absolutely not surrender to scum like you." The beautiful girl looked at the two of them, trembling with fear. "Sister CU, it's better if we don't provoke those beasts." Hao Meng laughed excitedly, arrogantly, and sarcastically. He was both frantic and smug. "CU, you stinky bitch, who do you think you're threatening?" Anxious. "Let me tell you, I don't give a damn about Huangzheng. They're just scapegoats. Besides, I've wanted to get my hands on you for a long time, but I spared you out of respect for Han Mo. Today, you should think about how you're going to serve this great master later." A girl sat sadly in the corner. "Sister Xingyu, what should we do now? I don't want to be humiliated by those beasts." Xingyu stood in front, blocking the way. "Everyone, don't give up hope. Reinforcements will definitely come. All we can do now is endure and wait." The mercenaries rushed in, charging forward with sinister smiles. "Beauties, we're here. If you don't want to die, obediently drop your weapons." The girl in the green dress grabbed a gun and pointed it at the group. CU stepped forward to block her, her face stern, her eyes sharp and resolute. "I advise you to think carefully. When the battle is over, Han Mo will definitely deal with your crimes." Hao Meng grinned sinisterly, his face smug, his eyes flashing with ridicule and confidence. "What does the battle between your companies have to do with us, then? We'll have already made a fortune and disappeared into the wilderness." But before that, she had her clothes torn by him. She screamed in horror. Hao Meng laughed loudly and arrogantly. "I will absolutely not miss this God-given opportunity. Today I will let you, who is usually so arrogant, taste what true power is." He laughed wildly and barbarically, grabbing Sinu's head and pressing her down, his face full of pleasure. "Brothers, let's get to work." One of his comrades also laughed gleefully. "Long live the boss." She was controlled, her face contorted in helplessness. Unable to resist, no. A large explosion occurred. blasting many people into the air like flaming shadows. Hao Meng turned to look, his eyes wide with panic. What the hell is going on? Flames engulfed everything around them, and his subordinates were sent flying. A demon, a pitch-black figure radiated fierce flames. Red eyes, burning like torches from hell, stepped in. Hao Meng, tense, opened his mouth wide, and shouted an order. Damn it, what are you standing there for? Quickly fire the advanced water attribute enchanted bullets. Kill that thing that's neither human nor ghost. The subordinates quickly raised their guns and fired at the figure. Yes, the bullets that flew toward him were blocked by a circle of light. Damn it, I wasted so many advanced enchanted bullets, and they have no effect on him. How is this possible? All the bullets evaporated, and the flames surrounding Ye Hao blazed like his anger. Knowing to use opposing attributes to attack weaknesses is at least befitting of my level. But, from within the great flames, his face gradually emerged, calm and dangerous. Ye Hao appeared in a relaxed pose, standing straight and tall, his face full of pride. Before absolute power, attribute weaknesses simply do not exist. Si Yu and Miao Ya were overjoyed, tears welling up in their eyes, their gazes filled with happiness and emotion. Ye Hao, the group of mercenaries, holding swords, charged forward angrily. He's just one person, and there are so many of us. Let's kill him together. The comrades responded in unison. Yes, boss. Ye Hao stood still and snapped his fingers. Flames erupted from the pants of the group of people. They were extremely panicked. Damn it, why are my pants on fire? It's hot, my thing is on fire. Hao Meng lay on the ground, screaming, rolling around in pain. Quick, help me put out the fire. A strong stomp followed, and the comrades quickly stomped to put out the fire. Why can't this fire be put out? He endured every sensation to the core, pain and heat. The screams of agony grew louder and louder. Hao Meng knelt down, clasped his hands together, and begged, Ye Hao, hero, spare us, we surrender, please forgive us. We were all acting under orders, it was unavoidable. Have mercy, my family has only had one son for 10 generations. He flashed a meaningful smile, a smile with terrifying words. Surrender is not enough. Reincarnate. They were engulfed in terrifying flames, leaving only burning black shadows, their pain driving them to scream. Miao Ya ran over and hugged him. Ye Hao, you finally came to save us. Ye Hao smiled brightly, looking gently at the two girls. Sorry I'm late. Si Yu also wrapped her arms around his neck, moved to tears. Luckily you made it in time, otherwise. Ye Hao turned to look at everyone, pointing forward, decisively urging, this place is not safe to stay. Everyone follow me quickly. The girls stood nervously, feeling unsafe, but flames surrounded them on all sides. How could they leave? The flames automatically parted to both sides, creating a path for them. Ye Hao led the way, constantly reassuring them. It's okay, go this way. The girls were surprised, exclaiming in admiration. The flames parted on their own. Their faces flushed red, their eyes filled with love for the boy who had just saved them. He's so strong and so handsome. So he's the one with the contribution value exceeding all expectations in the legendary team dungeon. One of them investigated. Sister Si Yu, is he your boyfriend? Or Sister Miao Ya's? Miao Ya blushed shyly, not daring to look him in the eye. Don't talk nonsense. Ye Hao is my savior too. Si Yu calmly replied clearly. Sadly I'm not. But I think everyone wants to be his girlfriend now. That's just the kind of person he is. In the empty square, everyone stepped outside. The scene was desolate, with broken debris everywhere. Ye Hao pointed towards the distant purple pillar of light. Miss Si Yu, you've been in the upper levels for a long time. Have you ever seen this kind of barrier before? She followed his hand to look. I've never seen a barrier of this scale before. So that's why I couldn't contact the young miss? At most, I've only seen regional barriers that can cover a street. A barrier covering the entire safe zone like this absolutely requires barrier equipment reaching legendary grade to achieve. Ye Hao stood with his hands propped, his face full of tension. He analyzed the situation. It seems Huang Zheng is determined to fight to the end, and they actually changed their plan, launching the attack ahead of schedule. This was beyond my expectations. Xin Yu was solemn, her firm eyes full of confidence. The battlefield situation is changing rapidly now that Huang Zheng has made his move. We must immediately take countermeasures. I'm preparing to contact the person in charge of the other safe zones. Everyone, let's unite to stop Huang Zheng's attack. Ye Hao spread his white wings, his arms outstretched. Good. Leave this to you. I have to figure out how to break through this barrier and attack Huang Zheng's headquarters directly. Xin Yu covered her face with her hand. She offered a strategy. To maintain such a huge barrier, the resources needed must be enormous. Relying solely on Zone 1 is impossible. More than half must be transferred from other safe zones. You can start from this aspect. Ye Hao agreed and took flight. Okay, I understand. The girls below waved. Goodbye. He's already leaving so soon. Please be careful too. Ye Hao, before leaving, did not forget to respond to their concern. I will be careful. Take care, everyone. Ye Hao flew forward quickly, holding his hand close to his ear to control the device. It is also unclear how many troops Huang Zheng has gathered in Zone 1, but with the attack team there, it should not be easy for something to happen. On the contrary, Huang Zheng suddenly launching an attack at this point makes me feel a little strange. The Ling Yuan's access device has not received any news and attack orders. That is to say, he was stern, his face highly focused, his gaze seemed to pierce through, showing determination. One of the three major forces of Huang Zheng acted on their own initiative. Ling Yuan has been controlled by me, so it must be one of the two, Huang Fusheng or Huang Fude. I must quickly clarify. Ye Hao flew in the air, he opened the monitoring screen and issued an order via communication. Ling Yuan, come to the window now, look down at the barrier of Zone 1, tell me everything you know. She obeyed the order. Yes, master. Ji raised her hand to signal silence. Ling Yuan's entire body was connected to many wires. She reported back to Ye Hao. That huge barrier actually covers the entire Zone 1. But if Zone 1 is isolated, then half of it was the second brother Huang Fudi who did it. Because his main base is in Zone 2. She looked far outside, her eyes focused on one direction. This means wanting to trap the big brother Huang Fusheng and Huang Zheng in a cage to fight each other, and stand by to reap the benefits. As for the method to break the barrier, I really don't know. Master, Ye Hao understood the information. Huang Fude, huh? Got it. She continued to wait for the order. Ji frowned uncomfortably. He turned down and cursed at the staff. A bunch of useless trash. The company spends so much money to raise you, you can't even solve this little bit of poison. I am truly sorry. Elder Liu bowed his head slightly. He clasped his hands behind his back, appearing respectful. Great Master He. The poison in Lady Ling Yuan's body is indeed a type we have never seen before. If you want to completely eliminate it, it will still take a very long time. Himi embraced Ling Yuan's body in his arms. Then why don't you hurry up and do it? The staff obeyed the order obediently. Yes, Elder Li's cold eyes flickered behind his glasses. The wrinkles on his forehead were obvious. So they can make such a terrifying high-level toxin, it seems I didn't follow the wrong person. Master Ye Hao, please destroy Huang Zheng completely. I can't wait to follow you anymore. Freely roam in the universe and modulate learning. In Safe Zone 2, the Eye of Truth was performing a mission. A notification appeared. The Eye of Truth is scanning, please wait. Ye Hao sat on the roof of the building. He observed everything from above. Zone 2 has already started fighting. Fortunately, I destroyed most of Huang Zheng's heavy weapons before. The scale of the battle doesn't seem too big. The Eye of Truth sent another notification. There are no life forms in the inner city that match Huang Fude's characteristics. Ye Hao was surprised by the information he received. His eyes widened with tension. No way, there aren't any. Huang Fude isn't at the base in Zone 2. Then he's most likely at his secret base. This is troublesome. The recovery time of the Eye of Truth is 2 hours. What should I do to find him next? Dunyi appeared, excitedly bringing good news to him. Reporting, Master. During the last exploration, we discovered someone you will definitely be interested in. Ye Hao was equally curious when he heard this. Someone I'm interested in. Who? Dunyi said in an implied tone. She's busy as always. In Zone 2, the bank under Huang Zheng's authority. Several bodyguards lay scattered on the floor. Zhu. He was searching for something. She knelt on the floor. No, this isn't it either. Where is it after all? Ye Hao walked in, standing with his arms crossed, looking at her with a mischievous smile. Long time no see. What are you looking for this time, student Shu? Hearing the voice, she flinched and frowned. Zhu. He turned around, holding the knife defensively. It's you! Ye Hao smiled again, full of amusement. I was about to ask you, why do you always like to loot a burning house at noon? Are you afraid something will happen in the morning or evening? Shu. He glared at him with arrogance, her expression indifferent and disgusted. Do you think you're funny? Why do you always meddle in nonsense, clinging to me and never letting go? Ye Hao looked at her, a teasing smile on his face. I only said that because I saw a classmate, so I came to remind you a little. Now that the situation is tense, it's extremely dangerous for the top wanted target Huang Pude like you to appear swaggering in their territory. Shoo. He showed off her alluring body as she bent down to continue searching, coldly replying, "Top wanted target. But that's okay. I've received your reminder. You can leave now." Then, she continued to rummage. Ye Hao sighed inwardly. As expected of the Academy's ice goddess, her attitude is always so strong. Isn't this exactly like Xue Lu? He opened a glowing matrix. "Alright then, I have to quickly go deal with Huang Pude. You handle things on your own." Hearing that, she quickly said, "Wait, Xue." He stood up, her eyes becoming icy with a hint of pride. "You said you want to go kill Huang Pude. If that's the case, count me in." Ye Hao was shocked. "What? Do you have a grudge against him too?" Xue. He avoided his question, still maintaining that cold expression. "We only need to agree on the goal. As for the reason, you don't need to ask too much." Ye Hao didn't delve any further. He happily agreed. "Okay, but now there's a difficult problem. I previously received intelligence that he was at the main base in Zone 2, but he's actually not here. Do you have any clues?" Xue. He walked to the door, turning back to look at Ye Hao, her eyes full of determination. "Huang Pude is cunning and suspicious. He usually won't stay at one stronghold for more than 3 days, but I happen to know a few strongholds he frequents." Ye Hao conveniently relied on her. "Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way." He realized something was off. She was so familiar with the other person's habits. There must be a hidden story between these two, but it has nothing to do with me as long as I can find Huang Pude. "Alright, let's set off together." In the blazing flames, sounds of transactions echoed in a high-rise building. "Wait a minute, you don't want this money. My goal has never been money, but only taking what I want, so this is really a waste. If you don't need it, I won't be polite." "Wait 1 minute. Acquired 250 million gold coins." The No. 4 safe zone, Huang Zheng's secret command room exploded, and a large fire engulfed the space, with earth and rocks flying everywhere. Ye Hao's face was fierce. He stepped on an employee. "Where is Huang Pude?" The person panicked, scared. I really don't know." Ye Hao walked away calmly, his eyes half closed as if he was enjoying himself. While behind him was a large explosion. Empty-handed again, then there's only one place left. "Shoo!" He gasped, surprised. She widened her eyes, astonished. He's much stronger than before. Although I could vaguely sense it before, seeing this kind of overwhelming power with my own eyes is truly shocking. It seems choosing to accompany him wasn't a mistake, but... Next, Ye Hao walked closer to Xue. "Let's go, there's only one last stronghold left. Hopefully we'll be lucky enough to find him." He was worried when he saw her hugging her trembling body, his eyes full of concern. "Are you okay, student Xue?" "Hugh, why do I feel like your body is shaking?" Shuhi's face darkened, her expression as if she was afraid of something. "If possible, I hope I never have to go back there." Shaking, he reassured her. "It's okay." Ye Hao grabbed Shuhi's shoulders, looking into her eyes, the atmosphere filled with a pink hue. "No matter what personal grudges you and Huang Pude have, you stay here. Leave the next part to me, Xue." He indifferently looked at him weakly. "Ye Hao?" She grabbed his hand, her face flushed red. "Zhu." He shyly opened her mouth. "Thank you for your warmth. Although my body is resisting, I must face it, or I will never be able to move forward." Ye Hao accepted it. In his heart he felt like a hero. Student Xu Lu also has an unspeakable past? If she has chosen to face it, I will also do my best to help her. Zone 8 Safe Zone, the secret underground base exploded. "There's this place in Zone 8, I've been here so long and didn't even notice." Ye Hao strode forward, exuding an overwhelming aura, and the defending forces inside, whether in numbers or firepower, are much stronger than other places. "It seems we've finally found the right place." He walked beside him. She was sharp and full of murderous intent, because this place has the assets he values most. Ye Hao asked back, "What assets?" While he and she were talking, there were shadows waiting on the ceiling. Icy blue energy enveloped them. Surging waves of energy, magical elemental attacks struck. The two stood in a protective barrier, and the attacks inside were mixed with the effects of magical elements that were much stronger than before. "It seems we're getting close to our target." A series of robots appeared in front of the two. What's going on? Besides their eye and hair color, they can't be said to be completely similar to student Shui Lu. They can only be said to be exactly the same. Huang Pude looked down from above. He frowned. You finally come back, Shui He? No, should I call you test subject Bilan 13? Ye Hao looked up at him, puzzled. Test subject? What do you mean? Huang Pude arrogantly mocked. You're so close to her, and you still haven't discovered her true identity. You're really too foolish. Shoo. He hugged her head, covering her ears, her whole body trembling. Don't say any more. He smiled cruelly, his eyes looking at Shu He in a terrifying way. It seems that even though you've been running away for so long, the slave nature in your bones hasn't changed. Facing your master, your instinct will be to feel afraid, right? Test subject Bilan 13, Ye Hao stood in front of Shui. He protected her. Mind your own business. I'm not one to pry into the private lives of classmates, nor am I interested in knowing what grudges you have. But Ye Hao stood there confidently, smirking, his eyes full of determination. You casually made my classmate cry. That is a capital crime. Today, I will settle the old scores and new grudges of yours and Huang Zhang's all at once. Huang Pude showed clear anger. His eyes widened, his gaze as if he wanted to suppress everyone in front of him. You're a bit arrogant, I remember now. You're the kid with the bounty on his head named Ye Hao. Ling Yuan is really useless, actually being played around by a kid. Ye Hao and Shui He were surrounded by a group of robots, forming a tight, inescapable encirclement. Just in time. Not only did you deliver yourself to my doorstep today, but you also brought me a great gift. I must thank you properly. Ye Hao glanced behind him, reassuring her. Don't be afraid. This little trouble is not enough to pose a threat to me. Shoo. He lowered her head shyly, hiding her emotions. Thank you for your warmth, but I am not someone who needs your protection. Hesitantly, she stammered. Perhaps, but not out of fear, but afraid of losing you. Shoo. He suddenly changed her attitude, her eyes blazing like sharp azure flames. She exuded a threat that terrified anyone who faced her, unable to control her murderous instincts, losing her humanity. Experiment Azure 13. Level 110. She waved her hand, unleashing the ice crystal five-faced formation. The shards of ice flew out, smashing into the robots. Is this my inherited model? Zhu Hemi's moves cleaved their bodies in two. They couldn't withstand a single blow. As the icebound soul-seizing ballad was unleashed, Ye Hao mused, that white liquid is artificial blood plasma? I once saw related records in the school library. This is the long-lost secret technique of the Great Seven Heresies, biological simulation modification. He felt truly frightened, never expecting that Huang Zhang would conceal this kind of technique. Most importantly, he never expected Zhu He to be this powerful. When she sparred with me before, she was restraining her strength the entire time. Huang Pude clapped his hands in praise. Not bad. After leaving, you've become even stronger than before. As expected of the only successful half-human, half-simulation experiment created from Shui Lu's DNA. Not only do you have independent consciousness, but you also have the ability to autonomously level up. Those ordinary simulations can't be compared to you at all. Ye Hao suddenly recalled the image of the two girls, clones, So Shui Lu and Shui. He actually had this kind of relationship. He was filled with astonishment. Now that he thought about it, Zhu Lu clearly knew about Zhu He's situation. Did she actively offer her DNA in exchange for the privilege to do as she pleased? Or was Huang Zhang secretly conducting experiments behind her back? But this kind of fate is inevitably too tragic for Zhu He. Zhu He's bright blue eyes shone with determination, filled with imposing momentum. Having independent consciousness is never enough. Until the control components in my body are removed, I cannot truly be free. But fortunately, I've collected all the modification components. As long as I kill you and escape control, I will be able to become a real human. Pud removed his glove, revealing a metallic hand, his eyes filled with anger. You don't know how good you have it. What is there to yearn for in weak creatures like humans? Isn't an immortal, replaceable body like a simulacrum wonderful? I spent so much energy and money to modify myself, to escape from this weak human body, and you want to become human? How ridiculous. Pud revealed a clear look of disdain, his gaze sharp as a knife. Forget it. I originally wanted to let you grow freely, to reach an even higher level before I retrieved you, but since you've actively come to my doorstep, I'll directly retrieve you today. He snapped his fingers, and then the robotic body parts gradually combined. They combined to form a cyborg with 5 different heads. Demonic fusion experiment, ship level 130, commencing extermination operations, activating the magic gate. Shoo. He realized the problem. He actually created a level 130 elite. If I don't abandon my human form and release my ultimate power now, I'll definitely lose. She slowly removed the cloth covering her metallic body, her eyes filled with both determination and hesitation. But if I do that, all the effort I've put in over the years will be for naught. But there's no other way now. A voice rang out. Wait. Ye Hao protected her with a level 150 high-grade energy shield. His eyes were warm and confident. Why the tragic death wish act? Although this amount of information is a bit much, and I don't fully understand it yet, please don't give up so easily. Even if you don't need my protection, don't underestimate my usefulness. For better or worse, we came here together, so we're considered comrades in arms, aren't we? She revealed a slight touch of emotion. Ye Hao reached out and touched her forehead, transmitting something into her. Trash like this isn't worth you abandoning yourself for, Shu. He froze, her cheeks flushing red. What are you doing? The system displayed a notification. Successfully switched to Mo C's account. Mechanical control technical master ability activated. Ye Hao hugged Shui. His eyes filled with tenderness. Have a good sleep. Leave the rest to me. He placed her in the energy protection circle and stepped out towards the robot. Their arms emitted different sources of energy, continuing the extermination operation. Based on the predicted threat level, prioritize eliminating the male target in front. Ye Hao remained calm. He smiled faintly. You're quite discerning, but compared to being hated, he pointed to the forehead of one of the robot's heads, its eyes glowing intensely. I sympathize with you even more. Ye Hao raised his index finger straight up, emitting a purple lightning bolt. The robot was sucked into the vortex and shattered. What? Pude was so tense that his veins were bulging. He widened his eyes, filled with horror. What is this kid's background? Not only did he halt Azure 13's berserk state in an instant, but he also disintegrated my demonic fusion experiment. Ship's secret weapon. This kid's technical level is definitely above advanced. Ye Hao walked forward with a confident and provocative air, a faint smile on his lips. I was a bit surprised by these techniques of you Huangjing people, but so what, do you have any other toys? Take them all out so I can broaden my horizons. Pude tore open his clothes, revealing his metallic body. He smiled arrogantly. The Ling Institute's intelligence says you're a cunning little schemer, and now it seems that's completely accurate. You really do have the strength to be proud of, but... He flew up, flexing his strength. The red lightning bolts formed a combined energy. It ends here, because I will use my transcendent, high-level technical abilities to transform you into an obedient dog. Pude revealed himself as a giant robot, punching the floor, causing an explosion. Huang Pude giant armor form level 140 boss. Ye Hao stood small in front of him, but he didn't flinch. Transcendent, high-level technical abilities. To put it bluntly, you haven't even reached the level of a technical master. Ye Hao even flashed a provocative smile. He beckoned with his hand. If you've got the guts, come over here. Let's see who ends up being the obedient dog. Fu De raged, daring to brag in front of me, overestimating your own abilities. Turn into dust. He unleashed full firepower, bullets streaming towards Ye Hao. The bullets collided with the protective barrier, creating small sparks and explosions. Ye Hao glanced over, a smug grin spreading across his face. Mech combat, huh? Too bad I don't have a mech I can use right now. Otherwise, I'd love to pilot one and have a proper fight with you. Guess I can only use this opportunity to practice my combat skills on this tech account. Fu De roared with laughter. What arrogance! You think blocking my shots means you can nullify my attacks? Heh. Missiles are on their way, one after another. Once my missiles lock onto a target, they'll chase you to your death, change your position, and they'll change direction to follow. Ye Hao executed a mechanical control technique. Standing still with his hands in his pockets, casually snapping his fingers, the missiles instantly transformed into blazing flowers. He remained calm, a hint of innocent mockery on his face. Maybe, after all, I once naively prayed for world peace. Fu De was indignant. Damn it, how did my missiles turn into flowers? What kind of trickery is this? Those missiles were now flying back. What the hell? They're plugging into the gun barrels. The guns on Fu De's body exploded, catching him completely off guard. Damn it, what kind of power is this? How can you do something so unbelievable? Huang Fu De's giant armored form, level 140. Ye Hao sneered, his face full of smugness. Once you reach the level of a tech master, you'll naturally understand. But I'm guessing that day will never come. Fu De opened fire, the muzzle flashes illuminating Ye Hao's small frame. Nonsense. A kid like you, a tech master. Even if you reached that level, you wouldn't have this kind of power. Ye Hao crossed his arms, his gaze unwavering. It's precisely because I'm a tech master that I can disregard your mech's level suppression and tech category advantage. But I do have a question. Isn't it said that the strongest person in Huangjang is Shui Lu? Why is your level equivalent to hers? Fu De gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes bloodshot. Shui Lu is indeed strong, but in my eyes, she's just a pawn. That's why I gave her the highest degree of freedom. Because she's so strong, I can use her genes to create even stronger clone armies. Ye Hao looked at him with disdain, a faint smirk on his lips. You really like playing the fisherman who profits? Sealing off Zone 1 was also your trick, wasn't it? Wanting to trap Han Mo and Huang Fusheng inside, to fight each other to the death, so you could clean up the mess in the end? Fu De frowned so deeply that the lines of his facial bones were clearly visible. You're indeed very smart. No wonder Ling Yuan valued you so much at the beginning, always wanting to put you on the high-priority bounty list. Now it seems you really are a top enemy of our Huangjang. Your level of threat is no less than the entire Han Mo Corporation. He clenched his fist. Targets with a high threat like, you must be completely eliminated. I'll show you my strongest state. Mo Zhuang Ji Ba. Duration, 3 minutes. Mo Zhuang Ji Ba level 180 boss. He activated Mo Zhuang Ji Ba. Ye Hao stood there, feigning admiration. Ji Ba is so cool, the name you gave it is domineering enough. Fu De radiated a destructive aura, surrounded by blazing plasma flames. Standing before my enhanced magic attack, you have nowhere to run. Die, Maro magic bombardment. Two opposing, immense forces collided, creating a blinding explosion. I'll blast you into dust. This is the end for anyone who dares oppose me. Ye Hao stood calmly, crossing his arms, a confident smile on his face, bordering on provocation. You really are a naming genius. I'm willing to concede defeat in the field of naming, but if we're talking about magic, then I'll show you my true abilities. Fu De couldn't believe what was happening. What? You're completely unscathed. How is that possible? Ye Hao commanded. System. Summon Light Maiden AV. A brilliant golden light erupted, forming a massive summoning circle in the air. System notification. Received. Summoning in progress. Please wait. Fu De Groi, inside his mech, suddenly received a warning. High energy source detected above. Above the base, dozens of floors up. Even with the special metal protection designed to defend against nuclear attacks, there shouldn't be anything. A massive meteor was falling towards him. A meteor. How can there be a meteor dozens of meters underground? The meteor continued to fall, gradually destroying the shield. What the hell? How can something so absurd happen? Magic enhanced shield. Shield value 10%, 20%, 30%. Fu De fell to the ground, sending rocks and dirt flying. The blazing fire from the meteor didn't stop, continuing its descent. System notification. Duration, 1 minute. Mo Zhuang Ji Ba level 180. At this moment, Shu. He slowly opened her eyes, feeling incredibly comfortable. Her expression was gentle, a feeling of warmth. AVRA appeared, majestic and dazzling. She radiated the divine aura of a goddess, Shu. He recognized her as the Light Maiden, R.A. She immediately knelt down in complete servitude. My supreme, wise, and mighty master, thank you for summoning me. What are your orders? Do you wish me to kill your enemies? Ye Hao stepped forward and ordered, no, keep him alive. There are still many things I need to ask him. AVREY laughed somewhat maniacally. Obey. So, you just want me to leave him a sliver of life, and I can play with the rest as I please, right? Thank you, Master, for your grace. She cast Heaven's Fire Meteor, causing numerous fireballs to rain down from above. Fu De stood dumbfounded, not knowing what to do, so it's magic of this level. Ye Hao sighed endlessly. This light elemental witch has such a bad personality, looks like another villainous account. But to suppress a level 180 Demon Lord Ji Ba without taking any damage, this account's strength is fully proven. Although it can't one-shot levels like the Dark Shadow Monarch, it's good enough. Most importantly, it doesn't cost money and has no side effects. Fu De lay sprawled under the rubble, groaning in pain. I'm not dead yet. At this moment, Huang Fu De, level 105, had only 2% health left. He held a remote control in his hand, wearing a sinister smile. You're just a naive brat. Why not just kill me and be done with it? AVREY created a magical shield with her staff. Master, be careful. This guy is probably planning to self-destruct, wanting to die with us, Fude said. Self-destruct to die together. No. He pressed a button, his face smug. My life is worth more than yours. Why would I do something so stupid? This is just a last resort trump card. A surge of green electricity appeared, carrying a powerful impact. Ye Hao turned to look in astonishment. It's Shui Hei's explosion. She released a stream of azure energy, her crimson eyes filled with murderous intent. Subject Belon 13, level 160. He realized there was a problem, Zhu. He is being controlled by that bastard. Shu. He let out a loud cry, sending shards of ice straight towards them. Avrey swung her staff forward to counter. How annoying, all these despicable, low-level tactics. I'm fed up. Let's just evaporate this woman and everything else. Ye Hao reached out to stop her, worried. Stop, don't hurt Shu. He, Rey, turned back, tense, and asked, why can't I kill this and I can't kill that? It's so boring. His face turned serious as he looked at her. Ye Hao changed his tone. What's this? You dare defy even your master's orders, Avrey stammered. No, it's not like that. I would never dare to think that way. Please forgive me, master. I installed an interface on Shuhei a long time ago. Only I can control it. It's her failsafe. Fude laughed loudly, self-satisfied. Now she's my puppet. She may not be the strongest, but she's the most useful when dealing with you. You can't bear to hurt her, can you? Ye Hao's eyes erupted with anger. Is that so? Looks like I've been too merciful. I was planning to keep you alive for information, but now it seems unnecessary. You can die now. Ye Hao's face darkened as he ordered, You know what to do, Avrey. She raised her staff high, focusing energy. I've been waiting for you to say that, master. Fude fled, leaving Zhu He to take the hit. Belon 13, cover my escape, he panicked. Damn it, this murderous intent is too strong. This kid is definitely not a weak and kind-hearted person. If I don't run, I'll really die at his hands. Keep fighting for me, Belon 13. Fight until you die. Shu. He used the ice blade to block the attack until she coughed up blood. He ran while smiling with satisfaction. Not bad. Letting you escape and grow on your own before was indeed the right decision. Keep protecting me. Small traditional escape device. Ye Hao was tense, facing a choice. I need to analyze carefully. Avrey's brute force attacks are putting too much pressure on Shui Hei. But without Huang Fude's orders, she'll keep fighting like this until she dies. Compared to killing Huang Fude, I should prioritize saving Shui Hei now. Fude was halfway into the teleportation, sneering, You missed the perfect opportunity to kill me, Ye Hao. Even a hero can't resist a beauty. You just couldn't bring yourself to do it. I'll reorganize my forces and settle the score with you. The next time we meet will be your death. Keep fighting for me, Belon 13, until you die. He burst into laughter and slowly disappeared through teleportation. Avrey reported to Ye Hao, smiling confidently, Master, the magic mark is in effect. No matter where he runs, we can easily find him, he praised. Well done, now switch to defense, then slowly approach Shui. I have other plans. She respectfully obeyed. Understood. Shu. He was still struggling to hold on. Her current condition was extremely poor. Ye Hao ordered Avrey. Open a protective shield. Protect me until I reach her. Avrey responded. Understood. Shu. He coughed continuously, her stats so low that she couldn't do anything anymore, he shouted. Now's the time. Avrey didn't forget to remind him. Don't forget to summon me again, master. Ye Hao quickly complied, switching to the Mosi account. He touched Shu. His head. A signal flashed. Go to sleep. Ye Hao hugged Shu Hei, his eyes showing a hint of guilt and affection. You won't be controlled by anyone anymore, I promise you. He laid her down on the floor and turned to give orders. Dookie C. Immediately scan Shuhi's body, find the problem, and then carry out the modification. Do the work. Hand it over to me. The system displayed. Scanning complete. In addition to the control components, her body also hides self-destruct devices with extreme power. Ye Hao realized the problem. Self-destruct devices? It's a good thing I deliberately let Huang Fude go earlier. Otherwise, pushing him to the brink would have made Zhu He self-destruct. Modify immediately. Dui C received the order. Understood. All unfavorable programs and devices have been completely processed. Modification complete. 2. He jolted awake, her face flushed. What's with my body? Ye Hao smiled at her. You're awake. Do you feel any different? Shu. He stood up and stretched, her eyes crinkling into a smile. She felt incredibly happy, her body light and comfortable. The pressure that had always weighed on her heart was gone. This unprecedented feeling of freedom. Did you do this? Ye Hao was happy for her. Yeah, but sadly, my abilities aren't enough to transform those machines inside you into real flesh and blood, he thought to himself. Of course, only a god could probably do something like that. Zhu. His eyes welled up with tears of happiness, her face blushing with embarrassment. She smiled at him. No, you've already done so much for me. Even though my body was controlled before, I still had some awareness. You not only saved me, but you also gave me freedom, and a second life. I really don't know how to repay you. Shui. He took Ye Hao's hand, her eyes filled with trust. How do you want me to repay you? I'll do anything, Ye Hao stammered, seeing her so proactive. Womanizer alert, he thought to himself. Wow, this contrast in attitude and personality is too much. Ye Hao scratched his head and chuckled. If you really want to repay me, then just give me money. I'm really short on cash right now, Shui. He repeated. Money, Shu. He smiled shyly. I didn't expect that's all you wanted. Is that really okay? You told me I could do anything. A notification popped up. Shu. He has transferred 500 million to you. Ye Hao was shocked. 500 million? How do you have so much money? She explained. I was always moving between the major safe zones, searching for components to disable the control system in my body. I also conveniently saved up quite a bit of money so I could make a clean break after regaining my freedom. Ye Hao chuckled, remembering the past. So that's how it was. No wonder I always ran into her when I was curious. So, what are your plans now, Shu? He smiled gently. Suddenly gaining freedom still feels a bit unfamiliar. I'm still in a hazy, unreal state, but now I've decided to stay by your side and help you eliminate Huang Zhang. Ye Hao quickly refused, his expression firm, his eyes changed completely. No way. Even though I repaired your body, you were previously overexerted and are still in a weakened state. You need to rest first, too. He grabbed Ye Hao's sleeve, her eyes glistening. But I want to help you, Ye Hao said directly. Then recover to your best condition. Otherwise, following me now will only be a burden. Shu. He turned her face away. A green light appeared. I understand. I will definitely try to quickly recover to my best condition. She turned back to look at him with gentle eyes. You have to wait for me. Ye Hao smiled, wondering, Hey, do ye see? Did you tamper with her personality during the repairs? Is this still the cold Shui? I know, do ye see, said bored, Master, you are still too young, you don't understand what is called love. Once this kind of cold girl becomes serious, she may be so hot that you can't stand it. One person and one machine wrestled and cursed at each other. Why don't you go study? Do ye see had to retreat. I was wrong, Master. At the control center. Ye Hao stood in front of the huge data screen, the light from it illuminating the entire room. He said, It seems Huang Fude didn't expect me to find this place so quickly. He didn't even destroy these devices and documents. So I'll take advantage of them. Do ye see, who was floating in the air, said, That's right. Master has received administrator privileges. I just downloaded information related to the energy barrier and made an unexpected discovery. It turned to look at the door and continued. There's also a secret tunnel underground here. Should we explore it, Master? Ye Hao replied. Of course. We've already come this far, so we definitely have to explore it. It would be a big loss if we missed any treasures. Behind the door was a dark staircase leading downwards. The two of them fearlessly stepped down, one step at a time, he said. This secret tunnel feels relatively old. Reaching the bottom, the scene before them shocked them. Do ye see his eyes lit up with joy, and it exclaimed, We've hit the jackpot, Master. This place not only has treasures. In the large room were rows of artificial humans suspended on conveyor belts, and an excited voice said, Moreover, there's more than one. Ye Hao's mind was full of doubts. Could this be where Zhu He was manufactured? And there are still so many roommates that haven't been put into use? Where did Huang Zheng get these dark materials from? Do ye see quickly said, I just scanned it. There's no evidence that the laboratory dates back to ancient times. It's just been modified in later periods, becoming a semi-legacy program. He looked up at the humanoid robots covered in wires, his voice pensive. It seems Huang Zheng has mastered and inherited the technology of the old Earth era to a certain extent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have embarked on the path of creating an artificial human army. Because these techniques are basically useless in the Earth era, after all, they are dead without a soul and cannot develop and upgrade. Du Yixi suddenly leaned closer, its face looking dangerous, and whispered temptingly, "This is not right. Although they may look like piles of iron, in your hands, master, they can turn into treasures. There are so many exquisite, flower-like and jade-like bodies. Why don't you think about creating a harem legion of your own?" Ye Hao's face was as cold as ice, and he rejected. "This suggestion is not bad, but the harem is free. I am interested in the legion. At least it is very helpful for improving the strategic reserve." Du Yixi had to obey. "Yes," he urged. "Hurry up and see what materials are needed to activate them." It began to scan the artificial human's body, and Du Yixi said, "It seems that the body manufacturing has been basically completed, but there is still a lack of core-driving energy, but it can be promoted with high-level magic crystals." He was happy when he heard the words, and ordered, "Then, it's easy to do." A large amount of high-level magic crystals was mined in the last mid-Earth copy, so use them directly and try 30 first. If it is a legion, the number cannot be too small. Du Yixi obeyed. "Yes, I will immediately choose the beautiful body for the master, but I still have to transform the lower-level numbers first so that they obey your command. I suggest trying to activate 6 bodies for inspection first." After it finished speaking, the eyes of the artificial human immediately lit up. Suddenly, those models moved, left the assembly line, and moved towards Ye Hao. He was confused. "What's the matter? Is the system malfunctioning?" They rushed forward to hug him with happy expressions. One person spoke up. "Master, Ye Hao was stunned, not understanding what was happening. He shouted, 'Huh, Du Yixi, what on earth is going on?' It showed a treacherous smile. Just now when I transformed the lower-level commands, I slightly adjusted their personality attributes so they wouldn't be so cold and indifferent anymore," Ye Hao angrily shouted. "Damn it, I knew it was you, kid, playing tricks. Why don't you quickly change it back for me?" Du Yixi was beaten up by him. Immediately afterwards, the artificial humans were reprogrammed. Ye Hao breathed a sigh of relief. "That's better." Du Yixi investigates the location of the energy transfer base of the barrier in Area 1. It sadly replied, "Yes." Those robots knelt down to show their obedience, and said in unison, "Please command, master." According to what was displayed on the screen, Ye Hao instructed, "There are a total of 3 energy transfer points, so let's split up and take action. You 6 will divide into 2 groups to destroy points A and B, and I will take point C." The artificial humans crisply obeyed. "Absolutely." Received. Combat state has been switched. He took the lead and led the corps and said calmly, "Let's go. Advance to the battlefield." They echoed in unison, "Yes." At Safe Zone 3, the energy transfer station, moments later, Ye Hao arrived to find the 2 guards chatting happily. He thought to himself, "The guards are just gossiping. It seems Huang Fudi hasn't informed them yet. I remember these guys. Uniforms are from the Tiansung Corporation. It's reasonable for Tiansung to be in charge of basic construction and supply energy." Ye Hao approached them, and noticing his presence, the 2 guards immediately drew their guns. The one on the left shouted, "Stop! Who are you?" The one on the right threatened, "Hands up and get lost, or I'll shoot," he calmly thought. After that betrayal by Bai Yiqiwei, Huang Zheng could still accept Tiansang. It's somewhat surprising. Then Ye Hao raised his hands as instructed, explaining, "Don't shoot, I'm just an ordinary citizen." The bearded man stepped forward and said, "If you count as an ordinary citizen, then the dictionary definition of ordinary needs updating. He is Wang Jianguo, level 50, and the young man beside him is Chen Ping, level 36. He was cold-faced, not saying a word. Jianguo ordered, "All of you fall back. This person in front of you is not someone you can touch." The 2 guards obeyed. "Understood. Understood." Ye Hao smirked. "Really? Am I that famous now?" he cheerfully continued. "Anyone with a little bit of news should know the great name of Ye Hao." "How are your parents doing lately?" Ye Hao replied. "Thanks to you, they're very safe now." Jianguo was pleased. "That's good." But then, he frowned, indicating that he was getting down to business. "As a member of Han Mo, if you've appeared here, then your purpose is clear." Ye Hao said, "Since we're all smart people, I'll get straight to the point. My purpose is to destroy the energy transfer equipment. I hope you won't interfere. I don't want to cause unnecessary casualties." Hearing this, the guard in the back reacted violently. Immediately charging forward to attack, he shouted, "You little punk, you've got a big mouth, watch us turn you into a beehive." He was immediately stopped by Jiang Guo. He shouted loudly, "Idiot, stop if you want to live," Ye Hao said with a smug look. "Captain Wang, you owe me a debt, and I don't want to make things difficult for you. I hope you don't resist meaninglessly. But if you insist on resisting, then the only outcome is certain death." Jiang Guo's voice became serious. "The barrier of Safe Zone 1 is linked to several secret energy points, and they must be closed simultaneously to be effective. If you forcibly destroy it, the accumulated energy will cause a large-scale explosion that will harm civilians." "You're not that kind of person, are you, Ye Hao?" Suddenly, his intercom crackled with an announcement. "The energy base of Zone 4 is under attack by the enemy. We can't hold out any longer. Zone 5 is also under attack. Requesting reinforcements." "The enemies are 3 women robbing 100. We're no match for them," Jiang Guo exclaimed in shock. "What?" He became furious and growled, "Is this also your plan, Ye Hao?" He smiled and offered, "You're a smart man. You have 2 choices now. Either do as Tianzong says, be Huangjing's dog, and continue this unambitious life, or side with me and help destroy Huangjing." 4 people stared at one person, and the guard on the left said, "Kid, are you telling a joke? Tell our captain to betray the corporation and follow you?" The one on the right was exasperated. "Captain, let us kill this bragging brat." Unexpectedly, Jiang Guo spoke words that surprised everyone. "You're right. Instead of continuing on a hopeless path, I'd rather believe you. My intuition and experience tell me that a person as unfathomable as you will surely achieve great things in the future." The guard exclaimed, "What? Captain, have you gone mad? You're actually trusting a kid with unknown origins. Do you know what the consequences of betraying the corporation are?" He turned around and said calmly, "Of course I understand. If you trust my judgment, stay. If you don't, you can leave." The 2 of them still protested vehemently. "You must be crazy. We won't go crazy with you." Saying that, the 2 guards ran off to report, "Hurry, report the situation here to the higher-ups and request reinforcements." Jiang Guo ignored them and turned to ask Chen Ping, "Do you agree to stay?" His face was full of determination, unwavering loyalty, and he answered without hesitation, "Of course, I'll only follow you, Captain." With that settled, Ye Hao spoke. "It's good that we're all acquaintances. Let's go. Important matters come first," Chen Ping replied. "Okay." Suddenly, he changed his face in the blink of an eye. His eyes filled with boundless anger, and his voice sharpened. "My important matter." Chen Ping drew a sharp knife and charged fiercely at Ye Hao, shouting, "Is to take your life." Every knife thrust into his back was blocked by a golden sword. Chen Ping exclaimed in surprise, "How? How is this possible?" Ye Hao turned his head, glanced with fiery eyes, and said calmly but with great power, "If you ambush me, you will usually die miserably." Jiang Guo rushed to stop Chen Ping. He said, "Chen Ping, have you gone mad? Why attack Ye Hao?" He was still angry and unwilling to give up, gritting his teeth. "Captain, do you remember Qin Lu?" Jiang Guo wondered. "Qin Lu? Why mention her now?" His hand gripped the dagger tightly, trembling violently, and he spat out that it was Ye Hao who killed Qin Lu. Jiang Guo was shocked to hear that. "What, are you sure?" he firmly emphasized. "Absolutely certain. A surviving colleague from Zone 9 told me personally." According to what he heard, Chen Ping recounted. "At that time, he woke up from a coma, just in time to witness everything. When Qin Lu was killed by a monster, Ye Hao was beside her. The atmosphere was still very tense, and his heart was still boiling. Chen Ping pointed his knife at Ye Hao and loudly accused, "You could have saved her, but you stood by and watched her get killed by a monster, and then you lied to me that Qin Lu died protecting you. You're so strong. Do you need protection? Why didn't you save her?" He painfully collapsed to the floor, lamenting, "After my parents were killed by monsters, I didn't want to live anymore. It was my childhood sweetheart who helped me muster the courage to persevere. Qin Lu, she was my light, my hope. But now my only hope is gone. I've been trying to live until today, just to get revenge," Jiang Guo gently called out. Chen Ping. Suddenly, Ye Hao's face darkened, and his voice deepened. "Your colleague only saw the moment Qin Lu was killed, but he didn't see that a few seconds before Qin Lu pushed me to be bait for the monster so she could escape," Ye Hao coldly stated. "I don't deny that I stood by and watched her die, but no, I have no obligation to save someone who wanted to harm me. I didn't want to tell you the truth. Anyway, it will be even more cruel for you guys, right?" Chen Ping refused to believe it. He insisted, This definitely isn't the truth. You must be lying to me. In a fit of anger, Chen Ping roared, Qin Lu has been gentle and kind since she was a child. She would never do such a thing. Ye Hao didn't care, seemingly turned away and said, I've already said it. Whether you believe it or not is your business. I have things to do. Chen Ping hasn't resolved the hatred in his heart. He refused to let Ye Hao leave, and rushed forward shouting, Stop right there, I'm not done with you. Behind him, Jian Guo hurriedly stopped him. Chen Ping, calm down, don't get agitated. Faced with this situation, Ye Hao had no choice but to take action. A stream of power released from his eyes, and he said coldly, You won't stop bothering me, right? A giant iron arm came out of the magic circle and punched Chen Ping directly. He was sent flying away, injured to the point where he almost went to see Qin Lu in the afterlife. Ye Hao said, I don't have time to waste with you now, this punch is the last warning. He lay sprawled on the dent in the floor, picked up a piece of paper and looked at it, his voice full of pain. So strong, so strong. If I could be as strong as you, would I be able to protect her? It's a pity that I won't have a tomorrow anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Ping found a bottle of medicine from somewhere and poured it into his mouth. Jiang Guo anxiously exclaimed, Chen Ping, what you drank is... Immediately, a reaction occurred. His body transformed into a giant beast, his vitality was restored, and he roared loudly. Jiang Guo witnessed this and panicked. Beast transformation pill, why do you have this? The piece of paper just now fell from Chen Ping's hand. It was a photo of him and Qin Lu. Chen Ping is now a ferocious beast. It roared and came to Ye Hao's place. He still remained calm and said, The pain of losing a loved one is something that I can't bear either, so I can understand why you hate me, but if you have chosen this path, there's no turning back. Then Ye Hao gently waved his hand, and the enormous power dissipated the beast. The terrifying moment happened in front of Jiang Guo. He cried out in pain, No, Chen Ping, in the blazing flames. The photo was burned, and a calm voice said, Finally, we can be together. Jiang Guo witnessed the departure of his beloved comrade. He fell to his knees sadly. Damn it, why are you so stupid? Obviously, living is more important. As long as you're alive, there's still hope. Why did you give up, fool? Ye Hao said. Not everyone has the courage to face despair. Sometimes living is more tormenting than death. This is the pain of this era, he thought to himself. If I didn't have the king's account system, I would have taken the same path as Chen Ping and Senior An Cheng in order to become stronger. Is having this system inevitable or fortunate for me? After resolving the matter, Ye Hao turned away and continued. Let's go, I won't stop because of this matter. You can hate me, but don't hinder me, Jiang Guo replied. In this apocalyptic world, weakness is a crime. Without enough strength, what's the point of hating? I still have to use you to help me become stronger, so I will stand on your side, Ye Hao said as he walked. Thank you for your honesty. Now we should go close the energy transfer device. Suddenly, a huge formation appeared in the sky, stunning him. What is that magic circle? Jiang Guo said. That's the exclusive secret technique of the Tiansang Corporation, the luminous six-pointed star transmission gate. But why did it appear in the sky of District Y? Unexpectedly, a series of grotesque beasts fell from it. They screamed, devouring humanity. A voice full of panic. Demon beasts. The two of them stared blankly. Ye Hao spoke. It seems that the leaders of your Tiansang have also betrayed humanity, and they even transmitted the demon beasts to the safe zone. Is it to muddy the waters for their own benefit, or to take revenge on Huang Zheng and Han Mo? Jiang Guo angrily said, Damn it! No matter what the purpose is, only the common people will be hurt. You are right to sympathize. Immediately afterwards, Ye Hao took off and flew away. His face was full of tension. Commander, change the plan. Now we can't go to close the barrier, but prioritize destroying the transmission gate. He obeyed. Okay, then I will wait for orders here. Contact me when you need to close the energy tower. At Safe Zone Number 1, Han Mo headquarters, in a luxurious and spacious room, Sun Long said sternly, Has the peace in the Southwest Safe Zone, which has been maintained for 50 years, to welcome a life-or-death disaster today? Lord Qi behind him reported. Father, based on the information just received, the barrier in District 1 is a conspiracy of Huang Fude, and the transmission gate where the demon beasts invaded was caused by the technical manager of Tiansang's defection. He assessed. They abandoned their relationship very quickly. Neither Huang Fusheng nor that Tiansang is a simple character. Kela Air came forward to give her opinion. The safe zone looks peaceful, but in reality, undercurrents are flowing, and the grievances accumulated over a dozen years have finally erupted today. I wonder if we can control this situation, she thought to herself. Ye Hao, the people of the safe zone outside the barrier can only rely on you. He turned to ask Mo Chi, the affairs are in Rencheng, the affairs are in heaven. We just need to do our job well. What are Huang Fusheng and Tianzang doing now? He looked nervously at the electronic screen and replied, nothing. Except for the news exchange before, Huang Fusheng and Tianzang are maintaining silence and waiting, not acting rashly. Sun Long's face showed concern. It would be great if this delicate balance could continue to be maintained, but I'm afraid those schemers won't let us have our way. On the outside, the magic circle suddenly released streams of power like lightning striking below. A panicked voice shouted, there is a powerful force gathering. It's from the transmission side. Something terrible is coming. A very majestic beast appeared. It was the world boss, the 28 constellation subordinate of Xuan Wu, Niu Su Le Mo Lin. Le Mo Lin dashed forward to attack the barrier, but failed. It scoffed. The defense level of this barrier is especially high. Humanity is indeed a shrinking turtle, only dare to hide in its shell. Le Mo Lin led the army of grotesque beasts. It spoke. It doesn't matter, then let you live a little longer. Anyway, my purpose is not here. Let you kill each other as you please, they all excitedly shouted. Kill all humans. From the rooftop of a building in the distance, Ye Hao carefully observed and analyzed the situation. Is it similar to the world boss Bai Yi Wei, the 12 constellation before? It's just that the level is twice as high. There's no Dark Shadow Monarch. It's really not easy to deal with. We can't confront it head-on, destroy the transmission device first, and then drag it to a less populated area to avoid causing even greater casualties. He pondered. As for the other demon beasts, let them take care of it. Ye Hao commanded. Awaken, simulated star cluster maidens. The artificial humans in the lab received the order and responded, Zil, obeying orders, my master. Immediately, they broke through the room and flew outside. An announcement echoed. Commencing monster extermination operation. The system ordered. Open fire. Cannon rounds fired from the artificial humans soared through the air in a barrage. With auto-tracking capabilities, they locked onto the monsters. Each shot hit its mark. Caught off guard, the monsters cried out in unison. What's going on? This level of high-grade, suppressive firepower. Amidst the barrage, the artificial humans seized the opportunity to engage in combat. The terrified monsters realized that these were not humans at all. Run! One of the androids stopped, opened a control panel, and contacted Ye Hao. This is Biluo 14, requesting instructions, master. He issued his commands. The boss army is heading towards your location, but don't worry about it. Just focus on eliminating the monsters around you. Also, dispatch some personnel to the other safe zones to stand guard and await orders. She replied, Understood, master. As soon as he disconnected, Ye Hao simultaneously contacted Luo Feng, Si Yu, and Song Yan. He contemplated. The front line is almost set up, but there's still an important area in the rear that needs attention. Even though I arranged for Luo Feng and the others to defend the school before Huang Zheng's forces moved, the war has escalated now, so we need to rearrange things. On the other end of the line, Song Yan inquired, Ye Hao, why the sudden contact? Is there a new situation? He paused. Miss Yu is here too. He immediately explained. Time is of the essence, so I'll explain everything at once. Because the Tiansang Corporation betrayed us, a level 180 world boss has appeared in Zone 2, and the greater demons are advancing toward the other safe zones. Their levels range from around 70 to 90. Xin Yu was shocked by the news. What? These small fries are almost the same level as Bai Yi Wei already. Our defenses definitely can't handle them, especially since we're still clashing with Huang Zheng. Luo Feng, on the other hand, was greatly excited. Another chaotic battle with a disparity in power. Bring it on, I can level up all I want again, boss. What do you need us to do? Ye Hao said seriously. Headmaster, please bring the students in nearby residents to the underground shelter for safety. Luo Feng and Ruan Dian, you guys set up a defense. I'm also sending reinforcements to help. As for Miss Si Yu, it'd be best if you could persuade Huang Zheng's people to fight together. If you can't, don't force it. Prioritize your own safety. My reinforcements will be there soon too. Song Yan agreed. All right, I'll go do it. After the last invasion, Miss Mo even specially sent people to help us reinforce the shelter. It shouldn't be a big problem defending against level 90 monsters now. I understand. Si Yu reminded him. Ye Hao, you have to be careful too. Luo Feng cheered. Good luck, boss. We're waiting for news of you defeating the world boss. With everything settled, Ye Hao spread his wings and accelerated, feeling more at ease. With this, there are no more worries about the rear. It's time to end this. As he rushed forward, two monsters intercepted him. The giant bat stuck out its long tongue, showing contempt. And here's an idiot who came to our door. I haven't even eaten today. It was the Hei Yi Bi Wang, level 95. The bird beside it said, "Save me a piece, big brother. He is the Qing Yan Birdman, level 85. Ye Hao didn't care much, and simply said in a very polite tone, "Out of my way now." Flames erupted around him, incinerating the two monsters. They writhed in pain and died in the red flames. Ye Hao focused his power, creating a giant, glowing sphere. It was his move, the Violent Inferno Fire Dragon Ball, Liu Lian. Calculate if the distance is enough to destroy the teleportation gate. Immediately after, he unleashed the attack, causing a massive explosion, Ye Hao said. This way, I can successfully draw the boss's aggro and go. But things didn't go as he predicted. Lei Molin didn't even care, Ye Hao thought to himself. It just let the teleportation gate be destroyed, and it's charging straight out. Could its real goal to be destroying the main cities of the safe zones? The situation became even more tense, and he transformed into his dark flame form, exclaiming, "Damn it! Once the main city walls are destroyed, the wild monsters could flood in. The situation will become even more difficult. This guy looks so reckless, but he's so cunning, I have to stop him quickly." Then, Ye Hao launched a barrage of attacks at Lei Molin, but it seemed unaffected. He was bewildered. My dark flame form can't even damage him. Is he that overpowered? Is it because of the size difference? If that's the case, then Ye Hao decided to use the Inferno Demon control. A giant, ferocious warrior appeared. He commanded with an authoritative voice, "Stop him, Inferno Demon!" Immediately, it rushed forward and firmly grabbed the monster's horns. Ye Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Good, I finally managed to hold the boss. Suddenly, a deep voice, as if echoing from the abyss, spoke, exuding contempt. "You think you can stop me with this little bit of strength? How naive!" With that, Lei Molin swung its tail, putting all its strength into pushing the Inferno Demon. "You know nothing of true strength." Ye Hao was stunned. What? He actually forced the Inferno Demon back with brute force, damn it! With this overwhelming strength and defense, what can I do to stop him? Suddenly, the screen lit up. It was Jiang Guo. He asked, "Captain Wang, what's the situation?" He explained, "I've seen the battle on your side. To stop a boss like that, you need a weapon of equal caliber. Immediately go to the location I sent you. It holds Tiansang's secret invention, a humanoid weapon. It will definitely be useful to you." Ye Hao was surprised. Tiansang has something like that? I'll go take a look. Ye Hao watched Lei Molin and the Inferno Demon battling from afar, feeling conflicted. Even though the distance to the secret weapon isn't far, if I leave the battle, I won't be able to hold the boss. What should I do? Suddenly, something flashed in his mind, and his face brightened as if he had hope. That's right, don't I still have that? Ye Hao raised his hand to the sky, and a vortex of light erupted. He said, "It's time for you to appear. Come forth, Zerg army." Immediately after, gigantic, grotesque insects were summoned. An announcement appeared. Summoning magic crystal, heart of the Zerg army. Summoning an endless Zerg army to fight for you. Only those who possess royal bloodline can use this. The crowd below erupted in confusion at the sight of the bizarre army. A terrified man exclaimed, "It's the Zerg! The Zergs are invading too! We're doomed!" But strangely, they paid no attention to the crowd. A voice full of question, "They're not even looking at us. What's going on?" And the Zerg are attacking the boss. They advanced toward Lei Molin and simultaneously attacked it. Lei Molin was confused. "Damn it, you Zerg dare to attack me. No, you're not Zerg from this world. This is, after all, what? The people below are stunned by the situation before them. Could it be that they are protecting us? How is this possible? Why would the Zerg protect humans?" Having figured out a solution, Ye Hao summoned a teleportation magic circle, and left with more confidence. It worked. Although the attack power is still not enough, it's enough to disrupt the boss's state and hatred. That way, I can buy some time to quickly check out Tiansang's secret weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Hao teleported to a large room, which was the Tiansang Corporation, a secret base under the ground. In front of them was a colossal and magnificent model called the Level 165 4th Type Dragon Hunter. That didn't surprise Ye Hao. He just wondered blankly, "This is Tiansang's humanoid secret weapon? The level is alright, but the appearance isn't Guta. Can its thinking be improved a bit?" When did he appear next to him and speak? "It's possible, but it will take time." Ye Hao's expression showed his enthusiasm. He was impatient. "Then let's start quickly. I can fight shoulder to shoulder with my old teammate again. Dui Sijun, your order is understood." Immediately afterward, a beam of light surrounded the weapon's body. Dusi said, "Structure analysis complete. Starting disassembly and recombination of the enhancement operation. Countdown 15 minutes. An announcement sounded. Countdown 5 minutes. Then, it finally completed the renovation. Huge hands began to move. The state-of-the-art weapon floated into the air, dust flew everywhere, blood-colored phantoms. The enhanced level 165 was ready to go on the expedition. The voice filled with satisfaction said, "This is the Mecca in my ideal. Long time no see, old teammate." Ye Hao was now inside, controlling the battle armor. He confidently exclaimed, "Let's go!" It walked with ferocity. Ye Hao arrogantly said, "Let that guy know how powerful I am." In the meantime, Lei Mo Lin used Shattering Impact. Stomping on the demon insects with each powerful step, he growled, "Don't come and bother me, you swarm." Two people who appeared to be reporters blatantly stood near the battlefield, holding cameras and filming the horrific scene without the slightest fear. The man happily said, "Unmanned cameras can't get close. Only handheld cameras can get to close range to film. Although it's dangerous, this battle footage is worth it." Shocking. The Zerg World Boss War. The reason behind it is actually it. Tomorrow's headline is mine. The girl holding the mic next to him wondered, "Senior, isn't your topic plagiarizing Huang Zhang's previous negative news? But we should leave quickly. It's too dangerous here." He stubbornly replied, "Don't be afraid. I'll risk it so Big Bro can help you fly." Suddenly, a large shockwave emitted, blowing everything in its path away, sending rocks flying everywhere. A large piece flew toward them. The reporter fearfully exclaimed, "Damn it, I'm really gonna turn to dust." Unexpectedly, a demon insect sacrificed itself to block the rock. It was a level 110 Abyss manhwa. Because of this, the two people escaped. The girl was surprised. The Zerg actually saved us. The man was still only concerned with the article, "Tomorrow's headline has new material again." Shocking. The Zerg, to protect humans, actually disregarded their own safety. Seeing this, Lei Mo Lin sneered. "As a Zerg, you're actually protecting humanity." "How ridiculous," Abyss Manmo replied angrily. "Who said my master is human? If anyone is qualified to command us, I will definitely disregard my own safety for his sake." Lei Mo Lin rushed forward, with its towering body. It stomped hard on the weak body of Abyss Manmo, exclaiming, "A human master? Could it be that stinky kid from before? You actually acknowledge that kind of person as your master? We demon beasts have completely lost face because of trash like you. Weaklings like you only have one way to die." In his final moments, Abyss Manmo remained loyal to Ye Hao. He affirmed, "Death is nothing to regret for us, as long as we can complete the mission our master has entrusted to us." Lei Mo Lin shouted, "Mission!" Suddenly, it was attacked by a series of artillery shells from behind. Lei Mo Lin angrily turned its head and roared, "Who dares to attack me?" It was the dragon hunter under Ye Hao's control, he arrogantly said. "Besides me, who else could it be? What? Do you remember me?" He opened all fire, and large artillery shells were fired in rapid succession. Lei Mo Lin contracted its wings, retreated to block, and growled, "Mecha, you actually have some ability. No wonder you can make those insects wholeheartedly loyal. Although it's true that according to some values, you can enhance the weakness of you humans." But, suddenly it strained its voice loudly and arrogantly, "You'll still never be equal to my perfect body that has undergone thousands of training." Immediately afterward, the bullets crashed into it and bounced around. An announcement sounded, "Warning, warning. Ammunition has run out. Ammunition has run out." Ye Hao then shifted to concentrating power into one arm. He thought to himself, "This boss is really tough. I used up all my ammunition and only reduced its health by 30%. But the main point of my renovation this time isn't firepower but close combat." Immediately, he threw a powerful punch directly at Lei Mo Lin, causing its health to drop from 70% to 60%. Lei Mo Lin was still energetic. It smiled creepily and said, Only this much power. The long tail had somehow wrapped tightly around the dragon hunter's arm, leaving Ye Hao no time to react. It tightened more and more, but he still tried to resist. Just a little more force, and I can still handle it. Ye Hao became restless, he exclaimed. So strong, besides defense, is its attack power also this strong? Under the fierce attack, the blood phantom and charge skill slammed hard into the building. It only has 60% health and 40% strength left, he thought to himself. Luckily, this battle is in a construction area, with low population density. Otherwise, how many people would be affected by the battle between these two behemoths? Ye Hao activated the jet engine, controlling the mech to fly out of the rubble, he pondered. Relying solely on the blood phantom won't defeat the boss. I must change my strategy. Then it lunged powerfully towards the city wall. Dust flew everywhere, and an idea flashed in his mind. If its goal is the city wall, then I'll use my technical skills to enhance the defensive strength of the wall, preventing the beasts outside from breaking in. As for how long we can stall the boss, we'll stall as long as we can. Seeing this, Lei Mo Lin exclaimed, "You're only thinking about escaping now. It's too late, stop right there." Suddenly, golden glowing devices appeared all over its body, swarming from its feet up. Lei Mo Lin was confused. What the hell is this? It was the improved berserker bots. Immediately afterward, they exploded in succession, causing Lei Mo Lin to scream in pain. Its health is now only at 50%, and its strength is reduced to 80%, still greater than the blood phantom. Lei Mo Lin angrily waved its hand, knocking away all the improved berserker bots. It ferociously exclaimed, "Enough, don't think you can win by using these tricks again. I'm no longer in the mood to waste time with you, die." Meanwhile, Ye Hao was trying to strengthen the wall. He said, "I'm not arrogant enough to think I can win against you. I'm just thinking of a way to stop your scheme." A notification sounded. Wall reinforcement completed. Lei Mo Lin bared its sharp teeth, revealing a sinister smile. "You actually saw through my plan. That's quite impressive for a human. Could it be that you were the one who killed Bai Yi Chi Wei? It's very likely, but do you really think strengthening the wall can stop my army of beasts?" Hearing this, Ye Hao was stunned. He questioned, "What do you mean?" Suddenly, the screen in the cockpit where Ye Hao was sitting displayed a connection from Bilan 13. She presented a report. "Master, there's a new emergency. Safe Zone 2 has detected a new teleportation gate, and a large army of beasts is rushing in again." "I'm transferring the images to you," he exclaimed in surprise. "What?" The screen showed a savage gate, like the mouth of a monster, gaping open to reveal sharp fangs, ready to devour anything. A trembling voice rang out, "This teleportation gate..." Ye Hao wore a thoughtful expression. "A new teleportation gate was set up in Zone 2. Is this their real purpose? Damn it! This must have been the strategy from the beginning, using the boss to lure away the main force, then taking advantage of the opening to invade the rear. Have even high-level beasts evolved to have intelligence?" Immediately afterward, Lei Mo Lin used its horns to ram the mech with a powerful blow. That terrifying attack caused the blood phantom to be severed in half, its body split in two. The blood phantom's charge skill has been completely defeated. Lei Mo Lin spoke. "You actually lost focus during the battle. Are you underestimating me? Or are you saying that you've become so desperate that you've lost the will to fight?" Fortunately, Ye Hao quickly left the mech. He thought to himself, "Goodbye, old comrade. Your mission is complete. Looking forward to our next encounter." In its final moments, the blood phantom clung tightly to Lei Mo Lin's horns, its voice filled with resignation. "Let go. This is just meaningless resistance." Unexpectedly, the mech exploded. Ye Hao took the opportunity to fly away, his face filled with determination. "I must quickly return to destroy the teleportation gate in Zone 2. In the short time to limit the boss with explosion, I must find a way to deal with it." Ye Hao hovered in the vast sky. He was amazed by the scene at this moment. The sun and moon are simultaneously hanging in the sky. If that's the case, then my system can simultaneously summon the twin maidens. A notification sounded. Although the account's dark mechanism agrees with this method, it is not recommended, because the magic consumption will be 4 times higher than usual, and after summoning, you will enter a magic banned state. The magic banned state prevents the use of any magic of any level. The duration is 24 hours. Lei Mo Lin, with 40% health, roared furiously. "I've had enough of your low-damage, extremely insulting attacks. I originally didn't want to bother with an ant like you, but now I must kill you." Ye Hao gathered power in his palm. He gave the order. No matter the cost, I must do it. Come at my command. Manifest yourselves, twin maidens, Avari and Yevena. Lei Mo Lin's eyes suddenly lit up, as if something had been activated. And immediately the surroundings began to shake violently. It scoffed. Magic? How ridiculous. Can mere small magic do anything to me? A blue magical matrix collided powerfully with a dazzling golden magic circle, creating a blinding explosion as the gigantic Lei Mo Lin roared fiercely. From the door of space, the long legs of two beautiful women emerged. Avre and Iavina stepped forward gracefully, carrying a powerful and radiant aura. Yevena spoke as soon as she reached Ye Hao. Thank you for summoning me, May Master. Completely destroy your enemies. Do you have any further instructions? Avre heard this and angrily shouted, Wait, Yevena, don't steal my line. Damn it, Ye Hao didn't have the strength to care about these things at the moment. He frowned and thought to himself, my head hurts so much. It seems summoning two maidens at the same time is a bit too much, but I must persevere. The two women saw Ye Hao holding his head and worriedly asked, Master, what's wrong? Avre started arguing again. Quickly disappear, Yevena. Can't you see Master is in so much pain? It must be caused by your dark energy. Ye Hao was about to explain, I'm fine, when Yevena retorted, Why don't you disappear? Your dazzling energy is putting too much pressure on Master. Avre angrily denied. That's impossible, because Master summoned me before. Now I'm one step ahead of you, Yevena asked. While the two were arguing intensely, Lei Mo Lin suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It angrily roared, Noisy! Shut up, brat! You're still not dead! Yevena immediately stood up to protect Ye Hao, mockingly saying, After all our attacks, you're still not dead. Seems your skin is surprisingly thick, Avri added with sarcasm. It must be that Yevena didn't use her full strength, allowing this beast to survive. Hearing this, Yevena retorted angrily, What did you say? Lei Mo Lin hated listening to these women bickering. It unleashed its blood frenzy, roaring fiercely as it declared, To force a top-tier defender like me into overdrive, you're indeed not bad, but you're still one step short. My mission will be complete, so I shall sacrifice my life to clear the path for the swarm's advancement. Blood frenzy, blood frenzy. The race's trait burns life force as the price to enter a blood-frenzied state. It can nearly defend against all attacks, lasting for 1 minute. Death is certain when the time is up. Seeing Lei Mo Lin fly away, the two anxiously reminded each other, This is bad. The boss wants to use his 1 minute of invincibility to destroy the Great Wall. We must find a way to stop it. Ye Hao asked them, Do you have any ultimate moves that can negate the boss's blood-frenzied state? Iavena replied, Yes, we do, but this move consumes an immense amount of magic power and will put even greater pressure on you, Master, Avre further explained. Most importantly, I don't want to combine forces with Ivana to use a single move. While Lei Mo Lin was using its 100% energy shield and 100% growth form to destroy buildings in the city, he urgently reminded them, Although I understand that you two are naturally conflicting, you must put that aside for now and focus on taking down the boss. Otherwise, what use are you to me? The two of them replied in unison, Yes, yes, Master, we will do as you say. Then, the two girls approached Ye Hao. He thought they were going to whisper their battle plan to him, but no. Iavena and Avre placed Ye Hao in the middle, and then the two of them joined hands to create a surge of power that enveloped them, causing him to ask in astonishment, Wait, what are you two preparing to do? They explained. If we want to merge, of course we have to do it with Master. A massive magic circle radiated brilliant light, with bursts of gold and purple lightning erupting violently. Somewhere within, the man's questioning voice could still be heard. What? Then the three of them merged and transformed into twin-star demon god Chaos. It manifested majestically, with a radiant, colossal metal armor. The armor wings emitted a golden aura, carrying both divine and destructive power. Lei Mo Lin looked at the opponent's form, while its energy shield was at 0%, and its growth form was at 20%. Yet it still mocked sharply. What are you doing? As long as I haven't released my blood-frenzied state, all attacks against me are useless. Twin-star demon god remained silent, while Lei Mo Lin confidently affirmed, I will die, but I will never be killed by you. Twin-star demon god hovered before the fiery solar eclipse, its black and gold armor emitting a terrifying pressure, like a destructive incarnation ruling the entire universe. The scene was so grand that Lei Mo Lin blankly reassured itself, Where is this place? Just a glance pulled me into this place. It must be an illusion. In the fiery scene, twin-star demon god was shining brightly on high, while below, Lei Ma Lin strained to resist, its entire body tense amidst the terrifying, overwhelming power. Although it was losing ground, it stubbornly declared, "It's no use. No matter what moves you use, you cannot break my blood frenzy." Twin-star demon god's eyes suddenly flashed, preparing for a fiery battle about to unfold. It unleashed the dimensional magic move Sun and Moon Dual Rings, causing the entire space to emit a dazzling, fiery light. Lei Ma Lin finally understood, and it screamed in agony, "How can you use this kind of power that escapes the world's normal principles?" Lei Ma Lin roared in despair as its colossal body was torn apart by the light and lightning. The scene exploded with terrifying destructive power. The dazzling light burst forth, sweeping away fragments and shattered shadows amidst the agonizing screams. Twin-star demon god slammed its destructive power down to the ground, the energy beam piercing through everything, turning the battlefield into a desolate sea of fire. In an instant, Lei Ma Lin was reduced to ashes. Avray, seeing this, said smugly, "We can only accompany you this far, master. Next, there will be a very long time before we can meet again. We will be very lonely," Yevena also added. "Please don't forget us. We will be ready at all times, awaiting your next summoning. Farewell, master." Ye Hao then returned to his normal state, landing on the ground but still feeling uncomfortable. He thought to himself, "Even though I defeated this powerful boss, this feeling of being drained is too unpleasant." After the white smoke gradually dissipated, the system's notification sounded. This battle consumed 40% of magic power, entering a magic ban state. For 120 hours, the twin succubus cannot be summoned. Ye Hao sighed. So it consumed more than 40%, which means one move consumed 4 years of magic power. No wonder it's dimensional grade magic. My liver is probably bleeding, he reassured himself. Although I never thought about being a savior, being able to prevent the collapse of the entire safe zone can be considered a bit of consolation. Next, there's only the Zone 2's teleportation gate left. Ye Hao assessed the situation and calculated. But no matter how urgent the time was, the spoils of war must be collected. Let's see what equipment I got this time. Immediately afterward, the system's notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for killing the world boss. You received 80 million experience points, 10 million magic power, 150 million gold coins, and 500 epic grade level 160 magic cores. Territory key unlocks a single lock on the board, putting territories up for grabs. This key can open a boss's personal territory. The higher the level, the more danger you'll face, so please use with caution. Cloak of the Demonic Wings of Flight can enhance physical and magical defense and movement speed, granting access to the demonic dimension. Looking at the items that appeared, Ye Hao happily thought, not many items, but the quality is very high. I've already accumulated 2 territory keys. Once this crisis passes, I definitely have to use them to scavenge for resources. The Demonic Wings mentioned the demonic dimension. What the hell is that? Never mind. I'll study it carefully later. My top priority now is to quickly resolve the teleportation gate in Zone 2. He quickly set off, not forgetting to ask about the situation. What's the situation with the teleportation gate now? The system reported. Master, there are many high-level demonic beasts near the teleportation gate, around level 90 to 100. Our current 20 people still can't break through. In addition, 10 people are on their way. Ye Hao quickly used his wisdom to order. Understood. You guys focus on reducing the number of demonic beasts. Leave the teleportation gate to me, the system replied. Yes. On the way, Ye Hao pondered. There's one thing I've always been concerned about. The previous boss said something about sacrificing his life to pave a straight path for the swarm to level up. What does this leveling path mean? Demonic beasts must devour humans to level up. But that probably only applies to low-level demonic beasts. Could it be referring to high-level demonic beasts? Or a method to help the boss level up? He remembered that the speed of these demonic wings was indeed astonishing. Looks like demons are still more suitable for yin-yang. Moreover, the previous magic forbidden state didn't seem to affect other accounts. Is this the benefit of having multiple accounts? Next, I just need to destroy that last teleportation gate, and this battle can end. Dark Yin Flame Dragon Bolt. Blurry images flickered behind the lights. Ye Hao vaguely recognized a figure in the teleportation gate, and he was shocked. That is, the True Eye. The dark side, the true eye, actually activated on its own. Could it be sensing an unknown, terrifying pressure from within the teleportation gate? Ye Hao worriedly thought. The master of Xuan Wu, the malice of level 300, is truly terrifying. My body can't move. Is this the pressure from level 300? Just one look and aura are already making it hard to breathe. I absolutely can't let it out of the teleportation gate. Otherwise, cut to a fierce battlefield, where the battle is still extremely intense and evenly matched. The entire city is immersed in bombs, fire, and smoke. Ye Hao landed, and the female robot group stepped forward to report. "We're sorry, Master. We're late," he urged. "It's okay. Consider it just in time. You guys continue to kill the other demonic beasts." They, the Dongqing squad, acknowledged the order. Ye Hao raised his hand to cover his face, hiding his confusion. He realized it had been a long time since he'd experienced such helplessness and fear from the depths of his soul. This kind of pressure was even more real than the ancient god dreamscape from before. The truth of the level system is actually level 300? That's too exaggerated. Even the history books in school don't have specific records of how high the upper limit of this world's level really is. While lost in thought, a heteromorphic ferocious beak suddenly threatened from behind. "Dare to destroy our teleportation gate, I must devour you." But Ye Hao didn't pay any attention to it. As soon as the heteromorphic ferocious beak got close, he was sliced in half with a single strike. It painfully screamed in vain, while Ye Hao was still preoccupied. "What am I afraid of? So what if it's level 300? He confidently declared to himself, "I will clear all the obstacles in front of me. No matter how high the opponent's level is, I will definitely keep surpassing them until I become the strongest." After the battle was completed, the female robot team gathered and reported. "Master, the demonic beasts within a 500-meter radius have been cleared. Please instruct us on the next action." Ye Hao happily praised. "Well done. Continue to maintain the group division as before. Act as before, heading towards the safe zones to continue eliminating the remaining demonic beasts." The Dongqing squad responded. "Understood, Master." Afterwards, Ye Hao contacted someone else. He said, "Hey CUP, I remember that each safe zone has a radar station monitoring the number and location of demonic beasts. Do you have the authority to check it?" The person on the other end of the line replied, "Yes, but all the radar stations were destroyed by someone before the demonic beasts invaded, and they are currently under repair." Ye Hao asked for a favor. "Then please send me all the radar coordinates." The person on the other end replied, "Okay, wait a moment." Then he flew into the air, looking down at the entire city with a heavy heart. "Now I must know the number and location of the remaining demonic beasts. I can't let any fish escape. I must eliminate all the demonic beasts, then go open the barrier. I just hope the situation inside the barrier isn't too messed up." Cut to Zone 5, the radar monitoring station. Inside the control area, the workers gathered and talked. "Damn it, repairing this thing is so annoying. That damn Tianguang, he knows how to bring out exclusive inventions, but the component parts in my hand don't have any replacements. Where am I supposed to find them? Why have the gunshots outside stopped? Could it be that the demonic beasts killed everyone? Don't talk nonsense. If that's really the case, wouldn't we be doomed?" As they were guarding, the door suddenly opened without warning. The guards immediately fired their guns at the door. They warned, "Don't come over." But contrary to their request, someone's legs coldly and confidently stepped through the opening. Ye Hao, protected from the bullets, walked in confidently. The group blankly asked, "You are?" Ye Hao reassured them. "Don't worry, the demonic beasts outside have all been eliminated by me." "You guys are safe," they happily exclaimed. "Is that true? Thank you so much. We're sorry for shooting at you. Are you okay, young man?" Then Ye Hao walked to the computer area and praised them. "I'm fine. I should be the one thanking you, because you guys risked your lives to hold your positions. Just that alone is worthy of respect from all the residents of the safe zone." Then one of the soldiers heard this and replied, "Isn't holding our positions what we're supposed to do? This old man isn't a coward. Who are you? This isn't a place for little kids like you." Ye Hao sat down at the computer and announced, "I'm here to help repair the radar station." They blankly asked in surprise, "Huh, are you kidding me? What can a little kid like you do? What are you doing? Don't touch my beauty. You can't afford to pay if you break it." After a short period of hard work, the system suddenly announced in everyone's astonishment, "Radar station repair completed." The radar monitoring system in the safe zone is online, scanning the entire location and number of demonic beasts. Scan complete. There are 486 remaining demonic beasts invading the safe zone. The crowd, seeing the displayed information, were stunned and exclaimed, "What? You? You actually repaired all the radars? Am I dreaming?" They said to each other, "He can repair them so easily even the boss couldn't do it. Who is this kid, really?" Ye Hao then coldly walked away, not forgetting to wave and reply, "Just an ordinary citizen with a passionate heart." Outside the factory, thick smoke and dust suddenly rose. Ye Hao calculated, 486 demonic beasts weren't too dangerous, leaving them to those guys should be fine. But he had to deal with the demonic beasts gathered in the school himself, and most importantly, probe the principal about some things. Scene changed to the school's underground shelter. The demons were fiercely clamoring, "Break through this door, and we can eat our fill." DM worriedly reminded, "Principal, you and the teachers retreat inside first. We'll hold them off for a while." The principal objected upon hearing this. "How can we let everyone fall into danger in our place?" Luo Feng firmly stated, "Principal, rest assured, thanks to the training in the previous dungeon, I can handle these monsters, Miggies," Li also reminded. "You all must be careful." As the group was shouting for each other to escape, a large fire suddenly erupted among the monsters. This scene made everyone blankly ask each other, "What is this fire?" Ye Hao strode out of the embers, asking, "Is everyone all right?" Luo Feng, seeing him, called out, "Boss!" Everyone also exclaimed in shock, calling his name, "Ye Hao!" As soon as they saw him, everyone gathered around to talk. The principal began, "I didn't expect that in such a short time you've grown to such an astonishing extent. You truly are the pride of our school." Ye Hao humbly replied, "Principal, you flatter me. Facing the world boss just now was only a narrow victory after a fierce battle." DM exclaimed in surprise, "Level 1180? How can there be such a high level? The previous world boss was only level 90, Ye Hao confided. "This is also my question, but that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that I just saw a terrifying boss with a level as high as 300 behind the teleportation door." Everyone was no less panicked upon hearing this number. "What, level 300? DM suspiciously asked. "Ye Hao, you're not kidding, are you? This kind of absurd thing is about to shatter my worldview." Ye Hao lowered his head and affirmed, "Unfortunately, this is the truth," he announced. "So, Principal, I have two questions I want to ask you now. First, after the Earth era, what is the upper limit? Is there any specific record of it? Second, according to the school's records over the past 100 years, the levels of invading demonic beasts have all exceeded level 180. Why are there now level 90, 180, and even level 300 demonic beasts appearing in succession? What is their true purpose?" The principal, hearing this, asked back, "You finally realized these problems." He sighed and said, "It seems the time has come. Follow me. Next, what you see and hear will be top-secret news never encountered before." Scene changed to the secret library underground. Luo Feng, upon entering, exclaimed, "We never knew there was such an ancient secret library hidden under the school," the principal reminded. "This place is a forbidden area. Only principals of each era can enter, but this rule is no longer important. Now, let me answer your first question first." Ye Hao, he stepped forward and explained, "Everyone knows that on the level chart, levels that are too high will display as bots, 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 bots. Scholars in the past researched and concluded that this is a type of security mechanism to avoid looking directly at the level difference and leading to despair. Moreover, this also creates interference with the judgment of the upper limit of levels. No one can know what the upper limit is. Some people guessed it's level 999. Some people said it's level 9999. But the deeper the scholars researched, the more desperate they became, and then they all self-destructed due to insanity. Since then, no one has researched anything related to the upper limit of world levels anymore." Luo Feng agreed. "Indeed, in the apocalyptic world you have to face all kinds of survival pressures. If you also face a level difference that is beyond imagination, it would be strange if you didn't go crazy. Just now, I only mentioned level 300, and my body was already trembling non-stop." Ye Hao had another question. "Then, Principal, what is the highest level of demonic beasts that humans know of? Surely there's a record of that." The principal replied, "The highest level known to humans was 150 years ago. Someone encountered the 5 heroic gods of water and fire. Their levels all reached level 500. He held out 5 fingers and affirmed. Level 500. Good heavens, are they even human? No wonder just based on 5 people they were able to stabilize the entire world. This is truly top secret news I've never heard before. Please continue, Principal, I want to know more. Luo Feng immediately felt incredulous upon hearing this. He exclaimed, Level 500, good heavens, are they even human? No wonder just based on 5 people they were able to stabilize the entire world, Ye Hao also said. This is indeed top secret news I've never heard before. Please continue, Principal, I want to know more. He continued. After the 5 major groups led by the 3 great heroes defeated the demonic beasts and stabilized the earth, they respectively established 5 major safe zones globally. Taking the centers of the 5 zones, after at least 100 years of development, some small and medium-sized safe zones were established. Our southwestern safe zone was built close to the eastern safe zone. The southwestern safe zone is located in a relatively safe inland area, so for hundreds of years there have been no high-level demonic beasts invading. But the construction of a safe zone, in addition to the necessary manpower and resources, also has a most important factor: super concentrated magic crystal liquid. It is the ultimate liquid energy source hidden deep underground that is the foundation of the safe zone, and also the real purpose of the demonic beasts' invasion for hundreds of years. Everyone was no less panicked upon hearing this. One person exclaimed, I didn't expect that such a secret was hidden under the safe zone. The ultimate liquid energy source? Does this have properties similar to fossil fuels in ancient times? Ye Hao also affirmed, That's right, I remember a history book saying that people in the old era often launched wars to compete for fossil fuels, Luo Feng suggested. Because in that era, grasping energy meant grasping everything. But why is it the demonic beasts? The principal analyzed. Super-concentrated magic crystal liquid was discovered by the 5 great heroes. Although it has been studied for hundreds of years, humans have only been able to utilize the surface effects of the ultimate energy source. But for demonic beasts, its effect is more important than we imagine. So even if we can't really use it, we must not let the demonic beasts get their hands on it. Otherwise, there will definitely be terrible consequences. As for why there have been frequent high-level demonic beast invasions recently, I guess that in addition to the super-concentrated magic crystal liquid, there is another important reason, such as being attracted by some kind of energy. These are just my preliminary speculations, Ye Hao suspiciously thought after listening. Attracted by some kind of energy? Isn't he talking about me? Since I awakened the king's account system, the level of demonic beast invasion has been constantly increasing. Moreover, isn't this super-concentrated magic crystal liquid the path to leveling up that the boss mentioned earlier? This trip was really not in vain. Now I'll continue to deal with the remaining demonic beasts in the safe zone first, and think about these 2 things after the immediate crisis passes. Scene change to zone number 1, Han Mo headquarters. Inside the room, a staff member hurriedly ran in to report. There's a new situation. He bowed down before Sun Long, Mo Chi, and Keter and spoke. The level 180 demonic beast that came out of the teleportation door has been killed. All the teleportation doors have been destroyed. Currently, most of the demonic beasts in the safe zone have been eliminated. The rate of civilian casualties and destroyed structures is lower than expected, and the person who did all this is this person. Confirmed. The captain of the king's team, Ye Hao. Mo Chi, hearing this name, immediately bristled and shouted, Is the information accurate? Are you sure you didn't miss any points? The staff member reported in detail. Although our information is interrupted with the outside, we immediately set up an intelligence relay station at the border of the barrier. Even if external information is lost to Zone 1, we can still exchange intelligence directly, so the intelligence is accurate, without error. Sun Long, on the contrary, wasn't angry at all. He praised. Well done. Kier, your vision is indeed correct. This Ye Hao has truly given me a big surprise. With such strength, it seems it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he wants to crush Huang Zheng, she humbly replied. This is all something I should do, and it's also because father had good policies that Ye Hao had the opportunity to display his skills. At this moment, Kier was extremely happy in her heart, thinking, Well done, Ye Hao. You really are someone who has never disappointed me. It's just that you helped me and saved me again and again. How should I repay this kindness? While everyone was still talking, another staff member rushed over urgently to report. Report: Chairman Tian Chuang and Huang Zheng have allied with nearly 2,000 people, preparing to launch an attack on us. Mo Chi was immediately shocked and asked, "What?" he yelled. 2,000 people. Our strength, including the Mogong squad, is no more than 200 people. How can they have so many people? Kenner calmly analyzed. The deployment of personnel and military strength of the three major groups is relatively clear, and the entry and exit of personnel are strictly controlled. Now that Huang Zheng and Tian Chuang suddenly have so many people, there is only one possibility. They had planned for today long ago, transferring troops through secret channels. Mo Chi understood something, and asked, "Could it be that when you told us to be careful of Huang Zheng before, you were referring to this?" Keller confirmed. "That's right, it's all intelligence that Ye Hao managed to collect. But I wasn't clear either. At that time, neither of us could completely trust the accuracy of this intelligence." Mo Chi was furious after hearing this. He slammed his hand on the table to vent his anger, muttering non-stop, "Damn it, now not only Huang Zheng, but even Tian Chuang is colluding. The disadvantage in numbers must be compensated for with quality. I will let the Mogong squad meet them head-on and catch them off guard." Kerr calmly reminded, "We can't act rashly. The enemy is much more numerous. Even if the Mogong squad can temporarily seize the opportunity, the opponent will find a way to stop them. Once the Mogong squad can't escape, the headquarters will also be in danger." Mo Chi then asked, "What's your plan?" She replied, "The current situation is unfavorable to us. We can only stabilize the situation, send someone to stall for time with the two major groups, and wait for external support." Mo Chi immediately retorted, "External support? Are you talking about Ye Hao? How can we entrust our lives to that kid?" Keir seriously reminded, "I'll say it again. He is a hero who has eliminated world bosses twice, rescued civilians in the safe zone many times, and is not some kid." Mo Chi, at a loss for words, could only stammer her name. Sun Long, who hadn't had any opinion until now, then spoke up in agreement. "All right, I agree with Keir's opinion. But the problem is, who should go to negotiate this dead-end situation?" Keller confidently replied, "Of course, the person who proposed the idea. I'll go." Everyone was immediately shocked and asked, "What?" Mo Chi, upon hearing this suggestion, immediately slammed the table in opposition. "No way, Caver, this is too dangerous. Are you crazy? Why would you go to this hopeless situation? Wouldn't it be better to just find someone random to go?" She remained confident and decisive. "This matter must be done by me. Other people simply cannot achieve the effect of stalling for time. Don't worry, I've experienced facing life and death many times. I have experience dealing with it." Sun Long, who had been sitting at the table without saying anything, recognized in disbelief. "Without realizing it, you've grown to this extent, Kerr." Then Sun Long gave instructions. "Then take the Mogong squad and all other combat forces with you. Let them give you a hand. Remember, try to avoid direct conflict," Kerr replied. "Okay, father." Mo Chi, seeing this, was furious and gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "Originally, this kind of dangerous thing should be entrusted to me, yet she volunteered to take it. Is she stupid? Catcher, we've been competing for so long. Don't you dare die in the hands of outsiders." Scene changes to the intense battlefield with ferocious, bloodthirsty demonic beasts. They were immediately angered and cursed as a group. "Damn it, it was clearly said that we were coming to be tortured by him. Why are we the ones being tortured? The teleportation gate is also gone, and the boss has been killed. Where should we run?" While they were panicking and looking for a place to run, Ye Hao's group of beautiful robots quickly finished them off. They reported the number of remaining demonic beasts was 28, the location has been circled, and team members have been dispatched to eliminate them. "Master, our victory is set," he confidently praised. "Well done. The demonic beast matter in the safe zone is pretty much settled, but there is also an important matter related to destiny. We must draw a perfect finishing touch." The blonde robot wondered, "What destiny is that?" Ye Hao replied half-jokingly, "Yeah, you guys will understand, sooner or later. At the No. 9 safe zone, the main entrance of the city wall, a car sped down the road. Inside the car, Food cursed angrily. "Damn it! The teleportation gate has been destroyed, and the demonic beasts have been killed. Is that Ye Hao even human? My combat power seems to have been completely destroyed. I can't stay in this southwestern safe zone anymore. Even if Ye Hao doesn't come looking for trouble with me, the boss will, because of the most important matter." While driving, a strong vibration suddenly appeared in front, blocking the way. Fu Day angrily cursed, "What the hell you are?" He looked at the cold face of the woman in front of him and recognized Bilan 13. A loud explosion was heard after Fuda cursed another sentence. "Why the hell are you here?" The car door burst open. Fuda rushed out and cursed wildly. "What do you want to do?" Suddenly appearing and scaring the hell out of me. He really wanted to know a piece of information. "How is that brat Ye Hao? Did you kill him or?" Seeing that she didn't answer, the old man Fuda grinned and laughed. "Is that so? I'm afraid you won't have this chance anymore, because with this control I will erase your personality and emotions, making you my toy and killing tool." Then he wanted to control Bilan 13 and clicked the button repeatedly, but nothing happened. This made Fuda confused and wondering, how could this be? Why aren't you being controlled? This is impossible, the controller can't be broken, what exactly is going on? Before he could understand anything, an arrow suddenly shot towards him. It pierced through Fudel's arm with tremendous force, causing him to scream in pain. "Ugh! What the hell are you doing?" Bilan 13 transformed and retorted. "Of course I want to kill you, but don't worry, I won't finish you off right away. I will slowly torture you, making you suffer to death." Fude gritted his teeth in anger, thinking to himself, "Damn it. Has her control period expired?" Initially, a time limit was set to prevent her from overexerting herself, but now it seems it was a mistake to be so merciful. But it doesn't matter, I can control her again. Fueled by bitterness and anger, Fude stubbornly stood up, one hand clutching his injured arm, and resolutely said, "You dare to attack your master? Let's see how I deal with you. Activate pain transmission." As soon as he finished speaking, each of them transmitted the excruciating pain to Fude. For him to enjoy, he screamed in despair, "Pain, pain, pain! Why isn't the pain transmission turning off yet?" Bilan 13 smiled and explained, "Because my magic has interfered with your simulation system. If I am your most advanced masterpiece, of course, I will also apply human technology to myself." Interference is really too simple, can you feel it? This kind of bone-deep suffering is not enough. Never enough. All the suffering I had to endure must be returned to you 100,000 times. Fude dropped the controller in pain. He screamed in agony. "Why, Bilan 13 transformed," she declared. "Because I have obtained true freedom." Fude still couldn't let go of this grudge. He insisted on arguing. "Could it be Ye Hao? Did he Kaijikong free you from control?" Impossible. The control components are completely integrated into your body. It's absolutely impossible to completely remove them without destroying the body. Bilan 13 directly retorted, "So you simply don't understand, Ye Hao? He is a boy who turns rotten things into miracles. Even my positioning coordinates were given to me by him. Otherwise, how could I have found you so easily?" Fude was stunned after hearing this. He angrily cursed. "What? Damn it, why didn't I discover his strength earlier? Why couldn't I use such a powerful person? With his help, I could have dominated the entire Southwest safe zone long ago." "Damn it," Bilan 13 denied. "You're wrong. Ye Hao doesn't belong to anyone, he only belongs to himself." Fude looked at her, preparing to unleash some kind of move, and shouted in fear, begging, "No! Wait, let's talk it over slowly, there's still a way out." Bilan 13's feet were placed on Fude's face as big as a platter. The old man stubbornly cursed, "Even if I die, you won't escape. Huang Zheng will never let you go," Bilan 13 directly retorted. "Don't worry, very soon Huang Zheng will be buried with you." Then she gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, not forgetting to announce, "Farewell to my past and this damn mission." Soon after, the system announced, "Received 1 million PvP value, 5 million bonus, lost military key." The lost military key is located in the wasteland area, with huge assets to support a comeback. After successfully transforming, Bilan 13 realized the cruel truth. That's right, Ye Hao doesn't belong to anyone, so of course he won't belong to me either. It's enough for me to help him be happy, and this key will definitely make him very happy. At the number 1 square in front of the Hanmo group, a large crowd was gathering. Chi-Er looked at the situation in front of her and exclaimed, "This is really too ostentatious, Huang Ma." As soon as they saw her, everyone immediately started discussing, Han Mo actually sent a little girl to negotiate. Huang Fu coldly stepped out and asked, "Where is Han Mo Long? Where is Han Qi? Are all the men of your Mo family cowards?" Ding Zhentian, who was standing next to him, also sarcastically said, "The Mo family men being despicable is not a matter of a day or two anymore." Ket-Er confidently replied, "I suggested the peace talks, so I should be the one to come forward. I can handle this small matter alone, without bothering my older brother and father." Huang Fu praised after hearing this. "Worthy of being her daughter. You and she were very similar back then, brave and visionary. He regretted. If your mother were still alive, she should be the one holding Hanmo now, because your Hanmo is the empire she built. What a pity. Kier lost her patience, she demanded. There's no need to talk about family matters anymore. Let's get straight to the point. State your conditions. Huang Fu was scratching the right spot, decisively pointing the cigar at her face, and stating his conditions refreshingly. Out of the 9 sub-districts of the southwest area, your Hanmo is currently holding 5 sub-districts. 1, 3, 5, 8, 9. My condition is to give districts 1, 3, 5 to my Huangzhang, and district 8 to Chanshuang. That way, I will be kind enough to spare your lives. You can prolong your dying breath in district 9, so you won't die without a complete corpse. Ye Hao felt extremely angry after hearing this, and he frankly stated his opinion. This kind of condition can't be described as highway robbery anymore. Dan Lu calmly reassured. Silence. Now is not the time to make comments. Wang Chuan also reminded. Our mission is to protect the young lady. No need to do unnecessary things. While they were talking normally, Huang Fu's pupils suddenly felt a severe burning pain. He clutched one of his eyes, constantly screaming in pain, causing everyone around to panic and ask, Vice President, sir? President Huang, what's wrong with you? Huang Fu seemed to know the opponent's intentions. He laughed loudly and sarcastically. My stupid younger brother, I had advised you not to waste your efforts researching those ancient technologies, but you just wouldn't listen. Now you have indeed died at the hands of the things you created. What a disgrace. You bastard, how could you die before me? We said we would rule the southwest area together and then have a final showdown. You damn broke your promise, brother. Afterwards, Huang Fu regained his composure, dabbed at his aching eyes with a handkerchief, and softly confided, Uncle is gone. I have no more attachments in this world. Let me fulfill his ambition in his stead. Then he declared, I've changed my mind. Your assets, your lives, I want them all. Kakier was utterly shocked upon hearing this news. She wondered to herself, Huang Fu Dai, dead. Ye Hao angrily roared, Is Huang Fu Sheng crazy? Suddenly turning on us, Wang Chuan also spoke up, reminding her, Please step back, miss. Leave this to us. On Kaishir's side, she was on the phone with Mo Chi, who urgently announced, Just received news that Huang Fu Dai was killed by a woman while fleeing to the wastelands area. Camera footage confirms the person is Zhue. He, who went to school with Ye Hao, Kaishir, upon hearing this, was suspicious. Could it be? Mo Chi firmly asserted. Looks like that kid's done something good again. Kair was now trying to reason. He just fought a world boss not long ago. To eliminate the number 2 of Huang Zheng in such a short time? He's something else, Mo Chi retorted. He's given us a big headache. Huang Fu Cheng has already exploded. Your stalling tactic is no longer viable. At my suggestion, you should quickly retreat to headquarters so that the Han Mo team can buy some time. At this moment, the situation was incredibly tense. Huang Fu's army was relentlessly closing in, suppressing Kaishir's group's morale. She calculated, even retreating inside the building won't help. If a battle breaks out now, even with the Mo Gong team, it won't compensate for the disadvantage in numbers. Zhen Tian, seeing the current situation, was overjoyed. He laughed heartily and exclaimed, This is how it should be, Huangzong. We don't need to negotiate with them at all. Directly suppressing them with force is the most convenient. Send elite troops to entangle the Mo Gong team, and the rest of you, capture Mo Kair alive for me. While immersed in joyful emotions, Huang Fu decisively stabbed him from behind with a sword, causing Zhen Tian to be shocked. How could this be? Huang Fu coldly stepped forward to explain. It seems you've misunderstood something. I want to seize everything, which of course includes your Tianchuang. The old man realized upon hearing this. You actually betrayed me. Huang Fu swiftly withdrew the blade from the old man's body. He replied, Betrayal? No, you were just a pawn in my hand. Our relationship was merely exploitation. Where does betrayal come in? I will take good care of Tianchuang in your stead. Rest in peace. Then, Huang Fu ordered his army. Go and eliminate Han Mo for me. Today is not only the end of Han Mo, but also the day my Huang Zheng undergoes nirvana rebirth. The soldiers, receiving the order, immediately charged forward, shouting to each other, Charge! Take down Han Mo in one fell swoop, and then we can do whatever we want. Kill all of Han Mo! Jia Wangchuan quickly rushed into battle, not forgetting to assign tasks. Yin Huang, protect the miss. The rest of you follow me to meet the enemy. The people receiving the order responded clearly. Yin Huang, upon receiving the order, immediately rushed to protect Kasher. She reminded her, "Miss, please don't leave my side." She replied, "Okay." During the intense battle, Kahir anxiously thought, the situation has suddenly become more difficult. Under the state of equal resource supply, PvP relies on numbers. Can we hold out until Ye Hao's reinforcements arrive? Huang Fu didn't want to wait any longer. He tilted his head and asked, "With Ding Lao Tu gone, what are your choices? Are you going to stand against us or?" Hu Fei behind him respectfully replied, "Of course we choose to join you. I've long been disgusted with Ding Zhentian. He's an old geezer past his prime who refuses to step down. If he doesn't die, Tian Chuang will never have a chance to rise. From now on, you are the new master of the Chuangxi team." Huang Fu was pleased by the flattery. He laughed heartily and praised, "Well said. Then we'll have to see how you demonstrate this loyalty." Hu Fei bloodthirstily charged forward, not forgetting to leave a statement. Of course, if it's loyalty, then it must be towards someone more valuable. Over here, Wang Chuan's group was still fighting hard. He didn't forget to remind his teammates, "Guard this elevator entrance. No one is allowed to enter." They fought as they replied, "Understood." Unexpectedly, after hundreds of battles, we've returned to the classic, primitive gang-up tactic, using the terrain to weaken the enemy's numerical advantage. Hu Fei quickly flew over. He brazenly challenged, "What's the point of bullying these weaklings? Fight me." Wang Chuan felt it. He secretly judged, this sword aura is turning around. Hu Fei and Wang Chuan actually directly confronted each other. The two swords collided, creating a loud clang that echoed through the space. He spoke up to strike up a conversation. "Long time no see, Zhao Chuan. Your level has increased again. Could it be because of the previous raid?" Hu Fei smiled heartily, mockingly. "I really admire you rich kids, who have the advantage of resources." Wang Chuan frowned in confusion, retorting sharply, "Hey Hu, it's only fitting that a dog like you, who betrays his master for glory, wouldn't have the advantage of resources." Afterwards, he was attacked by Hu Fei. The sharp blade quickly whizzing past his face. Deafening clashes of metal echoed. Hu Fei sighed. "How many years has it been since I've seen these two younger brothers bickering and fighting like this?" As they were fighting, Wang Chuan suddenly noticed a third person appear. He wondered, "Ilan, weren't you locked up in Zone 1? So you've been lying in wait here all along?" He hefted his sword and replied, "You're a good guy, but you're too stubborn, little Chuan. Why bother thinking so much when things have come to this? The most important thing is to hack and slash to our heart's content." Afterwards, the three stood in a triangle like three trees, but not united in building a tall mountain. Hu Fei spoke up, wondering, "So, how do we fight next?" Ilan, though unwilling to admit it, said, "To beat little Chuan, we still have to team up." He replied, "Who said I have to beat him? I just want to drop our identities and have a good fight with him. Don't disturb our world." Little Fei. After the negotiations were settled, Hu Fei rushed forward, not forgetting to announce, "Then I won't disturb you." Wang Chuan stepped forward to stop him, asking, "Did I say you could leave?" He frowned, contemplating. "I have to hold them back. Buy as much time as possible for the rear." Ilan advanced with his blade, reminding him, "I said it's just the two of us. If you're careless and negligent." Ilan's sword clashed directly with Wang Chuan's sword. Creating a loud clang, he warned, "I'll take the opportunity to attack." Wang Chuan glared angrily at the other person running away, thinking uncomfortably, "Damn it, if I'm held back by Ilan, the rear will be in danger. Everyone must persevere, at least hold on until. I can't believe even I'm relying on that kid's reinforcements." What followed was a tense, chaotic battle, with a heart falling every second. Explosions boomed, and the clashing of swords made everything uncontrollable. The soldiers were still dreaming, saying to each other, "Kill Hanmo's people, and we can reach the pinnacle of our lives." Wang Chuan's group resolutely declared, "Hold the line, don't let them succeed." Wan Hao impatiently lamented, "Killing them doesn't end. Even if we defeat their attacks many times, unless it's an instant kill, they will still keep getting up." Li Xing comforted his teammates. "There's no other way, this is PvP." Dan Lu on this side bombarded the enemy in waves, also reminding them, "Don't get agitated, killing isn't the main goal, it's to try to prolong the time, use skills and health potions sparingly." Lei Ya also fought hard, flying from place to place, not forgetting to remind his brothers, "I don't care, die, Duinyang Huang and Tianshang all die for me. On this side, Yin Huang was also suffering no less, and she helplessly requested, "Young miss, you should go back to the headquarters building, it will be safer. The front is about to collapse, and I have to go support them." K.Er angrily retorted, "It's useless. Whether I retreat or not, it doesn't matter. Besides, don't go either. You missed the opportunity to grow in the Lost Shrine before, and you've regressed compared to them. Going up there is just feeding them kills." Yin Huang decisively slashed a person approaching, and retorted to Kai-Er, "As expected of the young miss, your words are still so sharp. Although harsh, they are the truth. But I will definitely not be afraid to escape reality because of this gap." Kai-Er instead firmly affirmed, "We are not escaping reality, but we must wait patiently on the premise of preserving our lives. I firmly believe that he will definitely come." Yin Huang looked up at the sky and asked again, "You said?" Hu Fei on this side was riding high, and said very bloodily, "I picked up a treasure. That Elon is willing to give me such a great achievement, I have to thank him when I get back. Miss K.Er, I'll take your life." Seeing another opponent, Hu Fei suddenly sighed. "Oh, is the beautiful Yin Huang here too? But with your level, you're just feeding me kills." Yin Huang declared clearly, "Even if I die, I must stop you from harming the young miss." Hu Fei felt more relaxed after hearing this. He decisively slashed fiercely and reminded her, "Then I won't be polite. I hope you can help me have some fun." Yin Huang lost her footing and was immediately hit, blood flowing from her mouth continuously. Kai-Er anxiously stepped forward to remind her, "Yin Huang, you run away, leave me alone. To the company, you are more important than me. You still have unlimited potential for growth. It's too wasteful to die like this." But contrary to her wishes, Yin Huang decisively pushed Kai-Er out, causing her to ask in surprise, "What are you doing?" Yin Huang Kai-Er fell into the building. Yin Huang bluntly admitted, "What are you kidding about? Are these words that should be said to a tool?" As expected, "I still don't like you, young miss." Kai-Er called out her name blankly, "Yin Huang." Then, the door of the building officially closed. Yin Huang stood proudly facing Hu Fei, declaring clearly, "Isn't a tool meant to be thrown away after use? But if you die, besides the young master being heartbroken, he will also be very sad." Her hand took out a shining gem, Yin Huang affirmed. "So I won't let that happen." The purple gem in her hand was then clenched tightly until it shattered. Yin Huang then transformed into the form of a demonic celestial body, her whole body emitting a dazzling light. She declared, "Let me do my best to wait for the hero to come." The system explained the move. The demonic celestial body can increase the level to level 120, lasting for 1 minute, then falling into a weakened state. Rolling smoke and dust obscured the vision, and the resounding explosions shook the ground. The corpses of soldiers and broken weapons were scattered everywhere, creating a tense, tragic, and suffocating battlefield scene. Yin Huang, after a long battle, had reached the end of her strength, with only 15% of her health remaining, and injuries all over her body. Hey Hu stepped forward sarcastically. "I didn't expect you to have such a killer move. It's really too interesting, but just 1 minute is really too short. I haven't had enough fun." Then, he gave a sinister smile full of delight, raised his sword to slash, and continued to babble, "It's really too bad. If I didn't need proof of loyalty now, I would definitely keep you alive as my toy." Then, He Hu slashed a powerful strike with his sword towards Yin Huang, but what he didn't anticipate was that immediately after that strike, an army consisting of Jia Wangshuan, Wan Hao, Lei Ya, Li Xing, and Dan Lu simultaneously stepped forward to shield Yin Huang. Even though they each only had less than 10% health left, they still charged forward, acting as human shields for the beauty. Seeing them like that, He Hu laughed gleefully and mocked, Hey, isn't the Mogong team always high and mighty? How did you all become so disheveled? I, myself, can kill your entire team right now." They angrily retorted. "That's enough." He Hu Huangfu stood proudly in front of his team, declaring loudly, "As expected of the leader of the Mogong team, you were able to kill over 1,000 of my men with just a few people. But that's where it ends. Your only chance of survival is to join our Huang Zheng. What do you say? I appreciate talent and won't mistreat you." Wang Xuan, covered in blood, retorted, "The word surrender doesn't exist in my vocabulary. You don't need to waste your breath here. If you want to fight, then fight. I'll accompany you until my death." Yan glanced at them, his eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "You've all done your best, but this isn't PvE or PvP. It's about the best teacher. No matter how strong individual strength is, it's useless in the face of resource and numerical disparity. Why do something so foolish? Xiao Chuan Chuan, don't let stubbornness kill you. Dishonorable survival is better than glorious death. Group with group, meaning a corporate war between teams or guilds. From above, Sun Long, along with Mo Qi and Ke came out. He coldly ordered, "Stop everything, that's enough, this battle doesn't need to continue." Hearing his voice, the crowd turned to look up, calling out in confusion, "Chairman and young master and young lady." Everyone, Huang Fu, seeing such a lively scene, immediately joined in, saying, "Yo, finally willing to show yourselves. Hey Sun Long, I thought you were going to keep hiding your head." Sun Long stepped forward to confront him, retorting, "Huang Fu Cheng, I can accept your conditions. Power is fine, assets are fine. Take everything, but I hope you'll spare my people a path to survival. You've already achieved your goal. There's no need to create more pointless sacrifices." Hearing this, Huang Fu feigned surprise and mocked, "Oh? Shouldn't you be fighting to the bitter end with your personality? Why the sudden change of heart and concern for the lives of your tools? What's this? Not the He Sun Long I know." Half an hour earlier, in Sun Feng's office, Ke entered, reporting the situation. He asked in shock, "What did you say? You want to trade your life for the Mongong team?" She persistently tried to persuade him. "With Huang Fu Cheng's methods, he won't stop until he's killed all of us. If we exchange my life in return for the Mogong team and time, it's definitely worth it." Hearing this, Moshi immediately went crazy. He held Ke back, questioning, "Stop acting crazy here. This isn't an exchange, it's suicide. You're not going," she called out to Moshi in confusion. "Brother." Ke reached out to grasp Mochi, gently trying to persuade him. "I know. Even though you usually oppose me, your heart has never abandoned me. The harsh words you say are just a protective shell you're forced to display. Protecting the company is also protecting me, right, brother?" Hearing such sweet words moved Monchi to the point of wanting to cry. He trembled, his eyes already brimming with tears, but he still stubbornly wanted to object. "What are you saying I don't? You who've received all of mother's love since childhood, I've always hated you the most." Kelly then immediately embraced him, comforting him. "I know, I've always known." Brother, Sun Long, witnessing this scene, felt a bit ashamed. He spoke up. "The one who should apologize is Dad, the leader of the company. Dad has long abandoned weak personal emotions. Seeing you siblings fighting each other, he always ignored it, even supported this opposition and infighting, because Dad thought it would be more beneficial for the company's future." But then Sun Long also stepped forward to embrace Ke and Mochi. He whispered softly, "Why do people have to step into the realm of life and death to finally realize? To know what's most important to them? Sorry, Ke." The two choked out. After a tearful family drama, Sun Long quickly regained his composure, resolutely ordering, let's go outside together. If we want to gamble, then let's bet the entire future of the Moa family. Bet on whether that last hope can arrive." Ke and Moichi agreed. Yeah. Back to the present. The war of words between the two old men was still intense. Sun Long refused to lose and mocked, "I'll hand over everything. You, Liu Daihan, let us go to the wilderness." "Isn't that good enough?" Huang Fu retorted. "That won't do. You oppressed me for decades. This grievance can't be erased just by exiling you." Seeing that it wouldn't work, Sun Long yielded and asked, "Then what do you want?" Huang Fu Zhongmeng pretended to stroke his chin and replied, "What about this? Haha, I've long heard that the Yin Huang's beauty of the Mogong team is unparalleled. I'm very interested in seeing her true face. My subordinates have already grown tired from fighting her. Let Mo Ke and Yin Huang strip and dance a dance, a performance to entertain my soldiers, and I'll spare your lives." Hearing this, Mo Chi just hated that he couldn't charge up and smash this nosy old man. He angrily roared, "What? Huang Fu Cheng, kill us if you want, but you want to humiliate my sister and subordinates? I'll fight you to the death." Killa standing behind him, immediately stopped her brother's intentions. She reassured him, "It's okay, brother, as long as it can help everyone to keep living. What is a little sacrifice?" Kater whispered her calculations. "Although Huang Fu Cheng intends to humiliate us before killing us, that also gives us some final time." Hearing this, Monchi understood part of his sister's intention. He wanted to say something, but then stopped. Behind them, Wang Xuan's group was also spitting blood in anger, almost needing only one order to charge forward and fight to the death. One of them spoke through gritted teeth. "Damn it, it's all because we're weak. That's why we're making the young lady and Yin Huang suffer this humiliation." Damn it, Wang Xuan understood his brother's feelings. He quickly raised his hand to stop them, not forgetting to remind them, "Everyone, close your eyes and remember this humiliation in your hearts." On this side, K.R. stepped forward to ask Yin Huang, "Are you scared?" She reached out and took off her mask, nonchalantly replying, "How could I be?" Yin Huang cheerfully removed her mask and happily spoke her heart. "To be able to fight shoulder to shoulder with the young lady until the very last moment, I am very honored." Seeing Yin Huang's stunningly beautiful face, K.R. couldn't help but sigh. Her beauty is indeed as legendary as they say. Around them, the soldiers shouted in unison, "Hurry up and strip! Hurry up and strip! Get out of the way! I want to see!" Unexpectedly, a powerful surge of energy erupted above them, forming bolts of lightning that crashed down. The crowd stared blankly, shouting to each other, "Look! The barrier is breaking open with a huge hole. Something's coming through." Then, an earth-shattering explosion resounded, and a blinding purple-gold light tore through the night as a raging gale swept everything away. Blood-curdling screams echoed, intensifying the chaotic scene. They wondered, yelling, "Who is it?" A hand swiftly caught Kier around the waist in the misty haze. Ye Hao made a heroic entrance, supporting two beautiful women on either side, and said bashfully, "Sorry, I'm late." As soon as Kier saw Ye Hao, the heavy stone in her heart seemed to be lifted. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You finally came. I always believed you would." He glanced at the woman in his arms and replied gently, "I had to take care of some things, so I was delayed." "Sorry, but luckily you're okay, or I could never forgive myself." Then Ye Hao didn't forget to comfort Yin Huang. "It's been a long time, brother. Your injuries aren't light. It seems you've been through a tough battle. Sorry for making you suffer." She hesitated shyly, replying, "I'm fine, don't worry." In Yin Huang's heart, however, she was extremely flustered. She worried to herself, "Where's my mask? I wasn't mentally prepared at all. I should have known not to act cool." Wan Hao, seeing the superhero arrive, exclaimed excitedly, "Looks like this kid's gonna steal the show again." The others couldn't contain their excitement, cheering, "We've been waiting too long for our moment." Mo Chi, on the other hand, glared at him with hateful eyes. He growled, calling Ye Hao's name. Huang Fu, seeing the legendary, terrifying powerhouse, was overjoyed. He praised non-stop, "Kid, are you Ye Hao? To be able to break this legendary barrier is truly amazing. No wonder you're Huang Zhang's high-value target, but we still have the absolute advantage in numbers and firepower. You alone can't change the outcome." Ye Hao quickly approached and replied, "Is that so? But when did I say I came alone?" Suddenly, a group of women descended from the sky like rockets. Everyone stared in confusion. That's the Teenage Liberation Corps, equipped with new level 160 magic crystal gear dropped by bosses, possessing overwhelming firepower and formidable strength. Level 160. The blonde robot activated a bomb, blowing up the group below, and then reported, "Following Master's orders, commencing extermination operations." Ziyu quickly arranged the formation, picking up her gun. Charred, Huang Zhang must pay the price. All troops advance. Leave no one from Huangzheng or Tiansheng alive. Huang Fu, seeing the tense situation before him, felt utterly bewildered. He was covered in cold sweat, shouting in panic, "How did this happen? I clearly had the advantage just now, but in the blink of an eye." Eilon decisively plunged his sword into the ground and warned, "Boss, you should retreat. The battle situation is completely reversed now. It'll be too late if you don't leave," Huang Fu stubbornly declared. "I will never give up this hard-earned opportunity. Summon the Black Hook Gang." Yan, seeing the foolishness in his master's eyes, sneered, "Boss, are you still counting on them? The Black Hook Gang has already run off." Huang Fu was thunderstruck. He asked, "What? Over here?" The Black Hook Gang was quickly fleeing. One of his subordinates asked, "Boss, are we really just going to leave like this? First betraying Tiansheng, and now Huangzheng. Aren't we being too disloyal?" He replied, "Then what else can we do? It's obvious that Huangzheng is losing. Huang Fucheng has no chance of winning anymore, especially with that Ye Hao there. If the intel is correct, this kid is even more terrifying than Biwang Chuan. If we don't leave, we'll be turned to ashes." Huang Fu, seeing the fleeing figures, was so enraged that his veins bulged. He roared in a frenzy, They're all useless trash. Trash. Where's Ling Yuan? Get her to bring reinforcements immediately. And what about Huang Fu Day's people? Even if they die in his hands, there's still a large armed force. Get them all here to reinforce us. Ye Hao looked at the frantic old man before him and reminded him. They've all been reinforced. To hell. The reason I was so late was because I spent some time wiping out all of Huang Zhang's remaining forces from districts 2 to 9. Huang Fu was stunned and asked, What? You? Ye Hao interrupted. I'm just informing you. Furthermore, Ling Yuan has long been controlled. Otherwise, why haven't you seen her or Huang Fu Day, even with things as they are? Ye Hao stated clearly. I also had someone take care of him. Not only that, I was also the one who spread the rumors online that caused your stock prices to plummet. I was also the one who destroyed the armory in the major districts of Huangjiang. How is it? Are you surprised? Shocked, Huang Fu angrily grabbed a weapon and charged forward. He retaliated bloodthirstily. So you're the one who killed my brothers and destroyed the career I've built for decades, all ruined by a brat like you? I will never accept this. But when Huang Fu slashed at Ye Hao, he quickly unleashed a gigantic iron arm to block it. The weapon snapped in half just like that, and then he mocked. Is this the leader of the Huang Zhang group? I thought you could put on a more impressive act, but I didn't expect you didn't even have the courage to face reality. No wonder you lost so miserably. With that, Ye Hao launched a powerful attack, using dark purple magic to pin Huang Fu to the ground, creating a fierce burst of light. He lost his footing and was immediately pushed back. The wound created a large pool of blood gushing out. Huang Fu spat out blood in pain. He looked at the weak old man and said, I have no interest in killing you. I'll leave your disposal to Han Mo. After the lopsided battle, he had only 3% health left, but the relentless, unconquerable bloodlust was boiling. Huang Fu replied, Dispose of me. What a joke. Then he stubbornly charged forward, holding the broken end of his saber in his hand, and declaring loudly, I am the one who will rule all safe zones. How could I die here? You are the one who must die. But before Ye Hao could launch an attack, Yin Huang decisively rushed forward. She delivered a decisive slash, causing Huang Fu to spurt blood from his neck and collapse on the spot. Then Yin Huang declared, You're the one who must die. As Huang Fu completely ran out of strength, he stubbornly raised his trembling hand. As if trying to grasp his last hope, Huang Fu asked in his dying breath, Yan, why didn't you guys protect me? How could I? He replied nonchalantly, Sorry boss, your forces are gone. Our employment relationship, I don't need to take action. On Yin Huang's side, she also became weakened and fragile after the previous attack. Yin Huang rushed into Ye Hao's arms, he said gently. Lao Lin suddenly rushed out again. She knew he wouldn't hurt me. Yin Huang smiled and replied, You usually steal my kills. Consider this me stealing one from you for once. Ye Hao conceded. Are you sure? Alright, I'll let you win this time. You won. On Sun Long's side, he announced loudly, Huang Fu Chang is dead. There's no need to fight anymore. Hey Sun Long, I can guarantee your safety. Mora Qi also came forward to announce. As long as you are willing to join the Han Mo Corporation, I guarantee your treatment will be better than before. Anyone who doesn't want to join can lay down their weapons and leave on their own. We definitely won't make things difficult. The group of soldiers immediately threw their weapons on the ground. Upon hearing this, Deng Qing replied, Thank you for not killing us, Leader He Sun Long. We surrender. Wang Chuan also stepped forward to persuade. Yan, put down your weapons too. Don't resist in vain anymore. He compromised and replied, Of course, I already dropped my weapons long ago. In this world, people without power shouldn't have ambitions. Isn't it good to live one day at a time like me? Right, Zhao Chuan. On this side, Sun Long and Mo Qi respectfully approached Ye Hao and said, Ye Hao, you have made a great contribution this time. If it weren't for you, Mo Qi and I would have suffered a great disaster today. You not only saved the entire Han Mo Corporation, but are also a life-saving benefactor of our Mo family. I, Mo Qi, am extremely grateful and apologize for my previous impolite behavior. Ye Hao politely replied, You two are too kind. The young lady has been kind to me. I should repay her, and I am also a member of Han Mo. When the corporation is in danger, of course, I have to help. As for any rewards, consider them as you see fit. On the other side, Li Xing was sitting on a boulder practicing with his hands clasped. He said, Today's situation seemed dangerous, but he could handle it easily. It is really amazing. We are only on the first floor of this wave, and he is in the stratosphere. Lei Ya also added, No need to say much else. Lei Ya, I only have one word. Impressed. to express my feelings for him. So awesome. Wan Hao exclaimed in complete admiration. Amazing! This time Ye Hao turned the tide by himself, completely surpassing us. If we don't work hard, we will be left far behind, Dan Luque agreed. That's right, we have to work harder, otherwise, the title of the #1 team will soon become the King Team. Wang Chuan, who was leaning against the wall, also agreed with them. Ye Hao is a true powerhouse. He speaks with strength. No matter how high his position rises, he is still the same as before. But watching others move forward is not the style of the Molgong squad. Next, everyone prepares for special hell training for me. The group of people received the order and replied in unison, yes. On Kai's side, she looked at Ye Hao and thought to herself, this time, Ye Hao is famous. Our difference in status has been narrowed, but there are so many beautiful women around him. I don't know if he has Yin Huang in his heart. Yin Huang, who was sitting resting, was also caught up in her thoughts. He has made a great contribution this time. I should be happy. But why does my heart twitch a little? Could it be because I'm afraid he will be further and further away from me? Kara saw her looking so absent-minded and came to tease her. What are you thinking about so intently? Could it be that you are also charmed by Ye Hao? Yin Huang, who was caught on the spot, nervously denied. It's nothing, miss. Don't joke like that. Kara still didn't let her go. She smirked and exposed her. Your face is red, Yin Huang sighed helplessly. Yes. A day later, Ye Hao stood on the top floor of the building, confiding with Dui Tu. In just one day, the city has been restored from the scars of war to its original state. The Hanmo Corporation's ability to act is truly impressive. It replied, this is nothing great. If you use the master's ability, plus the simulation legion, the efficiency will be higher. He leaned over and looked at the mass-produced robots and reminded, although I let them participate in the battle before, the cloning simulation technique is, after all, a sensitive ancient secret. It's still better not to let them attract too much attention from others. Moreover, I have other things I need them to help with. Ye Hao remembered. He asked Dui Tonka, do I currently have enough money to start building the first phase of the base? It confirmed. Enough, plus the reward that Hanmo gave you today. You probably won't have to worry about money anymore. Ye Hao sighed in relief. That's right, this reward came just in time. At the grand ceremony of the Hanmo Corporation, the host announced. In short, after this great war, the two major corporations, Tianchuang and Huangjiang, have been destroyed. Hanmo will swallow all their territories and industries, unifying the entire south and southwest regions. Let's give a warm round of applause, and we will definitely build the Xi'an safe zone into a more prosperous and safe zone. Sunlong hugged him and declared loudly, to be able to achieve today's victory, the main credit belongs to our Hanmo's brightest rising star, Ye Hao. And for his reward, in addition to the dungeon key that was previously agreed upon, I will also reward him with 500 million, and also give Ye Hao 10% of the corporation's shares. From now on, he is the fourth largest shareholder of the Hanmo Corporation, only after me, Mo Chi, and Mo Kara. The people below cheered enthusiastically upon hearing this. They were also calculating, based on the company's market value of 100 billion, this 10% share is worth 10 billion, directly reaching the peak of their life. Ye Hao was amazing. He was also secretly happy. Plus the money he paid Bi Wangchuan, and he didn't take it. Didn't he just make a fortune again? Wangchuan walked in coldly, before not forgetting to say to Ye Hao, after our team deliberated, we decided that the 200 million you lent us doesn't need to be repaid. Firstly, you saved our lives this time. Secondly, the team's funding will increase greatly in the future, and we don't lack this 200 million either. Ye Hao gave a thumbs up and replied, Team leader Bia is generous. Back in the present, Du Si-tu reminded, although money is no longer a problem, there are still some resources and important construction blueprints missing, mainly the blueprints of three aspects: the core construction structure of the base, the attack-defense system, and the architectural style. Ye Hao heard this and affirmed, this is not difficult. I am now a major shareholder of the Hanmo Corporation. I have the right to mobilize the highest level resources. Plus Hanmo has swallowed the Huangjiang and Tianchuang industries. I'll have you guys help me with those blueprints. He tilted his head and looked at the blonde robot and announced, when the time comes, the work of supervising the construction of the base will be handed over to you. They happily stood around Ye Hao and exclaimed excitedly, yes, we will definitely complete the mission assigned by the master. He helplessly thought to himself, Well, arranging them in the dungeon is not a bad choice, otherwise this lineup is really too dazzling. Then the space changed. Ye Hao announced to the system, "The base construction is relatively prepared. Next, how many levels can the system raise the Crimson Emperor account with the experience points I accumulated before?" It replied. Calculating, the experience points currently accumulated by the host are 160 million, which can continuously upgrade the Crimson Emperor account from level 130 to level 200. He stroked his chin and calculated. 160 million experience points can only increase 70 levels, although level 200 is a height I have never imagined before. But after seeing the level 300 boss, level 200 is nothing. The methods that can reach my current challenge level are only two: Shadow Monarch and the combined skill of the Demon Dance twins. But they both consume a lot, and I can't put all my hopes on them. I still have to have more trump cards. Ye Hao glanced at his pet in front of him and asked, "System, the level limit of the Crimson Emperor is MX, so what level is this MX exactly?" The system replied, "The max level is level 999. He heard this and exclaimed, "Level 999? This level is much stronger than the SS level of the human heroes that the principal said. Could this also be the level limit of the world?" The system quickly replied, "Regarding this point, I cannot provide an answer." He sighed helplessly. Forget it. Even knowing the level limit of the world is useless. Now I have two paths I can choose. The safe path is to put points into the Crimson Emperor, thinking of ways to upgrade it to level 999. And the adventurous path is to unlock a new account. Oh, what if I get a great new account? But no matter which path, a large number of experience points will be needed. But the higher the level, the lower the experience points obtained. The dungeon level in the hands of Han Mo can no longer satisfy my needs. It seems that I have to go sweep the high-level wild dungeons in the wilderness. But how to find them? Suddenly Ye Hao remembered, wait, speaking of the wilderness, who can understand the wilderness better than Muwei? System, open the map of ancient ruins distribution. The principal once said that this map takes the safe zone as the center and includes all dungeon distribution relics within a radius of 2,000 kilometers. Having this divine artifact in hand, why fear not finding a dungeon? When he saw the safe zone on the map, he exclaimed super excitedly, "Sure enough, I didn't realize the beauty of this map before. What a waste of resources. After arranging the recent work, I'll set off to explore the high-level wild dungeons that are enough for me to farm." Suddenly the screen appeared. "The principal called," he said embarrassedly. "Ye Hao, sorry to bother you so late." Ye Hao replied, "It's okay, headmaster, I'm not asleep yet." "But is there something urgent that you're calling me at this hour?" The headmaster hesitated. "It's not really urgent. I just wanted to ask if you have time to come to school tomorrow. I have a few words I want to say to you in person," Ye Hao replied. "No problem. I'll definitely be there." Then, the headmaster set the appointment. "Then I'll see you tomorrow." As the conversation ended, the headmaster stood up, turned, and looked outside, deep in thought. We're getting old, and some things, in the end, still have to rely on these promising young people. Am I right? What grave are you visiting? Ye Hao was also looking up at the moonlight, lost in thought. The moon is so beautiful tonight. I wonder if Yunfei and my parents in the wilderness can see it. Once I quickly finish building the base, I'll bring them all back. There are only 6 days and 2 hours left until the forced call back to the underworld monarch's world. The next day, in the school, as the golden sunlight filtered through the classroom windows, the students, upon seeing Ye Hao, exclaimed with sparkling eyes, "Look, it's Ye Hao, the great hero of the academy." Not just that, he's not only a hero of the academy, but also a great hero of our safe zone, he thought helplessly. Well, if I had known it would attract so much attention, I would have just flown straight to the headmaster's office. After entering the room and settling on the sofa, Ye Hao proactively asked, "Headmaster, what's the matter that you wanted to see me about today?" He hesitated. "Ye Hao," the headmaster asked directly, "have you ever thought about leaving the Jihan safe zone, going out to make a name for yourself?" Ye Hao suspiciously asked back, "What do you mean by that?" The headmaster quickly explained in detail. "These days, the incredible powers you've shown make me believe that you shouldn't be confined to a small place like the Southwestern Safe Zone. The Southwestern Safe Zone, among all the major zones, is in the middle and lower reaches in terms of geography, area, population, and overall strength. Although it's enough for ordinary residents to live and work in peace, For young people with strength like you, it's actually a kind of confinement that deprives you of higher challenges and opportunities. He encouraged Ye Hao with fervent enthusiasm. Only more intense challenges can unleash your strength, stimulate your potential. You should fly higher, go to a broader world, and become a Feng Yun of the changing world. Seeing the situation, Ye Hao broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, the headmaster is as passionate as ever. After Ji Yu exhausted himself, the headmaster finally sat down, advising him earnestly, if it were a peaceful era when I'm a headmaster, I really hope that you can live a peaceful life. But in this apocalyptic era, we have to learn to think of chaos in times of peace. Ye Hao understood and affirmed, your thoughts and my plans completely coincide. I am preparing to follow the map of the wilderness that Senior Mu Wei drew for me, to challenge high-level wilderness instances, to become stronger. He glanced at Ye Hao and probed, very good, but it's still not enough. Have you ever thought about what you want to do after becoming the strongest? Ye Hao answered firmly. The reason why I've always wanted to become stronger is to protect my loved ones. The stronger the enemies, the stronger I have to become than them. But I really haven't thought about what comes after that. It's too far away. Hearing such a correct answer, the headmaster immediately stood up. He stated clearly, too far away? No. At least I see this possibility in you. But even if you become the strongest, you can't break the lifespan of human beings. This world will not change in essence, and monsters will continue to appear and ravage, and humans can only hide in safe zones and live day by day. Ye Hao, after listening, was a little confused. Headmaster, what do you mean? The headmaster didn't beat around the bush and immediately asked directly, Ye Hao, are you going to restart this world? He blankly asked back, restart the world. Ye Hao stunned and asked, restart the world? A friend mentioned this rumor to me before. Could it be that this rumor is true? The headmaster actively stood up to explain, anything before there is conclusive evidence is, in the true sense, just a rumor, so I can't answer whether it's right or wrong. But Moon Wei once said this to me, I have seen that possibility. You have doubts. Then what did Senior Mun Wei find? Understanding, the headmaster took out an item and replied, this is it. Ye Hao looked at the item and blankly asked curiously, isn't that the black slate fragment that fell in the team instance before? The headmaster looked at the item affectionately and recounted, Moon Wei found it in a certain relic. It is said that when he touched this fragment, something incredible happened. He actively recounted, it seems that his soul was out of his body, constantly traveling back and forth to different worlds. But the power of the slate quickly disappeared. After that, no matter how he tried, that miracle would not appear again. Because of this, no one believed what he said, but Moon Wei saw new hope from that fragment. He believed that the era of Earth-O Yi, in the past, was just a bad ending in many parallel Earths, and that as long as certain conditions were met, this ending could be changed. He no longer had any nostalgia for the safe zone, handed the slate fragment and the map to me, and then set off for the wilderness. The words he said when he left made me unforgettable for the rest of my life. Recalling that time, Mun Wei stood tall on the top of the mountain and declared, as long as it can end this doomsday, even if it is only a theoretical possibility, I must find a way to solve it, even if it takes a lifetime. Returning to the headmaster, he added, since then, I haven't seen Merjin Wei again. I don't even know if he's alive or dead now. I just hate that I don't have the ability and courage to wander in the wilderness like him. I'm old now. If not, I really want to go with him to find a way to save the world. After hearing the story, Ye Hao fell into contemplation. Unexpectedly, there is such a hidden story behind Moon Wei's story. He went to the wilderness alone to find a way to restart the world. It is indeed admirable, but this is ultimately a too far-fetched ideal. At least it is not a pressing task at present. Moreover, the Mo Gong team was also collecting slate fragments before. Could it also be related to this? How much inside information do they know? I must find a way to find out this secret in the future. As he was lost in thought, the principal decisively pointed at Ye Hao and stated clearly, but you are different, Ye Hao. You not only possess formidable strength, but are also humble and kind. At a young age, you have already become a renowned figure in the southwest region, repeatedly rescuing the common people from adversity. I believe that if it is you, you will definitely be able to inherit Mun Wei's will and find that uncharted path. Ye Hao also stood up and replied sincerely, Principal, You overestimate me. I'm not strong enough to save all living beings yet. Right now, I only want to constantly grow stronger so that my family can live better and safer lives. However, if one day I truly have enough power and nothing to worry about, I would be willing to give it a try." Seeing the zealous spirit of his good student, the principal felt very relieved. He stepped forward, patted Ye Hao on the shoulder, and comforted him. "Of course, this is a path of life that belongs to you alone, and no one can make decisions for you. I am also very pleased to see that even though you are so powerful, you still haven't forgotten your original intentions. I hope you can always be like this in the future. Don't be knocked down by the bumps on the road to growth, and don't let momentary resentment cloud your eyes." Ye Hao gratefully replied, "Thank you for your guidance, Principal. This student will definitely keep it in mind." A new day dawned, and the radiant sunlight shone down upon the bustling streets. Ye Hao walked out of the principal's office. The principal stood high up, watching him leave, inwardly affirming, just like the faith he had in Manhwa, "I also believe in you. Ye Hao, as long as the conditions are ripe, you will surely bring about a subversive change to this apocalypse." Back to Ye Hao, who was now pulling up the system panel, which announced, "Ye Hao, I have obtained all the blueprints for the celestial creation and royal governance projects. Just as you predicted, there are indeed many good things. Is it convenient for you to come to my research center now?" Ye Hao replied with joy. "That's great, I'll be right there." Subsequently, at the exclusive research center of the Gaia team, 2 guards saw Ye Hao enter and respectfully bowed, saying, "Greetings, Grandmaster Ye." "Greetings, Mr. Ye," he replied. "Greetings, everyone. Thank you for your hard work." After entering the central area and seeing the towering system column that had been completed, Ye Hao exclaimed, "I didn't expect it to be done in less than half a day. The efficiency is truly astonishing. Thank you, Gaia." Gaia, standing next to him, replied, "Don't mention it. I must complete anything you arrange for me as quickly and as well as possible." Ye Hao then sent a signal to Whis, "Quickly see if there are any that satisfy the needs for constructing the key point among so many master-level blueprints." It replied, "Okay, Master, I have a premonition that the blueprint we are looking for is definitely inside." Gaia then spoke up with doubt. "I'm just not very clear. Why are you in such a hurry for these blueprints? Could it be that there is some new research or invention?" Ye Hao glanced at him and thought to himself, "Gaia is trustworthy. There's no problem telling him about this." Ye Hao began to recount the details. The thing is, after a while of chatting, Gaia quickly understood and exclaimed, "So that's how it is. No wonder you so strongly demanded the dungeon key before. I didn't expect it was to build the key point. Let me help you. Although I am far inferior to you in terms of ability, perhaps my decades of experience will still be of some use." Ye Hao felt satisfied upon hearing this. He replied, "Very good. With you in charge, building the key point will be even smoother." Afterward, Wince also appeared and brought information. "Master, found them? All 3 missing blueprints have been found." Ye Hao happily thought to himself, "Now, all that's missing is the necessary construction startup resources." He turned to the man beside him and asked, "Gaia, we have the capital and the blueprints needed to build the key point. Could you please help me collect some important resources?" He replied readily, "No problem. I will definitely complete it quickly. But I suggest that the construction of the key point should not be rushed. We should lay the groundwork first and construct it into a city that can expand functional modules. That way we don't need to invest too much in the initial stage. And then, as the construction process develops new ideas and functions, we can supplement more capital and resources." Ye Hao agreed. "That makes a lot of sense. Let's do as you say." Holding the key in his hand, he exclaimed happily, "Is it finally about to begin? I kinda missed that beetle armor already." Scene changed to the Lost Temple dungeon area. At the new Zerg temple, the crowd respectfully bowed and pleaded, "Your Majesty, absolutely not." One resolutely disagreed. "This is our Zerg world. How can we allow outsiders to invade at will?" A teammate beside it spoke out in rebuttal. "What outsiders? Ye Hao is our king's savior, defeating Aher. If it weren't for him, would you still be standing here talking?" Mingut also voiced disagreement. "I don't understand this human, but he wants to build a steel fortress in our world, which will definitely cause large-scale earthwork and destroy the environment." "I don't want to see a second Aher Makeng," its subordinates chimed in, enthusiastically objecting. "That's right. The world of the Zerg should be managed by the Zerg, not by humans." Jebao sat on the chair and said in disgust, The debate is quite intense, Semis, sitting beside it, gently suggested. Binut is a noble who has been exiled outside for many years and has never experienced that great battle. He lacks awareness of Ye Hao's contributions, so it's naturally difficult for him to be convinced, Jia Bao said irritably. Whether he is convinced or not, Ye Hao is meant to be the king of this world. I will not allow anyone to obstruct his plans. Suddenly, a magic circle of teleportation appeared, causing the Zerg to ask each other in confusion, what is this? Why did it suddenly appear? Then, Ye Hao and Gaia, along with his beautiful robot girls, appeared in the middle of the room. He said, "Is everyone having a meeting? Sorry for the interruption, but why does the atmosphere feel a bit serious?" Bing, upon seeing such a large group of people, was frightened and sweating profusely. It thought to itself, that human is Ye Hao. He defeated the ancient Zerg god. As expected, the pressure is immense. He brought so many humans here. This situation is not good. Meanwhile, he walked proudly amidst everyone's support and love. Lord Ye Hao, we finally meet you. We have long heard of your great name. Thank you for saving the Zerg. You are the hero of our Zerg, he said shyly. I wouldn't dare call myself a hero. I'm just a good person with no ulterior motives. Jia Bao, upon seeing the handsome man arrive, quickly lunged into his arms and hugged him tightly. It exclaimed happily, Ye Hao, you're finally back. Does that mean you successfully obtained the dungeon key? Are you back this time to prepare to build the key point? He asked in surprise. Yes, but Jia Bao, why have you returned to your juvenile form? It scratched its head shyly and explained. It's okay. I can now freely switch forms. I've gotten used to maintaining my juvenile form when not in combat. Semis also stepped forward to add, Jia Bao's juvenile form can increase the absorption and reduce the consumption of magic power. It's the best form for cultivation when not fighting. Ye Hao listened attentively and understood. So that's how it is. But seeing this atmosphere of yours, the opposing sides are quite clear. Jia Bao's face suddenly turned gloomy upon hearing this. It lowered its head and admitted, That's right, as the new king, I haven't had time to unify the internal opinions of the clan. A portion of the nobles who were exiled before have expressed their opposition to your construction of the key point. But rest assured, I can resolve this little matter immediately. The Lord's beautiful robot maids proactively spoke up. The insectoids actually dare to obstruct Master's plans. Master clearly saved you all, yet you dare to be disrespectful. Let us immediately flatten this dungeon and see who else dares to object. Seeing such a massive force, the other insects were terrified and exclaimed. Ye Hao quickly stepped forward to stabilize the situation. He commanded, Hey, what are you doing? This world is free of enemies. Put away your weapons. They received the order and replied, Yes, Master. Jia Bao, witnessing this scene, felt immense admiration. He thought to himself, truly worthy of being Ye Hao. In such a short time, he's created such a powerful harem-like legion. A role model for Wu Bei. Afterwards, he turned to explain to everyone. Sorry for frightening you all. Perhaps I was a bit selfish in the matter of building the stronghold, not considering the feelings of the local inhabitants. But please believe me, there is absolutely no malicious intent. I only want to build a safe haven for my family. I hope everyone can live together peacefully and maintain the beauty of this world. Jia Bao happily supported. I absolutely believe Ye Hao's words. I hope everyone can support him with me. The others agreed. Please rest assured, great king, we will definitely assist in the construction of the stronghold. However, Pingu, perhaps jealous of the handsome man radiating light, vehemently opposed. I don't believe it. Just now, his subordinates wanted to kill us. This explanation sounds very suspicious no matter how you look at it. I think he is insidious and unpredictable, wanting to take the opportunity to compete for the territory of our insectoids. He is just the second Os-1. Pingu's subordinates echoed in unison. That's right, humans can never be trusted. Jia Bao angrily stood up, yelling back, You have repeatedly opposed me. I think you are the second Os-1. Glu cried out, aggrieved. I wouldn't dare. It's just that the human Ye Hao is really suspicious. I am doing this for the world and the future of the insectoid race. Jia Bao didn't want to hear Pingu say anything more. He ordered, Enough! The future of the insectoid world is my responsibility. It's not your turn to worry about it. I've had enough of the opposing style of you old-timers. Clearly you don't know anything and still try to object. Guards, drag Clu's group out and exile them to the border region again. Yes! Pingu angrily said to the two soldiers, Let me go, I know the way myself. He was so angry that the veins in his eyes were visible. Pingu thought to himself, You just continue to be stubborn, you infantile king, sacrificing the dignity of the insectoid race for a human. Sooner or later, the voices of opposition will increase, and when that time comes, it should be my turn to be king. After quelling the rebellion, Ye Hao sat on the throne and declared clearly, I repeat once again, Ye Hao is the savior of our race. His words are my words. From now on, if anyone dares to be disrespectful to Ye Hao, Glue's ending is the best example. Understood. The crowd below respectfully replied, Understood, Your Majesty. Ye Hao looked at Ye Hao and praised. Haven't seen you for a few days. You really look like a king. He shyly replied, Hey, you're making fun of me. I'm still far from it. Only after sitting on this throne did I understand the difficulties of my father in the past. Ye Hao comforted. It's okay. Take it slowly. People can't understand each other, let alone people and races. After we really make this world a better place, the voices of opposition will naturally disappear. Then, GCH stepped forward to inform Ye Hao. There's no time to delay. Let's start building the stronghold quickly. He stroked his chin and pondered, and then asked his opinion. Where do you think it is most appropriate to build? Ye Hao opened the system panel and analyzed carefully. I recommend building on the site of the collapsed temple. After the last war, it is now a wasteland. Building a stronghold there can take advantage of the insectoid heart under the ground, control the energy, and also protect the insectoid heart better. Ye Hao agreed after hearing this. Let's do it this way. Afterwards, at the ruins of the collapsed temple, artificial intelligence robots filled the sky. He assigned tasks. The unmanned equipment team starts working. You are responsible for overseeing the overall progress, Dukisi replied. Leave it to me. Then he analyzed and used the space stamping technology of the previous dungeon. Indeed, the efficiency was higher than ordinary construction robots. The robots received orders, and dozens of them flew to the bridge, carefully repairing and reconnecting each broken section of the bridge. Afterwards, Dukisi reported. The main goal of this time is to build the skeleton and foundation of the stronghold. Because it is the most important part, it will take a lot of time to calculate the details of the funds and the cycle required for construction. Ye Hao admired Ye Hao's massive system. He sighed. Human scientific technology is really too magical compared to this advanced automation construction method. The construction method of our race is too backward. He explained further. Manual construction methods cannot be said to be backward. It can only be said that each has its own advantages and disadvantages. However, what kind of results the fusion of two different civilizations can produce is indeed something to look forward to. GCH next to him informed, I found that this stronghold of yours pays great attention to the fire defense system, but you said before that this world has no enemies anymore. What is your thinking? Ye Hao replied. These defense mechanisms are not prepared for the insectoid world, he affirmed, but aimed at the dimensional forest that may occur. Ye Hao was puzzled when he heard this. Dimensional forest? Could it be that in addition to you humans, there are other species crossing over to our species' world? Ye Hao explained. That's right. Xianxia, the teacher of the transmigrator, has already arrived, so it is very likely that other species will also transmigrate. Ye Hao quickly understood. Indeed, worthy of you to be able to think so far ahead. I was completely unaware of this problem. Afterwards, he stroked his chin and meditated again. I once heard the principal say that I have a new understanding of the Oya era. The Earth may also be a chaotic age of time and space and dimensions. Moreover, this kind of chaos will become more serious with the extinction of time. Even if all the dungeons are cleared and all the monsters in this world are killed, this chaos cannot be ended, because it will continue to refresh unexpected transmigrations. Ducky Sai reported, Master, he informs me that I have calculated that the time saved in the process of building the main body of the stronghold takes a total of 60 days, divided into 3 major stages. The first stage is building the foundation and the main skeleton of the stronghold, which requires 1.5 billion funds and takes 30 days. The second stage is to build all kinds of major projects, but the key is that the money is gone, and there is no way to proceed with the construction. Ye Hao was completely satisfied, he replied. It's okay. This stronghold was not built in one day. Build the foundation in stages step by step. The funds and other blueprint resources will be supplemented later. Dugi Si was flattered and flattered. Master, you are now a big shot with a lot of influence. Money is not a problem. Afterwards, Ye Hao opened the system panel and requested contact with Li Lao Tao. On the other side, Elder Li calmly informed, "Master, listen to me. Something bad has happened. I am now taking advantage of the opportunity of the Hidi team to report this important news to you." He sat huddled against a large rock in the vast expanse of heaven and earth, whispering softly, "I was threatened by Ling Yuan and his forces, and I am going deep into the wilderness. His purpose is to find that person who disappeared 30 years ago." Elder Li affirmed. The real chairman of the Huangzhen group, Huangzhen, you heard this name, immediately stunned, he asked, "What?" Ye Hao then gradually understood. He sighed. Unexpectedly, Huangzhen still had such an independent side. Never heard of it before. Besides, wasn't Ling Yuan already under my control? I told her to wait for orders at home, so why did she run to the wilderness? Elder Ling Yuan insisted. I personally witnessed Ling Yuan's series of operations. He recounted in detail. She used a fake death drug to put herself into a state of suspended animation, thereby cutting off contact with the outside world, so your orders had no effect on her. But to completely escape your toxin control, this woman is constantly replacing toxin-containing blood with new blood, and has now had her blood changed twice. Although the final effect is still unknown, I think that even if she can't completely escape control, she can at least minimize your control effect to less than a third. Ye Hao lowered his head slightly and replied with some disappointment, I underestimated her. This woman is not only cunning and shrewd, but also extremely decisive in her actions, and cruel to herself. Huangzhen was mentioned when the two were reminiscing about the past. Then H came to remind, Hey old Lai, can't you get it done? How long does it take to connect? Don't delay our time. Hurry up. He hurriedly replied, Okay, it's done. Then, Elder Li hurriedly reported to Ye Hao. Master, I can't prolong it any longer. Later, when there is an opportunity, I will find a chance to inform you of the situation here. Goodbye. After the two disconnected, he drifted into a wandering stream of thought, also blaming himself for being greedy and not directly dealing with her, originally thinking of taking advantage of her but ended up leaving behind such a disaster. Ling Yuan was looking for the chairman Dong of Huangzhen Group at that time, wanting to take Qinhuang and restore it. Very ambitious. Involving this Huangzhen, maybe Moker knows some news, call her and ask. Unexpectedly, a notification rang. Moker is requesting to connect with you. Ye Hao was startled, thinking to himself, Hey, what a coincidence. He opened the system panel and said, I was just about to call you. Miss, what's the matter? Kisha replied. It's nothing big. Just wanted to invite you to dinner tonight. Just the two of us. Are you free? Ye Hao replied, Free. I just happen to have something to ask you. Where is it? Kiefer replied, At the Hill Hotel. I'll be waiting for you on the top floor at 7 p.m. Ye Hao. Okay, deal. I'll definitely be there on time. Arriving at the Hill Hotel in the evening, he walked in and thought to himself, I remember Miss CU said that this hotel is the most top-notch hotel in the entire area. As he stepped inside, 2 rows of guards on both sides respectfully bowed their heads and said in unison, Welcome, Mr. Ye Hao. He looked at the current situation and sighed inwardly. This scene is too extravagant. It's a bit nerve-wracking coming here for the first time. Then the butler led Ye Hao to the door of a room. He respectfully invited, Mr. Ye Hao, please follow me. Miss Mo Keisha has been waiting for you for a long time. He looked around and asked suspiciously, Okay, but it's a bit strange. Why don't I see any other guests? Keller, dressed beautifully, stepped out and replied, Of course, because I've booked the entire floor. Ye Hao was startled and asked, Booked the whole thing? Ye Hao blurted out, How much does that cost? This is too extravagant. Kerr smiled gently and explained, Now you are at least the 4th shareholder of Hanmon. Why would someone worth hundreds of millions be worried about such a small amount of money? She affirmed, Moreover, this is just the current value. After Hanmo truly unifies the entire Southwest Safe Zone, your value will definitely increase several times. Ye Hao listened. Feeling restless inside, he excitedly replied, That's really something to look forward to. Then, Kerr led him to a very grand spiral staircase. Ye Hao walked and sighed. But all things considered, it's still my first time coming to a place like this. I didn't expect the life of the rich to be so simple. When he stepped to the dining table, looking at the dishes on display, Ye Hao couldn't help but praise. How luxurious, Kisar affirmed. This is all prepared to repay you, but compared to what you did before, this is nothing. Ye Hao politely replied. No need to be polite, it's all I should do. Then I'll start, Kisar invited. Please enjoy yourself. Having the opportunity to eat fancy food, Ye Hao quickly ate voraciously like a man who had been starved for 7 days and 7 nights. He constantly exclaimed, So delicious, really delicious. Careful was happy and gently reminded, Slow down, be careful of choking. She suddenly became nervous. Kikar tentatively asked, Now that you have reached the peak in terms of ability, wealth, and status, what are your next plans? She stammered with an example. Ye Hao still replied calmly, No, it's still a long way off. He gnawed on a chicken leg and said, You know that a level 300 boss has appeared in the Transmission Gate Demon Beast before? To defeat such a monster, I still have a long way to go. Keeler confided, I know this too, but life is very short, and the safe zone we are in is deep in the inland and relatively safe. If it weren't for this sudden Transmission Gate incident, we might not have the opportunity to face that kind of high-level enemy in our entire lives, just passing through life so hastily. Ye Hao agreed, but also somewhat objected. He replied, Maybe that's right, but even so, I will definitely not stop, confine myself in a limited world, because in this apocalypse, only the strong can survive, and even the strong will face the challenges of even more powerful individuals. In order not to become a loser, I must constantly become stronger until I become the strongest. Kellier felt very satisfied when she heard this. She eagerly wanted to ask Ye Hao. You, Kiefer gently tilted her head, she thought to herself. Maybe this is the reason why you are so strong. Those romantic love affairs will only become a burden on your path forward. I just need to quietly observe you from behind, support you. This is good, this is good. Then Ye Hao changed the subject and asked, I heard that you know the former chairman Dong of Huang Zhen Group. Huang Zhen? Kara was surprised when she heard this name and asked, Huang Zhen? I've heard my father mention him before. He was a legendary figure of your family. Why are you asking about this? Ye Hao replied, I heard that Ling Yuan's group is infiltrating the wilderness, intending to find this Huang Zhen. Kara stroked her chin and pondered. She replied, So that's the case. This is indeed important intelligence. I will report it to my father later. As for him, I vaguely remembered that this Huang Zhen was a hedonistic character. Although the Huang Zhen group was founded on martial arts, he was always addicted, often sweeping various instances, leveling up his own level and martial power without paying attention to the group. Until 30 years ago, he completely abandoned everything and disappeared alone in the wilderness. He really has a personality. Afterward, Kerr opened the system panel and analyzed further. However, I feel that it is impossible for Ling Yuan to find Huang Zhen. Ye Hao wondered. Why? She explained. In the first 10 years after Huang Zhen disappeared, there was still some sporadic intelligence about him, but in the last 20 years, there has been no news at all. It's not even known if he's still alive. And Ling Yuan is only a newly emerging force. In recent years, it is still unknown what relationship she has with Huang Zhen. Perhaps she doesn't even have intelligence that even his 2 cowardly sons don't know. Ye Hao understood and wondered. Can't be careless, this woman is very cunning. If there is no accurate intelligence, she can't bet like this. So what level was Huang Zhen when he disappeared? Kikor guessed probably around level 100. Hearing this number, a question popped into his head. 100-level powerhouse 30 years ago. Then the problem comes. If he is still alive and has been constantly leveling up, what level would he be now? Ye Hao calculated. Generally speaking, this kind of crazy fighting, except for eating, drinking, hygiene, and sleeping, is definitely not sweeping instances, or is on the way to sweeping instances. Based on this pace lasting for 30 years, if he is still alive, I predict that his level is probably at level 200. Right now, both the Shadow Monarch and Twin Witch accounts are unusable. Relying on the Crimson Emperor account, I can at most fight opponents 30 levels higher, which means I need to level up to at least 180 to beat Huang Zhen. And that's an optimistic calculation. Next, I need to grind levels diligently and also use the remaining experience points to see if I can unlock new accounts and increase my combat methods. While lost in thought, Kao asked, What are you thinking about? Seeing him absent-minded, Ye Hao startled and replied, Nothing. Just thinking about what to do if Huang Zhen really comes back. Ji Xin Shi, I remember when I was very young, Jia talked about Huang Zhen, saying he wasn't interested in power or money at all. Founding Huangjiang was just to collect all kinds of resources to help him go further on the path of martial arts. But when he reached level 100, he encountered a bottleneck that was difficult to break through, so he abandoned his 2 young sons and his inheritance and went alone into the wilderness to pursue a higher realm. So even if Ling Yuan really finds him, he has no reason to take action. Considering he abandoned Huangjiang long ago, Ye Hao agreed. Yeah, that makes sense. He lowered his head to think again. But is that really the case? Would Ling Yuan make a near-bet decision without a shred of certainty? She must be certain of something. Now I can only hope that Li Lao Tao sends back some useful intelligence. K.R. then smiled comfortably. She reminded, "You always worry so much, you can actually relax a little. Don't frown all the time, or you'll get wrinkles." Ye Hao scratched his head embarrassedly and replied, "Probably not," he affirmed. "Although I really want to relax, it's not time for that yet. Next, I'll focus on exploring high-level dungeons in the wilderness. There might be a fight outside the safe zone." Keller hesitated, wanting to say something but stopped. "Or you?" She shook her head. "It's nothing." Then Ken quickly changed the subject, saying cheerfully, "No matter what you plan, go ahead with confidence. I will support you with all my strength from behind." The two stood side by side and clinked glasses. Ye Hao confidently declared, "Okay, I'll definitely show you how much stronger I've become by then," Ken replied. "Yeah, I'm looking forward to it." Afterwards, Ye Hao went into another space. He spoke to his pet. "Too many things have happened recently. It feels like it's been a long time since I've been in the system space. Plotting strategies." It happily ran along, replying, "Here we go." Ye Hao stood amidst the models he had and calculated. The Shadow Monarch and Twin Witch really can't be used. The Shadow Monarch's mission progress is at 10%. The remaining Force Teleportation has 4 days left. The Twin Witch's cooldown time is also 4 days. But these situations were expected. He snapped his fingers and ordered, "System, upgrade the Crimson Emperor's link level to 180. Received. Upgrading the Crimson Emperor's link level. A total cost of 110 million experience points. Unlocking the new form of the Crimson Emperor account. Flame Shadow Sovereign." As soon as he saw what appeared, he cursed in a daze. "Oh damn, this looks more and more evil, less and less human. Is this the Crimson Emperor's dark side?" This is the form the Crimson Emperor shows after completely falling into the dark side. Compared to the original great sword-wielding close combat style, this mode focuses more on manipulating invisible dark flames. It's an all-around form combining physical, magical, offensive, defensive, close combat, and ranged attacks. Ye Hao exclaimed with interest as soon as he heard this. "Sounds awesome." He continued to order. "Okay, then unlock 2 of Dutu's accounts," the system replied. "Unlocking new accounts, receiving new titles, Grand Master of Forging, Grand Master of Enchanting. A total cost of 20 million experience points." Then Ye Hao touched the model. "Order, Dui 2. Quickly tell me what's special about these 2 titles." It quickly replied, "Okay, Master, listen to me boast to you." Dui 2 actively explained. Forging is a specialized weapon crafting skill, and after reaching the Grand Master level, you can craft powerful weapons and equipment that exceed your own level limit, and the crafting efficiency and material consumption are greatly reduced, which is extremely economical for the Master and is an absolute must-have. The Grand Master of Enchanting can allow you to enchant weapons and defenses through blueprints and elements, ignoring level restrictions and with a 100% success rate. Ye Hao coughed a few times after receiving too much information, he declared. Whether it's economical or not doesn't matter. Now the 4 major families are worth hundreds of billions. The key is that these 2 titles can bless the strength of the teams and my own equipment. 20 million wasn't spent in vain. Oh right, there's one more thing. Ye Hao wondered. Dui 2's friend link account, La J Nan Ren, can only be used once. Although it's powerful, it has a limited time and side effects. Can the system upgrade it to remove the side effects and time limit? The system explained. The time limit can be removed. It requires 20 million experience points, but the side effects cannot be eliminated. Confirm execution, he replied. Confirm. Being able to eliminate the time limit is good enough. As for the side effects, I can grit my teeth and endure. Then the system announced that the time limit had been removed. The La Zhenan Ren account has no usage restrictions, but using it for a long time will accumulate a large amount of rage value, which must be released on the battlefield, otherwise accumulating it will be no different from bloodsucking. Ye Hao looked at the situation and said, Understood. Unlock another new account. See if it can unlock any surprises. The system received the order. Unlocking a completely new account, consuming 5 million experience points. Completely new account. Ace pilot Ye has unlocked a top-tier otherworldly mech pilot. When the world faced an extraterrestrial force invasion, he controlled an ace mecha alone against an entire extraterrestrial fleet, and finally rushed towards the core driving area of the fleet's mothership, perishing together with the invaders, saving his home planet. He was satisfied. Consider it unlocking a hero account, but it's not the strategy I wanted, and the positioning seems to overlap a bit with the Grandmaster of Engineering. The system denied, it explained. That's not the case. Dutu's Grandmaster of Engineering can unleash 100% of the attributes contained in mechs and the like, while the ace pilot Jia can unleash 300%. Ye Hao was immediately delighted when he heard this number. He exclaimed, 300%? In other words, it's a threefold level increase. Awesome, so if I use Dugitu's abilities to create super vehicles, and then use the ace pilot's abilities to level them up, that'll be too great. The system didn't forget to remind. The wish is good, but the account is only at 150% level up in its initial state. You have to continue to use experience points to unlock 300% level up. Ye Hao hesitated and replied, I know. Then he lowered his head, stroked Little Long, and confided, Alright, I've got a good amount of experience points, and my combat power has also been replenished. Next there's something important to do. Goodbye, Little Long. Long, I didn't have the chance for you to play before, but now it's your turn to play a role. It happily cheered for its master and cried out, Roar! Switching scenes to Yin Huang's bathroom, she was relaxing her muscles in the bathtub. Yin Huang comfortably lay in the tub, her whole body enveloped in a thick layer of white foam, with dreamy bubbles rising. Affection. While healing in the bathtub, a system notification suddenly popped up. Ye Hao is requesting to connect with you. Yin Huang immediately panicked upon hearing the name. She quickly stood up, still unclothed, realizing it was Ye Hao. Then, Yin Huang answered the call, and a voice came from the other end. It's me. Why are you so surprised? Did something happen? Yin Huang clumsily fell back into the bathtub, stammering, No, nothing. Then, feeling too embarrassed, Yin Huang decided to hide half her face beneath the bubbling hot water. She bashfully asked, Why did you suddenly call? The other side casually said, Are you free tomorrow? I plan to challenge the Trial Grounds instance I obtained before. Come along. Since you missed the Luo Shen Temple instance upgrade, your level has fallen behind others in the Mogong team, so you should level up. Yin Huang was overjoyed and immediately stood up again. Forgetting she was unclothed, she eagerly promised, Really, that's great. I'll be there on time tomorrow. On the rooftop of a building, Luo Feng and Tian Tian were excited after hearing Ye Hao explain the plan. He happily exclaimed, Awesome! I can level up with the boss again. Tian Tian asked curiously, Where are we clearing the instance today? Is it still in the desolate wasteland? Ye Hao replied, It's the Trial Grounds I got the instance key for last time. No need to go to the wasteland, we can directly enter the instance from here. Luo Feng was overjoyed upon hearing this. He hastily urged, Then what are we waiting for? Let's set off quickly, boss. Ye Hao calmly reassured him. Don't rush, we still have to add one more person, he wondered. Who are we waiting for? Just as he finished speaking, the atmosphere was quickly stirred by a huge aircraft circling overhead. Ye Hao looked up and announced, She's here. Luo Feng also looked up and wondered, That's the Hanmo Corporation's aircraft. Then the aircraft door opened, and someone quickly stepped out. Yin Huang gracefully descended like an angel, greeting softly. Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone. Luo Feng, seeing Yin Huang, asked in confusion. The person the boss was waiting for is you. Does that mean you'll be fighting alongside us this time? Tian Tian, on the other hand, was very excited and exclaimed happily, That's great. You didn't come to the last instance, and I always felt it was a pity. This time, I can finally fight alongside Miss Yin Huang. Yin Huang politely replied, Yes, let's do our best together. In her heart she sighed, and thought with some melancholy, I thought it would just be the two of us. What was I even hoping for? Above, on the aircraft, Wan Hao, who was piloting, also opened the door and waved goodbye. A rare date, you must try to enjoy it, Yin Huang. When you return, there's old B's hellish training waiting for you. Yin Hao, don't let our family's little sister get hurt. Bye-bye. Upon hearing the reminder, the gossipy flames in the hearts of the two busybodies, Luo Feng and Tian Tian, blazed even brighter. He teased, I didn't expect the boss to win over the #1 beauty of the Mogong team. Truly amazing, Tian Tian added. But what about Mo Da Xiaoji, Miss Mo? And Chi Chi? Ye Hao was so angry that he was trembling at this time. and he muttered, "One Hao, just you wait." Then he opened the door and entered the new space. Ye Hao didn't forget to remind them. "Let's go, seize the time, we have to clear the instance all day today," Luo Feng enthusiastically replied. Got it. After entering the new space, Ye Hao and his group blankly looked around and wondered. Special trial grounds, the ruins of time, levels 1 to 100. This is the trial instance. It doesn't seem like a regular instance. This instance is more like a fighting arena. Suddenly, a system voice announced, "Welcome, challengers. Next, I will explain the rules of the trial grounds to everyone. First, these trial grounds are in the form of a grand secret realm, with a total of 100 floors. A high-level elite monster will appear every 10 floors. Second, after defeating the new monster on each floor, you can open the teleportation gate to the next floor. The rewards from each floor of the secret realm will be fully accumulated. The accumulated rewards can be obtained by completing all the challenges or stopping them midway. Third, the trial grounds are graded based on the time taken to clear them. Based on the evaluation grade during the clearance time, yang treasures of different levels will be provided, including experience points, gold coins, and various items. Fourth, if the challenger unfortunately dies midway, they will be forcibly returned to the first floor. Although you can get the accumulated experience points, it will cause the challenge time to be repeated and lose the qualification to obtain yang treasures. After hearing the explanation of the rules, Ye Hao was a little surprised. Dying in the instance can still be revived? I've never heard of that. This kind of setting is a little too benevolent. I'm not used to it for a moment, Yin Huang explained. The mechanisms of trial-type instances are all like this. But to put it bluntly, it's just the instance judging that you've lost, not really dying. He understood and replied, "So that's how it is." The system then asked, "Shall we start the challenge now?" Ye Hao snapped his fingers excitedly and replied, "Start! Let the challenge begin!" As soon as he finished speaking, 3 monsters immediately appeared, including a level 1 Yujing, a level 1 merman, and a level 1 wild boar. Luo Feng quickly used a killing move, a decisive and powerful kick, defeating the 3 monsters. He exclaimed enthusiastically, "A bunch of trash. Disappear." With only 1 second displayed on the timer, Luo Feng said to Tian Tian, "The instance has 100 floors, and the first floor is also a level 1 monster. It seems like the level of the monsters will increase by 1, with each floor cleared." She judged. The current challenges can all be easily passed. The real difficulty is probably when the number of floors exceeds our current level. Ye Hao, who was standing in the vortex, also explained. That's right, but the main point of this instance is leveling up, not suppression. We must clear the instance at the fastest speed to get the highest rating, so efficiency is everything. When you can't kill quickly, I'll take action. After that, the group of 4 continued their journey. Let's go, next floor. Understood. They overcame many challenges together to reach floor 10 in 1 minute and 13 seconds. Then floor 30 in 9 minutes and 20 seconds. Followed by floor 60 in 21 minutes and 18 seconds. Facing the level 60 elite Crimson Fiend, Luo Feng looked at the ugly beast before him, calculating worriedly. Is the level 60 elite no longer one-shottable? Damn it if we can't kill it quickly! Before they could make a move, Yin Huang swiftly finished off the Crimson Fiend. She reassured them, "Good work, you two. Now let me take over." Dian Dian and Luo Feng agreed. "Okay, thank you, Miss Yin Huan." Afterward, the group arrived at the waiting room. Luo Feng awkwardly confessed, "Sorry, boss. I almost messed up." Dian also questioned, "We took too long on this floor. Will it affect Yang Baowu's ranking?" Ye Hao comforted them, "It's okay, I'll make up for this time later. If it was just for the rewards, I would have gone alone. Giving the earlier floors to you two was to give you a chance to learn, especially how to quickly deal with strong enemies. We might encounter them later. It's necessary to be prepared." Hearing this, the two felt relieved. They replied in unison, "Understood. After all, your stamina consumption is too great. We still have a whole day of sweeping to do." She replied, "Understood." After careful discussion, Ye Hao's group continued their journey to higher floors. They reached floor 70 in 24 minutes and 11 seconds, and floor 80 in 28 minutes and 16 seconds. When they arrived at floor 90, in 32 minutes and 9 seconds, Yin Huang, after a fierce battle with the 3 level 90 extreme human Cyclops brothers, still had 79% of her health left. She panted for a moment and exclaimed, "I have to say, This concentrated rapid kill strategy is harder than I thought. These 3 elite monsters are of the life-sharing type. You can't break them down individually, you can only brute force it. I tried to conserve mana, but it's still all gone. He anxiously stepped forward to show his concern. Your mana's gone, you can drink potions. I'm more worried about your mental exhaustion. There's no rush, take it easy, I'll handle things from here on out, Ying Huang sweetly replied. Okay. Luo Feng, witnessing this scene of a loving couple, became extremely excited, and called his teammate to gossip. Look! Boss is helping her up, Dian shyly blurted out. They're holding hands! Aw! Ye Hao, teased, flared up in anger. He transformed into a terrifying giant monster, growling softly as a reminder, "We should go now." Luo Feng and Dian, seeing the magnificent scene before them, broke out in a cold sweat. They fearfully replied, "Understood." Then, a powerful shockwave shook the entire space, forcing Luo Feng's group to quickly dodge. They watched Ye Hao burn the entire space, blankly asking, "Boss, are you burning down the entire arena?" After that, the group reached floor 91 in 32 minutes and 9 seconds. Luo Feng, seeing the time, was instantly dumbfounded and exclaimed, "0 seconds used. This is true one-shot. The monster was killed the moment it appeared. Too brutal." Then, floor 92, time 32 minutes 11 seconds. Floor 93, time 32 minutes 12 seconds. Floor 94, time 32 minutes 13 seconds. Luo Feng's group exclaimed in utter shock, "I seriously suspect that if we didn't need a short teleportation break after each floor, boss could just stand here and clear all 100 floors." At the 100th floor, Ye Hao's group faced the level 100. Extremely cold-blooded Dark Dominator. It growled, "Foolish humans, daring to intrude on my territory, you are courting death." But Ye Hao only let it utter one threatening sentence, before decisively incinerating the Dark Dominator's body in an instant. The system then announced the total score of 100. Time 32 minutes 19 seconds. Congratulations on clearing the stage. Overall grade SSS. Congratulations to the challenger for successfully clearing the stage and obtaining the highest evaluation grade SSS. And obtaining diamond grade Yang treasure. A glittering treasure chest appeared before them, causing Dian to exclaim with undisguised joy, "Perfect! It's the highest grade!" Ye Hao excitedly said. Here comes the treasure opening part that makes people excited and expectant. What good stuff can be opened from a diamond grade Yang treasure? They couldn't wait any longer. They quickly approached the treasure chest and opened it. Luo Feng excitedly said, "Open the chest quickly! Open the chest quickly! I can't wait to know what good stuff is inside." After the treasure chest was opened, the system immediately announced, "Acquired 20 million experience points, 10 million gold coins. Acquired 100 level 100 magic crystals. The Great Sorcerer's Staff, a two-handed staff type, a legendary Great Mage's Staff containing extremely high magic power. Special staff comes with a dazzle effect, and the power of close combat does not diminish. How does the mage increase points? The power locks the index one, plus the light magic of the skill points is enough. Archmage Asus's legendary shield, a giant shield type, the war shield used by the great hero Asus. Its endless defensive power can be compared to the strongest wall. Special effect, reduces half of the physical damage taken from a distance, and has a high chance of blocking melee physical damage. The Pure White Knight's Sword, a rapier type. The rapier used by the knights in the Pure White Knight Order is extremely sharp and has divine properties. Special effect, increases damage by 30% against undead demon races. Magic Sword Crafting Blueprint. Required materials, Pure White Knight's Sword Remnant Light, 80 level 100 magic crystals, 5 million gold coins. After the Pure White Knight Order turned black, it became the Dark Knight Order, and the weapons were also eroded by evil energy and changed. Trial Location Induction Key, a skill book type that can sense the location of the next level trial dungeon key. Black Stone Fragment from the Trial Location 1/10. Mysterious stone fragment. Collecting all of them might lead to something good. After everyone had received their loot, Luo Feng excitedly shouted, "Ha! You still want to play a close combat mage? Don't break the equipment you just got." Yin Huang also received her item. She held it in her hands and gently asked, "It's indeed a good sword, but are you really giving it to me?" Ye Hao replied softly, "Of course. Moreover, I'm planning to use that blueprint to create an upgrade into a legendary grade magic sword for you." Yin Huang was still a bit hesitant, saying, "You even know how to craft? This is really unbelievable." But how do you collect those materials needed? Ye Hao reassured her. That's where the skill comes in. The remnant light material needed for crafting just happens to be the material dropped when fighting the White Emperor different Scarlet Tail last time. I didn't expect it could be used in this situation. It's also considered returning the favor for stealing the boss last time. Yin Huang smiled happily upon hearing that, thinking to herself, silly. There's no need to return any favors. Yin Hao was now pondering another issue. Switch to Mo Xin's master crafting account. Seeing Ye Hao putting the item down, Luo Feng quickly realized his intention and blurted out, the boss is gonna start showing off again. Dian also said expectantly. After a while, a king sound rang out, and the system announced that the magic sword and magic core had been crafted. The group excitedly urged, it's done! Try it out quickly. Yin Huang then picked up the new weapon, exclaiming, so powerful. Holding it in my hand, I can feel an endless surge of power. This is the Dark Maquilian Magic Sword. The ultimate magic core devours everything. Passive skill, Mythical Destruction, increases damage by 100% against enemies with holy, dark, or neutral attributes, and increases damage by 50% against enemies of the undead, demon, angel, and human races, with a stacking effect on enemies of the same attribute and race. Ye Hao explained. This legendary grade magic sword focuses on burst damage, perfectly complementing your heavenly demon body, enhancing rapid annihilation. Ye Hao recalled something and said, each time your heavenly demon body requires consuming heavenly demon crystals. What if you run out? Yin Huang explained. Heavenly demon crystals are extremely rare, special legendary grade crystals. Although they don't have magic power themselves, they can store and amplify the magic power I accumulate. Each use of the heavenly demon body consumes one heavenly demon crystal, so most of my income is spent in this area. Hearing this, Yin Hao fell into thought. He mused, I wonder if Mo Xi's jewel crafting master account can modify the heavenly demon crystals to change the properties of the consumables, helping Yin Huang save a large amount of money. I'll find an opportunity to try it later. And the ability to sense the key to the next level trial proves that the instance doesn't exist independently. Judging from the number of blackstone fragments, there must be 9 other related trials. Aiming for the diamond grade Yang treasure, we must find all of them to clear the level in one go. Afterwards, because he was too happy with the new loot, Luo Feng hurriedly urged, boss, let's start the next round quickly. I can't wait any longer. Ye Hao announced the plan. Now there are 2 paths we can choose. The first path is to continue clearing the trial, but I guess the experience points and gold coins won't change. The items opened from diamond grade Yang treasures definitely won't be as good as the first time. The second path is to directly absorb magic crystals to level up. Magic crystals around level 100 are almost inexhaustible for me, so they're enough for the 3 of you to use. Luo Feng was confused upon hearing this, boss. I actually thought about this at first, but my magic crystal conversion rate is only about 35%. Dian also chimed in. My conversion rate is the same as Luo Feng's, so there's no need to waste resources. Yin Hao looked at Yin Huang and asked, alright then, what's your magic crystal conversion rate, Yin Huang? She hesitated, answering, mine is 95%. Luo Feng was extremely envious upon hearing this number, and he couldn't hide his emotions as he exclaimed, 95% is too amazing. This is basically a child chosen by the heavens. Even if you don't do anything, you can keep leveling up just by relying on magic crystals. Ye Hao was also happy for them, thinking to himself, a conversion rate exceeding 85% can already counteract the diminishing effect of absorbing high-level magic crystals, let alone 95%. In other words, as long as she has enough high-level magic crystals, she can keep absorbing and leveling up. Then I still have some level 160 magic crystals in my hand. Yin Huang, on the other hand, was very modest. She replied, for me, absorbing magic crystals can quickly level up, but that kind of level is like a vase, easily shattered with a touch. I prefer constantly breaking through my accumulated experience in real combat. This path to becoming strong is what I pursue. Hearing the beautiful woman's explanation, Luo Feng and Dian couldn't hide their sparkling eyes as they exclaimed, as expected of Goddess Yin Huang, we must learn from you. Ye Hao was also very satisfied with this answer. He thought to himself, how can you overcome the obstacles to survival in this apocalyptic world without experiencing hardship and difficulty? Then, Ye Hao spoke up and assigned the tasks. Since that's the case, we'll decide to clear the instance. Next, I'll turn on the continuous clearing mode. Everyone, get ready for me. Everyone replied in unison, okay? Then, the group went through the 5th, 20th, and 40th trials together until the sun had set, and the entire city gradually fell into silent darkness. Ye Hao opened the door and stepped out, anxiously asking, "The sun has gone down. How do you three feel now?" Luo Feng, at level 80, quickly collapsed on the floor, trembling all over, and stammering as he tried to answer. "As long as we don't stop, the level will keep increasing. But humans ultimately have their limits." Diane was no less exhausted. She kept calling out Sister Hui's name, and also fell face down on the floor, replying wearily, "I really can't do it anymore." Yin Huang was not much better off either. She was exhausted and helpless, so she had to lie down for a temporary rest, and spoke up as well. "Although the level increased dramatically, with this kind of intensity, I hope we can improve, according to the specific situation next time." Ye Hao pulled out the shattered key and announced, "Unfortunately, the three of you won't have the opportunity to clear it anymore, because we've used up the 50-time usage limit of this instance key," he thought to himself. Moreover, just like my prediction, the Yang treasures opened later are all large pieces of equipment, and the blackstone fragments didn't drop either. If we want to collect them, we can only go to the next level trial. While the group was still tiredly resting on the rooftop, Miao Bao walked over and said, "Everyone's been working hard clearing the instance. The delicious dinner is almost ready." Holding a spoon in one hand, it announced that it was preparing to bring it up for everyone. The tired group was delighted to see it, and called out Miao Bao's name happily. Then, Diane shook off her fatigue, immediately rushed over and hugged Miao Bao, saying, "Let me hug you! Choo-choo!" Feeling healed in an instant, Luo Feng was also happy to see it. He asked quietly, "Boss, when did you bring it out?" Ye Hao replied, "Earlier, after sending off the Jiqi group, I remembered that Miao Bao was still in the instance, so I picked it up." Recalling what happened before, Miao Bao had looked at him with hopeful eyes and softly pleaded, "Master, if you don't pick me up, I'm going to die. Master, when are you coming to pick me up?" Yin Huang, on the other hand, was not interested in this little cat. She stepped forward and nitpicked, "Are you Ye Hao's new pet? You say you know how to cook, but compared to your furry paws, I'd rather trust my own cooking skills." Miao Bao was extremely angry after hearing this, and it retorted, "What did you say? These paws of mine have cooked countless delicacies." Yin Huang, still unwavering in her confidence, decisively ordered, "It's decided. I'm going to personally cook a delicious meal for Yin Hao." Miao Bao retorted competitively, "Then let's see who cooks better." Afterwards, 2 dishes were brought out, one burnt black by the beauty Yin Huang Lin, and the other sparkling and delicious made by Miao Bao. Yin Huang looked at them hesitantly. She picked up a piece of the black dish and brought it to her mouth for a taste, then embarrassedly stammered, constantly criticizing it. "Even though this is my first time cooking, I don't believe a cat like you can cook better than me." But as soon as the piece of meat entered her mouth, Yin Huang felt like she was floating up to the sky. She exclaimed in shock, "This kind of delicacy?" After completely losing, Yin Huang finally knelt down and begged, "Master Miao Miao, I was wrong. Please accept me as your disciple. I also want to make delicious food like this for Yin Hao." Miao Bao meowed triumphantly, coldly replying, "Since you sincerely want to learn, then I'll teach you." Just when the atmosphere was filled with joy, the system panel suddenly appeared. He suspiciously contacted Fatty. Ye Hao asked, "What's wrong, Fatty? It's not the scheduled contact time yet. Has something happened?" The other end of the line anxiously announced, "Ye Hao, this is bad. Static. Our base, static, is under attack." Ye Hao, startled, asked back, "What did you say?" Ye Hao heard only bits and pieces, and hurriedly asked again, "Hello, Fatty, what exactly is going on? Who attacked you? Where are my family members?" Xiao Ji on the other end was extremely panicked. He tried to report amidst the static of the communication device, "Shattered Dawn, damn it, attack, their firepower is too strong, we're fighting hard, your family." While he was speaking, the connection was suddenly interrupted, and Ye Hao couldn't hear anything more. He anxiously called out, "Hello, Fatty, how are my family members, Fatty?" Ye Hao was so worried that he was sweating. He thought to himself, "Damn it, I was planning to pick up Yun Yun and the others tomorrow, but something happened the night before. Is this a coincidence or a conspiracy?" Then Ye Hao quickly transformed with lightning speed. He anxiously calculated that he had to go save them. Seeing this, Yin Huang rushed over and hugged him tightly from behind. She tried to reassure him. Ye Hao, don't be rash, calm down. Ye Hao blankly asked Yin Huang. Yin Huang tried to explain. The situation in the wilderness is complex and full of dangers. Even if you rush in unprepared, you will die. At least calm down and think of a solution first. Just one sentence quickly extinguished Ye Hao's resolve. He calmly realized, you're right. The first rule of survival in the apocalypse is to never act without thorough preparation. Rushing into the wilderness late at night, I almost lost my mind just now. Sorry, Yin Huang gently comforted him. It's not your fault. No one can control their emotions in this kind of situation. Ye Hao looked at his pet and apologized. Sorry, Miao Bao. I wasted the dinner you painstakingly prepared. Miao Bao was understanding. It didn't blame him, but comforted him instead. It's okay, master. Food can be made again and again, but Qin Chi is unique. You must save Qin Chi. Luo Feng was also very curious and asked, who exactly dares to attack Big Brother's people, boss? Ye Hao guessed. It seems to be called Shattered Dawn. He asked Yin Huang. Have you ever heard of this name? Yin Huang replied. No. I know a little about the large-scale, well-known organizations in the wilderness, so I guess this Shattered Dawn is probably a small-scale violent group formed by some exiles. There are organizations like this everywhere in the wilderness. Hearing this, Yin Hao became even more angry. He gritted his teeth and thought, although the quality of the members in the Tangzhen Horizon Squad is not very good, the scale is not small. Even if they are attacked, they shouldn't be defeated so miserably. What is the origin of this Shattered Dawn? I still underestimated the wilderness too much, which is why my family and friends are in danger. After regaining his composure, Yin Hao carefully assigned tasks. Yin Huang, you know the most about the wilderness here. I hope you can tell me the real information about the wilderness, and help me solve the current difficult situation, Yin Huang asked in surprise. Why are you suddenly so polite? Don't worry, I'll tell you everything I know. Then she pulled out the Lei Ying news and began to explain. As everyone knows, because of the mutation hundreds of years ago, Earth became what it is now. Humans are concentrated in safe zones, and outside the safe zones is the wilderness full of dangers. But this doesn't mean that there are no people living in the wilderness. The people in the wilderness are divided into two major types. The first type is concentrated residents, simply put, poor tribal people, mainly composed of low-level villagers. Relying on hunting low-level mutated beasts and simple production skills, they can live in groups, living a life of having one meal but not knowing if there will be another. The other type is the wilderness squads formed by mercenaries, relic hunters, and exiles. There are countless organizations like this in the wilderness, and many of them are large-scale squads. However, resources are scarce in the wilderness after all, so they don't have the confidence to confront us in the safe zone, at least in the southwest zone. Alright, next is some information about the environment of the wilderness, such as the noise interference in the communication just now. That's because there is an unidentifiable energy in the wilderness that can interfere with communication, especially more than 500 kilometers away from the safe zone. The effect will be stronger. Communication can only be restored when you are within the radiation range of a specific communication station scattered in the wilderness. This type of unidentifiable energy will interfere with the magnetic field and positioning. Therefore, the wilderness is a no-fly zone everywhere, and most people use cars or walk to explore the wilderness. In the wilderness at night, besides the brutal mutated beasts, the visibility is also very poor. Even experienced wilderness hunters will get lost. So after night falls, they will choose to camp on the spot. And the most terrifying place in the wilderness is the randomly appearing mist zone known as the Land of the North. Although the probability of it appearing is very low, once you get lost in it, you will be restricted by its strange laws. If you violate the laws, it will ignore your level and devour you. As soon as Luo Feng heard this, he was immediately shocked. He panicked and asked again, "Ignore the level? Oh damn. The wilderness actually has this kind of thing. The Land of the North is truly living up to its name." Tian was more calm. She wondered, was that specific communication station built by us humans? Yin Huang replied, I don't know. Most of them were left over from ancient times, but some stations were researched and built by humans later. People in the wilderness even rely on this specific communication station to divide their sphere of influence. Hearing this, Ye Hao understood somewhat. He stroked his chin thinking, According to the current intelligence, the most reasonable course of action is to first use Fatty's communication just now to find the coordinates of the corresponding communication station, then go to the scene to investigate, and then go to the gathering place in the wilderness to find clues to the Shattered Dawn. I know nothing about them now, so I must grasp some of the most basic information before I can plan the next course of action. As for the problems of late night and getting lost, I have Mu Wei's map and the upgraded True Eyes. This point, on the contrary, I don't need to worry about. As long as I don't get lost in the misty land, there will be no danger. After careful consideration, Ye Hao announced, "Okay, I've already made my calculations. It's time to set off." Yin Huang took the initiative to volunteer. "I'll go with you." Dian Dian also agreed. "I'll go too. I'm very worried about Yun Yun and Qin Qi." Miao Bao also chimed in. "I want to go too." Luo Feng suddenly stepped forward to stop Dian Dian and Yin Huang. He analyzed. "Don't go. This time the boss is going to save people. Speed and efficiency must be emphasized. And it's also deep in the extremely dangerous wilderness. If we follow, we will only be a burden to the boss. Even the goddess Yin Huang is no exception." The two helplessly stopped. Dian Dian sighed, realizing the harsh reality. That's indeed the case. I thought this upgrade would finally be helpful. Miao Bao also sadly blurted out, "I also don't want to hinder Master." Ye Hao gently knelt down to comfort it. "Don't worry, Chi-Chi will definitely be fine. I will bring her safely to you very soon." Miao Bao quickly became happy again and affirmed, "Yes, Miao Bao will always believe in Master." After that, Ye Hao transformed and hurriedly announced, "I'm setting off." Luo Feng and the others who stayed behind cheered him on. Boss must deal with this group of crazy people hiding in the wilderness who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yin Huang is currently extremely helpless and angry. She clenched her hands tightly, thinking to herself, "I can't help him at all right now. If it goes on like this, he will only drift further and further away from me. I must become stronger." Scene changes to the dark and mysterious wilderness at night. Ye Hao appeared with a bang, like a superhero. He carefully observed his surroundings and then thought, Fatty's last contact point is more than 1,000 kilometers away from the safe zone. Have they gone deep into the wilderness? Fortunately, I have Mu Wei's map and the upgraded True Eyes that can maintain their state for a long time. This dark wilderness is like daytime in my eyes. A long journey is bound to be difficult. While walking, Ye Hao accidentally ran into a group of night bats with all kinds of levels. As soon as they saw Ye Hao, they shouted to each other, "Look what I found! A mobile dinner, a level 10. Something dares to venture into the wilderness at night. These wings are so beautiful. They belong to me." He disgustedly pushed the obstacles aside, angrily shouting, "Get out! Don't block the way!" Then Ye Hao landed on the ground, constantly panting tiredly. He calculated that flying quickly all the way from the safe zone to here took more than an hour, hopefully still. While lost in thought, Ye Hao was suddenly completely stunned when he saw the desolate and chaotic scene before his eyes. He disappointedly wondered, what kind of battle has this place gone through? I'm still too late. When the monsters had finished dealing with everything around them, they heard Ye Hao's voice and turned around to ask each other, "There's still a living person." They rushed over one after another, and when they saw the blurry human in front of them, they happily exclaimed, "Delicious fresh meat." But Ye Hao burned all the small fries with one move. Distant growls echoed. He cursed, "Damn it!" Suddenly in the ruins, Ye Hao realized there was a faint voice. "Help!" He suspected the voice came from the horrific pile of corpses. A weak hand reached out, trembling, calling, "Who's there? Please save me." He recognized the lucky survivor. Then Ye Hao rushed over to save the person. Wang Hui, covered in wounds, tried to thank him. "Thank you for saving me." He gently helped her up and reminded, "Don't talk. Drink this recovery potion and you'll be fine." Then Ye Hao gave Wang Hui the potion, and she gulped it down in one breath, emptying the magic potion. After a powerful surge of energy, Wang Hui returned to her bloodthirsty form. She excitedly wanted to rush off. "Okay, I've been saved. I thought I was a goner. Thank you for saving me." Ye Hao looked at Wang Hui and asked, "You're from the Horizon Squad, right? What exactly happened here?" She recounted. After night fell, team leader Lin Qingyun led everyone to set up camp at this communication station, but they were attacked by monsters unexpectedly. Originally, this kind of thing often happens in the wilderness when everyone is fighting against monsters suddenly. The overwhelmingly haunting story made Wang Hui unable to remain calm. She held her head, tears streaming down her face, and her surroundings became blurred. Wang Hui screamed in fear. "Don't come here!" Ye Hao grabbed Wang Hui's weak, trembling body. He wanted to ask calmly, what exactly happened? She glanced up at this time, her whole body still shaking uncontrollably, and screamed madly. "Ah, Dad," Ye Hao judged. Maybe she definitely saw something terrible, causing damage to her mental state. It's impossible to use ordinary methods to restore her to consciousness. There's only one way. Then he stared into Wang Hui's eyes. A wave was released to help her become calmer. Shock in her brain. "Calm down for me." Wang Hui then blankly looked at the person in front of her. She wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, and after regaining consciousness she wondered, what happened? Why am I crying? Feeling that her cerebrum seemed to have stalled for a few seconds, Ye Hao anxiously asked, "Never mind. Continuing the story from before, when you were fighting the monsters, what happened suddenly?" Wang Hui fell into extreme fear again. Her whole body trembled as she recounted. "When we were fighting the monsters, 5 people suddenly appeared. Although I don't know, I heard team leader Lin Qingyun call them Endless Dawn. The team leader tried to negotiate cooperation with them, but those people didn't say a word. Directly transformed into extremely powerful monsters. And even summoned more powerful monsters to attack us, causing us to be attacked by enemies from both front and back. The team quickly disintegrated. Lin, the boss, told us to divide our forces into 3 groups. He and He Shui covered the rear, and I was assigned to Fatty Shu's team, together escorting Yunfei's group." Hearing this name, Ye Hao immediately lost his composure. He shouted, "Yunfei, are you talking about my sister? What about my family? Where are they? Did they escape successfully?" Wang Hui looked at the distraught young man at this time and suspiciously asked, "Sister? Family? Could it be that you are Ye Hao the boss?" She confusedly reported. "I'm sorry, boss. I don't know. We were just about to break through the encirclement when we were besieged by monsters, and I was immediately knocked unconscious. When I woke up, I found myself buried in a pile of dead people. Fortunately, you saved me, but I really don't know anything." "I'm sorry." Ye Hao quickly regained his composure. He continued to ask, "No, I was too excited." "Then you must know the escape route that Lin Qingyun assigned to you, right?" Ye Hao calculated from the chaotic noise in Fatty's communication that he was probably gradually moving away from the communication station. He decided to find the escape route first, and then chase after it to see if he could find anything. Wang Hui replied, "Yes, I know." She pointed up and replied, "We retreated from this direction earlier. You reminded me. I got it. I'll go find them now. You find a safe place to hide on your own, and act when it's dawn." Hearing that Ye Hao didn't want to take her along, Wang Hui silently drew her sword, her cold voice ringing out, "Are you planning to abandon me?" She quickly rushed forward, decisively cutting off a tentacle that had just sprouted, and said, "I know a small fry like me will only be a hindrance to you." Wang Hui tried to persuade, "Although I've only spent a short time with Yunfei, we've become good friends. So Ye Hao, you must save Yunfei." Ye Hao helplessly agreed. "Okay," he thought to himself, "I almost missed my 50-meter grand slam. I thought the high-probability art tradition betrayal was about to trigger again." Suddenly, Wang Hui uncomfortably lowered her head and cried out, "Ugh, my stomach! Something is stirring inside. It hurts so much." Ye Hao worriedly asked what was wrong with her. Unexpectedly, Wang Hui's body exploded in an instant, and only her whimpering could be heard. "Help!" Blood splattered from Wang Hui's body, directly onto him. Following that was the hearty laughter of a third character joining the conversation. "Dark Actuation Great Tentacle Level 100. Stepped forward," it declared. "Rio-type failure. Might as well switch to a man to try." Ye Hao didn't say much, decisively stepping forward and hacking it to pieces with dozens of consecutive slashes, leaving the Dark Actuation Great Tentacle bewildered, wondering, "What's going on?" Afterwards, Ye Hao directly incinerated it, he said. "So this is wilderness survival? The human network signal here is too weak. Sorry. Let this judgment tenfold dark flame become your grave marker." Ye Hao quickly transformed, his aura soaring, as he vowed to Wang Hui, "I promise you I will definitely save Yunfei and the others." Afterwards he flew to a forest, thoughts flashing in his mind. "Now I'll first rely on the approximate direction and traces they left behind to search. This place has signs of a battle." Looking to the other side, Ye Hao discovered, "Moreover, the footprints are scattered here. This scene at least proves 2 outcomes. Either the fatty managed to scatter and escape, or they were captured by Dawn without end, and the probability of being captured is higher." He suspected, I can't waste time searching based on scattered footprints. Now the first thing is to clarify the contact information of Dawn Shattered. Finding Dawn Shattered, I can naturally find Yunfei and the others, but I'm in the wilderness, I don't know anyone at all, how can I? Ye Hao suddenly remembered. That's right, I remember the cat-eared woman I met at the Huangzheng Online Gathering Center, and she left me an address before. It's in the wilderness. If Dawn Shattered also relies on using drugs to transform demon beasts, that woman is a pharmacist, she's very likely to know related intelligence. He held the card in his hand and said, Number 24. Gathering Area C30 in the wilderness. Let's go there and try my luck. Transition to Gathering Area C32. Guards with guns aimed at Ye Hao in front of the door, standing there and reminding, Stop. The time to enter the city is over. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Get lost or we'll blast you to pieces. Ye Hao calculated to himself. This gathering area is probably of medium scale, but the guns inside are definitely not few. I can't be tough, I can only. After having a plan, Ye Hao directly raised his hands in surrender. He gently negotiated. Don't shoot, don't shoot. I'm not unauthorized personnel at all. Engineer, pharmacist, craftsman, tamer. Tell me who you lack, I can be any of them, as long as you can let me into the city. The two guards standing above angrily shouted, Huh! What are you talking about, kid? Don't make that kind of joke. Ye Hao tried to plead. No, I'm really not lying to you, he still refused. Resolutely chased me away. Get lost or we'll shoot. The captain sitting inside the machine room uncomfortably asked, Midnight? What's all the noise at midnight? Are you not letting people sleep? One of the men outside reported, Captain, a kid wants to enter the city in the middle of the night and says he's an engineer, pharmacist, something like that. The captain suddenly remembered something. He sneered. Isn't the central water pump of our town been broken for several days? If he says he's an engineer, let him go and try to fix it. If he can really fix it, it's our credit. If he can't fix it, take all the money on him, beat him up and throw him out. Anyway, we won't lose anything. The subordinates heard this and said in unison, Captain is wise. Afterwards, the group of people took Ye Hao to the factory area. They pointed, It's this place. You say you're an engineer. Then fix this water pump for us to see, or we won't let you off. Ye Hao obediently replied, Okay. He was repairing while contemplating. Such a big town only has one large water pump like this. Life is really too difficult. Compared to life in the safe zone, it's really like heaven. I don't have time to sigh now. I have to quickly fix it and leave. Suddenly there was a clear voice ordering, Stop for me. Yao Sha held a lamp and rushed over to ask, Who allowed this stranger to come and fix it? Do you want everyone in town to die of thirst completely? The captain embarrassedly scratched his head and explained, Miss Yao, this water pump has been broken for several days. This kid said he's an engineer. I wanted to let him try to fix it. Is whatever he says the truth? Yao Sha angrily scolded. If he says he's your father, would you believe it? Hurry up and chase him out for me. But as soon as she finished speaking, Ye Hao quickly restored the operation. He announced, It's fixed. The group of people looked over blankly and asked, What? Yao Sha suspiciously asked. How is that possible? This water pump requires at least a mid-level engineer to fix it. The captain was overjoyed. He smiled awkwardly and replied, What did I say? I said this kid would definitely be able to fix it, ha ha ha. Ye Hao stepped out, lightly flicked his fingers, and explained, Not only did I fix it, I also upgraded the power of this water pump, increasing the amount of water, and also added a water filtering function. But I don't know the amount of water source underground in your place. I suggest using it sparingly is better. The two subordinates heard this and were so happy that they cried. They exclaimed, That's great, we can finally drink clean water. We haven't had water for several days. Thank you. Yao Sha embarrassedly looked at Ye Hao and apologized. I didn't expect even I would misjudge. But wrong is wrong, I should still apologize to you, sorry. But I can't blame me either. Because you at a glance are a young master running out of the safe zone to experience life, there's not a trace of murderous aura in you. It's very normal that I misjudged. Ye Hao bluntly replied, I'm not a young master or anything, and I'm not here to experience life. I'm here to find someone. The address she left me before is here. Number 24. Gathering Area C30. Yao Sha's eyes filled with sadness as she said, Number 24, isn't that Lisa's house? But you've come at a really bad time. She went out to gather medicine 3 days ago and hasn't returned yet. Ye Hao pretended to be surprised and asked, Is that so? Yao Sha glared at him, then angrily yelled, "Hey, what's with that look on your face? Do you think I'm lying to you? You can doubt my temper, but you can't doubt my integrity. Follow me, I'll take you to see." Thus, Yao Sha successfully persuaded him and directly led Ye Hao to Lisa's house. She reminded him, "See, I told you she wasn't home." He angrily banged on the door a few times and pretended to yell in frustration, "Damn it, I have something urgent to find her for. Why isn't she home at this time?" Yao Sha, startled, reminded, "Why are you making such a loud noise? What exactly do you need her for? If there's any difficulty, you can tell me and see if I can help. After all, our town owes you a great debt." Ye Hao seized the opportunity to probe, "Do you know about the Dawn Shatter? The people I ultimately want to find are them." Yao Sha thought for a moment and replied, "Dawn Shatter? I seem to have heard of them, but also, I haven't. But if you want to find someone, I'll take you to see my dad. He's the town chief here and knows a lot of things," he replied. "Then thank you," Yao Sha added. "Although it's a bit out of place to say this now, I really admire you. At my age, a construction engineer might reach the intermediate level or higher." Ye Hao confided, seeing that she was very interested in construction engineering. "Then what's your level?" she replied. "Well, I've liked tinkering with machines since I was a kid, but it's all self-taught. Now I can only say I'm just starting out, still a long way from becoming a beginner construction engineer. So can you teach me a few tricks?" Ye Hao didn't agree immediately. He made an appointment. "These words are really out of place right now, let's talk about it later." Yao Sha realized the meaning in his words. "You made an appointment without rejecting me. Then I'll take that as a yes." Afterwards, the two arrived in front of a house. Yao Sha rudely kicked the door open and strode in, loudly calling out, "Dad, are you there?" Yao Tiezhu was sitting in a meeting with his brothers. Hearing his daughter's voice, he angrily scolded, "Damn it, you little brat! I've told you many times, use your hand to push the door when you enter. Don't use your foot to kick." Yao Sha looked at the situation in the room and asked, "Why are you still having a meeting in the middle of the night?" Tiezhu angrily replied, "Isn't it because that water pump keeps breaking down? We're discussing where to find an intermediate construction engineer to fix it, and also discussing how to deal with the wages and bonuses, and who sold us this shoddy water pump. I'm gonna skin him alive." Yao Sha happily brought Ye Hao in and announced, "No need to worry anymore, Dad. Ye Hao has already fixed the water pump." He politely spoke up, "Sorry for disturbing you so late at night." "Is this true?" Tiezhu suspiciously looked over. He wondered, "Are you lying to me?" In an instant, everyone who heard the information happily exclaimed, "Ah, there really is water, Town Chief, and the water is much sweeter than before." Tiezhu happily rushed over to hug Ye Hao. He praised incessantly, "Since ancient times, heroes come from young talents. You are the hero of our town. How much reward do you want? As long as I have it, I'll give it to you." Ye Hao refused. "No, I don't need money," Tiezhu asked. "Then what do you want?" Ye Hao glanced at him and whispered, "I want information about the Dawn Shatter. Do you have it?" Seeing that something was wrong, Tiezhu directly sent his brothers home. "You guys go back to sleep. I have something to talk to Ye Hao about." They stood up together and replied, "Okay." Town Chief Yao Sha sat cross-legged on a chair with a stern face, firmly declaring, "I'm not leaving. Why should I listen to my dad? I want to stay here." Ye Hao coldly reminded, "If you still want me to agree to what we talked about earlier, then you better obediently listen to your dad and go outside." Upon hearing this, Yao Sha immediately rushed out, not forgetting to close the door and remind him, "Okay, I'll wait outside. You can tell me whatever you need at any time." This scene stunned her father, wondering to himself, "What's going on? Even I can't do anything with this stubborn daughter of mine. But this kid made her listen with just one sentence." Ye Hao turned to ask Tiezhu, "Can we talk now?" He replied, "Of course, but the Dawn Shatter is a secret topic that very few people know about. Just fixing a water pump is still not enough." Ye Hao negotiated. "As expected of someone who can be a town chief, you're really smart in business. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Hearing this, Tiezhu happily exclaimed, "Straightforward. I like talking to people like you. No beating around the bush. My request is very simple. I hope you can help improve and strengthen the town's walls. If you can fix the water pump, then I believe this isn't too difficult for you," he explained. "But for us, living in the wilderness, it's a big matter concerning our lives. I hope you can understand. After all, you live in a safe zone. I'm afraid you can't imagine how hard we've tried to survive." Ye Hao understood and replied, "I can understand, and I agree with your idea, but how can I be sure that the information you provide isn't a lie?" Tiezhu confidently affirmed, You can rest assured about the source of this information. After all, many years ago I was also a member of the Dawn Shatter. Hearing this information, Ye Hao immediately couldn't maintain his composure. He urgently asked, "You were a member of the Dawn Shatter before? Then your information must be correct. Tell me quickly, this is very important to me." Seeing the aura he exuded, Tiezhu incredulously thought to himself, what a terrifying pressure. Although I had predicted that him venturing into the wilderness alone in the middle of the night was definitely not simple, I didn't expect him to be able to unleash this kind of strength. His level is at least level 150 or higher. He forced a smile to reassure him. "Calm down, hero, calm down. Although I don't know what grudges you have with the Dawn Shatter, my involvement with them was also 20 years ago, now there's no connection anymore." Afterwards, Tiezhu recounted the story. 20 to 30 years ago, the Dawn Shatter was originally a top 5 power in the wilderness. They had many people and did many evil deeds. When they were at their craziest, they even tried to attack a safe zone. But when they were preparing to turn their dream into reality, a man named Mu Wei single-handedly killed his way into the Dawn Shatter's stronghold. Using his strength alone, he completely destroyed this organization. The Dawn Shatter was greatly weakened by that and could never recover. The others either occupied mountains and declared themselves kings, or joined other alliances. Although there is now a group of people using the banner of the Dawn Shatter, the era no longer belongs to them. The Dawn Shatter of today is only considered a shadow in the wilderness. Ye Hao understood, thinking to himself, "It's you again, Senior Muwei. You really are a mysterious and heroic figure," he asked. "Then do you know where their current stronghold is?" Tiezhu shook his head. "As far as I know, they don't have a fixed stronghold in the wilderness. Their movements are elusive. Only they can find you. It's very difficult for you to find them." Du Si appeared beside him, reporting the situation. "Master, his spectrum is displaying normally. He's not lying." Hearing this, Ye Hao made a calculation. Then according to the Dawn Shatter's style of doing things, what was their purpose in attacking the Tang Horizon team? Was it for money, or were they acting on someone else's orders? He continued to ask, "Do you know about the Dawn Shatter using beastification to conduct combat?" Hearing this, Tiezhu sighed. "Beastification. I didn't expect these people to have fallen so low that they would abandon their humanity for power. How pitiful," he explained. "If humans want to beastify, the most effective way is through beastification drugs. And this thing is not commonly found in the wilderness. If we can find the source of the drugs, we might be able to discover something. Could it be that your purpose in coming to us is Molisha?" Ye Hao frankly affirmed. "That's right. Unfortunately, I didn't find her when I went to her house earlier." Tiezhu sadly confided, "It's really bad timing, because an elderly, 100-year-old highly respected person in town fell ill and needs a special medicinal herb to be cured. So I asked Mo Li to go out and pick the herbs. She's the only pharmacist in this town right now. Everyone in town is counting on her." Hearing this, Ye Hao was stunned and exclaimed, 100 years old, and to be able to live to this age in this harsh environment, that's really incredible, Tiezhu affirmed. "Yes, so I also hope she can continue to live well. After all, this settlement was built by her single-handedly," he then confided. "Although Molisha's personality is a bit strange, and she often takes on obscure commissions to earn money, deep down she is very kind-hearted, always providing free medicine and treatment to the people in town. But having said that, are you actively probing for information about Shattered Dawn? What did they do to offend you?" Ye Hao said honestly. "Because my family members are very likely to have been kidnapped by them," Tiezhu thought for a moment and judged. "They really could do something like that, but the fortunate thing is that they often work as shadow mercenaries. For money, they won't easily kill hostages, so your family members must still be alive." Ye Hao replied. "Thank you for your kind words," Tiezhu hurriedly asked about the situation. "It's getting late now, why don't you stay here? Molisha will probably be back tomorrow. You can ask her then," Ye Hao replied. "Okay, then I'll trouble you," he worriedly reminded. "Try to rest well tonight. You'll still need to renovate the city wall tomorrow," Ye Hao affirmed. "Leave it to me. I'll definitely do what I promised." After that, Yao Sha came in and let him out. Tiezhu happily signaled to his daughter, "I've vetted this man, he's a high-quality man, so go for it with confidence." Yao Sha was extremely flustered. She shyly denied. "What nonsense are you talking about, old man? I've only known him for less than 2 hours." Tiezhu knows his daughter too well, he comforted. "What's there to be ashamed of? You're already an adult. It's time to find someone. Besides, you won't find a man this good if you miss him. At least leave some descendants for our family so I can hold a grandchild." Because she was too embarrassed, Yao Sha blurted out loud, "Get lost!" This exclamation inadvertently alerted Ye Hao. He blankly turned around and asked, "Huh? What's wrong?" Yao Sha awkwardly made an excuse. Nothing, I'll take you to your room." Suspicious, Ye Hao quickly asked, Do you see? What are these two plotting while whispering to each other? They don't want to sell me out, do they?" It ambiguously replied, "Not to the extent of selling you out. They're discussing what kind of person you are." He questioned with doubt. "About to do 2 days more, and will be forcefully summoned back to Shadow Monarch world." The next day, Tiju and Yao Sha led Ye Hao to the front of a factory gate. The workers around saw this and began to whisper, "Is that kid the engineer the town chief invited?" "Yes, he's the one who fixed the water pump. I heard he's a high-level engineer." Impossible! He's only 18 years old. How could he be high-level? You don't know this. People can tell at a glance that he's a genius from the safe zone. No matter what level, it's too easy. Taiju stood in front of the huge gate and asked his daughter, "What level of attack can this wall defend against at most?" Yao Sha replied, "About level 60. Because our settlement is in a relatively safe location, we haven't been attacked with high-threat attacks before. Defending against level 60 demonic beasts is more than enough." He placed complete trust. "But after so many years, the wall's endurance is nearing its limit, so I hope you can strengthen it." After hearing this, Ye Hao reached out and touched the door to examine the situation. He calculated, "I can indeed feel that the city wall is already very weak. It's lucky I met it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to defend against a single attack." Then the system announced the completion of material decomposition, substance implantation, and the start of strengthening. The door began to transform, emitting light. Everyone saw this and blankly asked each other, "What's going on? The wall is starting to glow. Is this the power of a high-level engineer? Ah, my eyes are about to be blinded by the light." The wall's defensive level was upgraded to level 100. "Amazing, too amazing, it's really like magic." Taizu saw this scene and immediately couldn't believe it. He exclaimed, "Unbelievable. Even a high-level engineer couldn't build a level 100 city wall in such a short time. Could it be a master level?" Taiju put his arm around Ye Hao's shoulder and excitedly said, "Ye Hao not only fixed the water pump, but also renovated the city wall, solving 2 difficult problems for our town in a row. You are the great benefactor of our town. I represent all the people of the C-30 concentration camp to express our sincere gratitude to you. From now on, you can consider this place your home in the wilderness. We will definitely do our best to support you in anything you propose, right?" The girl Yao Sha agreed. Yes, I will also do my best to support you. Dad is trying too hard. But I haven't prepared myself mentally yet." Suddenly, a car sped over from somewhere. The group blankly wondered, "Whose car is this?" Someone recognized it, they exclaimed. As expected, she's back on time. Lisa's group got out of the car, each carrying a fatal wound and rock-bottom emotions. Yao Sha didn't notice. She still calmly stepped forward to greet, "Lisa, you're back." But when Lisa ignored her, Yao Sha suddenly paused, looking puzzled. Watching her pass by without saying a word, Tiju whispered to Ye Hao, "Judging from her appearance, I guess the mission failed. The world is unpredictable. What are we going to do this time?" He thought to himself, "Now is not the time to inquire for information. I can only wait and see what happens." At this moment, Lisa was in an extremely bad state, her emotions building up, causing her whole body to tremble. Lisa lowered her head, painfully thinking, I'm sorry to you, I'm too useless, Grandma." Inside the old house, a weak voice mixed with a hint of despair rang out, "I'm sorry, I couldn't find that herb, it's all because I'm too useless, woo wuu." Mohui tiredly lay on the bed, gently holding her granddaughter's hand to comfort her. "Silly child, be good, don't cry. She's just too responsible, liking to take everything upon herself. This habit has been the same from when she was little, until now. No matter what I say, she won't change. I've lived long enough. Being able to live to 108 years old in the wilderness is already a miracle. Plus, I was lucky enough to meet you, my good disciple," she happily reassured. "You've learned all the skills I taught you at such a young age. Seeing you is like seeing myself when I was young. There's nothing I regret in my life anymore. Now you should go live the life you want. Don't worry about this old woman anymore. Lisa cried more painfully. She insisted, "No, no way, I'm far from enough. I still want to hear you teach me more. Don't leave me." While the two were confiding in each other, Ye Hao pretended to cough and then walked in. He spoke, interrupting, "Sorry to bother you at this time." Ye Hao opened the door. Without waiting, he directly asked, "I want to ask, what kind of medicinal herb are you looking for? Maybe I have it." Lisa glared sharply and then chased him. "Who are you? Who let you in? I've never met you. Get out of here now," Ye Hao firmly affirmed. "Who I am isn't important. What matters is that you're a pharmacist, so you should be able to tell. This old woman's condition has reached the most critical stage. If she's not treated today, she likely won't make it to tomorrow. If she's truly important to you, don't worry about these details. Just tell me the name of the medicinal herb you need." Lisa, her face flushed, stammered, "Sir." She lowered her head and recounted, "The herb I need is a rare one called Hua Jue Yai. It only grows on cliffs on high mountain peaks. But I've searched all the surrounding mountains without any luck, and even the black market doesn't have it. How could a stranger suddenly have it by chance?" Hearing this, Ye Hao quickly contacted Dui Si to ask, "Dui Si, do we have Hua Juyai in the system's inventory?" It checked and replied, "We actually do. It was obtained from Huangzheng and Jiayi before. But there's only one flower, and it's very valuable. Are you sure you want to give it to her?" Ye Hao looked at the weak old woman on the bed and replied, "Now is not the time to be stingy. If I can exchange it for intelligence and save a life, there's no hesitation." Then he produced the herb that Lisa needed. How incredibly coincidental. Look what this is. As soon as she saw it, she recognized it. "This is Hua Jue Yai. Am I seeing things? How much money do you want? As long as you're willing to sell, I'm willing to pay any price." Ye Hao quickly handed it to her and replied, "I don't need money. I just need you to tell me some intelligence later. But saving someone is important right now." "Tell me after you've saved her." Lisa hesitated. "This." She resolutely bowed 90 degrees. "Thank you. I'll definitely tell you everything I know about anything you want to know. Thank you again." Then she rushed out the door, not forgetting to announce, "Then I'll go home to prepare the medicine first." He watched the woman's figure disappear, a thought rising in his mind. This Hua Ju Yai is a high-grade medicinal herb, requiring a high-level pharmacist to refine. Can she do it with her level? As he was about to step out, Mo Hui on the bed suddenly gasped, "You have a very peculiar scent. Not like the scent of this world." Ye Hao trembled upon hearing this, and he turned around wanting to ask, "Are you talking about me?" Mo Hui continued to mutter, I don't need." Ye Hao glanced at her on the bed, his heart heavy as he realized, is she just rambling in her delirium? It seems like she really doesn't have many days left. He figured he should still quickly go over there to prevent her from having any accidents, wasting this unique medicinal herb. In the pill refining room, Yao Sha saw her best friend still hesitating, so she approached and asked, "What's wrong, Li Sha? Haven't you gotten what you wanted? Why aren't you starting to refine the medicine?" She hesitated. This, Ye Hao, standing by the door, spoke up, exposing, "It seems my premonition was right. Your level as a pharmacist isn't high enough to successfully create the medicine." Yao Sha exclaimed in shock upon hearing this. "What?" Lisa confessed. "Wasn't this a last resort?" She disappointedly blamed herself. "It's all because I'm not skilled enough, and I'm only at the level of an intermediate pharmacist. I obviously know my skill level, but I'm the only pharmacist in this town. Even if the failure rate is very high, I can only try myself, but I'm still scared." But after a moment of thought, Lisa suddenly realized, "Wait, not only did you see my problem at a glance, but you also carry precious medicinal herbs on you. Could it be that you're coincidentally a pharmacist too?" Yao Sha explained, "He's not a pharmacist at all. He's an engineer. He fixed the water pump in town yesterday and upgraded the city walls today. Although he's indeed amazing, it's like comparing mountains and rivers between fields. You want to place your hopes on him helping you make medicine? That's impossible." Ye Hao frankly admitted, "Actually, it's too coincidental. I really am a pharmacist, and my level isn't low either." This information caused Yao She to blankly ask, "What?" Li Sha directly approached him, closed her eyes, smelled the scent on his body, and said, "Smell won't lie. I believe you're not lying." Seeing this, Yao Shi angrily tried to stop her. Hey, are you really letting him do it?" Although Ye Hao is indeed very skilled, normally speaking, A person can't be proficient in so many professional skills at the same time. Aren't you wasting a hard-to-get medicinal herb in vain? Although the medicinal herb is also Ye Hao's, Lisa explained. Compared to my own medicine-making level, I trust my sense of smell more.
He took out a vial of medicine and urged them. "It's done. Quickly take it for the old woman to drink," Ye Hao happily replied. Okay, Ye Hao was still flustered and exclaimed, "Ah," she scratched her head and realized,
"All right, it seems Ye Hao isn't a normal case." Cut to Lisa's simple house as evening fell.
She gently went to the old woman's bedside, giving her small sips of the medicine.
Seeing the fluorescent light emitted, Ye Hao curiously asked. "This is," Lisa explained. "The medicine is taking effect." Immediately after, Mo Hui opened her eyes, alert, and she blankly asked, "This is?" Lisa joyfully hugged her tightly and exclaimed, "Grandma, you're finally awake. I was so afraid you'd just leave me alone," Mo Hui calmly comforted. "Laya, I've worried you, my silly child." Ye Hao, seeing such a touching scene, wondered, "They don't seem like teacher and student. Do they also have a familial relationship?" Ye Hao, moved to tears, replied, "Yes, because she's not only Lisa's teacher but also the benefactor who found her in the rubble of the wasteland and raised her." Mo Hui then looked at the vial of medicine her granddaughter was holding and wondered, "The medicine in your hand, if I'm not mistaken, it's Grandmaster level medicine?" Lisa also looked at it and asked, "Grandmaster level? But the instructions for this medicine are clearly high grade." Ye Hao quickly stepped forward to explain. "That's right. The high-grade instructions you gave me still had some shortcomings, not achieving the best treatment effect, so I quietly changed some of the ingredients and combinations of the medicines. If the original refining method could allow the old woman to live for another year, then the medicine, after my changes, can extend the time to 5 years." Everyone exclaimed in shock upon hearing this. "What?" Ye Hao admiringly sighed. "How is it you again? You even know how to modify high-grade refining methods," Lisa also vaguely realized. "Able to improve high-grade medicine to Grandmaster-level medicine? With such strength, could it be that you are—" She confirmed that he was a Grandmaster-level pharmacist. Ye Hao realized, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Ye Hao, puzzled. "Could it be that your engineering skills are also at the Grandmaster level? Are you really a Grandmaster in both engineering and pharmacy?" He replied, "Pretty much." Ye Hao asked again, puzzled. "But you're clearly so young. How did you do it? This is too unbelievable. Could it be that you're actually very old? Just that you look young?" Ye Hao mumbled in response. "Yeah." Mo Hui, lying in bed, also tried to sit up and said, "It seems this is also fate's guidance." Lisa worriedly stepped forward to support her and reminded, "Grandma, you've just recovered. Don't strain yourself too much." Mo Hui then said seriously, "Next, I have something very important to say to this young man." "You kids go outside for a bit," Lisa asked, puzzled. "Is it something even I can't know, Grandma?" She replied. "Yes, something important. This is something I can only say to him in private." Lisa, being understanding, took Ye Hao out. "I understand, Ye Hao, let's go," she replied. "Okay." As the two stepped out the door, Ye Hao still turned back to glance at Ye Hao. She thought to herself, "Dad was right. A young man this outstanding is truly rare. If I miss him, I'll definitely never meet another like him. But am I worthy of him? Moreover, someone as excellent as him might already have someone he likes in his heart, right?" In the small room, Mo Hui thanked Ye Hao. "Thank you for saving me, Ye Hao. Although I say I've lived enough, I'm actually still very afraid of deaths. Especially since I've lived to 108. An old woman like me, the longer I live, the more afraid I am of death. Even if this world is already shattered, I still want to welcome the day of peace with it." He comforted her. "It's normal for people to be afraid of death. There's nothing shameful about it. Those who can remain calm in the face of death are very rare." Mo Hui, after listening, contentedly confided, "You really know how to talk. In my opinion, it's rare for someone your age to reach the Grandmaster realm. I remember I was almost 50 before I barely managed to break through." Hearing this, Ye Hao quickly guessed that she was also a Grandmaster-level pharmacist. Mo Hui replied, "If I didn't have this ability, I wouldn't have been able to live to 108 in this wilderness. Compared to Lisa, the second half of my life has been spent researching longevity elixirs. It's very selfish, isn't it?" He understood and empathized. "If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you, especially in this apocalyptic era. Who doesn't think more about themselves?" Besides, someone living a little longer is a blessing for this town. You should know that a grandmaster-level pharmacist is someone that many large corporations would spend everything to recruit. Mo Hui, after listening, laughed heartily. She praised, "This young man is really interesting. In all these years, I've only met 2 young people like you." Ye Hao asked, puzzled, "Who's the other one?" Mo Hui recalled the figure of a young man and confided, "He, like you, is from a safe zone. You might have heard of him. Mu Wei." Hearing the name, Ye Hao forced a smile and thought, "Why is it always him, great god Mu Wei?" Then, he confided truthfully, "To be honest, Mu Wei is a legendary student at our school. What did he do back then that made you remember him so deeply?" Mo Hui shared. "Back then he was about your age, but much more reckless, often doing unimaginable things. At that time, he single-handedly annihilated the Shattered Dawn, but was also severely injured and on the verge of death. It wasn't easy for me to heal him. As a result, this kid actually wrote an IOU and ran away. It really pissed me off." This information caused Ye Hao to be a little stunned. He blankly thought, "I didn't expect even he would be that kind of person. Great god Mu Wei." Then, Ye Hao continued to probe, "This is indeed surprising, but you asked me to stay here alone. It must be more than just this, right?" Mo Hui sighed, and then said, "Someone my age just likes to talk about the past with others, but I don't have any other purpose, just following fate's guidance. I want to give something to you." Hearing this, Ye Hao's eyes sparkled with joy. Unable to hide his emotions, he immediately blurted out, "Really? But if it's money, I don't need it. I'm not short on money right now." Mo Hui happily smiled and praised, "What an honest child." Then, Mo Hui conjured up a book and confided, "The longer people live, the more they believe in fate's arrangement. When I was about to die, you saved me, and you just happened to be a grandmaster-level pharmacist, so I believe this is fate's guidance, wanting me to give this to you. It is the Resurrection Elixir Crafting Guide, God tier, plus Life Fruit, plus Destruction Crown, plus the Supreme Aura of Proving Immortality through Resurrection Elixir." Ye Hao looked at it in a daze. Stunned, he asked back, "This is actually a God tier Elixir Crafting Guide? May I ask where you got this? Do you really want to give such a precious thing to me?" Mo Hui shared, "That was a long time ago. I don't remember anymore. The only thing I can tell you is the difficulty of crafting this elixir. I'm afraid that with human intelligence, it's difficult to comprehend. Even with my Grandmaster level pharmacist skills. For so many years, I've never been able to comprehend the crafting method, let alone those rare materials I've never even heard of." Ye Hao then opened the God tier Resurrection Elixir Crafting Guide and studied it, thinking, "It truly lives up to being a God tier elixir. The required materials are all God tier as well, but except for the life fruit that dropped from the Forest of Life instance before, where to find the other 3 God tier materials is basically unknown, let alone the drop rate. But just having this blueprint gives me hope. No matter how much effort it takes, I must collect the other materials." This is the Resurrection Elixir. And the crafting difficulty she mentioned that's difficult to comprehend with human intelligence. Can I use the Encyclopedia Elixir made from the Fruit of Wisdom to overcome it? Although the process will definitely be very long, I already have a clear path. Mo Hui, seeing his focused appearance, realized, "It seems you already have a plan. It was right of me to give you this guide. I hope this God tier guide can finally blossom and bear fruit in your hands. I've said so much that I'm a little sleepy. You should go find Lisa. You helped her so much, you must have something you want to ask her, right? Then go quickly." Ye Hao understood and stood up to leave, not forgetting to leave a reminder. "Okay, then you get some rest." Mo Hui watched Ye Hao's back as he left, her heart full of thoughts. Although his personality and Mu Wei's are completely different, they are both people full of ambition and ability, wanting to change this world, can only rely on young people like you, this old woman who has stepped into the gates of hell like me. If I continue to live, then I pray for one more hope. You people can let me see the day this world truly changes. On this side, Ye Hao was also having his own thoughts. She must have a lot of secrets, but now is not the time to inquire. I'll slowly inquire when I have the chance later. As he was lost in thought, a voice rang out. "Ye Hao, you're out." Lisa stood outside, anxiously asking, "Master, how is it?" "I'll go in and take a look," he replied. "She's already asleep. It's better not to disturb her now. Moreover, I also have something I want to ask you." Hearing this, Lisa confidently said, "Just ask." You helped me with such a big thing. As long as I know, I will definitely tell you. Then, Ye Hao began to confide. The thing is like this. After hearing the whole story, Lisa became more thoughtful. She responded, So that's how it is. You've come to the right person. Not long ago, I received a commission to sell Shattered Dawn.
He wondered. Could it be you who gave them the beast transformation drug? Lisa retorted. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I don't have any principles? Besides, how would I even make that stuff? She recalled. But I have a rough idea of who supplies Shattered Dawn with the beast transformation drug. If we find them, we'll find the people of Shattered Dawn, Ye Hao asked curiously. Who is it? Lisa replied. It's the League of Deadly Poisons. With their notoriously cruel reputation in the wastelands. Upon hearing the name, Ye Hao judged. The League of Deadly Poisons sounds like an evil, villainous organization. The name alone is quite brutal. No one could possibly like it, Lisa subtly reminded. This isn't a good place to talk. Let's go to my place. Then she reminded Yao Shay. Shai. You go home first. You've been out for so long, don't let your uncle worry, she replied. Okay, it seems like you two have important matters to discuss, so I won't bother you any longer. Goodbye. Afterward, the two entered the room. Ye Hao urgently asked. Now can you tell me the details about the League of Deadly Poisons? Lisa explained. The League of Deadly Poisons is just like its wicked name suggests. Its members are a group of crazy exiles gathered together. Moreover, this organization has one major characteristic. They only accept pharmacists, and the minimum requirement is mid-level or higher. This group of people gathered together, relying on the trade of various poisons, and have accumulated a large amount of wealth, but making money is just a means for them to achieve their ultimate goal, which is to transform all creatures in this world into the appearance they want, and they use demonic beasts as experiments. Most of the demonic beast transformation drugs are products they research. You just said they only accept pharmacists from mid-level and above, so are there any grandmasters among them? Their leader is a grandmaster level pharmacist. Apart from her, there are many high-level pharmacists in this organization, and they are very discreet in their work, not easily showing themselves. Only a few large-scale forces, or people who establish cooperative relationships with them, know of their existence. A group of weirdos gathered together. Even the strongest forces in these wastelands don't dare to provoke them. Otherwise, who knows if something strange will be put in their drinking water the next morning. Ye Hao was a little surprised after listening. He thought, I didn't expect there to be such an organization in the wastelands. I've only been in this wilderness for a few days, and I feel like my worldview has been changed several times. I really was shallow before, but if it's an organization full of pharmacists, then there must be a large number of refining guides and materials. If I take this opportunity to get everything, won't I be rich? Lisa looked at Ye Hao's excited expression and eyes sparkling with determination, and felt a little puzzled. I was clearly being serious, so why is he so excited? On the flip side, he was calculating, No, the urgent matter now is to find important clues. These things can be calculated later. Then Ye Hao spoke up and asked, If this organization is so mysterious, how do you know so much? Could it be that you are also a member of the League of Deadly Poisons? Lisa angrily confirmed, Hey, I'm not the same as those poison masters who don't abide by professional ethics. The reason I know so much is because I have an acquaintance who is a drug supplier, recognized by the League of Deadly Poisons. Ye Hao pleaded guilty. I'm quite cautious, and I have a skeptical attitude towards everything. Sorry, so that means finding this acquaintance of yours, using their channels, and then attacking the internal organization of the League of Deadly Poisons? Then you can hear about the news of Shattered Dawn? Then please take me to meet that person now. Lisa hesitated. This. He saw her expression and wondered, What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lisa lowered her head a little shyly and replied, It's nothing. You've helped me with such a big thing. I must overcome this little difficulty. Then she stood up and went out of the room, not forgetting to make an appointment. I'll make some arrangements first. Meet you at the town gate in 10 minutes, Ye Hao replied. Okay, he thought to himself. Looking at her expression, it seems like there's something difficult to say. Is there a problem between her and that acquaintance? Outside, Taizu was packing things with his daughter. He said to Lisa, Anyway, you're going to rescue people. I won't keep you. I wish you success. Yao Sha brought a huge, heavy bag and reminded, Ye Hao, this is the dry food I prepared for you. You can eat it on the road. He replied with thanks. Then I'll go first.
Goodbye. Lisa quickly understood the situation when she saw it. She teased. Shashai is quite caring towards you. How long have you two known each other? Ye Hao didn't have the patience to wait, he hurriedly urged. It's a long story, let's drive. Then the car sped down the road, and Tzu and his daughter stood watching the car disappear into the distance, not forgetting to remind, have a safe journey. Yaosha sobbed, confiding, Lao Ba, am I considered dumped? Tzu laughed heartily and replied, silly girl, your youth has only just begun. Switching the scene to Ye Hao. At this time, he was seeing a very spacious and magnificent factory. This scene made Ye Hao a little unexpected, and he blurted out, I didn't expect to open a company in the wastelands. Your acquaintance is quite something. Lisa explained. It's just a medicine shop. As long as your heart is dark enough, you can't earn money here. But this guy offers a higher price than the market price, and everyone is willing to sell medicinal materials to him, including me. Ye Hao thought to himself again, but didn't dare to say it out loud. Moreover, Hong San, just hearing this name already sounds poisonous. After all, there's a well-sung ancient ballad. White bones decompose, eaten together, lying on a plank. The car then stopped in front of the gate, and two guards exclaimed, Oh, isn't this Miss Mo? What brings you here today? This is too rare, Lisa replied. I have something important to find your boss for. Let me through quickly. The gatekeepers immediately received the order, standing in two parallel rows. The leader ordered, That's for sure. Quickly raise the barrier. Don't delay the affairs of the boss and Miss Mo. Also, you drive the car in front and lead the way for Miss Mo. The group of people who received the order immediately replied, Yes. After going inside, Ye Hao spoke up. Now I'm getting more and more curious about what relationship you and the boss here have. If you were ordinary friends, these guards wouldn't be so respectful, Lisa sighed. She didn't answer immediately, but vaguely replied, You'll know in a moment. Then they were led inside the building. Please come in, you two. As soon as Ye Hao saw the glittering golden statue, he was startled and blurted out, Ah, this? Lisa understood and reminded. Surprised, aren't you? When I first came here, my expression was no different from yours. I think I can roughly guess what kind of person the owner of this place is. Then the two walked to the spot where Ding Qi was, and he greeted, Lisa, you're finally here. Clearly I contacted you countless times before, and you didn't respond, but today you came on your own initiative, which means Ding Qi put an item on the table and teased. You've finally agreed to marry me. Ye Hao felt itchy and puzzled after hearing this. Huh, Lisa seriously reminded. Don't go crazy here with me, I'm looking for you for something else. Ding Qi jumped down from upstairs like a crazy person, muttering non-stop, No, no, no. Don't hide your feelings anymore, just open your heart and throw yourself into my arms. Lisa couldn't restrain herself and slapped him directly in the face, shouting, What are you doing, getting all horny in broad daylight? Moreover, how many times have I told you I'm not interested in humans? Ding Qi wasn't angry at all, he exclaimed happily. So this is the touch of love. Even with the handprint still visible on his face, Ding Qi confidently declared, Whether you like men or not, I don't care. As long as you like me, that's enough. Heaven bears witness to my love for you. The whole world knows. Lisa gritted her teeth in anger, shouting, Are you deaf? Don't you understand human language, Ye Hao? Seeing the situation, helplessly muttered, This is a bit too much information to process. Ding Qi took advantage of the situation and playfully reached out to touch Lisa's face, teasing, Besides, if you really weren't interested in me, why did you throw yourself into my arms? You must want something from me, right? Lisa disgustedly pushed him away, reminding him, Get your pig hands off me! So what if that's the case? I came here precisely to have you use the Different Poison Deadly Fate Society to inquire about information on dawn fragments. Ding Qi realized and replied, So that's it. No need for such trouble. Based on my intelligence network, I know quite a bit about dawn fragments. After realizing his value, Ding Qi turned away pretentiously and said, Just taking recent events as an example, they not only crushed the newly emerged Horizon Squad, but also kidnapped many members of the Horizon Squad. Among them, he ambiguously revealed, it seems to also include family members of the boss behind the Horizon Squad. Dewey C beside him quickly reminded Ye Hao, Master, this guy isn't lying. Ye Hao's face darkened upon hearing this. He understood. Yun Fei and the others had indeed been kidnapped. Dawn fragments? I will personally tear you apart. Then, Ye Hao, scheming, stepped forward to start a conversation. If you know so much, you must know where to find Dawn Fragments, right? Tell me their address. Ding Qi, seeing his expression, immediately recognized, oh, you're angry? Looks like you're a person of interest. I naturally know how to find them, but I have a condition. He pointed at Lisa standing beside him and announced, as long as Lisa is willing to marry me, I'll tell you, Lisa asked in astonishment. What did you say? Ding Ken sincerely poured out his feelings. Given your personality, you didn't immediately deny and retaliate. Could it be that this man is very... Towards you, I'm a little jealous, but as long as you agree, a little emotion. What is this chick even worth? Lisa angrily cursed. You bastard! Ye Hao immediately stepped forward to protect Lisa. He affirmed that she didn't need to pay attention to this kind of unreasonable demand. Besides, I'm not the kind of scumbag who uses favors to force others to do things against their will. Lisa emotionally called out his name. Ye Hao. Then, a surge of powerful electricity emanated from his body, and he warned, as long as I'm sure he has the information I want, I have countless ways to make him open his mouth. Ding Ke looked at Ye Hao and felt a bit scared. He trembled as he retorted, do you want to die so quickly? Everyone, deal with this brat for me. Ye Hao spread out an amethyst shockwave. Looking at the blue-haired, red-haired, purple-haired, and yellow-haired guys with guns in front of him, he scoffed. Is that all you've got? Lisa, on the other hand, was extremely worried at this moment. She spread her arms to protect him and ordered, stop. Don't hurt Ye Hao, she persuaded. You don't need to be enemies with them for my sake, Ye Hao. I understand the pain of losing loved ones very well. If I can repay your kindness to me, then what is a little sacrifice worth? Ding Ke, seeing Lisa's feelings, was suddenly taken aback and asked, what has this guy done that you're actually willing to do this for him? She replied, what Ye Hao has done for me, you could never do in this lifetime, and there's no need to tell you. Despite that, Ding Ke still steadfastly declared, it doesn't matter whether you hit me or use words to anger me. My love for you will absolutely not change one bit. Du Cece assessed him and reported, although it's hard to believe, this guy's color spectrum is the purest pink. Ye Hao sighed sarcastically. Truly an infatuated fool, the most fatal kind. Then, Ye Hao raised his hand and announced, I know you're thinking of me, but this kind of gratitude and sacrifice against your own will is really unnecessary, so I object to this marriage. Ding Ke, upon hearing this, angrily retorted, we are a match made in heaven, it's none of your business to object. I've been annoyed by you for a long time. Considering Li Shai's feelings, I might spare your dog life, but without a fight, it's hard to relieve the hatred in my heart. Then he roared an order. Attack! Beat that pretty boy hard. The people who received the order responded clearly. Boss. Oh what? You dare cause trouble in our territory? You're tired of living. Lisa, held by Ding Ke, called out in a panic. Ye Hao? He whispered in her ear. Don't worry, I won't take his life. Before he loses consciousness, I'll tell him all the intelligence he needs. After all, I'm a man of my word. What I say, I'll do. As he finished speaking, Ye Hao happened to finish transforming, and the electricity he emitted was so powerful that the people standing around him were immediately blasted away. Ye Hao mocked. I didn't expect you to have such strong principles, Ding Ke, seeing the situation, exclaimed in horror. He actually finished off my elite squad in a single instant. Ye Hao coldly walked towards Ding Ke, teasing, coincidentally, I also have principles, so I will spare your life, along with your mouth. Although frightened, Ding Ke couldn't hold back his mouth and warned, don't be too complacent. Even if your numbers don't suppress you, I still have ways to kill you. Finishing speaking, Ding Ke threw out vials of green-scented poison. He confidently asserted, try my specially made poison. Just a little touch will instantly take your life. Don't underestimate a high-level pharmacist like me. But as the vials flew towards Ye Hao, they instantly shattered and disappeared, causing Ding Ke to wonder in confusion, what? My poison actually evaporated so easily? Then, a group of people rushed into the room with guns. They announced, Boss, we've come to reinforce. Boss, we've come to reinforce. What exactly happened here? Don't waste words. Quickly kill this guy for me. Ye Hao coldly used magic again, disdainfully criticizing, daring to open a company in the wasteland with just this bit of skill. How did you guys even manage to do it, just relying on numbers? Then, one move from Ye Hao shook the building violently. Purple lightning exploded into the sky, rubble scattered everywhere, dazzling light enveloped everything, and screams echoed in the chaos. Lisa was also affected.
and she secretly observed and judged. Overwhelming power. It's truly unbelievable that this Ye Hao is not only a grandmaster of pharmacy, proficient in engineering, but also has such powerful combat strength. How can there be such an unbelievable person in this world? But what Lisa didn't expect was that at that fateful moment, Ding Qi stepped in front of Lisa like a hero. He solicitously asked, "Are you all right, Lisa? It has come to this. I am also a man who is tired of the hail of bullets for you." But Lisa was not only not moved, but also angrily reprimanded. "Stop being so self-absorbed. Even without you, Ye Hao wouldn't hurt me." At this moment, after dealing with the small fry, he stepped forward and sneered. "Facing Xingou's overwhelming power, you ran away, but you blocked Mo Liai's path instead. Your level of devotion is truly astonishing." Ding Qi angrily shouted, "Stop talking nonsense! If I were such a coward to let my girl get hurt, what kind of man would I be? I'm definitely going to beat you." Then, he pulled out a vial of potion from somewhere, drank it, and declared clearly, "Lisa, for you I'll temporarily stop being human." As soon as he finished speaking, the potion's effect transformed Ding Qi into a golden lion. Ding Qi, at level 130, he was sure that anyone who could transform into this form would meet a tragic end, and Ye Hao would be no exception. Lisa stared blankly at the monster up close, realizing, is this my Ding Qi's rumored secret form that defeated many competitors and secured the cooperation of the Heterogeneous Poison Association's drug supply? Ye Hao, be careful. But the words of concern had just been uttered when Ye Hao knocked him on the head, causing him to faint in a daze. After waking up, Ding Qi suddenly became docile, kneeling on both knees to apologize. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. HIC." This scene caused Lisa to gasp in astonishment. "Ah!" Ye Hao then happily walked over, grabbing Ding Qi's ear and teasing. "So, is this the reason you like Mo Lia? Even your beast transformation has to be into this fluffy type?" He cried out in pain. "Ah! Pain, pain, pain! Yes, I have absolutely no resistance to fluffy things. Lisa is the most unique existence I've ever met. She's the dream of my life." Lisa also angrily stepped forward and kicked Ding Qi a few times to vent her anger. "Get lost! So you just wanted my body, right?" He sobbed, trying to explain, but could only say, "I didn't. I don't. I really like you." Ye Hao sighed at this scene, thinking, unique? I've always been curious about Mo Lisa's cat ears. I thought it was cosplay, but now it seems it's part of her body. So, is she not human? What exactly is she then? Playtime is over, Ye Hao seriously interrogated. "Alright, let's talk business now. Tell me everything you know about the Shattered Dawn," he obediently replied. Okay, I'll tell you everything I know," Ding Qi recounted. In reality, the Shattered Dawn is just a tool now. All their actions are directed by someone else. If you still want to find the Shattered Dawn, you definitely won't find anything in the end, Ye Hao asked again. "So who is the person behind the Shattered Dawn?" he affirmed. "It's Wu Ji." Ye Hao, hearing this name, blankly asked, "Wu Ji? Who is that?" Lisa, next to them, explained. "After all, you've only been in the wastelands for a few days, so it's normal you haven't heard of them. But for people in the wilderness like us, everyone knows the name Wu Ji, because they are the most influential and terrifying force in the C100 area. No one in this area dares to oppose them." After hearing this, Ye Hao exclaimed, "Such a large force, why would they bother with the small Tang Horizon team?" "Could there have been some kind of conflict?" Ding Qi replied. "On the contrary, there wasn't any conflict. It's said that it's related to the deaths of Huo Ermudu's group." Lisa was also surprised. She asked, "What? Huo Ermudu is dead? When did that happen?" Lisa recalled, "Didn't I lose everything 100 million years ago?" Ding Qi lowered his head and recounted, "Not long ago, Huo Ermudu, Yi Zhutian, and another guy were hired by the Huangjiang Corporation to kill someone, I forgot the person's name, but the result was that none of those three teams survived." Ye Hao wondered, "What does this have to do with Wu Ji?" He explained, "That's because the deaths of the three team members were not only extremely tragic, but also the way they died was very similar to what Wu Ji is always searching for." Ding Qi mentioned a name, Ji Shen Lake Tuan. Ye Hao was startled upon hearing this and asked, "What?" Ye Hao wondered. "Ancient god Lake En. Could this Wu Ji also be a believer like the old world army, Lin Hui, all followers of the ancient gods?" Ding Qi explained. The leader of the Wuji team is an atheist. He always reveres power and despises faith, so it's very likely that he only covets the power of the ancient gods, he recounted.
The reason why Wuji can become the leading force in Area C-100 is also related to this leader's team-building principles. He likes to collect all kinds of mysterious ancient powers and attract a large number of talents. As long as someone has the ability, they don't refuse anyone.
Even though Wuji's reward target on Tang Horizon isn't very high, the Shattered Dawn's actions have been unexpectedly active. I guess it's to show their loyalty.
Upon hearing this, Ye Hao immediately became agitated and radiated a powerful energy. He growled and declared, "Shattered Dawn and Wuji, you've messed with the wrong person." Lisa, standing opposite him, struggled to shield herself from the power. She reminded Ye Hao,
"Calm down a bit," Ding Ke also lamented. "Great God, quickly withdraw your divine power or my building will really collapse."
Ye Hao then calmed down. He replied, "Sorry, I couldn't control my emotions for a moment." He scratched his head, embarrassedly saying, it's okay, I understand your mood. Don't worry too much. Your family should still be safe." At this time, he thought to himself, he is the boss behind Tang Horizon. Not only does he have outstanding strength, he may also have the power of the ancient gods. Such an awesome person can't be messed with. Thinking this, Ding Ke reminded, ruthless outlaws like the Shattered Dawn usually don't leave survivors during their actions, let alone take people hostage.
If they specifically kidnapped your family this time, then it must be to lure you out. That is to say, as long as they haven't lured you out yet, they definitely won't do anything to your family, Ye Hao replied.
Isn't that even better then? I was just wanting to walk into the trap myself. Tell me the location of Wuji's stronghold, he affirmed. Okay, no problem. Compared to the Shattered Dawn, who don't dare to expose themselves to the light, Wuji's stronghold is very fixed. After all, they are a large force with tens of thousands of people. Ding Ke explained. Holy Revelation Light is Wuji's stronghold. It is also a large stronghold, 1,000 kilometers east of here, occupying the safe route that must be taken from the southwest safe zone to the eastern greater zone. Whether it is an individual or a company, if they want to go to the eastern zone, they must leave a toll fee for Holy Revelation Light, otherwise they can only take the dangerous and undeveloped small detour. Ye Hao stroked his chin, wondering, Wuji can be so overbearing? They don't even put the large corporations of the safe zone in their eyes? And they dare to collect tolls from them? Ding Ke affirmed. That's right, because Wuji has overall strength that is no less than the teams of large corporations, and the Huangjeng Corporation also has a cooperative relationship with them. So you still shouldn't confront Wuji directly, it would be better. Whatever they want from you, just give it to them. After all, life is the most important thing. Seeing that Ye Hao was a little dissatisfied with his answer, Ding Ke immediately explained further. Of course, I don't mean to look down on you. Although you are super strong, you are still single-handedly alone. They have a lot of people, and they are familiar with the terrain of the wilderness area. You want to defeat them on their home turf is almost impossible. So instead of confronting them, it's better to make big things small, and small things nothing.
Ye Hao, on the contrary, responded casually. All right, I know the philosophy in your wilderness, but this doesn't suit me. I will handle the matter of Wuji myself. As for the Shattered Dawn, how can I find them? Ding Ke reminded. Normally speaking, only they come to find you, you can't find them.
He slapped his hand, boasting, but I can lure them out, because they only accept high-level missions, usually taking money first and then working, so I can offer a price that they can't refuse.
After that, he hesitated. Ye Hao immediately offered a number.
Is 50 million enough to cover the costs? Lisa X was stunned by the number and asked, 50 million? Ye Hao, how are you so rich? Don't tell me you're a young master from some big corporation in the safe zone? Ding Ke was equally dumbfounded. He exclaimed, I was originally going to say 8 million would be enough, but I didn't expect you to throw out 50 million. That's almost a quarter of my company's annual profit, Ye Hao declared domineeringly. Don't even mention 50 million. As long as it can lure those people out, I'd spend 100 million. If anyone dares to hurt my family and friends, they won't live to see another day.
Seeing his overbearing demeanor, both Lisa and Ding Ke had the same thought. The pressure is overwhelming.
At this moment, Ye Hao was intently checking the system notification. With only 3 hours left before being forcibly teleported to the underworld monarch world, he thought. It's almost time for the forced teleportation to the underworld monarch world again. I need to adjust my strategic focus and prioritize preparing for that world first. It's a good thing I'm in the den of a drug dealer right now. I can stock up on potions. Otherwise, I'll be killed by those 3 mysterious, hidden-level figures when I return. With that in mind, Ye Hao directly asked Ding Ke, "Do you have any high-powered attack potions? I need them urgently," he replied. "Of course I do." Ding Ke then led them to another room, confiding, "Although I don't have good potions for healing here, I have plenty of vicious attack potions." Inside the room were shelves filled with various colored potions. Ding Ke boasted, "Well, there are many types. I have almost everything. These are all my treasured possessions. Feel free to choose. The rest are stored in the warehouse. I'll take you to choose them later." Ye Hao agreed. "All right, I want to buy a lot. Give me a 50% discount," Lisa chimed in teasingly from behind. "Ah, why bother paying, even if you have money? There's no need to waste it like that. His life and death are completely in your hands. Take whatever you want. Don't be so polite." Ye Hao stated frankly, "Business is business. I defeated you based on my strength, which doesn't mean I want to use force to oppress you. Taking everything unilaterally is the behavior of scum. Compared to that, I'd rather maintain a cooperative relationship. This is also my philosophy. So what do you say? Want to cooperate with me?" Ding Ke was overjoyed and quickly agreed. He said, Okay, I've been in business for half my life, but I've never met anyone with such progressive and generous ideas like you. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring out all my best stuff for you, Ye Hao reminded. Especially master-level poisons. Sell me a lot, Ding Ke replied. I don't have many master-level poisons, but I have quite a few original recipes, though it's useless if no one can make them. Lisa, standing behind, interjected. Who do you think you're talking to? Ye Hao is a master-level alchemist. Ding Ke was stunned and asked, What? You not only have great strength, but you also have money, and you're a master alchemist? How can such a perfect man exist in this world? Yeah, Ye Hao didn't want to hear these words, he urged. Stop flattering me, let's get to business, Ding Ke had to reply. Okay. Afterwards, his system rang. You have received a large quantity of god-tier poisons. Freshin's perfume causes enemies around you to fall into a manic and seductive state for 3,000 rounds, regardless of race or gender. Phantom bubbles cause all enemies in the designated area to fall into a state of madness. Attack power increases but does not distinguish between friend and foe. Inflicts reason damage every second, lasts for 1 minute, after which if reason reaches 0 they die instantly. Crimson Waltz forces the target into a state of frantic dancing until their life ends. Eternal Dream causes the designated target to fall into a dream state. The duration is forever, which can be interrupted by fatal damage and restores 1% of life points. Ye Hao read the item information, somewhat dumbfounded, thinking, what kind of poison is this? But I can't deny, it seems kinda useful. Then, the reminder came. Forced teleportation in 5 minutes, he lamented. Only 5 minutes left. There's still one thing. While sitting in the room, Lisa suddenly opened the door and walked in. She asked, Ye Hao, is there something important you wanted to tell me by calling me here alone? He replied, After thinking for a while, I felt it would be better to tell you some things. That day, Lisa, startled, asked, Are you saying that Huo Ermutu that I met in the 3D space in Huangzheng that day was you? Ye Hao replied. That's right, she asked again. So, are you here to ask for that 1 million back? He immediately denied. I didn't mean that. Ye Hao explained, I've also dragged you into my personal affairs. If I keep letting you participate with a mindset of repaying a debt, I'll feel guilty. You should at least know that the reason I appeared at your house wasn't a coincidence. Lisa understood after hearing this. Thank you for being honest with me, but there's no need to worry about such a small matter. Compared to that, I'm more worried about you, she analyzed. Because you used the power of an ancient god to kill Huo Ermutu, you've been targeted by Wu Ji because of this. This reminds me of what my grandmother used to tell me. The power of the ancient gods is a fulcrum, a cursed power that humans can't touch. Throughout history, anyone who wanted to control an ancient god eventually suffered a terrible backlash. Lisa gave her opinion. So, I'm wondering if this ancient god will have any negative effects on you. Could it be that what happened to your family is related to the curse of the ancient god? Ye Hao agreed. That's also a possibility. He considered. She actually understands the matter of the ancient gods so clearly. That old woman is definitely not simple. Once this matter is resolved, I must go back and ask her. Then, the system sounded a notification. Li Lao Tu has contacted you. Ye Hao answered the phone and said, Li Lao Tu finally called. Is there any new development with Ling Yuan? He hurriedly informed. This is terrible. Master Ling Yuan may be about to find Huang Zhen. She is. Before he could finish speaking, they were suddenly disconnected. The system then announced, contact lost. Beginning forced teleportation of the host to the underworld monarch world. Afterward, the entire space instantly changed, making him uncomfortable. Damn it, it had to be at this moment. The space quickly transformed into a scene of fierce battle. Ji Na, who was fighting, saw Ye Hao and immediately reminded, Ye Hao, get out of here quickly. He looked around blankly and realized, sure enough, I'm back to the time before the teleportation. At this time, Ye Hao thought sadly, I'm sorry, Miss Christina. Then something suddenly exploded, causing everything around to shake violently. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, asking, what was that? And the monster in front of Ji Na suddenly turned into a bird. It asked blankly, what's happening to me? Why can't I stop? That's the blood crimson dance, which makes the target fall into a state of crazed dancing until their life ends, Ye Hao quickly reminded. Don't just stand there. Run, Ji Na asked while running. Could it be because of the potion you just threw? Ye Hao replied. That's right, this is a type of nerve toxin. Anyone who touches it will have to dance continuously until they die of exhaustion. The monsters behind them stared blankly at their master, moving non-stop. They asked each other, it's poison, is there an antidote? Can't identify the toxin, so there's no antidote in the short term. Meanwhile, their exhausted master screamed, what do you want to do? Save me! Then they readily started to eliminate their own kind. Willing to protect your soul, Ji Na glanced over and asked in astonishment. They're even killing their own kind, Ye Hao explained. Don't use normal standards to judge cultists. They're about to catch up. Ji Na exclaimed in panic. So fast, they've caught up in an instant, damn it! But as the two were running for their lives, Ye Hao suddenly stopped. He said, well, my goal has been achieved. No need to run anymore, Ji Na asked blankly. What? Do we have to fight them to the death? But the difference in strength is too great, we have no chance of winning. But when he turned around to look, he realized in astonishment, why are they frozen too? And they look a bit strange. Ye Hao calmly walked closer to them and explained, of course, because they've fallen into the trap I set. The water under your feet is mixed with the potent Freya perfume poison that I poured. Even separated by shoes, it can quickly penetrate and spread throughout the body. As for its effect, before Ye Hao could finish explaining, the two monsters directly rushed to hug and kiss each other, making Ji Na swear, damn it, my eyes. That's Freya's perfume trick, which will cause enemies near each other to fall into a state of manic charm, lasting for 3,000 rounds, regardless of race or gender. Seeing this, Ji Na wondered, where did you get so many rare and bizarre poisons? Did you make them all yourself? Ye Hao didn't answer immediately. He just replied, that's a long story. Now we must take the opportunity to finish them off. Ji Na asked again. But their levels are much higher than ours. I doubt even if I slash them, it would only be like scratching an itch. Ye Hao then pulled out another bottle of potion and said, this is simple. While they are busy, their defense will be reduced. No matter how much health they have, they can be killed. Go. Don't forget to switch weapons. Then, the potion fell to the ground and shattered. The liquid inside flowed out. It was a potent, armor-breaking potion, causing the poison to continuously lose health. At the same time, defense is reduced by 50%, but it can be cured. Lasts 1 minute. Ji Na awkwardly exclaimed, go to hell, you eye-scorching bunch, just die. Received 300,000 experience points, 100,000 bonus coins. After receiving the rewards, Ji Na quickly felt full of vitality. He exclaimed, I leveled up 5 times. What level were these guys anyway? If it weren't for the armor-breaking potion, I don't know how long I would have to slash, Ye Hao pointed out. This is the benefit of killing above your level. Then, Ji Na held the sewer key of Lingwei City in his hand. He wondered about the key that fell from them. He asked curiously, what about this key? Does it have some history? Ji Na recounted. Lingwei City is the second major city of this nation, and it's also the source of this plague. Lingwei City has long been transformed into a dead city, and everywhere inside is mutated. The king has ordered a complete blockade of the entrances and exits of Lingwei City, but the appearance of this key proves that they can freely enter and exit Lingwei City. Could the organization behind them have created this plague? Suddenly, the system announced that the current main storyline progress is 10%. When the progress reaches 20%, they will return to reality again. Ye Hao, after hearing this, immediately started calculating. A single increase of 2% in the main quest progress, it seems this key is quite important. Lingwei City is definitely an important main storyline. Just following this route, he might be able to reach 20% very quickly. But he worried. I have a feeling that I'm not completely sure. In Lingwei City, there are definitely high-level elite monsters. I'm quite familiar with this trick. The three guys in black just now were mini-bosses advising players to retreat. With my current alchemy support account, I'm afraid I'll be killed as soon as I enter, so leveling up Luo Ji Yu Na is the most important thing. Thinking this, Ye Hao decisively took out a new weapon and asked for help. Luo Ji Yu Na Ma, say something, he wondered. Ye Hao, what are you planning to do? That expression of yours looks very strange. Ye Hao's face suddenly became extremely sinister, gently reminding, be good, listen to me. As long as you absorb this, you can quickly become the strongest person in the world. Ji Yu Na looked at his expression and fearfully stopped him. Wait, Ye Hao, I don't understand what you're saying. What is this? Ye Hao, hearing this, asked in confusion. Don't you know how to absorb magic crystals? Ji Yu Na replied. No, I've never seen this before. He understood after hearing this. So magic crystals are a special product of my world. Then, Ye Hao carefully taught Ji Yu Na. Okay, I'll teach you. It must be like this first. Then like that. I seem to understand, but I don't really understand. The two concentrated on teaching and learning. Until nightfall, they lit a fire and sat in the forest, Ye Hao encouraged. In general, you just try it first, but it's a bit too bright on the main road. Go to your previous camp. Ji Yu Na listened and immediately started cultivating, closing his eyes to absorb the power. But just a little bit in, Ji Yu Na suddenly opened his eyes in panic, his face restless and worried. He sighed and said, I can't do it. Even if I use all my strength, I can't control my power to resonate with the power inside the magic crystal. Ye Hao, hearing this, was suspicious. Could it be that the magic crystal's power system is not compatible with this world? This shortcut to leveling up won't work. I must think of another way to break this barrier. Seeming to have understood something, Ye Hao then stood up and reminded Ji Yu Na. Just keep the magic crystal for now, take it out, and try to absorb it when you're free. He replied, okay. Ye Hao wondered again. Originally wanted to take a shortcut, now I can only honestly level up. How do you normally level up quickly in your place? Ji Yu Na explained. If we want to level up, we need to hunt monsters or take on high-level quests, Ye Hao agreed. Then let's start taking on high-level quests. We have to speed up leveling now, otherwise if we encounter enemies like before, we'll only have one way to die if we're not careful. Ji Yu Na, understanding, exposed him. Got it. The real reason you want to go to Lingwei City is to investigate, right? Ye Hao didn't deny it and said, you saw through that too. Ji Yu Na explained. Otherwise, I don't think you'd be in such a hurry to level up. Ever since I got the key, you've been very serious. Ye Hao praised. You're pretty good at reading people's faces. Afterwards, Ye Hao contemplated in his heart. Compared to Lingwei City, I'm more worried about the safety of my family. Even though time is currently paused there, I still hope to rescue them quickly, so I'm sorry, Ji Yu Na. I have to speed up things on your end. Ji Yu Na, on the other hand, wasn't in a hurry. He casually lay down and announced the plan. Then let's get a good night's sleep tonight and continue taking on quests tomorrow morning. Seeing this, Ye Hao helplessly scolded, you still want to sleep? Ye Hao angrily dragged Ji Yu Na up and mocked. You can still sleep. You're still sleeping at this level. When I was at this level, I couldn't sleep at all. How can you sleep? He cried and complained. Don't say anymore, don't say anymore. I'll go take on quests now, okay? Afterwards, the two went to a shop together. A bald man tilted his head to look at them. He spoke up to greet them. You two are here again. What do you want to drink tonight? Ye Hao refused. Some other time. We're here to take on quests today. He praised but also reminded them. So diligent, but the difficulty of quests at night is doubled, so think carefully, and don't go looking for death.